As a little girl immersed in misfortune, Shen Li managed to survive for 20 years. After being ensnared by the white impermanence, she was offered a peculiar compensation to traverse into a book set in ancient times. Initially believing herself to be exceptionally lucky, she soon realized that the white impermanence had nearly led her astray. Fortunately, her wit allowed her to seize numerous advantages. To her astonishment, she found herself in a rural narrative she had perused prior to her mission, where the protagonist, Shen Jiao, happened to be her aunt. With the aid of a mystical boon, Shen Jiao and a scholar from their village, Jiang Huaichuan, adeptly navigated the treacherous path of famine, ultimately accompanying the male lead to success in the imperial examinations, gradually attaining a prestigious rank. While the novel's atmosphere appeared lighthearted during her reading, the reality of her circumstances was far more daunting. The original family's tragic fate unfolded amidst the calamity. Many perished, and others were grievously injured, with Shen Li herself meeting an untimely demise far too soon. The original family was undoubtedly a tale of woe. How utterly tragic, and now, she found herself as one of them. Since she had arrived in this world, she resolved to seize the protagonist's mystical boon for herself. The family, seemingly composed of timid souls, posed no challenge. She would gradually mold them to her will. Yet, before she could implement her plans, her hapless father unexpectedly awakened to a sense of agency. Very well, this time, she was determined to reclaim what rightfully belonged to this unfortunate family. Chapter 1. I wish to file a complaint. Bang! Smash! A ceramic vase first struck the head of a girl, producing a dull thud, before shattering upon the ground. Shen Li was left dazed, her knife slipping from her grasp, the joy of acquiring a crystal core dissipating into nothingness. The pain radiating from her head snapped her back to clarity, blood trickling down her fair forehead. As she surveyed her teammates, their mouths moved in frantic conversation, yet their words eluded her comprehension. Crimson streamed from her brow, and as darkness enveloped her, Shen Li collapsed to the ground. Quick, where's the hemostatic agent? In her fading consciousness, she finally grasped their words. It may sound incredulous, but this capable ability wielder had met her end at the hands of a mere vase. How absurd! It was utterly ludicrous. Truly, it was ridiculous to the point of being preposterous. Pain surged from the depths of her soul, and her unconscious state. Shen Li sensed an immense force tugging at her, as though her very essence were on the verge of being torn asunder. Gradually, the force lessened, and with great effort, she managed to open her eyes, though her vision remained blurred and indistinct. Rubbing her temples, she felt the pulsing ache at her temples. After a moment, her vision cleared, revealing a sinister ambience surrounding her, with the sky casting an eerie gray-green hue. Where was she? In no time, a figure clad in white drifted towards her, appearing decidedly peculiar. As Shen Li took a few steps, she sensed something amiss. Glancing down at her feet before taking additional strides, her feet hadn't touched the ground. She was floating. The realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Floating over here, it is common knowledge that humans walk, while only spirits. She had passed on. Could it be? After 23 years of misfortune, her life had culminated in this day. Shen Li was torn between relief and despair. So, this place is. The figure in white finally floated before her, wielding a hook, his pallid visage resembling the white impermanence from folklore. Are you the white impermanence? Having traversed the apocalypse, her psyche had been fortified. She accepted the reality of her ghostly existence, choosing to take the initiative. No, to confront the specter. With her arms crossed, she scrutinized the white impermanence, discovering upon closer inspection that he was not as fearsome as he initially appeared. In the wasteland, she had encountered far more grotesque beings. Are you Shen Li from Shen Li village in Beiki? The white impermanence did not respond to her query, but instead inquired if she was indeed Shen Li. Shen Li found herself momentarily bewildered. Beiki? Shen Li village. These names were entirely foreign to her. Sensing something amiss, she replied, I am Shen Li, but I am not from Beiki. The white impermanence regarded her for a moment. After all, who would willingly choose death? Many disbelieved, and some admitted only partially. Shen Li from Shen Li village in Beiki, aged 14, is that you? The white impermanence posed this question, but after a prolonged silence, he looked up at Shen Li. That moment, Shen Li clenched her teeth, glaring at the white impermanence. Pointing to her own face, she demanded, Do I look 14 to you? The white impermanence scrutinized her closely. The girl before him was covered in blood, especially her face, and she appeared far beyond the age of 14. Moreover, her attire seemed drastically different from that of Beiki. The white impermanence grew flustered. Had he perhaps ensnared the wrong soul? Then, Shen Li's gaze turned menacing. She had suspected it all along. How could a strengthened ability wielder like herself be felled by a mere vase? Even if it were porcelain, it shouldn't have resulted in her demise. So this was the root of the calamity. Where are you from? Hua country, Yan, Shen Li, aged 23. Please hold on, I know you're anxious, but let me check first. Shen Li smiled. I'm not in a hurry. The white impermanence retrieved his roster, searching for a Shen Li, and after a considerable time, he finally raised his head to address her. It's indeed not you, but you will report to the underworld in 2 hours. Shen Li shot him a sidelong glance. I'm here now. Naturally, what you say holds weight. I genuinely mean it. In 2 hours, you will be bitten by a high-level zombie. Did I ask that so? Well, that's a matter for 2 hours hence. The white impermanence was momentarily speechless. This time he had indeed made an error, and he hadn't considered how to compensate Shen Li when she coldly declared. Where can I file a complaint about the staff in the underworld? The white impermanence forced a stiff smile. What do you mean by complaints? We don't operate that way. Let's have a conversation instead. Not interested, unless I can return to life. Bai Wuchang, with an expression of utter disbelief, remarked, during your time down here, your physical form has perished. Oh, upon hearing her utter such a light and airy response, Bai Wuchang sensed that the girl before him was not to be trifled with. Typically, when confronted with their own specter for the first time, souls would weep and wail in despair. Yet here she was, remarkably composed, as though it were a commonplace occurrence. S.O., where may I lodge a complaint? I can offer you compensation. Lodging a complaint was an impossibility. He could never entertain such a notion in his lifetime. The selection for the esteemed employee of the year was imminent, and he had already excelled in that role for 5 consecutive years. He could not allow a complaint to surface at this critical juncture. Shen Li felt a flicker of interest but maintained her frosty demeanor as she gazed at Bai Wuchang. Pray tell, what kind of compensation are you offering? Just a moment, Bai Wuchang rummaged through his garments and produced a golden notepad, his gaze fixed intently on one of its pages. I can transport you to another realm, one devoid of zombies, where the mountains are pristine, the waters crystal clear, and the air filled with the sweet melodies of birdsong. You could live out the rest of your days in bliss. What do you think? Not much at all. With my unfortunate constitution, I have no desire to continue living, but... Bai Wuchang was taken aback. He had never encountered someone quite like her, wishing for life, yet refusing it. However, her claim of a cursed existence rang true. While not fatal, it was indeed a source of great annoyance. His fingers traced the notepad. You could become Shen Li of Somli village in the northern Qi dynasty. You would no longer be plagued by misfortune. What would a frail woman like myself do in ancient times? Forget it. I no longer wish to live. With that declaration, Shen Li plopped down onto the ground. Northern Qi, Somli village. Such names clearly belong to a bygone era. To find herself transformed into a weak woman in an age of male superiority was hardly preferable to the apocalypse. Bai Wuchang felt a headache coming on and took a step back. Your unique ability could randomly transport one person along with you. Shen Li's mind raced. Surely that world would not harbor any hidden dangers? Bringing her abilities into that realm would surely disrupt the order of things, wouldn't it? She collapsed onto the ground. I'm exhausted. Let it all end. Bai Wuchang rubbed his temples. What do you truly desire? I simply wish to cease existing, but you are depriving me of my final moments of enjoyment. I shall lodge a complaint against you. The corners of Bai Wuchang's mouth twitched as he extolled the virtues of the little world he offered. Though it may be ancient, it is a fictional realm where you would assume the role of the protagonist's niece. You could even seize her golden opportunities for yourself. How am I to ascertain whether her golden opportunities are of any worth? Besides, in a story, the protagonist possesses a halo of luck. Do you take me for a fool? Shen Li turned over and shut her eyes. Bai Wuchang crouched before her. The protagonist's golden opportunity is a space. Space. Shen Li felt a surge of interest, though she masked it with indifference. Who would wish to endure the trials of a desolate world when a normal life was within reach? Seeing her remain unmoved, Bai Wuchang felt a twinge of frustration. It was unprecedented to encounter someone so obstinate, impervious to reason. You can bring both of your abilities with you. I implore you, do not be unreasonable. If you refuse, I am left with no recourse. Bai Wuchang had been observant. Upon hearing his words, Shen Li's eyelids flickered, a clear sign of her intrigue. The spatial arrangement is quite advantageous, and with your abilities at your disposal, you could thrive there. Why remain stubbornly anchored to the apocalypse? Shen Li, feeling compelled, sat up cross-legged. One must seize the opportunity when it presents itself. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she witnessed Bai Wuchang perform a series of swift gestures, conjuring a door before her and unceremoniously propelling Shen Li through it. Off you go. Chapter 2. The Old Silver Coin. Damn it. Shen Li felt as though she had been struck by an unseen kick. The white Wuchang had delivered a forceful blow, causing her to tumble to the ground, her face pressed against the earth. Although she now existed as a spirit and could not physically touch the ground, this did not diminish her ire in the slightest. Cursing under her breath and clutching her waist, she rose to her feet, indignantly wondering why this ghost possessed no sense of martial ethics. She ought to report him for his brazen behavior. She hadn't even had the chance to inquire about the fate of the original Shen Li. As she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze fell upon a humble yellow clay-tiled house, adorned with a string of dried chilies hanging from the eaves. The windows were covered with paper, and the doors appeared weathered by time. Turning around, Shen Li realized she was in a farmer's courtyard, a sight rarely seen in modernity. It was evident that she had indeed been transported into the very novel he had mentioned. Could she not utter a few words? She was still unaware of the narrative of this tale. How miserly! On the other side, the white Wuchang had intended to observe Shen Li's reaction, but upon her approach, she found herself berated. As Shen Li grimaced and gingerly stood upright, a peculiar thrill surged within the white Wuchang. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and two young women donned in narrow-sleeved long dresses appeared before Shen Li, both strikingly youthful. Shen Li's gaze fixated on one of the girls, who bore a remarkable resemblance to her, almost an uncanny likeness. The two girls exchanged hushed words when, unexpectedly, the sturdier of the two shoved the other. Taken unawares, the second girl stumbled backward, inadvertently stepping onto a firewood stick behind her. Thud. As she fell, the back of her head collided with a grinding stone. Shen Li rushed towards her, but it was too late. She could only watch in horror as the girl's head met the stone. Was it mere coincidence that they shared the same small mole on their faces? In her moment of distraction, the courtyard emptied, leaving only the unconscious girl sprawled on the ground, a pool of crimson seeping from her head. Shen Li crouched down, glancing at her own shoes, which had not touched the ground. Her shoes remained clean. Being a spirit had its advantages, preventing any dirt from marring her. She had entirely overlooked the fact that she was now a filthy ghost. Hesitantly, she reached out to feel the girl's breath. 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Did she pass away? Shen Li poked the girl's hand, exclaiming in disbelief. Just as her fingers brushed the girl's skin, an immense force yanked her into the girl's body. A familiar sensation of tearing engulfing her, and then she fell into unconsciousness. When Shen Li regained consciousness, she found herself sprawled on a bed, the canopy yellowed with age, the quilt heavy and stiff, imbued with a damp odor that offered no warmth. Ouch! It felt as if her head were filled with air, throbbing painfully at her temples. Creak. The wooden door swung open, and a frail woman clad in coarse gray linen entered, sunlight streaming in behind her as it descended in the western sky. Ali, you're awake. You've been in a stupor for 2 days, I nearly thought. The woman stepped closer, squatting at the bedside and placing a bowl down gently. It was then that Shen Li noticed the woman's attire had faded to a pale hue, the sleeves frayed from years of labor. The woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she recognized the unfamiliar gaze of her daughter, her heart fluttering in apprehension. My dear Ali has suffered. Come. Drink some porridge. She lifted Shen Li to the edge of the bed and began to feed her spoonfuls of the meager porridge, which resembled little more than diluted rice water, with barely a grain of rice to be found. Shen Li, her head pounding and the sensation of tearing from her soul overwhelming her, could think of nothing else but to open her mouth and drink the rice soup. Once finished, she slumped against the bed, drifting back into a hazy slumber. When the woman roused her again, it was for a bitter concoction that briefly cleared Shen Li's mind. After a few more sips, her senses dulled. Had she not been suffering from a headache and unable to move, she would have snatched the bowl for herself. This time, the woman clearly perceived her daughter's gaze, strange and guarded. After taking the medicine, Shen Li succumbed again to unconsciousness, her body weakened from blood loss. That night, fleeting glimpses of the brief life of the girl who shared her name flickered through Shen Li's mind. From a newborn infant to a babbling child, to a graceful young lady, ultimately, she had never ventured beyond that small village. After sustaining a head injury, she had lapsed into a coma for 2 days, never to awaken, while Shen Li inhabited her body. The following morning, Shen Li was awakened by a cacophony of scolding voices, the bitter taste lingering in her mouth. Day in and day out, are you going to keep lazing about at home? Is it because you want to avoid working in the fields? The heavens! It was the busy season, and for the sake of a mere girl, they would neglect the fields entirely? Was the family to subsist on nothing but the bitter winds of the northwest? How wretched was her fate! In the courtyard, an elderly woman clad in a rough gray short-sleeved garment, her hair streaked with gray, sat beneath the eaves, chastising the woman busy washing clothes in the yard. The woman being scolded was none other than Shen Li's mother, Lin Suitsue, who was squatting by the well, washing clothes. Upon hearing the elder's tirade, she furrowed her brow and sighed. It was one thing to be scolded herself, but her daughter had been injured. The elderly woman, noticing her frown, stood with hands on her hips. What is with the glum face? Who are you trying to impress with that long face? I'm still alive and well. Finish the laundry and get to work in the fields. Don't think you can skimp on your duties. If one didn't know better, they might think you both were pampered young ladies. I understand, mother. Creak. Mother, must you be so loud in the early morning? Shen Jiao too had been roused from her slumber by her mother's scolding, emerging from her room with a sleepy visage. The elderly woman, hearing her daughter's complaints, quickly approached with a benevolent smile, her demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier harshness. Jiao, you're awake. Breakfast is on the stove. I made steamed eggs for you today. Seeing her mother depart, Lin Suitsue let out a sigh of relief, drying her hands and making her way into the kitchen to retrieve breakfast for Shen Li. Just as the elderly woman contemplated another round of scolding, she was interrupted by Shen Jiao, who quickly diverted her gaze, casting a reproachful glance at Lin Suitsue's retreating figure. Ali, you're awake. Perfect timing. Come and eat. Lin Suitsue entered her room, relieved to see her daughter awake. She had checked in several times the previous night, each time reaching out to test her daughter's breath. Mother, are you my mother? Lin Suitsue froze, placing the items she held onto the table. Ali, you. The strange gaze Shen Li had cast upon her the previous day had hinted at something, but she had not anticipated that her daughter would forget them entirely. A forced smile graced her lips as Lin Suitsue gently urged, Ali, please eat your breakfast first. I shall fetch the doctor for you shortly. The bowl before them contained a thick corn porridge, while Lin Suitsue held a peeled egg, which she crushed and fed to Shen Li, spoonful by spoonful. After they finished their meal, Lin Suitsue returned with a bowl of medicinal broth. Upon seeing the concoction, Shen Li furrowed her brow and quickly exclaimed, Please help me sit up. Of course, Lin Suitsue replied, carefully setting the medicine down and assisting Shen Li to an upright position. Just as Shen Li settled, darkness enveloped her vision, accompanied by a wave of dizziness and nausea, suggesting a mild concussion from her fall. Ali, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? After a brief moment with her eyes closed, she reassured, I'm fine, just got up too quickly. Lin Suitsue breathed a sigh of relief, placing 2 pillows behind her before lifting the medicine. Ali, while the medicine is still warm, you must drink it quickly. Trembling, Shen Li accepted the bowl, steeling herself before closing her eyes and gulping down the bitter potion, its acrid taste spreading across her palate. It was truly a case of the mute consuming bitter gall, suffering in silence. Lin Suitsue took a cloth to wipe the sweat from Shen Li's forehead, saying, Stay here, dear. I will go find the doctor. All right. This also provided Shen Li with a moment to collect her thoughts. Chapter 3. The unfortunate Shen Li. Once Lin Suitsue departed, she ensured the door was securely closed. The early spring chill lingered outside, and with Shen Li's head injury, she needed to avoid drafts. The room was small and dilapidated, furnished only with a bed and a rickety cabinet. This was the space allocated for Shen Li by Shen Changshan, separated by bamboo slats, with her parents residing next door. The original family had not been favored in this household, often likened to tireless oxen, laboring in cooking, washing, fetching water, chopping wood, and tending to pigs. The village where she resided was called Shen Li Village, named for the mountains that surrounded it, extending for 3 miles in every direction. The household patriarch was grandfather Shen Dajiang, married to young Chunong, and they had 2 sons and a daughter. Grandfather Shen was seldom vocal, appearing to defer all matters to his wife. Yet the true authority lay with him. The eldest son, Shen Changshan, father of the original character, was married to Lin Suitsue, and they had 3 sons and a daughter. Shen Changshan was taciturn while his wife, Lin Suizue, daughter of a local hunter, was strong but possessed a submissive disposition, qualities that had attracted grandmother Shen to her. Indeed, once married, the household's labor increased, with 2 docile workers now to be commanded by grandmother Shen. Their eldest son, Shen Jingwan, aged 18, mirrored his father's quiet nature and was already wed to Su Taohua. He inherited his mother's strength and was tall and robust, while his wife, Su Taohua, was gentle and easily managed. The third son, Shen Yuano, at 16, diverged from his family's demeanor. He was talkative, impulsive, and often spoke his mind about his relatives. Currently, he worked at a tavern in town, earning 500 copper coins a month, which were promptly claimed by grandmother Shen. The fourth son, Shen Qianan, aged 15, had attended school for 3 years until his education was halted due to the lack of funds. He often secluded himself in his room, secretly reading. Though Shen Qianan appeared gentle and amiable, he harbored a cunning intellect akin to that of the entire first branch of the family. The original character herself, much like her parents, was meek and malleable. Despite inheriting her mother's strength, she remained easily swayed by others. Shen Li felt a surge of indignation upon recalling her situation. Fortuitously, the Shen family possessed commendable genes, and all members were reasonably attractive. The second uncle, Shen Changfeng, was shrewd and opportunistic, currently employed as an accountant at a tavern in town, while his wife, He Lady, was brash and indolent, contributing little to household chores. Their eldest son, Shen Wensong, 17 years of age, was a student at the town school, characterized by a mild temperament and regarded as one of the few good souls in the Shen family. The youngest son, Shen Changyu, 10 years old, was doted upon excessively. The youngest daughter, Shen Jiaojiao, was the apple of her grandparents' eye. Born when grandmother Shen was nearly 40, it was evident that in this household, the couple favored Shen Jiaojiao above all else, relegating the other children and grandchildren to the shadows. After her birth, life became increasingly arduous for Shen Changshan and Lin Suizue, as they bore the brunt of grandmother Shen's demands. Upon grasping the dynamics of her family, Shen Li let out a long sigh. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Why did the names Shen Jiaojiao, Shen Qianan, and Shen Wensong sound so familiar? They were the same names from a book she had read before her mission, belonging to the family of the protagonist. The corners of her mouth twitched in disbelief. Could it be? A good piece of news and a bad piece of news emerged. The good news was that she had survived once more. The bad news was that this family was fated to be cannon fodder, and she was the most expendable of them all. Moreover, it appeared that within half a year, they would be forced to flee due to calamity. This wretched fate. No, she could not simply resign herself to despair. With a sudden clap of her hands against the bed's edge, she winced at the pain. The waves of sorrow surged through her. How could she be so unfortunate? From the moment she was born, she had been discarded in a refuse bin, only to be rescued and raised in an orphanage, stumbling through life. Just when she thought her misfortunes might come to an end, fate had other plans. Shen Li had faced countless adversities in her youth, from choking on water or milk to being overly cautious under the watchful eye of the orphanage's caretaker. Growing up, she often found herself in precarious situations, sustaining bruises and scrapes as if destined for calamity. Incidents such as her bicycle breaking down mid-ride or an unexpected bird dropping would leave her in fits of frustration. The most absurd of all was being struck by a flower pot, something she never anticipated would happen so precisely, despite having endured such mishaps numerous times before. Though plagued by misfortune, she had managed to navigate through 20 years of life, only to encounter the end of the world, which did not seem to improve her luck in the slightest. As others venture forth, they effortlessly procure provisions, yet for her, every excursion yields nothing but moldy or expired goods, or items rendered inedible. While others effortlessly harvest crystal cores, she finds herself needing to vanquish 10 zombies merely to acquire a single core, and that too, only the most rudimentary variety. Just prior to her departure, she managed to secure a high-grade crystal core, only for fate to intervene. She believed such misfortune would not claim her life, but alas, she encountered the wretched Bai Wucheng. As Shen Li reminisced about her dismal existence, she inadvertently let out a burp. After a moment, she begrudgingly rose to her feet. For the corn porridge and medicine she had consumed earlier now necessitated her urgent attention. Upon opening the door, she was momentarily blinded by the sunlight outside. She took a moment to adjust before making her way to the backyard, which was now deserted. Upon glimpsing the two wooden beams above the primitive toilet, Shen Li gulped, as she thought she might even glimpse the wriggling little creatures within. It had been ages since she had encountered such an archaic lavatory. In former times, she might have fallen into it, becoming the first time-traveling woman to perish in such a manner. However, now, having not choked on the porridge or medicine from the previous night, her unfortunate constitution had vanished. Shen Li took 2 steps back, inhaling a deep breath of fresh air, and with a determined resolve, attended to her needs. To an onlooker, one might presume she was embarking on some grand endeavor. When Shen Li emerged, her complexion appeared relatively normal. Despite her pallid hue, a hint of rosy color had graced her cheeks, rendering her appearance significantly healthier. After washing her hands, she returned to her room, secured the door, and climbed back into bed. Attempting to summon her supernatural abilities, she felt fortunate to have awakened her wood and psychic powers during the apocalypse. Otherwise, her ill-fated constitution would have surely led to her demise long ago. Eventually, 2 delicate sprouts began to sway in her palm, their fragile branches seeming on the verge of snapping. Chapter 4, Inquiry. Goodness, once again. She had been outsmarted by Bai Wucheng. Truly, one could only admire the cunning of a being that had existed for so many years, no, for centuries. Shen Li gently extended her finger to touch the tiny leaves, which quivered in response, brushing against her fingertip. She withdrew her wood-based abilities, closed her eyes, and examined her crystal cores within her mind, visualizing 2 cores the size of yellow beans, one green, the other colorless. Perhaps it was best to think positively. The mere fact that she had managed to retain her abilities was already a stroke of fortune. In a few days, once she felt better, she would seize the female protagonist's space. Bai Wucheng had indicated it was a form of compensation for her, thus it rightfully belonged to her. Bai Wucheng, I do not believe I stated it quite that way. After a brief period of restless tossing, Shen Li found herself dozing off when Lin Suitsue entered, accompanied by a physician. Dr. Liu, please examine Ali, Lin Suitsue implored. Dr. Liu first took his own pulse, then scrutinized Shen Li's head for a while. Ali, do you recall anything? Shen Li shook her head, her clear gaze fixed upon Dr. Liu. Lin Suitsue's eyes glistened with tears again. Ali had forgotten them all. Fortunately, Ali's body seems mostly unharmed. This bout of amnesia is likely due to some internal bruising. Once the blood disperses, she may very well regain her memories, Dr. Liu concluded before gathering his medical bag and departing, with Lin Suitsue following closely behind, apologizing softly. Before long, Lin Suitsue returned to the room. Ali, your mother has gone to tend to the fields. You should stay home and rest. All right. It was not that she intended to feign amnesia. Rather, the original owner's excessively timid personality was something she could not emulate. The fortunate accident of bumping her head conveniently provided a pretext for her memory loss, much to everyone's relief. She had come to accept her new identity quite well. With a family and a favorable environment, although she would eventually face hardships, she believed they would pass. The family's somewhat indulgent nature did not concern her. She would gradually mold them as needed. By evening, Shen Li managed to rise and move about, albeit with lingering dizziness that made any vigorous motion induce nausea. It seemed she still required some recovery time. As her father, mother, elder brother, and sister-in-law returned, they came rushing in, having heard from Lin Suitsue about her memory loss. Shen Li was leaning against the bed, a yellowed cloth wrapped around her forehead, her frail and pale visage appearing particularly pitiful. Little sister, I am your 4th brother, Shen Qian said as he stood at the foot of her bed. Please tell me how you fell. Shen Li recalled the original owner's plight and raised her gaze to meet the concerned faces of her 4th brother and parents. Their genuine concern was unmistakable. Shen Changshan and his wife had endured the birth of 3 sons before finally welcoming a daughter, and they had always cherished her. However, under the weight of filial duty, they had to make concessions. Despite this, Shen Nai and the others were typically cautious, never daring to bully little Shen Li in front of the Shen Changshan family. However, their busyness often kept them preoccupied, leading to little Shen Li's tragic fate. Shen Qian noticed the shift in her demeanor. Indeed, they had tempered their behavior somewhat. But they still treated little Shen Li like a plaything, only able to rest once their parents and brothers returned home. Shen Li's lips trembled, a wave of bitterness swiftly enveloping her heart as tears brimmed in her eyes, rendering her silent. Ali, don't cry. Please, speak to your father and mother, Shen Changshan urged, his fists clenched, veins subtly protruding on his hands. That day, everyone had been outside, leaving only little sister and Ali at home. Considering little sister's domineering nature, it was likely she had a hand in this. Shen Qian gently patted Shen Li's head, his tone soothing, "Do not fear. Third brother will help you." Shen Jingyuan and Su Taohua stood anxiously behind him, their expressions equally distressed. "Father, mother, I forget," the little girl on the bed murmured, her head drooping as tears streamed down her cheeks, splattering onto the bedding. The family in the room froze at her words, particularly Shen Changshan, whose face flushed crimson with a mix of shock and fury. Years of labor in the fields had darkened his skin, but now his anger was palpable, turning his face a deep shade of red. His daughter's injury had occurred when her head struck the grinding stone in the yard. If no one had pushed her, how could she have sustained a blow to the back of her head? The realization of his daughter's suffering struck him like a slap to the face. His daughter had always been too timid to voice her grievances. Why? Because he, as her father, had failed in his duties. Shen Changshan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at his daughter on the bed. When she had been born, her mother, Cui Nyang, had not been able to nourish herself properly, resulting in a frail and delicate child, akin to a little kitten. The couple had raised her with utmost care during those early years. Now she had grown, learned to speak, and every time she saw him return home, she would run up, tilting her little head upward, sweetly calling him father. When had his daughter changed? When had she ceased to be lively, becoming progressively quieter? His wife had claimed that girls matured and became quieter to ensure a good marriage, and he had believed her. Day in and day out, he toiled in the fields for what purpose? Was it not for the well-being of his children? Yet, reality had delivered a harsh blow to him. Shen Changshan considered himself a dutiful son, believing he had never been unfilial. Yet what had he received in return? The irony. As the eldest son of the family, he had returned only to find himself shut out, as if the family had ceased to eat together. Day after day, they lacked any awareness, as if they expected their mother to serve them endlessly. In a fit of rage, Granny Shen stood outside the door, hands on her hips, vehemently cursing. She had returned home with the intent to scold, but seeing her husband exhausted from a day's toil and yet to have his meal, she first went to prepare dinner. However, once the meal was ready, her eldest son's family exhibited a complete lack of awareness, failing to offer any assistance. As she directed her wrath at the door, it suddenly swung open, revealing Shen Changshan with a grim expression. Seeing him only fueled her ire further. "What use is it that I raised you? Now you are such a sour face. What are you planning to do? You return and don't even bother to help me." Shen Changshan ignored her tirade and walked past her without a word. You. Granny Shen, initially not very angry, felt her temper flare as Shen Changshan's indifference struck a nerve. Before she could unleash her reprimand, she noticed her daughter-in-law cradling that burden of a child as she passed by, followed by her grandson and granddaughter-in-law, all of whom disregarded her entirely. This blatant dismissal was intolerable for someone who had always been domineering. Enraged, she seized a stick from the wall and trailed after them, her expression fierce as she stormed into the kitchen, her voice a cacophony of curses. Inside, Shen Yi, Shen Dajiang, and Shen Jiaojiao were dining, having heard Granny Shen's shouts but choosing to remain indifferent. Shen Changshan halted at the dining table, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Shen Jiaojiao. "Sister, that morning it was just you and Ali at home. Do you know how Ali fell?" Shen Jiaojiao hesitated, a flicker of panic crossing her features before she quickly met her brother's gaze. "Brother, Ali fell on her own. It has nothing to do with me." Shen Changshan's clenched fist trembled. He had not missed the momentary disquiet in her eyes. He had always treated her well, yet to discover this. Lin Suizue, having placed Shen Li in a corner, rushed over upon hearing Shen Jiaojiao's words. "Shen Jiaojiao, it was just you and Ali at home. Did you push her? Or was it a ghost?" Granny Shen entered just in time to hear this, her voice rising in outrage. "You wretched girl, what nonsense are you speaking? I swear, if you tarnish Jiaojiao's reputation, I will make you pay dearly." As she spoke, she swung her stick toward Lin Suizue, only to be intercepted by Shen Changshan. Granny Shen gazed at her eldest son in disbelief, struggling to retain her grip on the stick. "Eldest son, what are you doing? Are you going to strike your own mother? The scandal of it will drown you in spit." Yet, Shen Changshan merely continued to gaze at Shen Jiaojiao. "Sister, I need you to tell me." Granny Shen, incensed, questioned her eldest's intentions. "My Jiaojiao is a blessed girl." Releasing the stick, she extended her dirt-covered nails towards Shen Changshan's face and neck. However, due to her short stature, she could only reach his neck. Her sharp nails broke the skin, drawing blood, a testament to her lack of mercy. Lin Suetsue, witnessing this, stepped in to grab Granny Shen's hand. Granny Shen glared at her usually compliant daughter-in-law. "Let go, you." Lin Suetsue, accustomed to obeying her mother-in-law, instinctively released her grip, just as Granny Shen was gathering strength to break free, causing her to stumble back and fall to the ground. Chapter 5. The eldest son flips the table. You wicked little wretch, are you attempting to harm your mother-in-law? Shen Qianan, hearing his grandmother's words, narrowed his eyes and bent down to help her up. Mother, you truly ought to heed my advice and stop listening to Granny Shen's nonsense. Lin Suetsue, her face pale from fear, now appeared bewildered. Upon hearing Shen Qianan's remark, Granny Shen's expression shifted from green to white, her piercing gaze directed at Lin Suetsue, who displayed confusion and fear. With a huff, she decided there were more pressing matters to address, vowing to deal with the young woman later. Heroine, observing the scene, felt disappointed. Yet she knew the night's drama was far from over. With a chilling smile, she anticipated the unfolding events. After rising, Granny Shen shoved Shen Qianan aside and approached the still-locked horns of the siblings at the dining table, her demeanor menacing as she confronted Shen Jiaojiao. Eldest, what are you causing such a ruckus for? Are you intent on ruining your sister's reputation for the sake of that burden? Shen Changshan regarded his mother, his trust wavering as he pondered the implications of her and his sister's evasive responses. Their ambiguity spoke volumes, suggesting that Ali had indeed been pushed by his sister. He extended his arm to shove Granny Shen aside, his reddened eyes fixed on Shen Jiaojiao. Sister, Ali is your niece. How can you sleep at night? Shen Jiaojiao was taken aback by her brother's intense gaze. He had never looked at her this way before. Didn't you do it on purpose? Besides, Ali is fine, isn't she? Why is it such a big deal? The thought of how she would navigate her life at home in the face of her brother's accusations filled her with indignation. Granny Shen, blocked by Shen Changshan's arm, clawed at him in vain as he remained unfazed by her futile attempts. Her curses echoed as Shen Li, overhearing her words, was left astounded. Was this truly her own flesh and blood? The family, including her second uncle's household, merely watched the drama unfold, with Shen Yi choosing to remain silent, shaking his head at the absurdity of it all. Shen Jiaojiao. Just because Ali isn't feeling well and doesn't want to wash her clothes, you think it justifies pushing her? The younger daughter had stayed home that morning due to illness. When they returned, they found a basin in the yard filled with Shen Jiaojiao's clothes. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Shen Changshan. No one had ever treated her this way in her own home. Shen Dajiang slammed the table, exclaiming, Shen Chang'an, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what it means to be a brother? Shen Changshan's voice was low as he inquired, and what of Shen Jiaojiao? As an elder, has she ever shown love to the younger ones? Shen Jiaojiao's face flushed with shame and anger. Brother, how can you say such things to me? Both Shen Yi and Granny Shen interjected simultaneously. Eldest, be quiet. Jiaojiao, explain what happened. Shen Jiaojiao bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Shen Dajiang, observing the silence, understood the situation all too well. He surveyed the room, his gaze settling on the eldest family. After a moment, he directed his attention to Granny Shen and Shen Jiaojiao. Eldest, let this matter rest for today. Tomorrow, go catch a chicken to supplement Ali's recovery. Before Shen Changshan could respond, Granny Shen wriggled free from his grasp. No, that chicken is. But Granny Shen's words faltered under Shen Yi's icy glare, and she retreated. Father, if the one suffering today were Jiaojiao, would you let it go so easily? Shen Dajiang's expression darkened, his patience waning. Eldest, what do you intend to do? Shen Changshan clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his hands prominently visible. What could he possibly do? Bang! Shen Changshan slammed his fist onto the table, causing the dishes to collide noisily. Get out of here with your whole family, he bellowed. Yang Chun-ong, his wife, leapt up and struck Shen Changshan across the face, leaving a clear imprint of her hand on his darkened complexion. Father, are you all right? Shen Changshan's lip bled as he reached out to support his wife, his gaze fixed on the crowd gathered around the dining table. He abruptly overturned the table, pulling his wife away with him. At that moment, Shen Qianan darted in front of Shen Li, scooping her up and trailing behind his parents. Shen Jingwan immediately took his wife Su Taohua and left, knowing that remaining would yield no good outcome. My clothes. Shen Dajiang's face darkened with fury. He and he lady were both covered in the wild vegetables sought Ed that evening, juices dripping down their faces, and they were on the verge of collapse. Shen Jiajiao swallowed hard. Although she suffered no direct impact, she was frightened by her elder brother, her eyes now rimmed with red. Yang Chunong could not bear to see her daughter in tears and cursed as she rushed to leave. Stop. Is tonight's chaos not enough for you? Second daughter-in-law. Clean this up. Old woman, prepare some food. With those words, he stormed out, his face a thunderous shade of blue. The Shen family gathered in the couple's room. Shen Li surveyed her stepfather, perplexed at his unexpected change of temperament today. The room was silent, no one spoke, and without an oil lamp. They relied on the faint moonlight filtering through the window to discern each other's forms. Starting tomorrow, our family need not toil in the fields, nor perform household chores. Take whatever you desire to eat, until your grandparents voluntarily propose a division of the family. Shen Changshan had come to a realization. No matter how much he contributed or how well he performed, his family would forever remain without status in this household. Rather than allowing his children to continue suffering, it was better to simply separate. A division was acceptable, but it must not be initiated by them. Otherwise, their children would be subjected to ridicule. Upon hearing Shen Changshan's words about separation, the eyes of those in the room sparkled with intrigue. Soon, the room filled with scattered discussions, though the specifics of their conversation remained unclear. The next morning, Lin Suitsue and Su Taowa rose before dawn, preparing a pot of thick brown rice porridge and boiling 6 eggs in a clay pot. Su Taowa felt a twinge of fear. Mother, is this truly all right? Fear not. Your grandmother cannot best me, Lin Suitsue reassured her. After the meal was prepared, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law swiftly carried it to the room and shut the door, disregarding everything else. When young Chunong finally arose, the pot was still warm, but only half a pot of water remained, with just 2 grains of rice floating. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it. Is this how we live in the morning? I would never waste eggs like this. That heartless family. Eldest daughter-in-law. Hurry and bring out what you cooked this morning. Otherwise, I shall not be kind. Shen Dajiang was roused from his slumber by the cacophony of his wife's shouts, donning his clothes to find Yang Chunong berating the eldest family, with no one daring to emerge. Enough. Is this not enough of a farce from last night? Old man. They used half a pound of brown rice and 6 eggs, leaving me nothing. Shen Dajiang's expression darkened. All right, stop the commotion. Quickly prepare rice. We have fields to tend to soon. With that, he turned and returned to the room, while young Chunong continued to pound on the door of the second household, cursing the eldest family. Shen Li had long been awakened by her mother, and now sat at a wooden table with her family, each with a bowl of brown rice porridge, an egg, and a bowl of pickled vegetables. Listening to Yang Chuanhong's shouts outside, the family ate with gusto. Shen Li glanced at Shen Changshan, whose face remained calm, betraying no signs of change. Ali, eat quickly, we will go change your bandages soon. All right. She planned to observe for a couple more days. If this family proved reliable, she would share the news of the impending drought for early preparations. Chapter 6, Awakening? The eldest household goes on strike. The morning was filled with relentless shouting in the courtyard, only quieting slightly after the meal was prepared. At that point, Shen Changshan emerged from their room, followed closely by Lin Suitsue, who carried Shen Li on her back. Su Taowa trailed behind, while Shen Jingwan and Shen Xianen set off to the mountains with their bows and sickles. Shen Dajiang and Yang Chuanhong's faces fluctuated between red and green. The eldest family was blatantly ignoring them. It was still early spring, and the village was lush and green, showing no signs of impending drought. Upon reaching Dr. Lu's door, they found it ajar, with Dr. Lu sitting in the courtyard sorting herbs. Uncle Lu, I've brought my daughter to change her bandages. Very well, bring her inside. After washing his hands, Dr. Lu led them into the room and removed the cotton cloth from Shen Li's head. The wound had not worsened, but she needed to continue taking the prescribed medicine. After changing her bandage today, they were to return in 2 days. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Shen Li felt a bit anxious, unsure of the extent of her wound. It seemed the cotton cloth could easily come undone, leaving her scalp feeling chilly. Ouch! I wonder what sort of medicine you applied. It stings a bit. After the bandage was changed, Shen Changshan's expression grew somewhat awkward. Uncle Lu, I will bring the consultation fee later. Dr. Lu, clearly understanding their family's situation, nodded in agreement. On their way back, Lin Suitsue, carrying her daughter, asked her husband. Head of the household, we have no money, do we? Shen Changshan fell silent for a moment. Your grandparents have some, If they refuse to give it, we can catch one of the hens at home to offer as payment to Uncle Lu. Lin Suetsue's eyes brightened. I know where my in-laws hide their money. Su Taohua nearby felt her heart race. Were her in-laws truly out of their minds? When the family returned, the Shen family was preparing to head to the fields to work. Upon seeing them return, young Chunong was about to explode with rage when Shen Changshan extended his hand toward her. Mother, Ali's consultation fee is 1 tael of silver. Yang Chunong nearly choked in disbelief. What? Do you think your daughter is made of gold? 1 tael of silver? There is none. Figure it out yourself. Shen Changshan did not linger on her response and strode directly to the chicken coop, kicking the door open. In a few swift motions, he caught 2 hens. Yang Chunong erupted in anger. Shen Changshan let go. What do you think you're doing? Those hens are for laying eggs. Since you have no silver, I must find a way to pay Ali's consultation fee. He handed a hen to Lin Suetsue and bent down to catch another 2. Yang Chuanhong's face flushed with rage as she watched her unfilial son prepare to take the chickens away. After squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth, she relented. Fine. I will get you the money. Shen Changshan remained unmoved, and Yang Chunong shot a furious glare at the couple before storming off to retrieve the money. Moments later, the old woman emerged holding a small handful of coins. This is all I can give you, at most 500 won, nothing more. Shen Changshan extended his hand to receive the copper coins and then beckoned his wife, Cui Cui, to depart. The couple exited the courtyard, leaving the chicken coop door wide open. Behind them, Yang Chunong leapt in anger, hurling curses, "You wretched scoundrel! You heartless fiend! Are you seeking to end my life?" Just as she contemplated pursuing them, she overheard the commotion from the neighboring house. The Shins are at it again, last night's ruckus and today's clamor. What a stroke of misfortune to be their neighbor. Shen Dajiang's countenance darkened, and he silenced Yang Chunong with a glance. He had always been averse to airing family grievances, particularly now that Wansong was studying in the academy, thus necessitating a heightened awareness of their reputation. Yang Chunong's expression was as bleak as one mourning the loss of kin. Shen Li and Su Taohua retreated to their room, closing the door behind them, exchanging glances as they listened to the tirade of curses from old Lady Shen. Before long, Shen Dajiang led the family to the fields, leaving only Shen Jiaojiao, Shen Li, and Su Taohua behind in the house. Once the courtyard fell silent, Su Taohua emerged to prepare medicine for Shen Li. Meanwhile, Shen Changshan and his wife made their way to Dr. Lu's home, carrying 4 chickens. Uncle Lu, how much is the medical fee? Can I offer these chickens in exchange? Changshan, the total for the consultation and medicine amounts to 185 won. Each chicken is worth 50 won. And I will return you 15 won. Shen Changshan tossed the chickens into Lu's coop, adamantly refusing the 15 won. Upon their return to the Shen household, they found it eerily quiet. Lin Suetsue noticed Su Taohua brewing medicine for her little daughter and decided to catch another hen. The Shen family had originally kept 6 hens, but only 1 remained, actively laying eggs. Lin Suetsue seized a kitchen knife and swiftly dispatched the hen while Shen Changshan boiled water. By noon, the family had devoured a 5-pound hen, and when Yang Chunong returned to discover yet another hen missing, she erupted. What is wrong with you all? What sin have I committed to deserve this? As she rapped on the door, demanding her eldest son and daughter-in-law to emerge, the house remained silent, ignoring her tirades. Yang Chunong noticed the door was bolted from within, confirming the presence of others inside. The most damning evidence was the delicious aroma of chicken wafting from the room. You heartless ingrates! Feeding you is a greater burden than tending livestock. All my grains wasted. Inside, the family savored their meal, unfazed by old lady Shen's invectives. When Shen Dajiang returned at noon, Yang Chunong wasted no time in lodging her complaint. So, what if 1 chicken is gone? Didn't we agree last night to catch 1 for Li to restore her health? Yang Chunong rolled her eyes dramatically. 1 chicken? I now have but a single hen left in the coop. After 3 days of medication, Shen Li finally began to feel better, the itch at the back of her head signaling that her wound was healing. During this time, the main household maintained their lavish lifestyle, consuming only the finest fare while shunning the coarse breads and wild vegetable cakes they once ate. They made lavish use of the brown rice, eggs, and oil, while the solitary old hen remained closely guarded by old Lady Shen. Yang Chunong had locked the grains in a room, but Lin Suetsue, with her considerable strength, easily broke the lock, leading to a depletion of their food supply. The commotion within the Shen household had already spread throughout the village. Shen Li was taken aback. Had her father truly awakened so swiftly? It seemed his transformation was thorough. Based on the past few days' behavior, she rated it an 8 out of 10, reserving the remaining 2 for the necessity of time. Yang Chanong had been somewhat unhinged recently, undoubtedly due to the provocations from the main household. He lied. Observing the main household's conduct, initially found it amusing, but soon her humor faded as household chores piled up, clothes to wash, pigs to feed, meals to prepare, and general duties to fulfill, all of which fell squarely upon her shoulders. It was hardly a cause for joy. Shen Jiaojiao, too, refrained from provoking the main household, as she understood that this turmoil was of her own making. Thus, she adopted a low profile at home, yet still earned the ire of He Lai Di. After 7 days, Shen Li finally ventured out of the courtyard on her own. She had been confined to the house and felt as though she were resting away. Her elder brother often took her fourth brother hunting, and occasionally Shen Changshan would join them. Half of their catch was brought home for the family, while the other half was sold at the tavern in town. Of course, the proceeds were pocketed by them. Thanks to the plentiful meals of late, her face had gained a bit of flesh and her complexion had improved. Not only her, but the members of the main household had also enjoyed a noticeable increase in their physiques, infuriating both old lady Shen and the second household, though they dared not protest due to Shen Dajiang's emphasis on reputation, particularly with a scholar in the family. Such rumors could lead to severe repercussions. Chapter 7. The Awakening of the Main Household. In the dead of night, Shen Li sat at the foot of her parents' bed, gently shaking Shen Changshan awake. Startled by the shadowy figure at his bedside, he calmed only upon hearing Shen Li's voice. Li, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Are you sleepwalking? Lin Suitsue, hearing the commotion, approached in the dark to touch Shen Li's forehead. You're not ill, are you? Mother, I'm not sick. I just have something I'm unsure whether to share with you. Shen Changshan threw on his wife's outer garment and yawned. What is it? Speak up. Father, mother. I just had a dream, starting in May. The temperatures will rise steadily, and it won't rain a single drop until next year. Shen Changshan and Lin Suitsue exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what nonsense their daughter was spouting. Father, what should we do? Will our family perish? Lin Suitsue quickly reassured her daughter. Li, don't fret, it was just a dream. Didn't it just rain a few days ago? Shen Li's voice trembled, but what if it comes true? The couple fell silent, taken aback by her concern. Li, dreams often signify the opposite, do not worry. But I have been dreaming this for 3 consecutive days. Their eyes widened in alarm. Could what Shen Li said hold truth? Father, mother, if it is true, what shall we do? The room fell into a contemplative silence until Shen Changshan finally spoke. Li, we have 2 months. Let us wait a bit longer, if it proves true. We shall make preparations. Indeed, Li, as long as our family remains together, we need not fear. Then I shall return to sleep. Shen Li retreated to her own room, knowing that drought would soon arrive. If she did not share this news, she would be unprepared to face it alone. Summoning her wood-based abilities, she radiated a gentle green glow in the darkness. Excellent, excellent. Through my efforts these past few days, I have indeed grown. Her mental powers had also improved significantly, expanding from the size of a single hair to that of 2. Today, while wandering the village, she planned to concoct an excuse to venture into the mountains tomorrow and seize the heroine's golden finger. Otherwise, the impending hardship would be unbearable. Regarding the acquisition of Shen Jiaojiao's golden finger, Shen Li felt no shred of guilt. After all, her own demise was a result of Shen Jiaojiao's actions. Taking back what was rightfully hers felt entirely justified. One day, she would undoubtedly repay her grievances with interest. However, before that, it was essential to let Shen Jiaojiao savor the hardships of fleeing. This time, with Shen Li safe and sound. How would the now powerless Shen Jiaojiao endure the trials of escape? The very thought thrilled Shen Li. Early the next morning, Lin Chuichui presented a bowl of steamed eggs before Shen Li. Yang Chunhong rolled her eyes, her face displaying dissatisfaction, refusing to even glance at the family of the main house across the table. Indeed, Shen Changshan had brought his entire family to brazenly partake in a leisurely meal. Shinda Jiang tapped the table, asserting, eldest brother, Ali's health is nearly restored. You all should cease this commotion and swiftly return to the fields to plant the crops. Otherwise, what shall we eat? Unmoved, Shen Changshan replied that even if they planted, his family would scarcely benefit. Moreover, Ali had mentioned a drought the previous night, rendering any farming futile. Such words were best left unspoken. We will not go. Our family has labored tirelessly for years. It is now the turn of the second house. Heroine exclaimed, her fair face flushed with indignation. Eldest brother, we in the second house also contribute. Does anyone need to remind you of your contributions? Shen Li's expression remained stern, aware that the main house was finally expressing dissatisfaction with their actions. Yet, the second house's second grandson, Wensong, had excelled in his studies, passing the preliminary scholar examination, and would soon take the next step to become a scholar. This was indeed a blessing for the Shen family. Why was the main house so obstinate at such a critical juncture? Shen Li, with a resounding slap on the table, declared, "Eldest brother, what does your family intend to do? Sit idly by and consume our food without lifting a finger?" Shen Shan finished his porridge, set down the bowl, and calmly replied, after just a few days of white rice, "Mother, you can no longer bear it? What of those who have consumed it for over a decade? Should they not be ashamed to remain in this household?" Shen Jiao gasped in surprise. Was her elder brother subtly targeting someone? Heroine lowered her head, a flash of anger in her eyes. Ever since her son had revealed his academic talent, she had indeed refrained from working the fields for over a decade. Shen Jiang spoke gravely. "I am not suggesting that you eat for free, but continuing this quarrel is unproductive. We must first plant the crops, as it concerns our taxes and next year's provisions. We will not go, eldest brother, fourth brother, come, let us head into the mountains," Shen Shan declared, taking Shen Jingyuan and Shen Qian with him. Meanwhile, Lin Chuichui, Shen Li, and Su Taohua quickly finished their porridge and each grabbed a basket to follow. Shen Jiang exclaimed in frustration, "This rebellious family." Yang Chunhong slammed the table, insisting, "If we do not rein them in, the eldest brother's family will soon be a burden upon us." Shen Jiao scrunched her delicate nose. She was still eating, and how could her mother speak so crudely? Shen Jiang cast her a glance, reminding her of her previous favoritism, now resulting in their elder brother disregarding them. Yang Chunhong, feeling slighted, retorted, "Are you not biased yourself?" Before she could finish, Shen Jiang stood and left. Yang Chunhong resolved to teach the eldest brother's family a lesson, planning to gossip with the village women today. They think they can outsmart me? Not a chance. Heroine, noticing the fierce glint in her mother-in-law's eyes, pretended not to see. After walking a distance from home, Shen Shan, who had initially held himself upright, now slouched, revealing that despite his cold demeanor towards Shen Jiang and Yang Chunhong, he still harbored some affection. It was uncertain when this affection would erode completely. Behind him, Shen Jingyuan and Shen Qian exchanged glances, silently following their father. At the foot of the mountain, Shen Li sent Lin Chuichui and Su Taohua to gather wild vegetables. Shen Jiao had stumbled upon her space in the Wuling Mountains by chance, having rolled into a cave after stepping on a stone while lost. She had bumped her head against a rock, which led to her binding with the space. The novel vaguely described Shen Jiao's acquisition of her space. How could she find that cave again? Regardless, she decided to explore first. She still had strength left, and if necessary, her psychic and wit abilities could assist her. With 2 months remaining until the protagonist found her space, time was ample. Wuling Mountain, as its name suggests, consists of 5 steep peaks interconnected, representing only the outermost peaks as referred to by the villagers of Shen Li village. In reality, it was a sprawling forest extending several dozen miles. Some nearby small hills had been thoroughly explored by the local villagers, yet they dared not venture deep into Wuling Mountain, not merely due to the wildlife, but because of the unpredictable conditions within. Several young men had attempted to hunt there but never returned, with the echoes of animal roars still resonating in the mountains. Since then, villagers rarely entered the Wuling Mountain. Even during droughts, they only circled the outskirts, too fearful to delve deeper. Shen Li first circled around Lin Chuichui's line of sight a few times, and once he relaxed his guard, she proceeded towards the mountain. The forest was dense with vegetation, wildflowers blooming abundantly, and plenty of wild vegetables. She could gather some to take home for her grandparents later. Following the narrow path trodden by villagers, Shen Li gradually entered the mountain. Where the trail became obscured by grass and foliage, only faint traces of a path remained. Given Shen Jiao's stamina, she likely obtained her space on the outskirts of Wuling Mountain. Otherwise, with her pampered upbringing, she would have met a dire fate within its depths. Chapter 8. The Golden Finger Acquired. The original physical strength and endurance were commendable. After walking for half an hour, she felt no fatigue. Approaching the fringes of Wuling Mountain, The surrounding trees grew taller, and despite the pleasant weather outside, it was eerily dark within. The atmosphere was also quite humid. Shen Li utilized her psychic energy to probe her surroundings within a 50-meter radius, finding no caves. After walking a few hundred meters, her vision suddenly expanded as the trees became shorter, sunlight streaming through the branches. No wonder it was said that the conditions inside could change dramatically. In just those few hundred meters, she had experienced two distinct climates. Moments ago, she felt a chill in her bones, but now warmth enveloped her. It seemed that a description of this place existed in the novel Nongmen Niangzi, so she must be close. Shen Li spotted several large red fungi the size of her palm near the edges of some trees. They should be worth a bit of money, which she would collect on her return. However, her primary purpose was pressing. Shen Li navigated through the low thicket and entered another shadowy grove. Suddenly, as she stepped outside, her eyes took a moment to adjust to the sudden change in light. After walking for another 10 minutes, Shen Li remained vigilant of her surroundings, attentive to bird calls and on the lookout for any snakes lurking in the trees. For now, she could not afford to use her psychic abilities excessively, as overexertion in the mountains could lead to complications. She continued uphill, the darkness closing in around her, and she sensed she was nearing the ridge. Shen Li paused, intending to use her psychic energy to scan the vicinity. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rush of wind whipped past her back. Shen Li swiftly dodged, but in doing so, her foot slipped on a stone, and she tumbled down the slope, completely unprepared. Damn it! The speed of her descent was alarming, and she instinctively protected her head with her hands. After rolling for a minute, Shen Li's head collided with a rock, causing her to faint. The blood that flowed from her forehead was absorbed by the stone. Half an hour later, Shen Li regained consciousness and found herself in a cave. As she turned over, she caught sight of the blue sky and white clouds, with a ray of sunlight streaming in. Supporting herself with her waist, she stood up while cursing under her breath. But her words halted when she noticed the bloodstains on the gravel at her feet. A moment of silence ensued. Old wounds had not yet healed, and now new ones had been added? Feeling the pain in her forehead, Shen Li sighed, relieved that she had not hit the back of her head while rolling down. She had wished for an advantageous space, but must she endure such an ordeal? Never mind, let us investigate the peculiar thing before her. A stone lay shattered, revealing a piece of luminous white material within. Shen Li picked it up for inspection. It resembled jade yet was not quite jade, appearing like stone but not entirely stone, leaving her uncertain of its true nature. Within the stone, she noticed faint strands of green that were barely discernible. Closing her eyes to sense the space, her lips curled into a smile. After 3 seconds, she could feel a connection forming between the stone and her mind. As she extended her mental energy towards it, her vision blurred, and she found herself before a scene of blue skies, white clouds, and grassy fields. Is this the protagonist's space? It's cultivable. What a stroke of luck. Now, she need not worry as much during her escape. With a silent incantation of enter, she soon found herself in this newfound realm, her smile unwavering. The space was divided by a flowing stream, with several small hills adorned by lush trees. However, there were no thatched cottages, fruit trees, or essential spiritual springs. It was a simple expanse, except for a patch of black soil at the far end of the stream, measuring only about 3 acres. No matter. She was not dissatisfied. She could simply lift the grass later. Shen Li approached the stream, which was crystal clear, revealing smooth pebbles at the bottom. A little further, she discovered a pond blooming with lotus flowers. Gazing at the pond filled with lotus buds, she felt an uncanny sense that they were extraordinary. The flowers had only just begun to bud, indicating that maturity was still some time away. Shen Li felt immensely satisfied to have seized the space from Xin Jiao. With another silent thought of exit, she reappeared in the cave. Just as she emerged, the stones swiftly darted into her forehead. Shen Li quickly touched her forehead. All was well. She sensed the space once more, still intact. This was splendid, for no one could discover it but herself. Meanwhile, Xin Jiao, who had been embroidering at home, suddenly pricked her finger, staring blankly at the droplet of blood. She felt an intense panic, as if she had lost something of great importance. Shen Li surveyed the cave, which was not large but extended inward, leaving her uncertain of what treasures it might hold. Contemplating this, she decided to use her mental energy to explore. She concentrated her mental force, extending it deeper into the cave, but found nothing upon reaching the end. Well, It seems she had merely overthought it. She had expected to stumble upon unexpected wealth. Shen Li looked back at the slope she had rolled down, resignedly beginning her ascent. It had taken her only a minute to tumble down, yet climbing back up required 10. If only she could roll back up as easily. Standing where she had descended, Shen Li scanned her surroundings, pondering who had been tossing objects behind her. At that moment, she noticed movement among the trees and focused her gaze. It was a monkey. Quick as a flash, the monkey, upon realizing she was watching, threw a pine cone in her direction. Shen Li sidestepped to avoid it, deciding to let it go. After all, the little rascal had unwittingly assisted her once, so she would not hold a grudge. Squatting down, she picked up a small stone and tossed it at the monkey, which, startled, vanished from sight. Shen Li turned to leave, initially not intending to delve deeper. But realizing she had been gone for an hour, she figured her parents must be worried. As she walked out, she used her mental energy to scout for nearby medicinal herbs, collecting anything useful to stash in her space. Soon, she arrived at the spot where she had previously discovered the red Rashur mushrooms and harvested them all into her space. This time, she did not linger, hastening her exit. Meanwhile, Lin Cui, having gathered a handful of wild vegetables, lifted her head only to find Shen Li absent, prompting immediate concern. She called for Su Taohua to help search, and the two scoured the vicinity for half an hour without success. Lin Cui's eyes reddened with anxiety, while Su Taohua was at a loss for what to do. Just then, Shen Shan and his sons descended from the mountain, carrying their catch. And upon seeing the worried expressions of the mother and daughter, they quickly inquired, "Cui Nyang, what happened?" "Chang Shan, Ali is missing. Taohua and I have been searching for half an hour." "What? Ali is missing? Did you see which direction she went?" Su Taohua pointed towards Wuling Mountain. "My sister went that way." A sinking feeling gripped the hearts of the three men. Could it be that Ali had ventured into Wuling Mountain? "Cui Nyang, you two go home and check if Ali has returned. I, along with the eldest and the fourth, will head into the mountains to look for her." "All right." Shen Shan concealed the catch he was holding against a tree and led his two sons into the mountain. Lin Cui and Su Taohua hurried down the mountain, oblivious to the wild vegetables spilling from their baskets. The three men split up, agreeing to meet on the outskirts of Wuling Mountain. Half an hour later, they stood on the outskirts of Wuling Mountain, exchanging glances. After sending Lin Cui and Su Taohua back home, they found no trace of Shen Li there either. The two women hurriedly returned to the mountain. Shen Li hastily exited the mountain and, upon reaching the outskirts of Wuling Mountain, spotted Shen Shan and his son searching for her. The three men, upon seeing Shen Li, brightened and rushed towards her. "Ali, are you all right?" They circled around her, noting that although her clothing was soiled, thankfully there were no signs of blood. However, upon seeing the scratches on her face and the wound on her forehead, their expressions darkened simultaneously. "Ali, how could you wander into Wuling Mountain alone? Do you not realize how dangerous it is here?" Shen Li remained silent, her innocent and frail eyes gazing back at them. Chapter 9. A Family in Disarray. Shen Qian took a deep breath. "Father, elder brother, let us head out. Mother and sister-in-law must be worried." Shen Jingyuan asked, "Ali, can you still walk? Do you need me to carry you?" Shen Li shook her head. "Elder brother, I can walk by myself." As they exited Wuling Mountain, the three men surrounded Shen Li, quickly reaching the small hillside outside. Lin Cui rushed over to embrace Shen Li tightly. "Ali, why did you run off?" After a moment of holding her, Lin Cui released her grip, her gaze scanning Shen Li's form and noticing the torn clothing and blood on her forehead. Shen Li clasped her hands behind her back. "Father, mother, I didn't mean to go in. Please don't be angry. I want to wander off again." Lin Sui's eyes were brimming with tears as she urged, "Let us return home first, so that we may tend to your wounds." Upon arriving in the village, Lin Sui handed Shen Qian 20 copper coins, instructing, "Lao Si, go procure some medicine." She then took Shen Li by the hand and led her home, where Su Taohua prepared a pot of water for Shen Li to bathe. After Shen Li emerged from her bath, Lin Sui's gaze fell upon the bruises adorning her daughter's body, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Shen Li, feeling overwhelmed, thought to herself how her mother, despite her great strength, possessed an inherently gentle nature, and her tears flowed all too easily. "Mother, these wounds are nothing to fret over. Please do not cry." "All right," Lin Sui replied, having inspected her daughter and confirmed that the injuries were merely bruises and scrapes. She then felt reassured enough to apply medicine to Shen Li's forehead. Once Shen Li had donned her clothing, she found herself surrounded by her parents. Ali, did you venture into the mountains today in pursuit of silver? Shen Li hesitated before nodding. One could say that. Ali, regarding matters of silver, your father will find a solution. You needn't go into the mountains again. Although their daughter was as strong as her mother, she had never ventured into the mountains and remained oblivious to their inherent dangers. Shen Li lowered her gaze, twisting her fingers nervously. Father, can you safeguard the silver you earn? Shen Changshan observed that his daughter seemed to have gained confidence after sustaining her head injury, believing it to be a positive development. Ali, I will devise a plan to partition our household swiftly. Oh. Subsequently, Shen Li found herself alone in her room, enduring the emotional onslaught of her mother and sister-in-law's tears. Her father and elder brother had taken their game to the town to sell. Shen Jiaojiao stood at the threshold of her room, gazing at the tightly shut door of the main house, pondering what had transpired to prompt her sister-in-law's hurried return. A sense of unease washed over her. She had never felt this way before. Her instincts hinted that she had lost something of great significance. Coupled with her sister-in-law's peculiar behavior, could it be related to the main house? Shen Li remained unaware of Shen Jiaojiao's thoughts, for the space had already come into her possession, and Shen Jiaojiao was destined to remain forever estranged from it. Shen Li looked helplessly at her mother and sister-in-law. Mother. Sister-in-law, please cease your crying. I have already emerged from the gates of the underworld. My future is destined to be filled with blessings. Lin Suitsue reached out to touch Shen Li's forehead, bemused. There is no fever. Why are you speaking such nonsense? Fortunately, the two women refrained from further lamenting, and a strip of cotton cloth was wrapped around Shen Li's forehead, torn from her undergarment. Shen Li hurriedly opened the door and stepped outside, immediately locking eyes with Shen Jiaojiao. Noticing her inquisitive gaze, Shen Li offered a faint smile. Shen Jiaojiao trembled slightly. She recalled her sister-in-law mentioning that Shen Li had lost her memory. Though Shen Li's smile resembled those of the past, it bore an unsettling undertone. Shen Jiaojiao's eyes flickered as she moved closer. Ali, what happened to your face? Shen Li summoned her mental energy, ensnaring Shen Jiaojiao's ankle, causing her to tumble to the ground. My dear. Yang Chanong, upon arriving at the courtyard, witnessed Shen Jiaojiao's fall and hurried to assist her, gently blowing on her scraped hand. With red-rimmed eyes, Shen Jiaojiao replied, Mother, I am fine. Yang Chanong, upon seeing Shen Li, felt a surge of anger. You wretched child. How dare you push my Jiaojiao? Shen Li rolled her eyes dramatically in front of the elder matriarch. I say, grandmother, could you not open your eyes and observe that we are standing 2 paces apart? Moreover, if I had truly pushed her, she would be lying outside the courtyard. After finishing her retort, Shen Li entered the house, inadvertently pushing Lin Suitsue and Su Taohua, who had come out to investigate the commotion, inside as well. Yang Chanong pointed a trembling finger at Shen Li's retreating figure, muttering, such a little wretch, utterly uncouth. Mother, it hurts. Shen Jiaojiao interjected, cutting off her mother's tirade. Yang Chanong quickly helped her daughter inside to treat her wounds. Ali, what transpired outside? Oh, it is nothing. My sister-in-law merely tripped, and grandmother assumed I had pushed her. Lin Suitsue nodded, having overheard her daughter's earlier remarks, but chose to feign ignorance. As evening descended, Shen Changshan and his 2 sons returned from the town, bringing with them a package of mung bean cakes and 6 large meat buns for Shen Li. The family gathered in one room, while outside, Yang Chanong resumed her scolding, but no one paid her any mind. Shen Li held a meat bun, taking a hearty bite, savoring its delightful flavor. How long had it been since she had tasted such a delectable dish? Overcome with emotion, she thought, this is simply wonderful. Seeing Shen Li so content, Shen Changshan and Lin Suitsue refrained from eating, wishing to reserve the buns for her. Shen Li mumbled, Father, Mother, why aren't you eating? This marked the first time since her memory loss that she had called them father and mother, and the couple felt a surge of emotion. Eat. Ali loves to eat. Next time, father will bring you more. Observing their daughter's newfound cheerfulness, Shen Changshan felt a profound sense of relief. After the meal, he produced the earnings from his recent hunting endeavors, totaling 3 taels of silver. Lin Suitsue gazed at the substantial sum for the first time, instinctively glancing at the door to ensure it was securely locked, allowing her to breathe easier. Father, we must hide this money well. If grandmother discovers it, we shall be in trouble, Shen Qian cautioned. Indeed, I understand. I will keep it safe. Li, busy cooking, looked at the tightly shut door and inquired, "Mother, what do you think they're discussing inside? Surely they aren't hiding silver from you?" Upon hearing this, the matriarch stormed to the main door, banging on the rickety wooden frame. "Eldest, why are you loafing about at home all day? Hurry and come out, or you shall go hungry tonight." Shen Changshan opened the door, casting a glance at his mother. "Mother, what are you saying? I am merely resting a few days. Why the urgency?" He then stepped past her into the kitchen, waiting for dinner to be served. The rest of the family followed suit, taking their places around the table, awaiting their meal. Yang Chunong, bearing dishes, and the elder, along with Shin Jiaojiao, also gathered at the table. Shin Qian rose to take the dishes from Li, asking, "Second aunt, what are we having today?" The previously composed individuals rushed to bring the dishes to the table. Shen Changshan raised an eyebrow at the bowl of wild vegetable pancakes, noticing the quantity was insufficient for each person to have one. "If there are not enough for everyone, perhaps we should forgo them." As the other members of the Shen family observed this, they saw Shen Changshan divide the pancakes, leaving only 2 remaining in the bowl. The plate of eggs intended to nourish the elderly man was similarly shared among the family, leaving only 2 forlorn eggs and some dried chili flakes. Yang Chunhong felt her patience reaching its limit. The eldest son's family had been causing disturbances these past few days, as if they were intent on driving her out of the household. "Father and mother, dinner is served." "Dinner? What is there to eat?" she retorted, noticing that the pot of coarse rice porridge had dwindled to mere broth. "With only 2 pancakes and so little food on the table, is this sufficient? Eldest brother and sister-in-law, how could you be so inconsiderate? Father and mother have toiled all day and returned to find nothing to eat." Shen Changshan took a sip of the porridge and glanced at Li. "Sister-in-law, you are right. After a long day of toil, your parents are exhausted, and the meager meal you prepared is insufficient. Hurry and cook some more." Li widened her eyes in disbelief. "Elder brother, you." Chapter 10. Parents should not be divided. "You unfilial son. I raised you with great effort, and what has it amounted to? Now, for the sake of a worthless burden, you have turned your back on me. It would be better to drive your whole family away, out of sight, out of mind." Shen Changshan calmly lifted his gaze from his bowl of food, regarding his mother. "Mother, what are you saying? Since ancient times, parents and children have not been separated. Are you not cursing yourself?" Yang Chuanhong's face shifted between shades of green and white, her teeth clenched as she searched the kitchen for a suitable tool. Today, if she did not teach this rebellious son a lesson, she would no longer be called Yang Chunong. The others, upon hearing Shen Changshan's words, displayed expressions of profound astonishment. Did the elder brother just curse their parents and grandparents? Shen Jinghuan, Su Taohua, and Shen Qianan stared at Shen Changshan in shock, wondering if he had lost his mind. Shen Li cast several puzzled glances at her father, questioning what script he was following. A daughter sacrificed to the heavens, wielding boundless power? Only Lin Suitsue remained unfazed, continuing to eat her meal, knowing that Shen Changshan was never one to be foolishly filial. The endurance he exhibited for so many years was solely for the sake of that meager familial bond, which had gradually faded in the relentless grind of daily life. The plight of his daughter was merely the final straw that broke the camel's back. His true nature was now laid bare. Since turning 14, the eldest son had not treated her with such disdain. Yang Chunong, upon witnessing his current demeanor, erupted in fury. Brandishing a wooden stick the size of an infant's arm, she approached Shen Changshan with a grim expression. Shen Dajiang said nothing about his wife's actions. After all, the eldest son's family had been overstepping lately, so a lesson from his wife might do them some good. "Eldest son, what do you intend to do? You and these little brats do nothing but sit idly by in the fields. What do you aim to achieve?" She gestured angrily at Shen Li. "For the sake of this worthless burden? She is not suffering, is she? She is eating and drinking just fine. Do you expect our parents to apologize?" Shen Changshan placed his chopsticks down, raising his gaze to Yang Chunong. Did she truly believe that if she sweet-talked him as before, showered him with favors, he would revert to being the obedient workhorse he once was? Mother Ali was knocked down and lost consciousness for 2 days. She nearly did not wake up. Shen Changshan met Yang Chuanhong's eyes, his tone steady and devoid of dramatic fluctuation. "And so what? She has awakened now, she is fine. Yet you, time and again, defy me for the sake of that worthless burden." Shen Changshan interrupted the elderly woman's words, raising his voice. "Mother, the worthless burden you speak of is my daughter. You, eldest son, what do you intend?" Shen Changshan glanced at Shen Dajiang. I don't intend anything. Life can continue as it has. Continue? How do you intend for it to continue? A family that does nothing but wait for meals? By the way, parents, you should hasten to arrange a marriage for Wensong. My third and fourth children are not small anymore. Preparations should begin. Yang Chunong gasped, nearly choking on her breath, raising the stick in her hand to strike Shen Changshan. He swiftly intercepted her, declaring, I have already repaid the bowl of medicine from when I was 14 tenfold to our parents. Yang Chunong stared at him. A mix of familiarity and strangeness on her face, momentarily stunned, glancing at Shen Dajiang. Shen Dajiang's piercing gaze bore into his eldest son. No matter what. We are your parents. I know, so do not provoke me further. You are well aware of my previous temperament. With that, he snatched the stick from Yang Chuanhong's grasp and cast it to the ground. Bang! Shen Dajiang sat down in shock, unable to comprehend. He lied. Upon hearing her elder brother's words, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Over the years, thanks to the eldest brother's family, they had managed to farm and earn a living. If they ceased their efforts, who would tend to the household chores? Their income would dwindle significantly. Eldest brother. How can you treat our parents this way? Xin Jiao stepped forward to defend her parents, eldest brother and sister-in-law. Your actions are excessive. There are no parents without faults in this world. Meanwhile, the youngest son of the second household, Shen Changyu, was already hungry, his stomach growling. And there was little food left on the table. Father, mother, I'm hungry. I want to eat eggs. When no one paid him any mind, he nudged his mother. Mother. The room fell silent, everyone stunned into submission by Shen Changshan's presence, disregarding him entirely. He too, like his uncle's family, plopped down in a chair and began eating the remaining wild vegetable pancakes. Shen Changshan surveyed his family members seated beside him. Have you all eaten your fill? His wife and children nodded in silence. Then let us depart. Shen Li glanced back at the others in the room, noticing a certain air of indifference emanating from her father. It seemed he was not as foolish as he appeared. Now, awakened, he could single-handedly contend with the Shen family. In the kitchen, after Shen Changshan's family departed, a heavy silence enveloped the space, with only Shen Changyou's eating sounds breaking the stillness. After a while, He Li finally mustered the courage to speak. Father, mother, it is not sustainable for elder brother's family to stop farming. Moreover, our household's grain cannot withstand such waste. In just a few days, the main household has consumed half a month's worth of food for everyone. This cannot continue. I must lock up the grain tomorrow to prevent them from squandering it. He Li fell silent. Locking it up had not worked before, had it? They consumed it all the same. In fact, their consumption had only intensified. The chickens were nearly depleted, and soon they would be eyeing the pigs. He Li's words pierced Yang Chuanhong's heart, causing her pain. Old man, what should we do about the eldest son? We cannot beat him, nor can we scold him. It is all that old woman's fault for indulging that rebellious child. After all these years, that rebellious son has reverted to his old self. Had I known it would come to this, I would have let him follow that old hag. Shen Jiao stepped forward to massage her mother's shoulders. Mother, do not let this distress your health. We will have a good talk with elder brother. He will calm down. No matter what, we cannot mention dividing the family. That would hurt elder brother. He Li shot a glance at her sister-in-law, thinking that if it weren't for her meddling, there would not be so many problems. Yet, she only dared to voice her thoughts internally, not outwardly. Yang Chuanhong's eyes lit up, turning to Shen Dajiang with excitement. Old man, let us divide the family. Cast them out and see if they can still cause trouble. Shen Dajiang sighed. Do not speak such nonsense. Parents should not be divided. With that rebellious son's attitude, having him in this household will shorten our lives by several years. Shen Dajiang. He Li felt a surge of anxiety. They absolutely could not allow the elder brother's family to be divided. No, tomorrow I will send a message to the second son, asking him to return and persuade our parents. We must not allow the family to split. This matter can be discussed later. Go fetch some grain and prepare something to eat. Nightfall is approaching. Yang Chunong rose to fetch some provisions, her mouth spewing curses directed at the Shen Changshan family. Upon returning to the house, Shen Qianan turned to his father, Shen Changshan, and asked, Father, do you think this will drive grandfather and grandmother too hard? Might they decide to cast us out? Yes, replied Shen Changshan, but in truth, we will not gain much from such a separation. Shen Jingwan glanced at his mother, wife, and sister, wishing only for them to be distanced from the burdens. Over the years, his mother and sister had endured considerable humiliation, and even Taohua had suffered her fair share of disdain. If they could part ways, the provisions would certainly fall into the hands of that family. Shen Li observed her somewhat ineffectual father and realized that at last, they were not all mere pushover figures. This was indeed uplifting news. The following day, Lady set out early in the morning, seeking someone in the village to deliver a message to Shen Changfeng. Consequently, Yang Chuanhong's voice rose again, filling the courtyard with her tirade. Shen Li covered her ears. The thatched house they resided in offered no soundproofing whatsoever. Whenever discussions took place indoors, they had to be conducted in hushed tones, lest they be overheard by second aunt or others. After exhausting both her wood-based and psychic abilities the previous night, Shen Li had hoped for a longer rest this morning. Instead, she glanced out the window at the still dark sky, marveling at her grandmother's boundless energy. The key was her refusal to waste her vigor on internal strife. Shen Li shared a room with her parents, separated only by a bamboo curtain, with one family member on each side. There were also 2 additional thatched rooms, one for her elder brother and sister-in-law, and the other for her younger brothers. As for the more spacious quarters, they were certainly not destined for their occupancy. The other 2 thatched houses had been constructed by Shen Changshan's own hands. TSK. Shen Li's head injury had yet to heal, and while she could not sleep, it did not prevent her from lounging in bed. Yang Chunong had exhausted her vitriol, yet none from the main house emerged, further inflaming her ire. What was even more infuriating was that they had to cook for the entire family. Otherwise, that unscrupulous bunch would be pilfering her food supplies yet again. The sole hen remaining in the household was kept solely because Shen Changshan insisted on providing his daughter with an egg each day. Otherwise, it would have surely disappeared into their bellies long ago. A family of debt collectors, she lamented, wondering what sins she had committed to bear such an unfilial child. Their neighbor, Aunt Yun, rolled her eyes upon hearing young Chuanhong's morning outburst. Oh please, as if anyone is unaware of who the real debtors are. Everyone in Shen Li village knows how the Shen family has treated the main household like a workhorse for years. After so long, anyone would have their limits. Especially considering how ill-tempered Changshan was in his youth. Moreover, to hurl insults at his daughter, who has just escaped the clutches of death, is akin to pouring salt on an open wound. One wonders what spell young Chunong is under, believing her daughter to be destined for glory while treating the main household with such disdain. TSK, who knows who the truly fortunate ones will be in the future. As the family anticipated breakfast, they finally rose from their slumber. When young Chunong saw them seated at the table, she nearly hurled the basin she was carrying at that ungrateful family. Eat. All you do is eat. You consume more than pigs. Shen Changshan ignored her outburst, calmly ladling thick rice porridge from the basin, ensuring each person received a wild vegetable pancake. Noticing Shen Jiao entering, he remarked, "Little sister, did you hear what mother said? You do nothing all day, is that not shameful?" Shen Jiao, taken aback, asked, "What is brother talking about?" Yang Chuanhong's face darkened. "You cannot even keep your mouth shut while eating. You are always looking for trouble." Lady, entering with dishes in hand, carefully placed 2 eggs on the table. Shen Changshan reached out and set one before Shen Li, saying, "Ollie, eat." Just as Lady attempted to take an egg from the bowl, Yang Chenong smacked her hand away. "All you know is to eat. This is for Jiao. Mother, Cheng Yu hasn't had an egg in days. If you want eggs, go find a chicken, let it lay more for you." Lady protested. She woke early to cook and then has to be scolded. Is there no justice? Shen Changshan paid no heed to the commotion, urging everyone to eat quickly. Shen Li observed that her grandmother was venting her frustrations indiscriminately. Yang Chuanhong's tirade continued until Shen Dajiang entered, at which point she fell silent. Shen Dajiang, with a grim expression, walked into the kitchen, his mood soured by the morning's events. Yang Chunong recognized that her husband had arrived and quieted her complaints. The Shen Changshan family finished their breakfast and exited the kitchen, leaving Shen Dajiang and Yang Chunong exchanging glances, their expressions even more grim. Shen Changyu bounced into the kitchen, asking, Mother, where are my eggs?" Lady quickly covered her youngest son's mouth to shield him from their parents' ire. While young Chunong usually lavished affection on this grandson, her temper left no room for leniency at that moment. Eat. Afterward, you will go out to gather pig forage or skip lunch altogether." Shen Changyu froze, tears quickly welling in his eyes. Seeing her precious son being scolded, Lady snapped, "What does this have to do with Cheng Yu? If you're angry, Take it out on the one who upset you. Yang Chuanhong's composure was nearly shattered by her second daughter-in-law's retort. Enough, let us eat. With her husband's intervention, Yang Chunong glared at her daughter-in-law, who typically appeared to be a source of trouble. Shen Changshan addressed his wife and children. I will take the eldest and fourth to the mountains. Do not let anyone bully you at home. Ali, you are not allowed to enter the mountains until your injuries heal. Shen Li nodded in agreement. She had no intention of venturing into the mountains just yet. Now that she had secured her space, it was best to focus on her recovery. Lin Suitsue replied earnestly, you all go ahead. I will ensure that Taohua and Ali are well protected. Thus, Shen Changshan and his two sons headed back to the mountains. Yang Chunong watched their departing figures and muttered to her husband, what on earth does the eldest family do in those mountains all day? There is so much work here. Yet they never lend a hand. One would think they were born to do nothing. Shen Dajiang's expression shifted to one of contemplation. It was true that his eldest son had learned invaluable skills from hunters in his youth, often bringing back game for the family. Yet in recent times, he had distanced himself from the family, and they had seen neither hide nor hair of any game. This cannot continue. I must devise a plan to bring the eldest family back. Lin Suitsue and Su Taohua gathered dirty clothes into their baskets, intending to wash them by the river. Although there was a well at home, they preferred the river for washing. Ali, are you coming with us to the river? I will join you. Shen Li followed them to the riverbank. It was still early spring, and the water was quite cold, but the two women were accustomed to it. At that hour, few were washing clothes by the river, as most families were busy tending to their fields. Shen Li sat on a stone by the water, lost in thought as she gazed at the flowing current. It was not that she did not wish to help with the laundry, but her mother and sister-in-law had firmly declined her assistance. Lin Suitsue's reasoning was formidable, leaving the powerful Shen Li with no grounds for rebuttal. Ali, stay right there. Don't come over. You've been rather unfortunate lately, haven't you? Shen Li found herself momentarily speechless, feeling choked by the words. She was no longer unlucky. Yet, with lingering old injuries and new ones to contend with, it seemed she had no valid counterargument. Resolutely, she sat upon the riverbank, extending her hand toward a patch of grass nearby, channeling her wood-based abilities to nurture it. Within moments, the surrounding grass shot up by 10 centimeters. And only then did Shen Li retract her hand, her powers fully exhausted. Having depleted her wood abilities, she turned to her psychic powers, probing into the depths of the river. There, she discovered a variety of fish, grass carp, crucian carp, koi, and numerous unnamed small fish, along with a fair share of river shrimp and clams nestled in the riverbed. Shen Li explored the farthest reaches with her psychic prowess until it was entirely spent. At that moment, her mother and sister-in-law returned, having finished washing clothes, and together they made their way home. On the way back, they gathered a handful of broom grass and spotted a small cluster of wild garlic flourishing by the roadside. Shen Li picked up a stick and uprooted them all. Chapter 12. The Breaking Point. This patch of wild vegetables thrived beautifully, and after gathering a handful, Shen Li ceased her efforts. Mother, let us stir-fry these with eggs for lunch. All right. It's just a few eggs, Ali, if you want to eat. Go fetch some, Su Taohua remarked, glancing at the wild garlic Ali had collected, which they often used to saute with meat. Upon returning to the Shen household, everyone except Shen Jiaojiao had gone out to work the fields. With their absence, the three women found a certain ease in their solitude. As dusk approached, Shen Changfeng returned, carrying several packages. Shen Li glanced up at him, realizing with a jolt that she could no longer recognize him. Ali, where are your grandparents? Are you home alone? I don't know. Shen Changfeng maintained a light smile, unfazed by Shen Li's treatment of him. Shen Jiaojiao emerged from her room upon hearing her second brother's voice. Second brother, you're back. It's been quite a while since I've seen Jiaojiao. You've grown more beautiful. Shen Jiaojiao blushed at the compliment. Second brother, why are you back today? I need to discuss something with father and mother. Here, take this pack of pastries to entertain Ali. Shen Jiaojiao took it eagerly. As Shen Changfeng entered the house, Jiaojiao, with the pastries in hand, hesitated to approach Shen Li, intimidated by her glare. Shen Li stood up and snatched the pastries from Jiaojiao's grasp. I want to play with you. It's bad for my health. Jiaojiao, mortified and furious, shot a glare at Shen Li's retreating figure. Ali, did your second uncle return? I don't recognize him. Mother, is big sister hungry? Let us have some pastries. Where did these come from? I don't know, but they're not poisoned. Lin Suizue, under the watchful eye of young Chanong, produced 5 eggs. What on earth does the eldest family need with so many eggs? Heavens above, have they lost their conscience? Shen Li had already chopped the wild garlic and cracked 5 eggs into the mixture, adding a pinch of salt for flavor. Lin Suizue had cleaned the pot, and Shen Li, under young Chanong's scrutiny, scooped a dollop of lard. Young Chanong clutched her heart, exclaiming, "You little wretch. You don't understand the value of basic necessities, do you? Oh heavens, what sin have I committed to deserve such unfilial offspring?" Shen Li paid no heed to her lamentations, pouring in the eggs. With a sizzle, the aroma of wild garlic scrambled eggs soon filled the kitchen. Old Master Shen beamed upon seeing his second son return, but his joy waned when the meal commenced and he spotted the Shen Changshan family. Shen Li placed the platter of scrambled eggs before her family, and as they began to eat, she swiftly divided the eggs, leaving none behind in the dish. Yang Chuanhong's lips quivered uncontrollably, her hand shaking as she pointed at Shen Li. You. Shen Changfeng grasped her hand. "Mother, let us eat." He observed his elder brother's family and felt a sense of change. They no longer paid heed to their mother, and Shen Li's audacity had grown. Although it was rare for the second son to return, young Chanong suppressed her simmering anger and began to eat. The dinner table bore little variety. Just a dish of sauteed wild vegetables and a plate of stir-fried meat brought back by Shen Changfeng. After the meal, Shen Changfeng, Shen Dajiang, and young Chanong retreated into the house, their conversation remaining a mystery until they emerged 15 minutes later. Shen Changfeng knocked on Shen Changshan's door. "Elder brother. Father and mother are waiting for you in the main room." Shen Changshan glanced at his younger brother and nodded. Soon, the family gathered in the main room, where old Master Shen sat with his eyes closed, lost in thought. Young Chanong wore a secretly excited expression, especially as she looked toward Shen Changshan's family, her disdain barely concealed. Perhaps she had never intended to conceal it. The room fell silent, with no one speaking. Noticing their silence, Shen Changshan lowered his head. After a cup of tea had passed, Shen Dajiang sighed deeply. "Elder brother, you've made enough of a ruckus these past days. Now share your thoughts." Shen Changshan, with a hint of mockery in his eyes, raised his head and responded, "Father, what thoughts could I possibly have? We are family, we should all do our part, doing more where we can and less where we cannot." He Li inwardly scoffed at her uncle's feigned ignorance, knowing that after today, once her son passed the scholar examination, they would be worlds apart. Seeing his elder brother revert to his previous simple-minded demeanor, Shen Dajiang felt a pang of reluctance, but suppressed it, recalling Shen Changfeng's words. "Elder brother, I know you have been dissatisfied with the way I and your mother have acted over the years. Father, what are you saying? As the eldest son, I still must provide for you and mother in your old age." For some reason, those words struck a discordant note in Yang Chuanhong's ears. Shen Dajiang's brow furrowed slightly. Suppressing his displeasure, his elder brother had indeed distanced himself from them. When Song was about to take the scholar examination, a significant event for their family. However, this required some connections and 100 taels of silver. The second son had already gathered 60 taels, leaving the rest to be sourced from the family. Shen Changshan exclaimed with joy, "That's wonderful. The silver is with mother, she can just hand it over, and later when the second brother has money, he can return it." Shen Changfeng and He Li exchanged alarmed glances. "Return it?" Young Chanong slammed her hand on the table. "Elder brother, consider what you're saying. When Song's examination is a family affair, what do you mean by returning?" "Haha, what mother says is true. I too shall benefit from it in the future. But the silver in question should rightfully include a share for our first family. It seems inappropriate for father and mother to simply give it to the second brother. Let the second brother write an IOU." As soon as he uttered these words, both the couples from the second household and Shen Dajiang felt a sudden tension in their foreheads. "Eldest brother, this money is indeed a shared burden. There is no point in discussing whether to lend or not." Shen Changshan raised his gaze to meet Shen Dajiang's. "Why did you call me here, father?" "Oh, I see." The naive expression on Shen Changshan's face vanished as he stared at them, articulating each word with precision. "The family can indeed produce this sum, but once it is dispersed, little silver will remain. So, you intend for our household to continue serving as the family's purse, is that it? Eldest brother? Big brother?" Shen Dajiang and Shen Changfeng's expressions darkened, as Shen Changshan's words felt akin to tearing their facade apart and trampling it underfoot. Shen Li shook her head in disbelief. What did these individuals take the main household for? A glimmer of darkness flickered in Shen Qianan's eyes. They truly were playing both sides. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingyuan and Su Taohua gazed at the second household and the elders with indignation. Shen Dajiang gasped for breath, closing his eyes before declaring, "Eldest brother, if you disagree, then perhaps we should partition the household and live separately." Shen Changshan's face flickered with disbelief. "Father, you wish to cast me out? I am the eldest son, destined to care for you both in your twilight years. If we must divide, then it should be the second household that leaves. How can the main household be the one to depart?" At the mention of twilight years, Shen Dajiang's mouth twitched involuntarily. Shen Changfeng stepped forward to mediate. "Eldest brother, once Wensong passes the imperial examination, our family's fortunes will surely improve." Shen Changshan interjected. "But what if he fails? All the silver would be squandered." "Eldest brother, cease this talk." Shen Changfeng retorted, "Wensong is your nephew. How can you speak so pessimistically?" Yang Chanong and he ladies stood up in anger, glaring at Shen Changshan. "Have I said something incorrect? Every situation has its pros and cons. Who among you can guarantee that Wensong will succeed?" The group fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words, yet reluctant to dampen their hopes. "I do not agree to a partition. If you seek silver, write an IOU, or else there shall be no discussion." "Ah, eldest brother, you've grown wings, it seems, and no longer heed our parents' words." Upon finishing her statement, Yang Chanong rushed towards Shen Changshan, raising her hand to strike him. Slap. Shen Changshan did not evade, merely fixing his gaze upon Yang Chanong. His mother had harbored disdain for him since childhood, and the reason was simple: he was raised by his grandmother, while Yang Chanong and his grandmother were at odds. Naturally, she would not favor the son nurtured by her rival. He turned to Shen Changfeng. "Father, second brother, what are your intentions?" "Big brother, we are family. Once Wensong succeeds, we shall all share in the benefits." "Must we be so divided at this moment?" Shen Changshan nodded. "Second brother, your reasoning is sound." Shen Changfeng and Shen Dajiang's faces brightened, but the next moment, Shen Changshan's words rendered them completely speechless. "In that case, let the second brother adopt Wensong under my name. This way, no IOU will be necessary." Shen Dajiang and Shen Changfeng were left in utter bewilderment, while he lady exploded. "Eldest brother, what on earth are you plotting? What, do you disagree?" Shen Changshan's expression turned cold as he scrutinized his parents and the second household. Yang Chanong raised her hand again, only to be caught by Shen Changshan. "Mother, every matter has its limits." Shen Jiao stepped forward. "Eldest brother, release her." "How can you treat our mother this way?" "Father, mother, and second brother are correct. You must not be so obstinate. It benefits no one." Releasing his grip, Shen Jiao caught the retreating Yang Chanong. "This is unacceptable, and that is as well. Is it simply because you stand to gain nothing?" Shen Changfeng's smile vanished, his expression turning dark. Shen Dajiang's face mirrored his anger. "Eldest brother, given your current stance, do you truly expect me to rely on you for my old age? I'd sooner send myself and your mother away. Tonight, we shall partition the household. If we do not, it may be uncertain whether your mother and I will survive until next year." Hearing this from his grandfather, Shen Qianan stepped forward to speak, only to be restrained by Shen Li. She gently shook her head at her fourth brother, indicating that they, as juniors, should refrain from intervening. Besides, their father was no fool. Shen Changshan gazed at Shen Dajiang, hurt evident on his face. "Father, how can you say such things? If this gets out, how shall I show my face in the village? If it were to reach the academy, how could Wensong still aspire to pass the examination?" Shen Chafeng was taken aback. "Eldest brother, what do you mean by that?" Shen Dajiang regained his composure. Do not be deceived by the eldest's seemingly honest demeanor, if provoked. His past nature could resurface, especially when it concerns Wensong. With this thought, his expression softened somewhat. "Changshan, a tree must spread its branches, and a son must eventually establish his own household. Let us proceed with the partition." Shen Changshan, face darkened, responded, "If we are to divide, let us first discuss the terms." The members of the second household and their parents exchanged glances, uncertain how to approach the division, knowing full well that the main household would never agree to their terms. An eerie silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to break the quiet. Shen Changshan leaned back in his chair. "Mother, how much silver do we have? How much land and possessions?" "I propose that my second brother and I each take 30%, leaving the remaining 40% for our parents and younger sister." "Unacceptable! Unacceptable! Unacceptable!" Shen Changshan wore a sardonic smile. "This is not acceptable, nor is that. Pray tell, what do you desire? After a prolonged appraisal of their expressions, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I see now. You wish for the main household to vacate without a single penny." Lin Suetsue's face flushed with rage as she pointed at the second household and their in-laws. Is this your notion of a family partition? How does one typically divide a household? Shen Changshan had pierced through their intentions, leaving them feeling exposed and embarrassed. Then there is nothing further to discuss. He turned to leave when Shen Li interjected, "Elders, are you implying that we shall no longer require my father as support in our old age?" Yang Chanong and Shen Chongfeng exchanged glances, pondering whether they could expel the main household without parting with any silver. Both turned their gaze toward Shen Dajiang, who had paused, seemingly awaiting his response. Shen Dajiang understood the thoughts of his wife and second son, deeply disapproving of their ideas. Yet, considering the eldest brother's family's attitude, it seemed increasingly clear that they could no longer rely on them for support in their twilight years. Closing his eyes, he resigned himself. Very well, let it be so. Qianan, summon the clan elders. Shen Changshan's tall figure stiffened momentarily, disbelief washing over him as he turned to Shen Dajiang. The latter kept his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to Shen Changshan's gaze. The room remained silent, with no one daring to speak at such a critical juncture. Meanwhile, the youngest, Shen Changyu, was kept inside by He Lady to avoid any disturbances. Half an hour later, Shen Qianan returned with 3 clan elders. Though these elders were of the same generation as Shen Dajiang, they were learned men with excellent reputations within the clan. Upon arrival, they had already heard from Shen Qianan about the division of the household, yet they sat in silence, not uttering a word. Dajiang, since we are to partition, please articulate how you wish to divide the household. Shen Dajiang struggled to find the words. Eldest brother Yang Chunong glanced at the elders before speaking. Eldest brother, we wish to expel the main household. The elder of the clan chose to feign ignorance regarding the underlying tensions within the family. Very well. How shall we divide the assets? The main house would receive 1 acre of rice paddy, 2 acres of dry land, and 100 caddies of grain, along with the thatched cottage they currently resided in. As these words fell from Shen Dajiang's lips, the gazes of everyone in the room converged upon him, particularly the 3 clan elders, whose expressions bore a hint of astonishment. Yang Chunong, however, was incensed. Had it not been stated that nothing would be divided? Old man, be silent. Yang Chunong attempted to voice her thoughts, only to be silenced by Shen Dajiang's sharp retort. The clan elder regarded Shen Dajiang, inquiring, "Is your proposed division not akin to expelling them from the family altogether?" Shen Dajiang's face grew a shade uncomfortable. "Brother, let it be this way. I shall not rely on the main house for my old age." The 3 clan elders exchanged glances, then turned to Shen Changshan. "Changshan, what is your perspective on this matter?" Shen Changshan appeared somewhat despondent, for his parents had already made their decision, leaving him, as the eldest son, with little recourse. The clan elder turned to Shen Dajiang, his tone grave. "Shen Dajiang, are you resolute in this division?" Shen Dajiang cast a glance at his eldest son, and then at his second son before finally nodding in agreement. Seeing that the family was in concord, the 3 elders ceased their objections. They produced ink and paper, commencing the drafting of the division document. Aside from the 3 acres of land and 100 caddies of grain, Yang Chunong forbade them from taking any other possessions from the household. The 3 elders exchanged several glances at Yang Chunong before reluctantly averting their gaze. The 3 clan elders maintained a stance of impartiality, and the division document clearly stated that the parents would no longer be dependent on the main house, effectively serving as a covert severance of familial ties. 3 copies of the document were made, one for Shen Dajiang, one for Shen Changshan, and one to be held in the clan's archives. As Shen Changshan perused the document, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. His parents truly exhibited favoritism. With the division concluded, the elders took their leave, and Shen Qianan escorted each of them back to their homes before returning. Once the elders departed, Shen Changshan addressed his parents. "We shall move to the cabin at the foot of the mountain tomorrow, so as not to disturb you any further." With that, he departed, and the others hastily followed suit. Upon returning to the couple's quarters, Shen Li had anticipated that her father would be disheartened. However, he bore a completely different demeanor now. The sky had darkened, and they resolved to rise early the next morning to pack their belongings for the move to the foot of the mountain. Chapter 14. The Move. To her surprise, Shen Dajiang had considered the logistics thoroughly. Residing here was indeed inconvenient for cooking and storing items. The move to the foot of the mountain. where fewer households existed, would prove advantageous for their family. Early the next morning, the family busied themselves. Yang Chunong and he lady remained vigilant at home, anxious that they might carry away items from the household. Their concerns, however, were unfounded. They only packed their personal belongings, neglecting to cast a glance at anything else. Exchanging glances, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law noted how the main house's actions appeared petty. Later, as Shen Changshan wheeled out a wooden cart, they refrained from requesting an inspection of their belongings. The family's possessions were minimal, and with the addition of the 100 caddies of grain, the cart did not seem overcrowded. As they pushed the cart out of the Shen family's courtyard, Lin Suitsue and Shen Li turned back. Elder sister, Ollie, have you forgotten something? The mother and daughter ignored her, each moving to either side of the thatched cottage before simultaneously delivering a kick. With a resounding crash, the cottage collapsed mere seconds later. Yang Chunong and he lady, standing nearby, were engulfed in a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. You two little wretches. Who permitted you to demolish the house? Cough, cough. This is our property. Since we are no longer residing here, it certainly cannot be left for outsiders. You worthless scoundrel, who is the outsider? Yang Chunong was incensed upon witnessing their well-orchestrated move. The thatched cottage had served a purpose, yet now it lay in ruins. Casting a glance at the fuming matriarch at the courtyard entrance, Shen Li retorted, "Grandmother, we have already divided the family. Who do you say is the outsider?" After speaking, the mother and daughter hastily exited the Shen family courtyard, leaving behind the impotent fury of the two women. Ali, do you think your father will be angry with us for this? Shen Li plucked a wildflower from the roadside and replied, "Mother, he won't be angry." The duo had never visited the small cabin at the foot of the mountain before, but upon arrival, they found it had been mostly tidied up, likely by Shen Changshan, along with his eldest and fourth brothers. The cabin showed signs of decay, and the roof was in disrepair, but after some cleaning, it would serve their needs for several months. The weeds in the yard had been cleared, and the three men were now rolling up their sleeves, preparing to climb onto the roof to patch up the leaks. The cabin's roof was tiled, and a considerable stack of tiles lay in the corner of the yard, evidently prepared by their father. Shen Li circled the yard, noting that the cabin was quite nice, with several rooms, including a main room and side wings. Adjacent to the main room were two additional rooms, one serving as a kitchen and the other empty. As she rummaged through her memories, she recalled that the family who once lived here had met a tragic end overnight, which explained the cabin's desolation. In the backyard, there was a neglected pond, with a few lotus leaves just beginning to sprout, indicating that the previous occupants might have been of some significance. As she returned to the front, she noticed her mother and sister-in-law busy cleaning the kitchen. The kitchen was reasonably intact, with a complete stove, and a pot resting on the shelf would suffice for cooking. Shen Li rolled up her sleeves to assist, fetching a basin of water from the backyard to clean the kitchen. An hour later, as Shen Changshan descended from the roof after completing the repairs, he heard Shen Li's stomach grumbling. It dawned on him that he had neglected to consider her needs. "Eldest, come with me to retrieve some supplies." Shen Li, intrigued, followed them to the backyard, where she watched her father lift a moss-covered large water tank, revealing the items concealed beneath. An iron pot, a large clay pot, a dozen earthen bowls, along with salt and some rice. "Father, when did you place these here?" "I brought them back from the town a few days ago. This place had been abandoned for quite some time. The timber could easily be gathered from the surroundings." Lin Suitsue and Su Taohua began cooking porridge while her father and brother cleared the weeds in the backyard. "Mother, I'm going out to gather some wild vegetables." "All right. Don't wander too far." With no vegetables at home, they couldn't survive on porridge alone. Shen Li took a basket and walked to the edge of the field at the foot of the mountain, picking up a stick and starting to pry up Shepherd's purse, which was thriving at the moment. After a while, she had gathered a good half-basket. As Shen Li ascended the mountain with her basket, she felt an emptiness in her stomach due to the lack of oil and fat in her diet. Previously, living with the family back home had made it inconvenient to supplement her meals, but now things were different. Entering the forest, she relaxed her senses and discovered a nest of wild chickens. Are these wild chickens incubating their eggs? Shen Li concealed her presence using her wood-based abilities and quietly approached the nest, gathering both the chickens and their nest into her spatial realm. Hehe. Soon I shall have wild chickens in my space. Startled by the sudden change in environment, The wild chickens quickly resumed their task of incubating their eggs upon realizing that their nest and chicks were still intact. After several days of experimentation, Shen Li discovered that the flow of time within this space varied significantly. Within a radius of 50 meters around the lotus pond, time flowed at a ratio of 1:3. Further into the space, the ratio gradually diminished to 1:1, while at the edges, there existed a region where time remained relatively stagnant. Shen Li felt quite satisfied upon reaching this point, deciding to store the meat and cooked food here. She placed a clutch of wild chickens at the edge where time flowed the fastest, as they too were a source of sustenance. Continuing her search for meat and vegetables in the mountains, she soon stumbled upon a wild rabbit. Shen Li picked up a small stone from the ground and, as the rabbit lowered its guard to nibble on the grass, she swiftly threw the stone. The gray, scruffy hair fell lifelessly to the ground. Shen Li approached and lifted it, weighing it in her hands. It was merely over 4 pounds. Likely a young rabbit just beginning to fatten up with the arrival of spring. However, the signs of drought had already begun to manifest. This spring had seen scarce rainfall. And while most people remained oblivious to the underlying concerns, the temperatures steadily climbed without a drop of rain in sight. If only this area were suffering from drought, relief supplies would surely be forthcoming. Yet, last autumn, the southern regions experienced months of unyielding dryness, followed by an unprecedented snowfall in winter, resulting in devastating casualties among the populace. After the spring floods, which displaced the inhabitants of 4 nearby counties, the looming threat of plague arrived, though news of it had been suppressed and failed to reach this region. This summer, locusts were anticipated to swarm the northern territories, leaving nothing in their wake. In contrast, the regions of Izhou and the 3 adjacent counties were poised to face a once-in-a-century drought. The government's exploitation and inaction had incited widespread unrest and rebellion among the refugees, all indications pointing towards the impending demise of the nation, with the common folk bearing the brunt of the suffering. Shen Li, a girl from the modern world who had crossed over, harbored no grand ambitions. Her only desire was to ensure her family's survival amidst the chaos. As for this world, it had its own fate, and she did not believe herself capable of intervening or that she possessed the fortune to do so. All she wished for in this lifetime was to live a tranquil and beautiful existence, to savor the pleasures she had never experienced before. With a joyful heart, Shen Li returned home, her basket in hand. Lin Suitsue, upon seeing her bounce with glee, hurried over and playfully pressed down on her head. "Ali, your injury hasn't healed yet, walk carefully." Shen Li looked up at her mother, feeling for the first time the awkwardness of her own height. Both her father and brothers towered above her at over 8 feet, while her mother stood at 7. Even her sister-in-law was slightly shorter than their mother. As for Shen Li, she barely grazed 5 feet. "What is this? Is my height being subjected to a downward negotiation? Mother, you mustn't pat my head like that again, or I might not grow any taller." In truth, her fragile heart had been hurt. "All right, I understand. I won't do it again." "Yes, mother. It's been ages since I had meat. I caught a rabbit." Lin Suitsue accepted the basket, unwrapping the leaves to reveal the rabbit. "Fine, we'll eat it tonight. For now, let us have a taste." Shen Li surveyed the disarray of the courtyard and the house. Soon enough, the wild vegetable porridge was ready, and after it cooled, the family gathered around to slurp it down. After setting down her bowl, Shen Li smacked her lips. It would suffice for a watery meal. Before long, several burly men appeared at the courtyard entrance. "Little sister, why didn't you tell us when you separated the household?" Lin Suitsue hurried out upon hearing the voices and was greeted by her 2 brothers and several nephews. "Elder brother, second brother, what brings you here?" "Little sister, tell me how the household division went," Lin Huhu said, his expression stern. Lin Suitsue hesitated. "Well, we just separated." Seeing his sister's demeanor, Lin Huhu and Lin Kuan felt a pang of discomfort, but could not express their grievances aloud. Shen Changshan emerged from the house upon hearing the commotion. "Elder brother and second brother have arrived. Auntie and uncle, what are you all standing around for? Hurry inside and lend a hand." Shen Changshan was not offended when his 2 brothers-in-law ignored him. After all, Suanyang had endured considerable hardship while following him. Shen Li looked up at her 2 uncles and 4 cousins, calling out to each of them with her slightly soiled face. The expressions of her uncles softened, and after exchanging a few words with her, her cousins joined in to help tidy up the courtyard. With their assistance, the yard was soon in order, and the rooms were cleaned, albeit lacking in furniture. Shen Li surveyed the tidy courtyard and adjusted her aching back. At last, it was clean. And the crumbling holes in the wall had been patched up. Lin Suitsue had boiled water in the morning, and now it had cooled. Each person took a bowl to drink. "Dear daughter, it's all tidied up. Father-in-law, you've come." Shen Changshan felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing his father-in-law. Lin Biao patted Shen Changshan's shoulder. "It's good that you've separated. Life will gradually improve." Shen Changshan's face displayed remorse. "Father-in-law, I will strive to do better." "Good. Dahu and Xiaokuan, go unload the cart and bring the items inside." He had initially intended to help but remembered they had moved to this old house without any furniture. So he went to retrieve 2 old beds instead. "Daughter, these beds are old, we'll have to make do." Lin Suitsue shook her head. "Father, if it weren't for you, we might have had to sleep on the floor tonight." Lin Biao observed his daughter's improved complexion compared to earlier and beckoned to Shen Li. "Ali, come here, let me take a look." Shen Li approached and looked up at him. "How is your head? Does it still hurt?" Lin Biao gazed at his granddaughter, who closely resembled his daughter, feeling a deep affection for her, although he was not fond of her timid nature. "Grandfather, my injury will heal soon." Lin Biao noted the change in her demeanor. She no longer seemed frightened when she looked at him. The 2 beds were quickly set up, one in the main room and the other in the west wing. Lin Biao surveyed the sparsely furnished room and declared, "Let us have lunch at my house today. Afterward, Changshan, you can take the cart to town and buy what we need." Shen Changshan nodded in agreement, and Shen Li retrieved the rabbit she had just caught. "Grandfather, let us cook another rabbit." Lin Biao took the rabbit and replied, "All right, we'll have your grandmother prepare it for you." Shen Changshan locked the courtyard gate, and soon they all arrived at the Lin family home. The Lin residence, built with blue bricks and large tiles, was considered one of the best houses in the mountain village. As Shen Li jumped down from the cart, her feet barely touching the ground before her uncle Lin Hoho caught her. "Ali, there's something I must say. Ali, your head injury hasn't healed yet. You mustn't jump around." With that, he gently placed Shen Li on the ground. Lin Suitsue, witnessing Shen Li's expression, could not help but chuckle. Shen Li shot her a resentful glance, feeling teased for her height. I'll still grow taller." Upon entering the courtyard, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Shen Li inhaled deeply, detecting the delicious scent of meat. Grandmotherly Laneying emerged, casting her gaze upon her little granddaughter's family, instructing them to wait a moment longer as dinner would soon be served. Lin Biao entrusted his catch to his elder cousin, Lin Feng, while Shen Li observed him from the side. With deft hands, her cousin skillfully skinned and gutted the rabbit, a task clearly not foreign to him. In just a few brief minutes, he had prepared the rabbit and carried it into the kitchen. Shen Li followed suit, calling out to her grandmother, her aunt, and her other aunt. "Why has Ali come in?" Both aunts were typically kind to Shen Li, as they had only sons, thus treating their niece with warmth. Aunt Hu took the rabbit and began chopping it on the cutting board with a rhythmic sound. Shen Li edged closer to her grandmother, who was stir-frying. And upon seeing the meat in the pot, tears of longing unwittingly streamed from the corners of her mouth. How fragrant! It had been so long since she had tasted meat that she could hardly remember the last time. Li Laneying turned to see the covetous expression on Shen Li's face and, with a pair of chopsticks, offered her a piece of meat. Shen Li felt a moment of shyness, but, in the next instant, eagerly devoured the morsel. "Ali, go outside and play. Dinner will be ready shortly." "All right." The meat was simply divine. Grandmother's culinary skills were commendable. Shen Li exited the kitchen, the grease still glistening at the corner of her mouth. After waiting for another 20 minutes, dinner was finally served. With so many people, they decided to split into 2 tables, one for the elders and the other for the younger generation. On the table, there were plates of stir-fried pork, stir-fried rabbit, and a platter of wild vegetables. Shen Li filled her bowl with a generous serving of brown rice and awaited her grandfather's cue to begin eating. Lin Biao noticed the eager glimmer in Shen Li's eyes and declared, "Let us eat. Everyone has worked hard this morning." At these words, everyone commenced their meal, with Shen Li being the first to grab a piece of rabbit meat, which was devoid of any gamey taste and exceptionally delicious. Her eyes squinted with delight. This meal left Shen Li thoroughly satisfied. She rubbed her full belly, a wave of happiness washing over her. Only those who had experienced the apocalypse could truly understand the feeling of being well-fed. After dinner, Shen Changshan harnessed the ox cart to head to the town, with Shen Li and Shen Qianan accompanying him. The journey to Taohua town took half an hour, during which Shen Li lay back in the cart, feeling drowsy. The reason she couldn't fall asleep was the cart's unyielding surface, which jolted her painfully. Upon reaching the town at noon, Shen Li hopped off the cart, carrying a basket filled with the lingji mushrooms she had previously foraged in the mountains, uncertain of how much silver they might fetch. Shen Changshan and Shen Qianan set off to procure the essentials, starting with grains. The 100 pounds of grain provided by the Shen family consisted entirely of coarse grains, some of which were even moldy. It was a considerable effort for Shen Nai to find such a bag of grain. Outside the grain shop, the father and son furrowed their brows upon seeing the prices, while Shen Li remained oblivious, engrossed in her observations. Though the original owner had some literacy, it was limited, and thus Shen Li understood only a fraction of what she saw. Father, have the grain prices risen? Yes, let us buy the grain first and discuss later. Shen Changshan entered and purchased a stone of brown rice, spending 800 copper coins, and then acquired 2 dough of coarse flour, totaling 9 qian and 20 copper coins. After exiting the grain shop, they paused in front of a general store, where Shen Li's gaze drifted to the pharmacy across the street. Father, fourth brother. I'm going to the pharmacy. Fourth brother, go with Ollie. Shen Li declined. No need, I'll be back shortly. Just get me a toothbrush. All right. Don't wander too far. Okay. Chapter 16. Hua Chuntang. Watching her father and brother enter the general store, Shen Li finally set off towards Hua Chuntang. The pharmacy was bustling, with several attendants busily preparing medicines. Miss, are you here for a consultation or to procure medicine? A young attendant approached with a courteous smile, not deigning to look down on Shen Li despite her plain, faded clothing. Shen Li lifted the cloth covering her basket. Do you buy these? The lingji mushrooms, freshly harvested and still vibrant, were presented. The attendant, upon seeing such sizable specimens, invited Shen Li to the back courtyard, not merely because of their value, but because such large lingji mushrooms were indeed rare. They could only be found deep in the mountains, known only to seasoned herbalists. Miss, please wait a moment. I'll fetch our shopkeeper. The attendant poured her a cup of tea before departing. Shortly, a portly man with a distinctive mustache entered. Miss, are you looking to sell lingji? Shen Li pushed her basket forward, revealing 3 large lingji mushrooms, while the smaller ones remained in her space. The mustachioed shopkeeper picked one up, observing the moist soil still clinging to it, indicating it was freshly harvested. These are in excellent condition. Please name your price. We are interested in purchasing. Shen Li took a sip of her tea and replied thoughtfully, Shopkeeper, you are the expert. You name a price, and if it's agreeable, we shall transact. If not, that's perfectly fine. A hint of amusement played on the shopkeeper's face. Though these 3 lingji mushrooms are over 4 years old, their medicinal properties are exceptionally well preserved, making them quite rare. How does 8 taels of silver per mushroom sound? The prospect of selling each mushroom for 8 taels of silver was beyond Shen Li's expectations. Seeing her silence, the shopkeeper assumed she found the offer too low. Miss, rest assured, we at Hua Chuntang are a long-established establishment and would never engage in disreputable practices. Regaining her composure, Shen Li agreed. Very well, let us proceed as you propose. With 24 taels of silver in hand, Shen Li exited Hua Chuntang. Observing her father and brother's expressions earlier, she surmised that grain prices were on the rise, and it was prudent to stock up before they escalated further. In the general store, Shen Changshan purchased salt, sugar, vinegar, soy sauce, and a few other necessities for the household. Upon leaving the store, only a couple of taels remained from the initial 3. Shen Li approached her father, handing him her bag. Shen Changshan opened it and promptly tucked it into his coat. Where did this come from, daughter? I exchanged lingji for it. We need to buy grain. Shen Changshan instructed Shen Qianan to lead the ox cart forward, saying, Daughter, shall we buy the other items first and return for the grain afterward? Shen Li nodded in agreement, and after procuring the other items, they finally returned to the grain shop. As for the silver her daughter earned, he felt no embarrassment. After all, his daughter was capable of earning her own silver. However, he would keep track of how much she spent and would repay her in the future. Spotting a meat stall, Shen Li tugged at Shen Changshan's sleeve. He understood her intent immediately, stopping the ox cart as Shen Li and Shen Qianan approached the meat stall. The stall offered an ample selection of meat, and Shen Li requested a piece of fatty pork, 2 jin of streaky pork, 2 jin of foreleg meat, and half a rack of ribs. Behind, Shen Changshan's hand trembled slightly as he met the butcher's inquiring gaze and nodded. Proceed as my daughter suggests. The butcher, grinning, skillfully prepared 8 jin of pork at 28 won per jin, totaling 224 won. He also generously added 2 bones for Shen Li, saying, "I find your daughter quite endearing. Take these to make a nourishing broth." Shen Li beamed in gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." As the ox cart made its way towards the grain shop, Shen Li chirped, "Father, let us have dumplings for dinner tonight." Shen Changshan felt the silver coins pressing against his chest, clenched his teeth, and nodded. The money was earned by his daughter, and she could spend it as she pleased. Shen Qianan observed his younger sister, her eyes narrowed in delight, a clear indication of her good mood. He smiled, offering no objections to her requests. Upon arriving at the grain shop, Shen Changshan purchased 10 stones of brown rice, 1 stone of sorghum, and 1 stone of millet. Remembering that Ali wanted dumplings for dinner, he reluctantly added 2 pounds of fine flour to his order, handing over 2 taels and 5 coins of silver. The shopkeeper cheerfully returned with copper coins. "Young master, do you have any seeds for grain?" Shen Li suddenly recalled that her space was still empty of plants. A terrible waste indeed. "Yes, over here. What seeds do you require?" Shen Li requested 1 pound of premium rice seeds, 1 pound of ordinary rice seeds, and 1 pound of wheat seeds. The premium rice seeds cost 81 per pound, the ordinary rice seeds 41, and the wheat seeds 61, totaling 181. Shen Changshan fished out the still cool copper coins from his pocket, counted out 180, and handed them to the shopkeeper, with the shopkeeper's warm gaze following them. Shen Li and her family exited the grain store. They returned home, trailed by the grain shop's ox cart, which would deliver their substantial purchase to their doorstep. As they neared the village, Shen Li inquired of Shen Changshan, "Father, are there any secluded paths home?" "There are, but they are not easy to traverse." At a fork in the road, Shen Changshan guided the ox cart onto a narrow path, and after 15 minutes of jostling, they arrived at the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. The young man driving the cart appeared somewhat pale, perplexed as to why the family chose this bumpy route instead of the well-paved road. Hearing the commotion, Lin Suitsue and Shen Jingwan emerged from within, and soon the grain was unloaded. Shen Changshan rewarded the young cart driver with 5 copper coins. "Young man, our humble abode may be modest, but please take this and enjoy a cup of tea." The young driver left with a cheerful grin. Shen Li glanced at her father. Realizing he wasn't lacking in cleverness, what had prompted him to work like a mule for the residents of the old homestead? Was it the power of the narrative? Meanwhile, Lin Suitsue and the others were busy organizing the cellar. The sturdy cellar in the courtyard remained intact, and the 3 men rolled up their sleeves to assist. Shen Li returned to the room where she stored her belongings, placing the grain seeds she had purchased into her space, ready to sow them that evening. This way, they would not need to buy grain again. "Mother, we'll have dumplings for dinner tonight, filled with shepherd's purse and pork." Initially planning to make do with a simple meal, Lin Suitsue found it impossible to refuse her daughter's sparkling eyes. "Very well, you go and dig for shepherd's purse." "Okay." Shen Li grabbed a sickle and a basket, racing off. Seeing the meat they had bought, Lin Suitsue chopped a large bone to make soup and began cutting fatty meat to render lard. Shen Li casually squatted at the foot of the mountain, effortlessly gathering tender wild vegetables. In no time, she filled her basket to the brim. "Who is this?" "Ali, why are you digging for wild vegetables? Is there not enough food to eat?" "How pitiful." Shen Nai and He Lady exchanged remarks, perfectly in sync, requiring no input from Shen Li. Chapter 17, Sarcastic Banter. Shen Li scooped up some dirt from the ground and threw it at them. "Grandma, I too feel quite pitiful. Why don't we all go to the old homestead for dinner tonight?" Yang Chun-ong hurriedly brushed off her clothes, not yet angry, when she heard Shen Li's words. "Puh, what kind of daydream are you having?" Mimicking their earlier tone, Shen Li retorted, "Oh, do my grandmother and second aunt also desire wild vegetables? Is our household's grain insufficient?" Noticing the shepherd's purse in their basket, she reached over and snatched some. "Give it here. You and second aunt are esteemed individuals. How can you eat wild vegetables? Allow your pitiful granddaughter to help you with that." With a haughty snort, Shen Li turned to leave. Who cannot engage in sarcastic banter? Yang Chun-ong and He Lady, those are their wild vegetables. "Mother, the wild vegetables are gone." Yang Chun-ong, visibly annoyed, snapped, "Do I not know that? Why do you need to tell me? If they're gone, hurry up and dig more." As she spoke, she tossed her basket to He Lady. "Quickly. If we don't have enough to eat, you want to have dinner tonight." He Lady, Shen Li returned home, humming a tune, her basket brimming with shepherd's purse. A surplus was no concern, they were delightfully fresh. The remainder would be made into a cold dish. Upon entering the courtyard, Shen Li was greeted by the aroma of rendered lard, which led her to the kitchen. The cracklings were just done frying, and she picked up a piece with chopsticks, savoring its crispiness and the delectable scent of lard. For someone who rarely indulged, she stopped after 5 or 6 pieces. "Mother, let us fry the shepherd's purse tonight." Lin Suetsue followed her gaze. "Ali, how did you gather so many wild vegetables?" "Oh, I just ran into Grandma." She looked down on wild vegetables. "So I generously decided to help them." At the entrance, Shin Qianon commented, looking down on wild vegetables yet still foraging for them. "I must say, my sister knows precisely how to provoke others." The cellar was now tidy and the grain had been moved inside. Shin Qianon fetched a bucket and, together with his elder brother, went to draw water. The courtyard well had yet to be cleared, and with nightfall approaching, they would attend to it tomorrow. Su Taohua had already prepared the dough and was chopping meat for the filling. Shen Li took the knife from her hand, skillfully chopping away. Su Taohua went to wash the shepherd's purse, and once the filling was ready, their father and brother joined to help. Soon, plump dumplings began to take shape. The mixture of white flour appeared somewhat yellow, but it did not detract from the flavor. Shen Li, seizing the opportunity before dusk, ventured into the backyard to harvest a handful of scallions, which were thriving in the vegetable garden. They made over 400 dumplings in total. Shin Changshan set aside 200 to send to his father-in-law's home. As for why Shen Li wasn't he the one delivering them? He could not bear to see his daughter gazing longingly at the stove. The first batch of dumplings was ready, and Lin Suetsue served the first bowl to Shen Li while the others casually took their own. Having just prepared a dipping sauce, Shen Li took a bite of the dumpling and exclaimed, "Ouch, hot, hot, hot." She opened her mouth wide, puffing out breaths, reluctant to spit it out. Once the dumpling cooled, Shen Li took a bite, and she couldn't remember the last time she had tasted something so delicious. "Oh, how moving." Seeing Shen Li's eyes glisten with moisture, the family assumed she had burned herself on the dumplings. "Ali, slow down, there's more." I know, mother." Shen Li continued to eat, waiting until the dumplings were cool enough to enjoy. Eating them scalding hot would surely cause blisters by morning. And that would be a loss indeed. Shin Changshan announced, and the family dug in, with Shen Li consuming 30 dumplings alone, along with a generous helping of stir-fried shepherd's purse, feeling pleasantly full and relaxed. That night, with only 2 beds available, Shen Li, Lin Suetsue, and Su Taohua shared one, while the 3 men slept together. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Suetsue and Su Taohua, Shen Li fell asleep within moments. In truth, her spirit had already ventured into her space, diligently sowing seeds. At last, Shen Li mustered the last remnants of her mental energy to cultivate a modest patch of water field beside the brook, initially intended for seedling nurturing, with plans to gradually expand it over the coming days. The following morning, as dawn barely broke, Shen Li awoke and, observing her mother and elder sister still in slumber, silently exited the room. Standing in the courtyard, she extended her mental energy towards the mountains, shrouded in mist, where a flicker of spiritual essence suddenly darted through the fog. Shen Li's eyes widened in astonishment as she swiftly opened the courtyard gate and dashed toward the mountainside. While running, she released her mental energy. And just as the sun began to rise, she discovered a swirl of spiritual essence atop one of the peaks of Wuling Mountain. Instantly, Shen Li settled into a cross-legged posture, regulating her breath to draw the spiritual essence into her body. The energy coursed throughout her form before finally converging in her mind, absorbed by her crystal core. Splendidly, her wood-based and psychic abilities had ascended to the 2nd tier. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself atop the mountain. With the sun fully risen, the surrounding mist significantly dissipated by its rays. It was a mystery why this place harbored spiritual essence. The onset of the apocalypse and a cataclysmic 16-point earthquake had unleashed the essence from the depths, granting humanity a fleeting opportunity. Given the presence of this spiritual energy, Shen Li stood at the precipice, directing her mental power downwards. Indeed, a ginseng root lay on a platform 200 meters below, appearing to be at least 300 years old, guarded by a formidable python. As Shen Li's mental energy descended, the python seemed to sense a disturbance, cautiously scanning its surroundings with its slit pupils. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind severed Shen Li's mental connection. Her current psychic level was insufficient. She could only twist her mental energy into a slender strand, revealing a mere 5 kilometers downwards, the depths remaining unfathomable. Rubbing her temples, Shen Li sighed in relief that she had only released a small fraction of her energy. Resolutely, she decided to retrieve the ginseng. It was too fortuitous a find to leave behind. Summoning vines, she secured them to a large tree and swiftly descended along the cliffside to the platform above. The python, sensing impending danger, writhed its robust body. Flicking its tongue in search of Shen Li, seizing the opportune moment, she unleashed a mental assault upon the python's mind. Realizing the threat, the python attempted to evade but was no match for the speed of her psychic strike, collapsing limply onto the platform. As Shen Li's feet touched the ground, the python's eyes remained fixed upon her, betraying a sense of reluctance. With a flick of her hand, she stored the python in her spatial realm. After all, it was as thick as her thigh, meat that should not go to waste. In the struggle for survival during the apocalypse, one must embrace the harsh realities. Whether it be rats, venomous creatures, or scorpions, as long as they do not pose a fatal threat, everyone must make concessions, and Shen Li was no exception. Chapter 18. The ginseng acquired. Crouching down to examine the ginseng on the platform, Shen Li noted approximately 5 or 6 roots, while nearby. Some smaller ginseng had merely a few decades of age. The most striking was the central root, adorned with droplets of water upon its leaves. The platform was concave, and it remained uncertain how such a wealth of soil could exist here, shielded by steep rocks overhead, often enshrouded in mist. Shen Li carefully snapped a twig and, with utmost caution, excavated the remarkably pristine ginseng, which took nearly half an hour to extract. Once secured in her spatial realm, she directed her mental energy to envelop the entire platform, including the soil, drawing it into her domain for future nurturing. As for why she hadn't initially used her mental energy to retrieve the ginseng directly, the answer was simple. The sight of such a magnificent root had ignited her desire to unearth it with her own hands. Gazing at the hole left behind, Shen Li felt immense satisfaction as she grasped the vine and ascended back to the mountain's edge. There was no question of leaving behind even a single ginseng. The cliff was exceedingly steep, and with the ginseng situated 200 meters down, it would be akin to chasing a mirage for an ordinary person to attempt to harvest it. Therefore, to spare others from the folly, Shen Li reluctantly claimed the entirety for herself. Noticing the sun now high in the sky, she slapped her forehead in realization. She had departed without informing her family, who must be growing increasingly worried. With this thought, Shen Li hurried down the mountain. And as she neared the outskirts of Wuling Mountain, a wild boar, busy foraging for grass, suddenly blocked her path. Upon closer inspection, she noted that it was a mother boar, her sharp tusks and bristly fur glinting ominously. Nearby, 3 piglets were nibbling on tender greens, diligently selecting the most succulent bites. Initially considering circumventing the family of boars, Shen Li's plans were thwarted when the mother boar, spotting her, charged forward in a frenzy. As Shen Li deftly sidestepped, she seized the boar's front leg and, with a decisive motion, sent it flying like a puppet with severed strings. Thud, thud, thud. The creature collided with 3 trees, each as thick as water barrels, before finally coming to a halt. Blinking in disbelief, Shen Li observed the wild boar from a distance, then glanced at her hand, now reddened from the encounter. She had always known of her innate strength, but until now, she had been preoccupied with the hearth and fields, unaware of the true extent of her prowess. The 3 piglets, still grazing, appeared utterly paralyzed with shock. Using her wood-based abilities, she ensnared the trio of piglets and transported them into her spatial realm. Approaching the now quivering mother boar, she picked up a branch and, after a moment's consideration, pierced its neck to let it bleed out. Without doing so, the meat would be overly pungent and unappetizing. The mother boar closed its eyes in resignation. Shen Li also stored the fallen tree into her spatial realm and waited a few minutes before hoisting the boar onto her shoulders, hastily descending the mountain, wary of the strong scent of blood that might attract other predators. At the foot of the mountain, in their courtyard, Shen Changshan and his sons were clearing the water well, though their focus seemed to waver as they occasionally glanced toward the door. Lin Suitsue toiled in the vegetable patch, intending to plant some produce for the family, while Su Taowa assisted, her brows knitted in evident concern. Bang! Upon returning to her courtyard, Shen Li unceremoniously dropped the wild boar on the ground, causing Shen Qianon's eyes to widen in astonishment. He had always known his younger sister possessed great strength, but seeing the boar, easily weighing around 300 pounds, made him question the circumstances of its demise. Shen Changshan and Shen Jingyuan, hearing the commotion from the well, climbed up to investigate, while Lin Suitsue and Su Taohua, having hurriedly finished their chores, rushed out. Shen Li, silent, simply rubbed her nose and inquired, "Mother, is there anything to eat? I'm famished." "Yes, I shall heat something for you now," her mother replied. Shen Qianan, regaining his composure, asked, "Sister, did you venture into the mountains?" "Indeed, father. Please see to it that this wild boar is processed promptly." "Understood," Shen Changshan replied, watching as his daughter dashed toward the kitchen, swallowing the reprimands he had prepared. Shen Li cradled a bowl of noodles, topped with shredded meat and scallions. After last night's dumplings and the ensuing chaos, her stomach was now completely empty. Outside, the Shen family had already closed the courtyard gate and procured an ox cart from her father-in-law's home, intending to transport the wild boar to town for sale. Shen Li did not object, for she had initially planned to use the boar for dried meat, but with the challenges of survival ahead, there were numerous necessities to procure, all of which required silver to obtain. Shen Chaoshan skillfully covered the wild boar with straw and burlap before setting off in the ox cart, while Shen Jingyuan and Shen Qianan continued their laborious task of clearing the well. In her hand, Shen Li held a small cloth pouch containing a 60-year-old ginseng root. She handed it to Shen Changshan, saying, "Father, take this to the rejuvenation hall to sell and purchase some healing ointment in return." Shen Changshan peered into the pouch and exclaimed, "My dear girl, why don't you accompany me?" Shen Li, holding her bowl of noodles, replied, "I have matters to attend to shortly, father. You can go alone. I have faith in you." As Shen Changshan drove the ox cart away, he felt a surge of joy at his daughter's trust in him. After finishing her noodles, Shen Li strolled into the backyard, where she found her mother planting vegetables. Shen Li wandered around the seed storage area and stealthily took several seeds, including those for chili peppers, eggplants, green beans, pumpkins, cucumbers, cabbage, loofahs, and celery. She did not oppose Lin Suitsue's decision to cultivate the backyard, knowing that any surplus wastewater from their household could later be used for irrigation. With a basket on her back and a hatchet in hand, Shen Li bid her mother farewell before heading out. The household lacked many essentials, yet the mountains held an abundance of resources that could save them a considerable sum. Lin Suitsue initially intended to stop Shen Li, but found her daughter already at the gate. A smile crept onto her lips, acknowledging that her daughter had become more spirited indeed. She resembled a cow that had just been freed from confinement, impossible to rein in. Su Taohua noticed the displeasure on her mother-in-law's face and gently reassured, "Mother, we have witnessed Ali's capabilities. She knows her limits." Lin Suitsue agreed, feeling comforted that her daughter was indeed sensible. On her way up the mountain, Shen Li would pause to gather small thistles, known for their spiky leaves and edible shoots, which served as a crucial hemostatic herb. She collected a substantial amount, placing them in her basket, and uprooted a few to cultivate in her space. Continuing her ascent, she encountered larger thistles, which she also gathered, and then stumbled upon a patch of lesser burdock, which she promptly harvested. As she pressed on, she discovered a cluster of small bupleurum plants, which she harvested with enthusiasm. She also found patchouli and astragalus, diligently collecting them. Upon encountering a honeysuckle tree, she uprooted it entirely. Shen Li's extensive knowledge of medicinal herbs stemmed from her fortuitous past and the harrowing experiences of the apocalypse. In her whimsical way, Shen Li mused about her luck, which often led her to expired herbs or those lost in obscure corners, destined for others. While some claimed that using expired herbs posed no risk, she harbored a firm belief that trouble would inevitably find her. Thus, Shen Li learned to be self-sufficient, delving into several herbal medicine books and venturing into the mountains to forage. Fortuitously endowed with wood-based supernatural abilities, she was spared from becoming mere fertilizer for mutated plants in the deep woods. Shen Li also collected a variety of herbs, including white flower snake tongue grass, half-side lotus, and heavy tower, the former found in fields and the latter in the Wuling Mountains. With her basket brimming with herbs, she carefully placed them into her space, ensuring not to overcollect to avoid chaos. While resting by a brook, she noticed plenty of ironclad dendrobium orchids and gathered them with ease. She also scooped up fish and shrimp from the brook, storing them in her space's stream. After an extensive excursion, her stomach began to grumble, prompting her to resolve to bring a fire starter next time or purchase food to store in her space. As she ventured back down the mountain, she spotted a sunlit area where a plant of Fallopeia multiflora thrived and promptly harvested it, taking over 10 minutes to extract it from the earth. This particular specimen appeared to be around a century old and would be safely stored in her space. On her way back, she stealthily followed a rabbit, successfully raiding its nest. Despite only taking one nest, she knew their prolific breeding would yield more surprises in due time. By the time she returned home, she had gathered 5 wild rabbits and 4 wild chickens. To prevent them from making noise and attracting attention, she swiftly sent them to their final resting place. "Mother, I'm back," Shen Li called as she entered the courtyard, placing her basket down. Hearing the commotion, the members of the Shen family emerged. Shen Li handed her catch to her elder brother, saying, "Brother, please prepare these." Lin Suitsue brought out the prepared meals and asked, "Where have you been? Come, let us eat first." "All right. Mother, let's have a bit of the game tonight and dry the rest for future use." Lin Suitsue understood her daughter's intent and nodded in agreement. Shen Changshan sat opposite Shen Li and presented her with a small box containing 2 50-tael silver notes, 3 one-tael silver ingots, and a collection of smaller silver coins. "Ali, the ginseng sold for 160 taels, and I spent 1 tael on 5 bottles of healing ointment. The wild boar fetched 8 taels. In the kitchen, only the father and daughter remained, as the others had been shooed away by Lin Suitsue. Shen Li took a glance and selected 2 silver ingots along with a handful of smaller coins. "Father, my concerns about drought and famine are genuine. Please take the rest of the silver and procure what you deem necessary. Better to be prepared than caught unawares." Shen Changshan intended to push the silver back to Shen Li, but was interrupted by her request. "Father, consider what supplies we might need and try to acquire them all." As he tidied the box for the silver, his mind began to contemplate the necessities for potential migration. After dinner, Shen Li attended to her herbs in the courtyard, instructing her 4th brother, "Go buy me a few winnowing baskets and some beds." She handed Shen Qian 2 taels of silver, and soon thereafter, a mule cart arrived with unassembled beds. Shen Changshan and Lin Suitsue resided in the main house, while Shen Li was assigned to the room on the right. The left wing was designated for Shen Jinghuan and his wife, while the right was allocated to Shen Yuanzhou and Shen Qianan. As night enveloped the sky, Shen Li lay on her new bed, inhaling the refreshing scent of wood, and her consciousness drifted into her space. Once inside, she commenced her labor, first planting the seeds she had gathered that day. Additionally, she cleared 5 acres by the brook to cultivate rice. The crops she had previously sown were already sprouting, flourishing abundantly within her space. The ginseng had taken root as well, and she carefully planted the largest root. "Why did you go through such effort to unearth me?" it seemed to question. "Oh, just for fun," Shen Li replied playfully. She then checked on the wild chickens and rabbits, pleased to see they were adapting well in the mountains. The 3 wild boars nestled at the foot of the mountain were sound asleep, and Shen Li used her mental prowess to split the previously felled tree, subsequently constructing a pen for the boars. With no immediate food on hand, she resolved to forage in the mountains, confident that the abundant grass could sustain the trio. Since she had yet to explore the mountain thoroughly, she decided to venture further up to see what awaited her. Shen Li had never paid attention to the 3 mountains before, but now she astonishingly discovered that one of them was adorned with golden silk nanmu trees and sandalwood, such as Hainan Wangwali and small-leaf purple sandalwood. To her delight, she realized there was a treasure trove within her space. Now that it belonged to her, she could sell a tree whenever she was short on funds, and money would flow in effortlessly. Just imagining herself reclining on a bed made of golden silk nanmu, with her feet resting on Wangwali, brought a smile to her face, as she considered this the pinnacle of life. With thoughts of her promising future, Shen Li's lips curled into a grin that reached her ears. The following day, when she awoke, her smile lingered. Before dawn, Shen Li set off towards the mountains with a fire starter and some salt, for she had once again perceived that familiar aura in the morning light. She trotted towards the cliff she had visited the previous day, where she sat cross-legged and began to absorb the ethereal energy. After finishing, she stretched languidly, feeling a pang of hunger. By a small stream, she caught 2 wild rabbits and immediately skinned them, setting them ablaze over a fire. While roasting the rabbits, she also captured a foolish roe deer that came to drink from the stream, unceremoniously stashing it away in her space to prepare dried meat later. With 1 rabbit cooked, she stored it in her space and settled by the stream to savor her meal. Suddenly, a whiff of blood caught her attention, and she frowned, gazing upstream. The current was not strong, and soon, a shadowy figure drifted towards her, most of his body submerged in the water, with blood trickling from beneath him. As he drew nearer, Shen Li was struck by his stunning features, a sight that could only be described as divine. What a pity. Such a celestial being was on the brink of death. Seizing the moment before he floated away, she decided to take a closer look. To her astonishment, he still had a faint breath. He was not dead after all. Should she save him? As the saying goes, one should not pick wildflowers by the roadside. Nor should one meddle with men found there. The consequences could be dire. One might lose their heart and mind, falling madly in love, or worse, suffer catastrophic consequences. Before Shen Li could contemplate further, the unparalleled beauty was about to drift away. She quickly used vines to grasp him and prevent his departure. Plucking a small flower from the grass, she thought that since she could not decide, she would leave it to fate. Save him or not? She bit her lip, unwilling to give up, and picked one last flower. The wildflower bouquet had 6 or 7 blossoms, and each time she plucked one, it indicated saving him. Glancing at the man, surrounded by fish that were nibbling at his wounds, she tightened the vines and dragged him to the shore, surveying him from above. His features were exquisitely refined, but his lips were devoid of color and his brow furrowed, as if he were suffering immensely even in unconsciousness. Shen Li pulled him closer to the fire. His wounds were all cuts from swords, some deep enough to expose bone, yet fortunately, most avoided vital areas. The worst wound was on his chest. Had it been slightly off, she would have been staring at a corpse. Seeing his injuries only deepened her hesitation about saving him. The fabric of his clothing was of high quality, and apart from a jade pendant and a sachet at his waist, he bore no jewelry, clearly indicating wealth. But what if saving this man brought disaster upon her humble family? Suddenly noticing the petals scattered at her feet, Shen Li squatted down and removed a crab caught in one of his wounds. The crab flailed in the air before she tossed it back into the water. Chapter 20. The legendary beautiful, wretched, and strong. She stripped him of his clothing and undergarments, wringing out the water before laying them by the fire to dry. His abdominal muscles were quite impressive. He seemed lean yet well-built. Her gaze wandered lower, and she quickly averted her eyes from the sight of his enticing physique. He was undoubtedly a handsome man, with an equally captivating physique. His upper body bore 8 wounds, with additional injuries on both thighs, and his left arm had been pierced by a weapon. The wounds, having been soaked in water, were now pale and oozing blood. This was indeed a case of stunning beauty marred by tragedy. An ordinary person would have succumbed to such injuries long ago. Retrieving 2 bottles of healing ointment from her space, she felt he was fortunate indeed. With a rip, Shen Li tore a strip from the hem of her skirt. If she didn't tend to his wounds soon, he might not survive. She tore the fabric down to her knees, wrapping it around his injuries. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, and his expression was one of deep agony. As she set his clothes to dry, she moved him to a shaded area, fearing he might succumb to the sun if he didn't drown. When his clothes were finally dry, Shen Li used vines to prop him up and dressed him in the garments. Glancing up at the sun, she noted it was now past 9 o'clock. She had left home before 5. Hurrying to carry him down the mountain, she found him too tall and heavy for her. As she observed his knees dragging on the ground, she realized that if she continued to carry him, he would surely be injured. Thus, Shen Li changed her approach, lifting him into a princess carry and dashing down the mountain. Peiyu, in a daze, felt himself being carried away. With great effort, he managed to open his eyes a crack. Before him stood an unfamiliar woman. He was only conscious for a fleeting moment before slipping back into unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to Shen Li, the man in her arms had awakened momentarily. Soon, she arrived at her home, and standing at a distance, she ensured no one was passing by before slipping inside. By the wooden door, Shen Changshan and Shen Jingwan exchanged glances, bewildered. Did something just rush past? Shen Li placed the man on her brother's bed, reasoning that her brother would be unaware of his presence for some time. Just then, Shen Yuano, holding a tea tray, suddenly sneezed, wondering who might be thinking of him. Shen Li returned to her room to change clothes. Just as she emerged, Lin Suetsue entered and exclaimed, "Ali, when did you return? Have you eaten breakfast?" Shen Li nodded. "Mother, I want to eat. I'm heading to town. By the way, there's a man in third brother's room whom I saved from the mountains. Please don't let anyone in to see him." After speaking, she picked up her basket and dashed out once more. Shen Qianan felt his heart racing. Why had his little sister become so spirited? And she had gone back into the mountains? Had she really brought back a man from there? Did she know anything about him? Lin Suetsue and Shen Qianan Hearing Shen Li's words, hurried to the west wing and indeed found a man lying on third brother's bed, appearing close to death. Shen Changshan and Shen Jingwan now understood that the gust of wind they had sensed earlier was indeed their daughter. Yet, her words left them both dumbfounded. Shen Changshan reached out to stop her but withdrew his hand the next moment, turning away with a pained expression. Father and son entered the west wing. And a thought crossed their minds. Could it be that Ali had rescued this man simply because of his striking beauty? Such a notion lingered in the hearts of the family members. Shen Li hurriedly made her way to the town, taking a bullock cart that would typically require an hour. Yet, she managed to arrive in just half that time. Upon reaching the entrance of the rejuvenation hall, she paused to catch her breath, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve before stepping inside. At that moment, the medical clinic was relatively empty. Shen Li plopped down in front of the doctor, exclaiming, "Doctor, my grandparents have fallen from the mountain. They've lost a considerable amount of blood, and their injuries are quite severe. Please, prescribe some medicine for me to take back." Dr. Li raised his gaze upon noticing the marks on Shen Li's forehead, initially assuming she was merely anxious. He requested her to describe the situation, after which he prescribed both internal and external medicines. As Shen Li observed the attendant preparing the medicine, she noted 2 prescriptions for oral use, several antipyretics, one for anti-inflammatory and pain relief, one for replenishing blood, along with 2 bottles of healing ointment. Reluctantly, she extracted 635 copper coins from her pouch to pay for them. Before exiting, Shen Li recalled she had used up 2 bottles of healing ointment earlier, prompting her to turn around and purchase 5 additional bottles. "Young man, I would like some Sichuan pepper, cumin, and fennel, please. These are priced at 1 tael of silver for each." "I'll take 1 tael of each." Shen Li gritted her teeth as she uttered those words, then, with a pained expression, exited the rejuvenation hall. As she passed a bun shop, she halted, noting the prices, 3 for a meat bun and 2 for 3 steamed buns. "Boss, I'll take 30 meat buns and 60 steamed buns." "All right. Please hold on." The proprietor quickly packed the meat buns and steamed buns, stating, 30 meat buns for 90 yuan and 60 steamed buns for 40 yuan, totaling 131. Shen Li pulled out the smallest silver ingot, resembling 3 taels in size. She stored the copper coins back in her pouch and loaded the steamed buns into her backpack. While passing a pastry shop, she ventured inside to buy mung bean cakes, flour cakes, begonia cakes, radish cakes, auspicious fruits, and pea pudding. These delicacies were not inexpensive, costing her over a tael of silver. Spotting a stall selling wontons, Shen Li sat down to enjoy 3 bowls before continuing her stroll through the streets. She noticed a tavern and went in to pack 3 roasted chickens and 2 jars of liquor. As she passed a cloth shop, she paused, entering to purchase 4 bolts of cotton fabric and 2 bolts of fine linen, even insisting on buying a set of undergarments and outer garments for maid Sanqiang. Shen Li set her backpack down, requested some scraps of cloth from the proprietress, and secured the fabric atop her backpack. With her backpack laden, the petite figure appeared amusingly like a child donning oversized adult clothing. Shen Li walked past an iron shop, setting her backpack down to select a dagger. "How much?" inquired a burly man, glancing at the little girl, 8-1. Shen Li gazed at the dagger in her hand, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Possessing a dagger would greatly facilitate her tasks, sparing her the need to skin rabbits with bare hands. She placed the silver on the counter and swiftly exited the iron shop, fearing that if she lingered a moment longer, she might reconsider and retrieve her money. As Shen Li ambled about the town, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have forgotten something. It was maid Sanqiang. Oh, never mind. It is well known that maid Sanqiang is as resilient as a cockroach that refuses to die. Shen Li paused again at a meat stall. "Boss, a half slab of ribs and 5 pounds of pork." The burly butcher recognized Shen Li and grinned. "Ah, it's you. I remember you well. You're quite pretty. You were injured the last time you came, and you still have a scar on your forehead." Shen Li responded with a smile. Yes, it's me." The butcher efficiently packaged the meat and ribs for her and, noticing her, handed her 2 tubular bones as well. "How kind of you," she exclaimed, though she readily accepted the offerings, waving goodbye to the butcher as she made her way home. In the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain, Lin Suitsue glanced at Shen Changshan, saying, "Dear, that man is burning with fever, and Ali still hasn't he returned. What shall we do?" Primarily, Ali had instructed them not to let outsiders see him. It was already noon. Ali should be back soon, so they decided to wait a bit longer. Suanyang, Take Taohua and start cooking. Ali hasn't had breakfast yet. Understood. Shen Changshan entered the west wing, feeling the forehead of the young lord. Why is it so hot? Eldest brother, fetch a basin of cold water for the young lord. All right. After a quarter of an hour, Shen Li hurriedly returned with her large backpack. Father, mother, I'm back. Shen Qianan noticed the contents of her backpack and rushed over to relieve her of it. Ali, the young lord you brought back is running a high fever. Oh, it's nothing, fourth brother. I bought some antipyretics. We'll wait until after lunch to tend to his wounds. Shen Qianan paused, wondering if they had misunderstood the situation. Chapter 21, A Life in Peril? Shen Li carried the medicine into the kitchen. Mother, do we have a medicine pot? Yes, Taohua, go find it. Su Taohua retrieved a medicine pot, taking the medicine from Shen Li's hands. Sister, let me prepare it. How do I brew it? That's fine, thank you, sister-in-law. Just boil 3 bowls of water down to 1. Shen Li continued sorting through her backpack. She had already stored the buns and steamed buns, leaving 1 roasted chicken out for lunch. She placed the meat in the kitchen, planning to cook garlic-flavored ribs for dinner, a dish she hadn't enjoyed in ages. And recalling the taste made her mouth water. After lunch, the antipyretic was ready. Shen Li stopped fourth brother from administering the medicine and lifted a jar of liquor. Standing before Mate Sanqiang's bed, fourth brother, remove his clothes. All right, Shen Qianan's nostrils flared in surprise, but the next moment, his sister's words brought him back to his senses. I need to clean his wounds. Very well. The wounds on the man's body had already been treated, and since he was brought back by his younger sister, she must have already tended to them. Fourth brother, he has wounds on his legs too. His pant legs need to be rolled up. Shen Qianan hesitated, but ultimately complied with Shen Li's instructions. A wooden basin was already prepared by the bedside, into which he poured a bit of liquor, then took out a piece of fine cotton cloth, preparing to unwrap the bandages when fourth brother halted him. Sister, you direct. And I will do it. All right. Unwrap the healed wounds, remove the necrotic tissue, disinfect with liquor, reapply the medicine, and bandage it. As Shen Qianan unwrapped all the bandages, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. This young lord is indeed tough. But, Ali, his wounds are so deep. Will he be able to withstand the liquor? Fourth brother, he has been soaking in the creek for an unknown duration. Some wounds have already developed necrosis. If we don't remove it, he won't heal. Shen Li seemed to sense her fourth brother's hesitation and tentatively asked, shall I do it? Or should we call father? Shen Qianan took a deep breath. No, I will handle it. After mentally preparing himself, he took the dagger that Shen Li had disinfected with liquor and began to meticulously remove the necrotic tissue. The young lord on the bed grimaced in pain, cold sweat beating on his forehead, yet he made no sound. Truly, Mate Sanqiang was remarkable. Shen Qianan was also drenched in sweat, spending a quarter of an hour to completely clear away the necrotic tissue. Then he disinfected with liquor, causing the young lord's body to convulse uncontrollably. Sister, quickly. Shen Qianan hastened his movements, thoroughly cleansing with liquor, then sprinkled on the healing ointment, wrapping him carefully with cotton cloth. The young lord on the bed was drenched in cold sweat, with fresh blood seeping from his cracked lips. Shen Li went to fetch the medicine, gently pinching his chin to administer the antipyretic. Shen Qianan, observing from the side, winced at her somewhat brusque manner. Just look. The young gentleman's face bore the marks of her fingers. He has gone, fourth brother. Whether he awakens now rests upon his fate. Oh? Ali. That young gentleman has been in a coma for 3 days. Do you really not wish to summon a physician to examine him? Shen Li, lost in thought in the front courtyard, was startled by her fourth brother's inquiry. No need, she replied. The medication has been changed, and he has taken both the antipyretic and the anti-inflammatory drugs. If he does not awaken, it is simply his destiny. Fourth brother, consider this. Had I not rescued him from the forest, he might have perished long ago. Indeed, he nodded. So, he shall endure. At this point, Shen Li couldn't help but marvel at the tenacity of life within the young man. Despite 3 days of relentless fever, he clung to life with remarkable resilience. Shen Li was truly impressed, pondering what enmity or grievance could compel him to fight so fiercely for survival. Shen Qianan felt a nagging suspicion that his little sister was concealing something from him. Shen Li turned to her fourth brother, explaining with a hint of exasperation, Fourth brother, you have tended to his wounds. They are not trivial. Thus, he is no ordinary person. We have aided him, but if his enemies were to come seeking retribution, we would find ourselves in grave peril. So this was her rationale for not calling a doctor. Shin Qianan nodded in agreement. You are right, little sister. We have already assisted him. Whether he survives now is beyond our control. In the span of 3 days, Shin Changshan had sold the 3 acres of land for a total of 13 taels of silver. When he first settled in this courtyard, he had struck a deal with the village head to pay 50 copper coins a month as rent. No one else dared to occupy the house anyway. The division of family property had been officially registered at the county office, marking their separation from the old Shen family. Bang, bang, bang. With the addition of an outsider in their household, the courtyard gate had remained shut these past few days. When young Chunong and He Zhaodi arrived to find it closed, their tempers flared. Open the door, open the door. Eldest family, hurry and let me in. In the courtyard, Shen Li and Su Taohua paused their tasks. Noticing her sister-in-law attempting to rise, Shen Li quickly interjected, calling towards the back, Father, someone is here. Shin Changshan emerged, carrying a section of lotus root. Who is it? He queried. Daughter, I've told you it's not the season for lotus root. See? Then you can just put it back for now. Shin Changshan grumbled. Your mother is here, and you still want to come open the door? Pretending to be deaf and mute, you unfilial son. Shen Li gestured towards the door. Grandma is looking for you. Shin Changshan approached the door and, upon hearing the commotion, saw the family gathered at the entrance. Creak. Shin Changshan opened the door. His expression cold. Mother, what brings you here? Yang Chunong, hands on her hips and wearing an expression of fury, replied, You unfilial son. Just after the division of the family, you sell the land. Are you trying to drive your father and me to our graves? Mother, you yourself said we have separated. Why do you still meddle? Yang Chunong's gaze swept into the courtyard, landing on the onlookers. Her face turned a shade of deep red. To sell land just days after the division, what's next, selling off your siblings? I assure you, we Shen family value our reputation. We wouldn't stoop to such disgraceful acts. Mother, you're overreacting. Yang Chunong, her ire still simmering, nearly choked on Shin Changshan's next words. How could I ever sell off my own children? If I were to sell anyone, it would be my parents first. Wouldn't you agree? When children face hardships, should not their parents offer support? Yang Chunong could scarcely believe her ears. You unfilial son. Thankfully, I had no expectations of you supporting us in our old age. Otherwise, what would become of your father and me? Shin Changshan leaned against the doorframe. Mother, what is your purpose in coming today? I'm telling you. Now is a critical moment for Wensong. Even if you are short on funds, you cannot act recklessly. Shin Changshan understood. She was concerned about his financial struggles leading to actions that might tarnish their reputation, thus affecting Shin Wensong. Then why not have you and second brother assist our family? He Zhaodi tactically took a few steps back. Eldest brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Yang Chunong spat at Shin Changshan. Pa, what daydreaming nonsense is this? If that is the case, then I shall take my leave without further ado. Bang. The door slammed shut before young Chunong, nearly striking her nose. Fuming, she turned to leave, but was wary of Shin Changshan possibly asking to borrow money. Grumbling under her breath, she departed. As Shin Changshan turned back, he spotted his wife and children observing the scene from under the eaves, their faces calm as they approached. The moment Pei Yu woke, he was met with the clamor outside the courtyard and felt the intense pain coursing through his body. Summoning all his strength, he managed to lift his hand slightly. Moistening his parched lips, he realized he had been rescued and his wounds had been treated. Listening to the commotion at the door, he discerned a dialect from Izhou, noting that the family who had rescued him did not seem to be in a particularly favorable situation. Turning his head, he caught sight of a jade pendant and a sachet resting beside the bed. The pendant appeared quite valuable, indicating that the family was not greedy. They were, indeed, decent folk. Creak. Shen Li pushed the door open, intending to check on mate Sanqiang's injuries, but was unexpectedly met with a pair of deep-set eyes. The man's irises were pale, and his peach blossom eyes held a hint of barely perceptible wariness and defensiveness. Shen Li paused momentarily before continuing into the room. You're awake. How do you feel? Did the young lady save me? His voice was hoarse and dry. Shen Li, reaching for a spoon, offered him a sip of water. Yes, I found you by the stream in the mountains. Thank you, young lady, for saving my life. I will repay this kindness. Shen Li nodded. My assistance was not without expectation. When the time comes, you may repay me with 500 taels of silver. Chapter 22, A Tough Life. Pei Yu raised his eyes to appraise the young lady before him. Her delicate, petite face, cherry lips, and exquisite nose were striking. But what captivated him most were her eyes. Unlike the usual frail demeanor of young women, hers conveyed an air of confidence and nonchalance that heightened her allure. Very well. Once I recover, I shall present it to you with both hands. Shen Li nodded. Then rest for now. I will prepare some porridge for you. Miss. Am I in Izhou? Yes, you're in Shen Li village, Jiangong County, Izhou. Thank you for your information. Peiyu couldn't believe he had drifted all the way to Izhou along the Grand Canal, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He truly was resilient. It was a pity for those who wished for his demise. Their hopes had been dashed. As Shen Li entered the kitchen, she called, "Mother. What shall we have for dinner? What do you wish to eat? Anything is fine, you decide. By the way, the young gentleman I rescued has awakened. Please make him some meat porridge later." He has awake? May the heavens bless us. After so many days, he has finally come to. Very well, I understand. Now that he is awake, let your elder brother and fourth brother handle the dressing of his wounds. I understand. Seated in the kitchen, Shen Li began preparing medicine for mate Sanqiang, but suddenly remembered something and went to seek out her elder brother. Elder brother. The young gentleman in the West Wing has awakened after so many days. You should go check on him. Shen Jingwan understood immediately and turned to head towards the West Wing. Peiyu had attempted to rise several times, yet each effort ended in failure. Uncertain of how many days he had been unconscious, he found himself in urgent need, but felt reluctant to voice this need to the young lady from earlier. Just as he was about to concede defeat, he heard the sound of the door creaking open, and a tall figure entered the room. Young master. Do you need to go to the latrine? Peiyu's face flushed slightly. Thank you, my friend. With Shen Jingyuan's assistance, Peiyu resolved his pressing issue and lay back down on the bed, feeling significantly more at ease. A rumble echoed from his stomach, causing Peiyu's cheeks to redden further. Shen Jingyuan chuckled. Wait a moment. Dinner is already being prepared. Much obliged. Shen Jingyuan shook his head. If you need anything, just call out loudly. By the way, how old are you this year? I am Wei Zian, a resident of the capital, and I am 17. I am Shen Jingyuan. A year your senior. You may call me Brother Shen. Thank you, Brother Shen. As Shen Jingwan left the room, Peiyu closed his eyes to sense the internal energy within him, but detected not a trace of it. During his confinement, he had ingested an excessive amount of softening medicine, and the effects had yet to fully dissipate. Each dose required 3 days to expel, and having taken it at least 10 times, the cumulative effects would necessitate at least 2 months for his internal energy to gradually recover. He had observed the young lady's demeanor. She clearly wished to avoid entanglement with his affairs. Perhaps she understood that rescuing him could jeopardize her family, yet for reasons unknown, she chose to save him nonetheless. It was likely that those pursuing him were unaware of his arrival in Izhou, so he resolved to recuperate here for the time being. That evening, the table was adorned with a dish of stir-fried meat, a platter of wild vegetables, and braised rabbit. The family's meals had significantly improved over the past few days, their health visibly enhanced. Ali, should we let the young lord eat the porridge first? We can eat first. The porridge is still hot. Later, let either elder brother or fourth brother feed him. All right. Shen Li was quite pleased with the spread. A feast of meat, vegetables, and rice, an absolute luxury in this post-apocalyptic world. As she ate, a thought struck her. Did she not have a younger brother? Father. When will third brother return? The family exchanged glances, hesitant. Your third brother is still working at the tavern. He will return in a few days. Shen Li feigned ignorance of their discomfort, realizing that the entire family had seemingly forgotten about their third brother. Once he returns, he should resign from the tavern. Shen Changshan wished to refuse. Their land had been sold, and they did nothing all day, relying solely on their daughter. Is that necessary? The family should have some source of income. Shen Li shook her head. No need, just bring third brother home. You and mother, along with elder sister-in-law, should focus on your health. I have plans for the future. Shen Changshan regarded his daughter, pondering how she had become increasingly sensible. However, her occasional small actions reassured him that she was indeed Shen Li. Was it possible that her dreams were more than mere dreams? Otherwise, her strange behaviors could not be easily explained. Shen Li noted the suspicion in Shen Changshan's eyes and had already prepared her explanation. Her transformation was too significant to go unaddressed. Very well, father, I shall heed your words. After dinner, as dusk settled, Shen Jingwan brought a bowl of meat porridge to feed Peiyu. Peiyu had intended to eat independently, but upon realizing he lacked the strength even to lift his hand, he ceased his struggles. Shen Jingwan fed him the entire bowl, cautioning, "You mustn't eat too much just yet." Pei Yu nodded in understanding. A short while later, Shen Jingwan brought him some medicine to drink. As night enveloped the courtyard, silence prevailed. Listening to the croaking of frogs, Pei Yu gradually drifted into slumber. At that moment, Shen Li was utilizing her spiritual energy to transplant seedlings in her space. Having grown up in the countryside, she possessed some rudimentary knowledge. She had observed the villagers planting rice without seedlings or proper transplanting techniques, which had resulted in low yields. With the land in her space being fertile, Shen Li wondered if transplanting seedlings could enhance the rice production. After planting the seedlings, she further utilized her spiritual energy to cultivate additional acres, striving to exhaust her energy. As for her wood-type abilities, they were currently too feeble. They had only accelerated the growth of a few pepper plants before fading. It seemed she needed to continue absorbing spiritual energy on the mountaintop, as it would become increasingly difficult to find such locations after the calamity. Residing in the Wuling Mountains was no joke. How could she protect so many by herself? Moreover, the dangers within the mountains were no less than those outside. Upon exiting her space, Shen Li fell into a deep sleep, awakening only as dawn approached the next day. She strapped sandbags to her limbs and filled a basket with sand on her back before dashing towards the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, she felt fatigued. The added weight amounted to approximately 80 pounds. Although she arrived at the peak in the usual time, the exertion was considerably greater than before. Clearly, the sandbags were impractical, and she would need to find alternatives, though none came to mind at the moment, so she decided to continue using them for now. After catching her breath, Shen Li sat cross-legged to absorb the spiritual energy from the mist. On her descent, she noticed the sky darkening, signaling an impending rain. Shortly after returning home, the rain began to fall gently but did not last long, ceasing after just an hour. The family's well had been cleared, and after a couple of days of settling, they could begin using the water. For now, they had to fetch water from outside. In due course, Shen Li planned to prepare some water tanks at home to start storing water. They say spring rain is gentle. Yet it had been over half a month since her arrival, with today being the only instance of rain. After having breakfast, Shen Li summoned her parents to her room. "Father, Mother, there is something else I need to tell you." Shen Changshan regarded Shen Li with curiosity. "Ali, speak if you wish, if not, it is all right. Your mother and I will not pressure you." Shen Li hesitated for a moment, then slowly began. "Father, Mother, while I was unconscious, I encountered a white-bearded old man in my dreams. He bestowed upon me an opportunity and informed me of the impending drought." Upon hearing his daughter's words, Shen Changshan connected the dots with her recent behavior and suddenly understood. "Dear daughter, since it is your opportunity, there is no need to elaborate." Lin Suitsue nodded in agreement. "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Your opportunity belongs to you, and you need not disclose it." Others might dismiss her words as mere ramblings. Shen Li observed them, a gentle smile gracing her lips. In this life, she had parents who cared deeply for her. "Father, Mother, it is all right to speak of this." With that, Shen Li conjured a steaming bun in her hand. Shen Changshan and Lin Suitsue gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. "Is this the work of an immortal?" Chapter 23, Voluntary Disclosure of the Space. Shen Li shook her head. "This is the opportunity given to me by the old man. It is a space that can store items and is said to help our family through difficult times." She demonstrated by putting the item away and retrieving it multiple times until Shen Changshan and Lin Suitsue acclimated to the phenomenon. Shen Changshan, now serious, inquired, "Ali, can this be taken away by others?" Shen Li shook her head. "It cannot be taken." Shen Changshan rose and paced within the confines of the room. "How large is your treasure?" "As expansive as our main house," came the reply. "In that case, it can accommodate a greater supply of provisions and water, thus ensuring our survival in times of famine. Ali, this matter must remain strictly between us. You must not divulge it to anyone else. Not even your 3 elder brothers. Do you understand?" Lin Suitsue nodded in agreement. The temptation of such an opportunity was far too great, and the more who were aware, the greater the risk for Ali. "Ali, you should not have disclosed this to your father and me. Mother and father, I trust you both, and I shall not share this with anyone else. Moreover, in our journey through hardship, the likelihood of food and water shortages is inevitable. I informed you so that you might help shield me when the time comes." Shen Changshan felt a pang of guilt. "Ali, we have burdened you." Shen Li shot an indignant glance at her father. "Father, we are a family. Please refrain from such talk." "Very well." Shen Li then broached the subject of ensuring her brother's physical fitness, asserting that her mother and elder sister-in-law should not be neglected either. The journey would be arduous, and maintaining good health and formidable strength would secure their safety as a family. Henceforth, every morning, the Shen family would engage in a 1-hour mountain run, followed by half an hour of weight training, then another half hour of jogging, culminating in archery practice for hunting. Initially, Shen Li had not intended to impose such strenuous activities upon them, but with no other source of income, they would likely grow restless. Thus, teaching them archery would allow them to hunt for game to sell for money or to supplement their own meals. As for her mother and sister-in-law, Shen Li instructed them to run around their yard for half an hour daily. For them, sustaining that duration might be challenging. Yet Shen Li desired them to possess sufficient stamina and self-defense capabilities. The drought in Izhou could persist for some time, yet the most pressing concern was the influx of refugees from the south. These displaced individuals, abandoned by the government, suffered from unrest and chaos. Many having been uprooted from their homes for over a year, their minds twisted by despair. In some villages, the raiders left nothing untouched. In others, the merciless slaughtered entire communities. As turmoil loomed, Shen Li found herself uncertain of whether she could protect her family amidst such strife. The most critical issue was that Izhou would likely fall prey to marauders and become a hotbed for uprisings. Hence, Shen Li resolved to lead her family to join the larger group migrating away. Could we perhaps leave early? When disaster strikes, every town must inspect travel documents. It is not as simple as moving the entire family at will. Our county is under the jurisdiction of the county magistrate, and if he were to permit an arbitrary family migration, what would become of his reputation? In ancient times, population figures were a measure of political success. Father, arrange for our 2 elder brothers to assist tomorrow and expedite matters regarding the 3rd brother. Later, we shall make a trip to the town to inform him to return home. Very well. Daughter, do you think we should also include your uncle's family? Her maternal grandfather's family had always treated them kindly, and in times of disaster, having more people would enhance their safety. Yet, how could they persuade them? Shen Li regarded Shen Changshan. Father, our uncles have only recently finished their harvest. How would you propose we approach them? Shen Changshan furrowed his brow, then relaxed. We shall say that your brothers and I wish to train our bodies and request that your uncles come to teach us archery. Shen Li nodded in agreement. Then I shall leave it to you. Lin Suetsue's face brightened with a gentle smile. Her husband's consideration of her family brought her joy. With their family united, they would look out for one another in all endeavors. Shen Li and Shen Changshan visited the Lin family to borrow an ox cart for their journey to the town. Relying on borrowed carts was not particularly convenient. They would need to consider purchasing a mule or cow soon to ease their travels. As Shen Li sat atop the cart, they ambled slowly toward the town, where Shen Changxing halted the cart in a lane near the Rui building. He instructed Shen Li to keep an eye on the cart while he sought out Shen Yuanzhou. A quarter of an hour later, he returned hastily, carrying a package of pastries. Let us go, Ali. If there is anything you wish to purchase, now is the time. Shen Changshan drove the cart to the town's sole armory, selecting 4 long knives, 5 bows, and 50 arrows. Shen Li also chose 2 compact daggers for her mother and sister-in-law. Given that the famine had not yet escalated severely, the prices for various items had not skyrocketed. While other commodities might fluctuate, weapons were certain to inflate in price. Purchasing them now would yield significant savings. When the shopkeeper quoted 15 taels of silver, Shen Li felt a pang of regret. Shen Changshan produced a 20-tael silver ingot from his pocket to settle the bill, and they were warmly ushered out by the eager shop assistant. Shen Li mentally calculated their remaining silver and realized they were left with very little. Shen Changshan then purchased 20 sheets of oil paper, 2 pairs of shoes and socks for each family member, and a few packets of cold remedies, red flower oil, and anti-diarrheal medicine from the apothecary. As for mugwort and mint, they could easily be gathered and dried from the village. They bought a considerable amount of salt and sugar, though these were limited in supply, and they could only procure a little from several shops. With the absence of sweet potatoes and potatoes in this era, the plight of the lower-class farmers was exacerbated. Had these crops been available, they would have sufficed to feed many and alleviate the severity of the famine. Shen Changshan also acquired 2 stone measures of coarse rice, 3 measures of fine rice, and 2 dough each of millet, sorghum, coarse flour, and yellow soybeans. Only then did he steer the ox cart back home, having initially intended to forego the fine rice, but ultimately relenting for Ali's sake. As they approached the village, Shen Changshan veered the cart onto a small path and halted behind their courtyard. Ali, please collect these provisions. Shen Li, who had been dozing off in the sun's warmth while leaning against the sacks, awoke at his words and promptly gathered the bags. Father, I will handle the preparations. You only need to focus on acquiring the essentials. Shen Changshan regarded his daughter, noting the determination in her expression, and nodded with a smile. Very well, from now on, I will take care of the household necessities. Indeed. As they drove the cart homeward, they spotted a young girl standing at the entrance to their yard from a distance. Shen Li squinted. Was that not Shen Jiao? What was she doing here? Elder brother, Ali. Upon seeing the items atop the cart, Shen Jiao frowned. Did not mother say that you and your brothers sold the land? Why are you still spending so extravagantly? Younger sister, what brings you here? Shen Jiao's lovely face broke into a smile. Elder brother, I came to find Ali. May I speak with her for a moment? Shen Changshan glanced at Shen Li, who nodded in response, and he retreated with the cart's contents. What do you wish to discuss? Shen Jiao glanced around and pointed to a nearby spot. Ali, let us converse over there. Very well. Finding the moment rather dull, Shen Li decided to humor her younger sister's whims. Shen Jiao scrutinized Shen Li's countenance. Previously, at the old residence, Shen Li's complexion had appeared somewhat sallow, her face lacking in fullness. Her delicate features seemed muted, but now, only a short time had passed since they moved out, and her complexion had brightened, her cheeks rounded, transforming her altogether. It was evident that Shen Li possessed the potential for beauty, and given time, she would surely surpass her in allure. Noticing Shen Li's silence, Shen Li impatiently inquired again, "What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Ali, did you see Brother Huaichuan yesterday? Huaichuan? Jiang Huaichuan. No. If you don't speak, I shall take my leave. With that, Shen Li turned to exit, only to be halted by Shen Jiao. Ali, you mustn't visit Brother Huaichuan anymore. He needs to focus on his studies. A flurry of question marks flashed across Shen Li's mind. What was Shen Jiao rambling about? Rolling her eyes dramatically, she retorted, I am not well acquainted with your brother Huaichuan. Shen Jiao scrutinized her for a moment, sensing an element of truth in Shen Li's statement, yet questioning why Brother Huaichuan had mentioned her so frequently in recent days. Ali, did you happen to find anything when you went up the mountain the other day? I've been trekking there daily, and today I found some wild chicken eggs, tomorrow mushrooms. What of it, dear cousin, do you wish for some? Shen Jiao chuckled. Ali, you've misunderstood. I merely inquired because I noticed you returned from the mountain looking somewhat injured. Well, you needn't ask again, as long as you keep your distance. I shall remain unscathed, Shen Li replied with earnestness, though her words belied the sincerity of her expression. Shen Jiao's smile faltered, her gaze lingering on Shen Li's retreating figure, lost in thought. Something felt amiss, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her unease, though she was certain it was intricately tied to Shen Li. With tensions already flaring between her family and her eldest brothers, she needed to devise a strategy to mend the rift. Her instincts guided her toward the necessary course of action. Yet the recent conduct of her brother's family filled her with trepidation. The task ahead loomed dauntingly. Upon returning home and securing the courtyard gate, Shen Li contemplated the door, pondering what the protagonist sensed was awry. However, with the families now separated, if they dared to stir up trouble again, she mused with a smirk, she would prepare them a delightful surprise. The following morning, at the crack of dawn, while the sky still lay shrouded in darkness, the Shen family arose. Lin Cui and Su Taohua busily prepared egg pancakes, intending to bring them along to the mountain for sustenance. Before long, Shen Li set out with her father and brothers, bow and arrows in hand. To her surprise, she spotted her two uncles waiting at the door. Her father had proven quite swift in his preparations. Eldest brother and second brother, why not wait inside? She inquired. It's fine. It's not cold now. Let us go, replied Uncle Lin Hu. Ali, are you coming too? Why not sleep a little longer? Shen Li grinned. Uncle, don't forget, I'm just like mother. As she spoke, she flexed her biceps for her uncles, though her attire concealed any visible muscle tone. Huh, it's my fault. It's good to learn a bit, lest you be bullied when you marry into another family. Shen Li raised an eyebrow, non-committal, pondering who might truly be the one bullied in such a scenario. As dawn gradually broke, Shen Li soon parted ways with them. Eager to absorb spiritual energy, if she were delayed, she might miss the opportunity entirely. Upon noticing her absence, Lin Hu and Lin Kuan contemplated searching for her, only to be deterred by Shen Changshan. "Fear not, my brothers, Ali is a capable individual and will not stray far." Reassured by Shen Shan's confidence in Shen Li, the two uncles relaxed, and the five of them commenced a light jog up the mountain. The terrain proved treacherous, and one misstep could lead to a tumble. Nevertheless, they were accustomed to the trails, and while they kept watch for obstacles, they also ensured not to drift too far from Lin Hu and Lin Kuan. Typically, traversing the mountains felt effortless. Yet the sudden shift to running left them slightly out of breath. Shen Li, having mentioned running for half an hour, realized they had barely made any headway. After a half hour, the five of them collapsed onto the grass, their stomachs growling in protest. After a brief respite, they sat up to devour the egg pancakes Lin Chui had prepared that morning, their hunger insatiable. After their meal, the three men found their water pouches significantly depleted. They then began practicing archery under the guidance of Lin Hu and Lin Kuan. After half an hour, their arms felt sore beyond measure. Meanwhile, Shen Li busied herself by the stream, roasting wild chickens for her father and uncles, wishing to encourage them on their first day of exertion. Consistency in physical training was key, as sporadic efforts yielded little benefit. When Shen Li returned, carrying 3 wild chickens, she found her uncles still honing their archery skills. This area was spacious and seldom frequented by villagers, making it an excellent practice ground. "Uncle, second uncle," she called out, observing them for a moment before raising her voice. "Father, eldest brother, fourth brother, take a break, there's no rush." "Very well," they replied. Shen Li offered them the wild chickens, saying, "Have a bite. Once we eat, we shall head home." They consumed 2 of the chickens, reserving one for Lin Chui and Su Taohua back at home. As they descended the mountain, Shen Li noticed her fourth brother occasionally shaking out his arms, realizing he had indeed exerted himself greatly over the past 2 days. That evening, she planned to use her wood-based abilities to ease their muscle soreness. If only she had access to a remedy for promoting circulation, but such formulas were notoriously elusive, typically hoarded by prominent families. Fortunately, her abilities could provide relief, sparing them from undue hardship. During their descent, Uncle Lin Hu successfully shot a wild hare, while Uncle Lin Kuan managed to hit 2 wild chickens. Both had hunted in these mountains for 20 years, and their archery skills remained sharp. As for Shen Li, she chuckled to herself. With her spiritual abilities, she could hit whatever she desired. A life of extraordinary fortune indeed. That night, while the household slumbered, Shen Li quietly entered their rooms, employing her wood-based powers to alleviate their muscle discomfort. By the time her father, eldest brother, and fourth brother finished, her wood abilities were thoroughly exhausted. Yet, she had discovered an excellent method for honing her skills. The next morning, when the Shen family awoke, they found their bodies significantly less sore, feeling more refreshed than before sleep. However, they paid little mind to this change, continuing their routine of morning exercises. This pattern persisted for an entire week, during which the skies occasionally darkened but never released any rain. The 3 men had grown accustomed to this routine, occasionally hitting wild chickens or hares with their arrows, not for sale, but instead allowing Lin Chui and Su Taohua to prepare dried meats. One day, upon returning home, Shen Li spotted Pei Yu basking in the sun at the door of the West Wing. "Young Master Wei, how fares your injury?" "Thank you for your concern, Miss Xia. It has improved considerably." Shen Li nodded and retreated to her own chamber. Despite his outwardly gentle demeanor, Shen Li sensed that beneath his polished exterior lay the remnants of a tumultuous past. How could a person endure such upheaval without experiencing a shift in temperament? Moreover, with her heightened awareness, she often detected the flickering shadows of brooding emotions within him. Pei Yu had spent 2 consecutive days sitting outside, while his family appeared preoccupied, though she could not discern their exact endeavors. Rising before dawn, they returned early in the afternoon, and the 2 women of the household seemed to have adopted a morning exercise routine as well. After Shen Li changed her clothes, she intended to make a trip to the town. As she passed by Wei Zian, her steps faltered. "Young Master Wei, I am heading to the town. Is there anything you need me to bring back?" Pei Yu remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "Could you please bring back some medicine for me?" "But, young master, the price of this medicine is quite steep. If it is too expensive, I fear I may not have enough silver." Pei Yu then pulled a pouch from his waist. This pouch had been specially crafted by his subordinate and was water-resistant. It was said to be for the day he might find himself in an unfortunate situation, stranded without any money. How prophetic that turned out to be. Pei Yu retrieved 2 banknotes, each worth 200 taels. Here you go, Mississippi. Shen Li accepted the notes, stating that any remaining balance after purchasing the medicine would be her reward. Do you have paper and ink? Please wait a moment. Shen Li turned and went to her fourth brother's room to fetch the writing materials, then brought a low table for him. Pei Yu glanced at his legs. Falling into silence, he wrote 3 prescriptions in succession. Thank you for your trouble, Mississippi. After watching Shen Li exit the courtyard, Pei Yu closed his eyes, concealing his emotions. There were traitors among his ranks, otherwise, he would not have been reduced to such a state. Once his health improved, he would reach out to his subordinates. For now, he needed to gather some medicine to detoxify his system. To prevent anyone from monitoring the apothecary, he had written 3 separate prescriptions, each containing the necessary medicinal ingredients. Upon reaching the town entrance, Shen Li noticed a crowd gathered around a bulletin board, pointing and discussing. She squeezed through to see a wanted poster. At first glance, it seemed quite familiar. Oh, isn't this the beautiful yet tragic hero I saved? The rewards for information were 10 taels of silver, 20 for clues, and 300 for capturing the individual. How intriguing. This beautiful yet tragic hero was valued at 300 taels. What a pity. For he had promised her 500 taels as a reward. Chapter 25, Third Brother Shen Yuanzhou. Shen Li stepped back from the crowd, contemplating the 3 prescriptions in her possession. After some thought, she decided not to fill them at a single shop, but to visit 3 different apothecaries instead. Each prescription required 10 packets of medicine, totaling 10 taels, 1 tael per packet. She had reviewed the prescriptions, but there were some medicinal ingredients she was not well acquainted with. During her time here, she had been learning alongside her 4th brother and could now recognize several hundred characters. 3 prescriptions meant 30 packets of medicine, equating to 30 taels. If she were to require more in the future, would the 200 taels he provided be sufficient? Nevertheless, he had promised her a reward, should he fail to deliver. She would simply consider it a selfless act of heroism on her part. However, he had been injured when she saved him, which meant she would recreate the scene and return him to where he belonged. Yet, she wondered, if there were to be another incident, would anyone come to save the beautiful yet tragic hero again? The last prescription was filled at the Huachuntang apothecary. After settling the payment, Shen Li lifted the cloth covering the basket to reveal its contents to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned to see the jade-white taisui, then promptly invited her to the back courtyard. Miss, may I examine this more closely? Shen Li placed the basket on the table. Please, go ahead. The shopkeeper took out the taisui, which still bore black, damp soil, indicating it had been unearthed recently. The more he examined it, the more excited he became. His employer was seeking a suitable offering, and this taisui fit the bill perfectly. Miss, do you have a price in mind? Shen Li raised an eyebrow. We are not first-time partners, shopkeeper. You propose a price, and if I find it acceptable, we shall conclude the deal. If not, I shall seek another buyer. The taisui she brought was not particularly large, weighing around 15 jin, yet it was aesthetically pleasing and quite rare for its size. The shopkeeper pondered for a while, torn, before finally making up his mind. In my youth, I once acquired a larger one for 1,000 taels, but that was many years ago. How about I offer you 1,800 taels? Shen Li tapped her fingers on the table, surprised at its worth. The shopkeeper, sensing her hesitation, added, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. In this small town, this taisui is valued at this amount. If you were to take it to the capital, the price could rise even further. Very well, we shall proceed at your stated price. The shopkeeper's smile widened with sincerity. Now, if you would be so kind, please prepare some common medicines for treating cold and wounds, as well as other essentials for long-distance journeys. The shopkeeper readily agreed. Please wait a moment, miss, while I prepare the medicines and silver. I would appreciate it if you could prepare 200 taels in silver and the rest in banknotes. Certainly, Mississippi. A quarter of an hour later, the shopkeeper returned with 2 bundles, placing them before Shen Li. Miss, here are your banknotes. Please check them. Shen Li opened the bundle to find 10 ingots of 20 taels each, with the remainder consisting of 150 tael notes. A smile graced her face, one far more genuine than before. Thank you, shopkeeper. This medicine shall be a gift from me to you, in hopes of fostering a good relationship. Shen Li picked up the bundle while the shopkeeper took the taisui. Thank you, shopkeeper. My surname is Shen. The shopkeeper continued to beam, saying, Next time, Miss Shen. If you have more herbs, bring them to our Huachuntang to sell. Certainly. As Shen Li stepped out of the Huachuntang, she wore a smile. The shopkeeper, noticing her burden of herbs, handed her a wicker basket. With newfound wealth, Shen Li decided to indulge in a delightful meal. First ordering 30 meat buns and 30 steamed buns to go, followed by 20 packs of pastries and 30 baked cakes. After strolling through the alleys with her basket, she emerged with only the medicine inside. She entered a tavern, which happened to be the one where her third brother worked. "Miss, how many will be dining?" "I would like a quiet spot, please." "Certainly, this way." The waiter did not look down upon Shen Li due to her attire or the basket she carried, leading her to a cozy corner. "Waiter, what dishes do you recommend?" The waiter observed her, although her clothing was different. She possessed an innate grace that was evident as she entered the tavern, her expression neutral. "If you're dining alone, I recommend our signature dish, the 8 treasure duck, along with a serving of Jinling meatballs and white sauce round vegetables. That should suffice." And I would like a portion of braised lion's head and donghua pork as well." Shen Li had noticed these dishes were prominently featured on the menu upon her arrival. "Very well." As the tavern was not particularly busy, Shen Li waited about 15 minutes for her meal to arrive, with only the donghua pork remaining. Just as the waiter placed the meat on the table and turned to leave, he caught sight of the girl smiling at him. "Sister, what brings you here?" Shen Yuano, glancing at his cheerful younger sister and the spread of food before them, felt his heart leap into his throat. He was acutely aware of their family situation. The meal she ordered could not be covered by his 2 months' wages. "No, I must ensure the shopkeeper does not scold my sister. If it comes to it, I will cover the difference with my wages and simply avoid returning home for a while." Shen Li gazed at her elder brother, whose face flickered between shades of green and white, his expression betraying his thoughts. A smile graced her lips as she looked at him. "Brother, when will you return home?" Shen Yuanzhou's countenance was exceedingly grim. "Little sister, the shopkeeper has informed me that I can return in 3 days. Propping her chin on one hand, Shen Li inquired, "Brother, why do you look so unwell?" Shen Yuanzhou sighed. He glanced at the 4 delectable dishes on the table and, with great difficulty, uttered, "Little sister, may I treat you?" Unable to contain her laughter any longer, Shen Li burst into giggles. "Brother, you are truly adorable." Instantly, a flush of shyness appeared on Shen Yuanzhou's face, which made Shen Li laugh even harder. His skin was not particularly fair, resembling a sunny boy from the future. Especially when he smiled, a shallow dimple appeared beside his cheek, and with his bright grin, he became all the more endearing. However, as Shen Yuanzhou looked at the dishes before him, his expression fell once more. "Little sister, did you bring any money?" Shen Li nodded, "Of course. How could I have come here without it?" Shen Yuanzhou exhaled a long breath of relief, grateful that he would not have to work off his debt. "Brother, go take a leave. Let us dine together. Is that appropriate?" "I would lose pay." Shen Li produced a small ingot of silver and placed it on the table. "It's nothing. We are not short on silver." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuanzhou's eyes brightened. "All right, I shall go right away. Wait for me, little sister." He hurried off to find the shopkeeper, feeling that his little sister had become increasingly charming. "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper." "Who?" The shopkeeper glared at him. "What are you doing?" "Get back to work." Shen Yuanzhou rubbed his hands together, flashing a big smile. "Shopkeeper, may I have half an hour off today?" Who was busy calculating, glanced at him. "You don't want your pay?" Shen Yuanzhou shook his head. "Of course I do." "Then why do you want to take leave?" He pointed to the table where Shen Li was seated. "My little sister is here to dine. She wants me to accompany her." Who paused in his calculations, looking in the direction Shen Yuanzhou indicated. A young lady sat there, a feast spread before her. He regarded Shen Yuanzhou with curiosity. "Isn't your family well off? Why would your sister come here to eat?" "Go on, I want to deduct your pay." "Thank you, shopkeeper." Shen Yuanzhou scampered back to Shen Li. Little sister. Chapter 26. A well-priced act of rescue. "Brother, eat up. After we finish, I'll ask the shopkeeper if he can let you return home today." "No need. I'll be back in a few days." "All right." 3 days was a manageable wait for Shen Li. Shen Yuanzhou had already filled his bowl and was eagerly diving into the dishes on the table. Shen Li sampled each of the 4 dishes. The chef at Rui Tower is quite skilled. The food is delicious." She beckoned a waiter. "Please pack 3 servings of each of these dishes. And also 3 servings of the steamed meat." Shen Li then pulled a piece of silver from her purse and placed it on the table, which the waiter promptly collected. "Very well, please wait a moment, esteemed guest." Shen Yuanzhou was lost in the culinary delights, having no objection to Shen Li's decision to pack food. The money was earned by his little sister. She could spend it as she pleased. Once they finished their meal, the waiter returned with the packed dishes. Esteemed guest. The shopkeeper said this food box is alone. You can return it next time you come. Here is your change. Please accept it. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shen Li's eyes. The shopkeeper truly knows how to manage relationships. Thank you very much. Standing at the entrance of Rui Tower, Shen Li handed a small ingot of silver to Shen Yuanzhou. Brother, buy yourself something if you wish. She waved goodbye to him, shouldering her basket and carrying the food box as she walked away. As Shen Yuanzhou watched his sister disappear into the distance, he tucked the silver securely away before returning to the tavern to continue his work. Just as Shen Li was about to leave the town, she spotted a vendor selling chicks, ducks, and goslings. She eagerly purchased 10 of each. With her arms full, she ran along the path home, ensuring no one was following before veering into a nearby grove. There, she stored the food in her space, leaving a portion out to pack in her food box. The chicks, ducks, and goslings were also stored, with plans to feed them upon her return. She resolved to gather some pots and pans for her space, making it convenient to prepare meals. Shen Li hurried home, discovering that her family had already had lunch. Upon entering, she noticed the courtyard door was ajar and promptly closed it. Father, mother, I'm back. She set down her basket and carried the food box into the main room. Lin Cui emerged from her chamber upon hearing her daughter's voice. Ali, you're back. Have you eaten yet? Mother, I ate in town and brought back dishes for you. Lin Cui's smile broadened. This child, you could have just eaten for yourself. The food in town is quite expensive. Why bring us anything? Shen Li shook her head. Mother, I earned some money today. With that, she tossed her bundle onto the table with a thud. Lin Cui, hearing the clatter, opened the bundle to inspect its contents. So much silver? Indeed. Lin Cui secured the bundle again. Very well, we shall keep this for your dowry. Shen Li swiftly snatched the bundle from her embrace. Mother, why speak of such things? I intend to stay home for several more years. Inside the bundle were 400 taels of silver, 100 taels in coins, and 300 taels in 50 tael notes. I'll take half. The rest can stay here for our needs. Lin Cui frowned, her face etched with disapproval. Ali, we don't need this at home. Keep it for yourself. Shen Li ignored her mother's protests, carrying the banknotes into her room. Mother, give the silver to father. He will understand. After circling her room, Shen Li re-emerged, only to find Mei Kenchang sitting under the eaves with a wooden stick beside him. She approached and placed the medicine by his feet. Oh, young Master Wei. I didn't expect you to be quite valuable. A glimmer of coldness crossed Pei Yu's eyes. Miss Shen must have seen my wanted poster in the county. Though they did not know his exact whereabouts, by posting the wanted notice in the towns along the canal, they would surely uncover leads. I wonder how much Wei is worth? Perhaps about 300 taels of silver. It pales in comparison to the reward you offered me. Pei Yu's eyes twitched uncontrollably at this remark. If the bounty on the wanted notice exceeded what he had given, surely he would not still be here. Thank you, Miss Shen. Shen Li smiled gently, her lips forming 2 shallow dimples. No need for thanks. My rescue comes with a price. If you feel indebted, I could accept a little more. Pei Yu mused to himself that Miss Shen often mentioned money yet never came across as vulgar. Miss Shen, you have saved Wei. Beyond promising you the 500 taels, I can also agree to one request. Shen Li squinted, assessing him. She couldn't deny that the proposal was tempting. This Mei Kenchang clearly belonged to a wealthy or noble family, and in life, one could never guarantee they wouldn't face hardships. If she were to encounter difficulties in the future, she could always seek his assistance. Although Shen Li possesses considerable strength in this feudal era, certain issues cannot be resolved solely through brute force. They require both status and power. However, mere words hold no weight. Young Master Wei must provide me with a token of some sort. Pei Yu nodded and removed the jade pendant from his waist. This pendant serves as proof of Wei's identity, and I kindly request that the young lady safeguard it and refrain from revealing it to others. Shen Li understood that this pendant symbolized his status, yet at present, he was in a precarious situation. Akin to a dung beetle rolling dung, holding onto this pendant would only bring further trouble. Swiftly, Shen Li tossed the pendant back into his embrace, suggesting that such an important item would be better kept by young Master Wei himself. When the time comes for him to depart, he may provide me with another token. Pei Yu, both amused and exasperated, observed the urgency with which Miss Shen relinquished the pendant, as if it were a cursed object. His expression soon turned cold, His current identity was indeed something this family would wish to avoid. Grasping the medicine, he returned to his room with a wooden stick in hand. Inside, Peiyu meticulously unpacked the medicine, sorting through it until he managed to obtain only 10 packets, as the rest had become mixed together. Emerging with the medicine, he fortuitously encountered Lin Cui and Madame Shen. "May I borrow a stove to brew the medicine?" he inquired. Lin Cui nodded, offering. "Shall I assist you in brewing it?" Peiyu declined, stating, "The medicine is rather special. I must handle it personally." Seeing his determination, Lin Cui refrained from further insistence and assisted him in locating a pot and a small stove in the kitchen. Before departing, she asked with concern, "Can young Master Wei start the fire by himself?" Peiyu assured her, "I can." At this moment, Shen Li closed the door to her room and entered her space. Within, she began organizing designated areas for the chickens, ducks, and geese, allowing the chicks to settle anywhere while ensuring the ducks and geese were near the water's edge. Observing the few small fish and shrimp in the stream, she pondered when she might procure more to place within her space. Otherwise, she would find it difficult to enjoy them when the time came. "Tomorrow morning, I shall absorb some spiritual energy and then seek out more." The following morning, Shen Li set out alongside the Shen family, parting ways with them on the mountain. By now, her two uncles had grown accustomed to her mysterious comings and goings. Upon her arrival at the mountain, she noticed that the spiritual energy seemed to have diminished slightly compared to before. Is it gradually waning? She wondered. This past fortnight, the presence of spiritual energy had propelled her two abilities to successfully advance to the 3rd tier. With its reduction, it appeared she would have to rely on her own efforts to improve further. Nevertheless, she was determined to explore the depths of the cliff below. Resolutely, Shen Li sat cross-legged to absorb the spiritual energy, her capacity for absorption increasing with her power. After completing the process, she stood atop the mountain, waiting as the surrounding mist gradually dissipated. Peering over the cliff's edge, she found the ground still shrouded in dense fog. Channeling her mental energy, she plunged downward, successfully probing the depths. With a determined leap, she descended. Chapter 27. The Acquisition of Goods. Shen Li's body plummeted rapidly, the wind stinging her face as she erected a mental barrier around herself. Her mental energy remained engaged, delving deeper until, just before hitting the water, she deftly summoned her wood-based powers to entangle a large tree growing on the cliffside. Her descent abruptly halted, swinging several times in midair before coming to rest. Breathing a sigh of relief, Shen Li calmed her racing heart, scanning the verdant pool below for a suitable landing spot. The distance was approximately 20 meters, too far to leap. Glancing at the pool, she recalled her intention to gather fish and shrimp, realizing this was a fortuitous opportunity. Releasing the vine, she plunged straight into the water. With a splash, Shen Li struggled momentarily before swimming toward the shore. Once she emerged, she beamed at her dry clothes, pleased with the efficacy of her mental abilities. Standing at the water's edge, she focused her mental energy into the depths of the pool, discovering its impressive depth 20 meters at its deepest point, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. Her mental exploration revealed a multitude of fish, and her thoughts drifted to various culinary delights: stone pot fish, grilled fish, boiled fish slices, steamed fish, and braised fish. Retrieving her mental energy, she wove a net from her wood-based powers beneath the water, gradually resizing it. As it surfaced, the sound of splashing water filled the air, and Shen Li couldn't contain her joy. She had captured nearly 800 fish. Summoning all her strength, she pulled the fish onto the shore, storing them in the stream within her space. The stream was shallow, averaging only 80 centimeters in height, yet it was sufficiently wide and long for her catch. The fish, initially startled, quickly acclimated to their new surroundings, swimming joyfully as if they had merely relocated. Contemplating the pool, she mused about gathering more. This time, she employed her mental energy to craft a smaller net, capturing over 600 fish. Not wishing to be greedy, she ceased her efforts after securing them in her space. The fish could reproduce, ensuring an ample supply for the future. Diving into her space, she observed the variety of fish: grass carp, cushion carp, perch, bass, and more. I shall feast on fish tonight. After securing the fish, she turned her attention to the task at hand, circling the pool's edge. The perimeter was lined with stones, covered in moss, while a variety of shadow-loving weeds and trees thrived nearby, suggesting this was a place seldom kissed by sunlight. A faint mist lingered at the bottom of the pool, casting an eerie atmosphere. However, having survived the apocalypse and experienced a ghostly existence, Shen Li felt no fear. Reflecting on her days as a ghost, she recalled the white impermanence and resolved to lodge a complaint when next they met. As she ventured onward, she stumbled upon a cave. Producing a fire starter from her space, she proceeded cautiously, employing her mental energy to probe its depths. The cave was dark and damp, with numerous puddles dotting the floor, seemingly unremarkable. Yet, as her mental energy extended beyond 200 meters, the cave appeared to stretch infinitely. Despite not detecting any spiritual energy since her arrival, Shen Li felt compelled to explore further. After 20 minutes of trekking, she finally reached the cave's end, a rock wall devoid of anything noteworthy. Well, it seems my streak of bad luck has ended, yet my fortune has not improved significantly. Returning to the edge of the pond, this time she refrained from approaching closely. Instead, she released her mental energy, scanning the vicinity of the pond, and indeed found nothing of particular interest. However, she did stumble upon a small cluster of yellow essence, which had evidently been there for many years. Without hesitation, Shen Li retrieved her small medicinal hoe from her spatial storage and proceeded to excavate. The age of this yellow essence was apparent, marking today as a day of triumph rather than loss. After more than half an hour of diligent digging, Shen Li completed her task, leaving a few smaller plants to thrive sustainably in their natural habitat. She had collected several dozen pounds of yellow essence, and her spirits were lifted as a result. Yet, the source of the spiritual energy eluded her. Where could it be emanating from? Perhaps. Shen Li turned her gaze towards the pond, realizing that she had previously overlooked the vast expanse beneath the water. Should she venture below? Yes, one must seize the opportunity. If she could procure a treasure, it would infuse her spatial realm with spiritual energy in the future. She released her mental energy once more, meticulously searching the underwater terrain inch by inch. The area was extensive, and she had already expended considerable mental energy, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. At last, she discerned a familiar stone nestled at the bottom, faint spiritual energy radiating from it. Shen Li retracted her mental energy. The stone bore an uncanny resemblance to the pearl she had discovered in her bound space, not just similar, but indistinguishable. Touching her brow, where the stone had embedded itself upon recognition, Shen Li approached the nearest shore, closest to the white stone. After performing some warm-up exercises, she leapt into the pond, the icy water sending a shiver through her body. With only a modicum of mental energy left for later use, Shen Li resorted to the most primitive of methods. She swam deeper, simultaneously extending her vines to find solid footing. The vines latched onto a large rock, and with a surge of determination, she propelled herself towards the depths. Closing her eyes, a lyric echoed in her mind. The cold, icy rain ruthlessly slaps against my face. Shen Li unleashed her mental energy, quickly and accurately locating the stone, seizing it and swimming back to the surface. Breaking through the water, she gasped for air, only to be suddenly struck by a chilling sensation coursing through her body. Hastily, she scrambled ashore. Splash! A massive fish tail smacked the water's surface. Fortunately, her reflexes had spared her, otherwise, a blow from that fish tail would have been quite the ordeal. Shen Li stepped back, and soon a gigantic fish head emerged from the depths. What kind of fish was this? Its appearance was grotesque, with a sharp, triangular mouth, and it measured 8 meters in length, fixating its large eyes upon her. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Li brandished the stone in her palm. Do you desire this? The fish responded by spitting water at her. Shen Li sidestepped, exclaiming, "Huh, you missed." The bizarre fish glared at her, its eyes boring into her. Shen Li beckoned it with a finger, "Come here." A standoff ensued between the girl and the fish, until the creature erupted in a fit of rage, thrashing in the water. "Huh, you think you can escape?" Shen Li wiped the water from her face, watching as the fish darted away at breakneck speed. "If you have the guts, don't run away. Let us settle this." With a resounding splash, the fish tail struck the water, sending sprays several meters high, and indeed, the peculiar fish vanished into the depths. Shen Li caught a whiff of the faint fishy scent lingering on her face. Where had this fish learned such impudence? Spitting water at a person, such poor manners. Yet, in light of her acquisition, she chose to overlook the transgression. Had she not secured the stone, she would have roasted the strange fish for dinner. Chapter 28. Transformation of the space. Shen Li retreated into her spatial realm to change her attire. The base of the cliff was already chilly, and she couldn't afford to catch a cold. Upon entering, the bizarre fish cautiously peered its head above the water, its eyes brimming with rage and resentment. It spat water at the shore several times before retreating to the depths. In the lotus pond, Shen Li washed her hair and bathed, ensuring her visage bore no trace of fishy odor before changing clothes. Her face was flushed from scrubbing. She couldn't help but wonder how many years it had been since that fish last brushed its teeth. What a stench. Donning a green outfit, reminiscent of her morning attire, she examined the stone. Within the white stone seemed to reside a subtle spiritual energy. What secrets might it hold? Shen Li procured an embroidery needle, pricked her finger, and let 2 drops of blood fall upon it. 1 second, 2 seconds, Shen Li's gaze remained fixed upon the stone, her eyes straining, yet she witnessed no change. Was her method flawed? Regardless, the stone was now in her possession. It was time to return home. Reappearing at her original location, she observed a small puddle at her feet, and 3 dark lines crossed her forehead. She could easily guess who was responsible. Such a grudge. Shen Li surveyed the towering cliff. Disheartened, descending took a mere minute, yet ascending would require no less than half an hour. Resigned, she summoned her wood-based abilities and began climbing the trees and protruding rocks along the cliffside. Ultimately, she had overestimated her capabilities, taking over 40 minutes to reach the summit. Shen Li collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Her wood abilities had been thoroughly depleted. Gurgle. In her hand, she produced a meat bun and lay there, consuming it. After devouring 3, she felt her strength returning. Sitting up, she retrieved a roasted rabbit, a plate of 8 treasure duck, and 3 large steamed buns from her spatial storage, wolfing them down with delight. Ah, what bliss! Indeed, there is no greater comfort than a full stomach. This was Shen Li's heartfelt sentiment. Due to her unfortunate past, she had often faced hunger. But now, with her spatial realm, she could eat whenever she pleased. After satisfying her hunger, Shen Li hurried down the mountain. It was already late, and she estimated it would take another half hour to return home. Surely her parents would be worried. Upon her return, she found the courtyard in serene silence. Her family was engaged in their tasks, and not a hint of concern graced their faces. Had they placed too much trust in her? Peiyu, seated at the entrance of the west wing, noticed Shen Li the moment she stepped into the courtyard. However, he lowered his gaze, his long, thick lashes casting shadows over his eyes, as Shen Li appeared oblivious to his presence. Ali has returned? Su Taohua, her sister-in-law, was the first to spot Shen Li, hurrying over to inquire if she had eaten, taking the fish from her hands. Sister-in-law, I have already eaten. The courtyard held an array of sun-dried mugwort mint, and both large and small thistles, alongside 2 baskets of herbs yet to be sorted. Among them were several herbs for stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation. Mother, have you all been foraging on the mountain? Lin Chuichui glanced up at her daughter, and seeing she was unharmed, returned her focus to the herbs. Yes, these are all the herbs your 4th brother sketched. After your father recognized them, they gathered them this morning. Oh. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Shen Li plopped down beside them, propping her chin on her hand and gazing vacantly at the blue sky. As for the 2 baskets of herbs on the ground, with so many people at home, they would soon be divided. That evening, both fish were prepared as braised fish, and as Shen Li ate, she nodded in approval. The fish was tender, likely due to the stone's influence, with minimal fishy taste. The entire family enjoyed the meal, yet no one inquired about the source of the fish. They were well aware of Shen Li's frequent excursions into the 5 Ridge Mountains. In the quiet of the night, once her family had succumbed to slumber, Shen Li ventured into the mystical realm. Observing the stone before her, she noted the bloodstains had long since dried, an indication that this method was futile. Pondering her options, she contemplated whether to utilize her soul or her mental energy. Tentatively, she released a thread of mental energy to probe the stone, only to be met with sudden darkness as she fainted, collapsing softly onto the grass. In an instant, the stone zipped into her brow, merging with another stone, causing the space around her to tremble violently. Abruptly, she was expelled from the realm, landing on her bed. Shen Li awoke in the dead of night, her surroundings enveloped in pitch darkness. Rubbing her temples, she felt a dull throb, yet sensed the space remained intact. In the next moment, she found herself once more within the realm, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. The space had transformed. A courtyard now stood beside the lotus pond, where the blossoms had fully unfurled, some even bearing fruit. The grass appeared more vibrantly green, and a hint of spiritual energy permeated the air. Behind the courtyard, an orchard emerged, revealing unfamiliar fruits. The expanse of the realm had widened considerably, now adorned with 5 towering mountains, their midsections cloaked in mist. The mountains were lush with trees, many of which were unrecognizable to her. As she entered the courtyard, Shen Li discovered a piece of paper resting atop a table. Upon her touch, it dissolved into a stream of light, penetrating her mind and intensifying her headache. This space was a gift from the ancient master of the artifact sect for his daughter, who, being mortal, was unable to cultivate. He had thus created a realm with minimal spiritual energy, suitable for a commoner. Unfortunately, his daughter remained unable to cultivate, and the artifact was subsequently buried with her, inexplicably flowing into this world and splitting in two. Now, the space had reunited, but it seemed to have sustained damage during its transition, resulting in the spiritual energy being greatly diminished. Nevertheless, Shen Li was content, for this slight energy posed no harm to mortals. Rather, it could enhance their physical constitution. The grains cultivated in the realm could be harvested for her family's consumption without adverse effects. The unknown fruits from the orchard were common spiritual fruits from the cultivation world, not to be overindulged by mortals. Additionally, a well had appeared in the courtyard, containing ordinary water, albeit imbued with a hint of spiritual energy due to its prolonged stay in the realm, making it sweeter and more palatable than that from outside. As for the lotus flowers, they were ordinary spiritual flowers, with their seeds possessing healing properties to expedite recovery from wounds. Shen Li plucked a spiritual fruit, savoring it as she pushed open the door to her room. To the left lay the bedroom, to the right the study, and in between stood a table set with chairs and teaware. Despite the passage of years, the room remained impeccably clean. The decor was opulent yet comprised of mundane items, lacking anything particularly extraordinary. After exploring her space and indulging in several spiritual fruits, she exited the realm to return to slumber. On that day, Shen Yuanzhou was set to return, coinciding with the market day in town. Lin Cui and Su Taohua planned to go, and Shen Li, noting the abundance of livestock, decided to accompany them, remembering to bring along the food box from Rui Lu. Her uncle drove the ox cart, with 2 aunts seated beside him, while several cousins chose not to join. Since her uncle had taken the 4 cousins with him, they had complained incessantly since the beginning. Yet none dared to voice discontent regarding their training. Today, the 4th cousin donned a new outfit of blue cotton cloth, freshly sewn by their mother. "What are you planning to buy today?" she inquired. "I'm going to check the bookshop," he replied. "Do you enjoy reading?" Shen Qian shook his head, claiming their family's circumstances were satisfactory. His evasive response implied an affection for reading, though he would never admit it outright. Shen Li fished out a few pieces of silver from her purse and placed them in his hand. "If you find a book you wish to buy, go ahead. If it's not enough, come back and ask me for more. Once things settle down, I'll send you to the academy, all right?" Shen Qian looked down at the silver in his palm, clutching it tightly as his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had always loved reading, yet understood their family's financial constraints, hence never broached the subject. "Ali, I do not like reading," he insisted. "Cousin, you're lying. Your eyes wander when you lie." Shen Qian fell silent. Shen Li patted his shoulder. "Our family will prosper. You must study hard and become my support in the future, do you understand?" He blinked in surprise before resolutely nodding. "Yes, I understand, Ali." Chapter 29. Purchasing a Mule. Shen Li nodded in satisfaction. It was correct for her cousin to think this way. With no official in the family, they were vulnerable to bullying. The others in the cart fell silent, listening to the conversation between the siblings without interruption. Lin Cui felt a wave of guilt upon hearing her daughter mention Shen Qian's fondness for books. If only they had realized sooner as parents. Shen Li glanced back to see Shen Jiao watching her, offering a smile. Nearby, Shen Nai cast a fierce glare at Shen Li, while He Lai appeared disdainful. Shen Li merely regarded them briefly before nonchalantly diverting her gaze. If their relationships were strained, there was no need to force a connection, as it would only exacerbate matters. Moreover, she had never intended to forge a close bond with them. On market day, the ox cart could not enter the town but had to stop in an open area outside. Uncle Lin, who observed the cart, while the others dispersed at the town's entrance, each pursuing their own purchases. Shen Li handed the food box to Shen Qian cousin. "This is the food box from Rui Lu. Please deliver it to them on your way to the bookshop." "Okay." As for her 3rd cousin, there was no need to worry. Even if they didn't return together, he would find his way home. Shen Li turned to Lin Chuichui and Su Taohua. Mother, sister-in-law, what do you wish to buy? Shall we enjoy a bowl of noodles first? Before her stood 3 empty bowls, and Lin Chuichui was momentarily taken aback. Ali's appetite is even larger than mine. In reality, she had only consumed 2 bowls, but had desired more. However, the meat noodle bowl cost 10 coins. And with so little meat, it felt like a waste to her. Once her daughter finished eating, Lin Chuichui finally pulled out some coins and placed them on the table. Lin Chuichui purchased 4 sets of teapots at the market, previously. They had only 1 set, but now that their circumstances had improved, she wished to place one in each room for convenience at night. As Shen Li passed by several fabric shops, she noticed cotton for sale and halted. Shopkeeper, how much for this cotton? She picked up a flower of cotton. Slightly yellowed yet of decent quality. Miss, your eye for quality is commendable. This is last year's new cotton, priced at 60 coins per tael. Isn't that nearly a tael of silver per pound? Shen Li glanced at Lin Chuichui, who bore a similarly astonished expression. Goodness, cotton prices have risen quite rapidly. It must be due to last year's snow disaster in the south. Shen Li scrutinized the bags of cotton with her mental energy, confirming their quality before pointing. Boss, I'll take all 5 bags. Their household quilts had become thick and heavy. She wondered if they would reach their destination before winter arrived. It was always prudent to be prepared. The proprietress chuckled amiably, replying, Dear guest, these are merely for display. We have more in the storeroom. Allow me to fetch some for you. Shen Li shook her head, gazing at the shopkeeper with a half-smile and said, I shall take these few bags of superior quality. A flicker of irritation flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes, but seeing other customers in the fabric store, she nodded in acquiescence and instructed her assistant to bring over some scrap cloth bags, tightening the mouths of the burlap sacks. When shall you come for the cotton? Right now, Shen Li asserted, hoisting 2 bags of cotton under the shopkeeper's scrutinizing gaze. Very well. Shen Li felt as though the word had been squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Lin Chuichui also carried 2 bags, while Su Taohua hefted one. And the 3 of them made their way toward the spot where the ox cart was parked. After securing the cotton, Shen Li turned to Lin Chuichui and said, Mother, our quilts at home have grown old. We should purchase some cotton fabric later for you and sister-in-law to make a few new quilts. All right. Lin Chuichui had evidently grown accustomed to her daughter's ability to earn and spend money. Su Taohua nodded in agreement. Thus, the 3 of them made another trip. And Shen Li bought a bolt of white cotton fabric, 2 bolts of indigo, 1 bolt of light purple, 1 bolt of gray, and 1 bolt of green. The blue and light purple were slightly more expensive, priced at 600 won per bolt, while the others cost 500 won each. These were all the most ordinary cotton fabrics, devoid of any prints. Shen Li took out the silver to pay and then had the servant load the fabrics onto the ox cart. Lin, who observed the items on the cart, blinking in surprise, had his sister and niece truly begun to spend so extravagantly? Shen Li intended to look at livestock, while Lin Chuichui and Su Taohua continued to shop for other small items in the town. Elder uncle, I shall go over there to take a look. Lin, who glanced in the direction Shen Li pointed. Ali, that area smells foul. Why would you go there? Elder uncle, I will just take a quick look and return shortly, Shen Li replied before leaping off the ox cart and heading that way. There were quite a few cattle, donkeys, mules, and horses in that area, with cattle and donkeys being the most numerous. Shen Li wandered for a while, and perhaps due to her youthful appearance, no one paid her any mind. She listened intently to their bargaining prices, nodding to herself in silent approval. After a circuit, Shen Li paused before a few mules. Generally, farmers purchased cattle, as they were considered a labor force, but Shen Li was not buying for agricultural purposes. What is the price for this mule? A middle-aged man, hearing the inquiry, looked up in disappointment upon seeing a young girl before him. Go play somewhere else. I ask again, what is the price for this mule? The middle-aged man scrutinized the girl, and upon noticing the earnestness in her eyes, he pondered whether she might genuinely be interested in purchasing. Young lady, you have discerning taste. You won't find mules of this quality anywhere else in the town. Shen Li nodded. Indeed, after her earlier exploration, this man's mules appeared the most robust. Then, since you seem sincere in your intent to buy, I shall let you have it for 22 taels of silver per mule. The middle-aged man wore a congenial smile, as if suggesting she was getting quite the bargain. Shen Li responded, but other mules are only priced at 15 taels of silver. Why is yours so exorbitantly priced? The man's expression stiffened. It seemed the young girl had already done her research. He slapped the mule's back, saying, "Young lady, just look at my mule. It's first-rate quality." Shen Li silently listened to the man's boastful claims about his mule. It was true that his mule was superior to others. But did he consider her a fool to be easily swayed? As the man continued to extol his mule, Shen Li discreetly took 2 steps back. After a lengthy sales pitch, the man's lips became parched. Originally, these mules had been promised to another buyer who had suddenly reneged, leaving him in this predicament. Had it not been for such circumstances, he would not be so fervently trying to sell them. He had even resolved that if they did not sell today, he would take them to the county seat. 18 taels of silver and throw in a cart, and I will take one, Shen Li proposed. The middle-aged man noted how fiercely she was bargaining, slashing 4 taels off the price. However, all his funds were tied up in the mules, and he desperately needed cash. "Young lady, how about you add a little more?" Shen Li shook her head, pointing toward a nearby cattle dealer. "If you do not sell to me, I shall purchase a cow instead." The middle-aged man turned to see the cattle dealer watching them intently, and upon noticing the robust cow Shen Li indicated, he conceded, "Deal." Seeing his agreement so readily, Shen Li felt less pleased, but still produced the silver and selected a suitably sized cart. The middle-aged man even instructed Shen Li on how to drive the cart, ensuring she was capable before watching her depart with the mule. Shen Li parked the mule cart beside her uncle's ox cart. Lin Hu, noticing the mule cart alongside the ox cart, glanced up. The driver looks quite familiar." "Ali, why have you rented a mule cart?" Shen Li shook her head. "Elder uncle, this is my purchase." Lin Hu appeared slightly surprised, then inquired, "Why not buy an ox cart instead?" With a faint smile gracing her face, her dimples dancing, Shen Li replied, "Elder uncle, our fields have all been sold. What use have we for an ox now?" "Ah, indeed." Realization struck Lin Hu as he recalled that his brother-in-law's fields had been entirely sold. "Elder uncle, is there anything you need to buy? Hurry and procure it. I will keep watch here." "No need, your aunt will handle the purchases." Shen Li nodded. And the two fell silent, waiting until she spotted her third brother emerging from the town with a bundle on his back. Shen Yuanzhou was scanning the surroundings, recalling that their fourth brother had come by earlier, mentioning that their mother and younger sister were also at the market, with elder uncle waiting outside. Where could they be? "Third brother." Shen Li waved, "I'm over here." A smile illuminated Shen Yuanzhou's face as he dashed toward his sister. "Sister, why are you here all alone?" Lin Hu glanced at his own stature, pondering why his nephew had such poor observational skills. Shen Li pointed to the side. "Third brother, elder uncle is here too." "Oh?" Shen Yuanzhou noted the bemused expression on his uncle's face and, grinning foolishly, said, "Greetings, elder uncle." Before Lin Hu could respond, he noticed the young rascal had already shifted his focus back to his sister. "Sister, what did you have for breakfast?" "Today, third brother received his wages. Let me treat you." Shen Yuanzhou's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Shen Li, feeling her stomach full. Shen Li thought she could not possibly eat more, yet she found it difficult to decline her brother's eager expression. "Third brother, I wish to have some candied hawthorn." "All right. Wait here, sister. I shall return shortly." With that, Shen Yuanzhou strode purposefully back toward the town. A smile graced Shen Li's lips. Each of her brothers possessed their unique charm. The eldest was honest and simple, the third was bright and cheerful, and the fourth, well, he was gentle and refined. Shen Qian. Before long, Shen Yuanzhou returned with 2 skewers of candied hawthorn and a bag of preserved fruits. "Sister, here." He handed one skewer to Shen Li, but as he prepared to indulge in the remaining skewer, he noticed his uncle's gaze fixed upon him. Quickly closing his mouth, he offered the candied hawthorn to Lin Hu. "Elder uncle, would you like some?" Lin Hu felt inexplicably troubled by his nephew. "You can eat by yourself, Yuanzhou." "Oh." Crack. "Little sister, is it delicious?" Shen Li took a bite, finding it somewhat sour, yet quite delectable. After the siblings finished their candied hawthorn skewers, Shen Li instructed her third brother to carry the cloth and sacks from the ox cart into the carriage, filling the compartment to the brim with cotton quilts. Half an hour later, everyone returned in succession, with Shen Qian being the last. He clutched a handful of 7 or 8 books in his arms. Upon arrival, he spotted his mother, 2 aunts, and his sister-in-law circling around the mule cart. "Mother, what are you doing?" Lin Cui fondly patted the mule's head, not even glancing at him. "Oh, your little sister bought a cart." Shen Qian gazed at his little sister, whose eyes sparkled with joy atop the cart, feeling quite pleased. On their way back, Shen Yuanzhou drove the mule cart with great enthusiasm, while Shen Li sat on the yoke. Their mother and sister-in-law rode in their uncle's ox cart, and the Shen family returned to Shen Li village in a procession, with the mule cart capturing everyone's attention. In the village, ox carts were prevalent, and while donkey carts existed, mule carts were a rarity, especially one with a compartment. Although the gifted compartment was clearly of inferior quality, purchasing one externally would still cost a silver or two. Shen Yuanzhou, well known for working at the tavern in town, had everyone assuming that this was a mule cart from the establishment. The mule cart stopped beside a small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. "Come in," Shen Yuanzhou said, and after unloading the compartment, he eagerly led the mule up the mountain to graze. Shen Changshan and Shen Jinghuan, drawn by the commotion, emerged to see the mules swaying backside. After unloading the cart, the father and sons hastily erected a small shelter in the backyard for the mule. Shen Yuanzhou couldn't shake the feeling that upon his return, his father, eldest brother, and fourth brother exhibited a secret excitement. However, when he inquired with his fourth brother, he received the cryptic response, "You'll find out tomorrow." Left in confusion, Shen Yuanzhou scratched his head, bemused by his fourth brother's tendency to leave things unfinished. "Never mind. Since I will know tomorrow, I shan't dwell on it." Peiyu emerged with a wooden stick to brew medicine, and Shen Yuanzhou felt a mix of curiosity upon spotting a stranger in his home. The next moment, his eyes widened in realization. "Father, why is he in our house?" Shen Yuanzhou seized the passing Shen Changshan, bewildered. "Oh, you mean young Master Wei? Your little sister rescued him." Shen Yuanzhou scrutinized Peiyu for a few moments before making his way to Shen Li's room. The door was ajar, and he found Shen Li writing large characters. "Little sister, what's the story with that person outside?" Initially loud, his voice softened as he became aware of the need for discretion. Shen Li set down her brush after completing a character and replied, "I saved him from the mountains. But he is a wanted criminal." Shen Li smiled gently. "Don't worry, third brother. The courtyard gate is usually closed. If someone comes, he will hide. Furthermore," Shen Li continued, "he will pay a reward, 500 taels of silver." Shen Yuanzhou calculated in his mind that 500 taels could sustain the family for an extended period. Indeed, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. "You did well, little sister." Shen Yuanzhou hurriedly dashed out. "I'll keep an eye on young Master Wei. We can't let outsiders see him." His third brother was clearly swayed by the prospect of 500 taels, yet he presented himself so nobly. Truly an endearing third brother. Peiyu, preparing to brew medicine, noticed the dim-witted Shen Yuanzhou staring at him. Realizing that the strange look in his eyes suggested an awareness of his status as a wanted man, Peiyu thought it likely that he had been persuaded by Shen Li. Shen Yuanzhou observed young Master Wei's handsome appearance and fell into contemplation. "No, once he recovers, he cannot continue to stay in my home. This man is a wanted criminal. His identity must be questionable. What if he abducts my little sister?" Feeling the increasingly intense gaze beside him, Peiyu felt a touch of helplessness. The following morning, while Shen Yuanzhou was deep in slumber, he was roused by Shen Qian's voice. "Third brother, wake up. Why are we up so early? Good news." Shen Yuanzhou bolted upright, hastily dressing. "Let us go." Shen Qian followed closely, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Half an hour later, Shen Yuanzhou lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. "Is this the good news my fourth brother mentioned?" he lamented. "Wah." Shen Jingyuan approached, flanking Shen Qian as they hoisted Shen Yuanzhou up. "Third brother, what's going on?" "Yes, third brother, look at your little sister. She's still full of energy." Forced to stand, Shen Yuanzhou cast a reproachful gaze at his two brothers. Shen Li was drawing a bow, practicing without the use of mental energy, gradually starting anew. Since retrieving stones from the pond, she had not gone back to the cliff after realizing the depletion of her spiritual energy. Instead, she trained alongside Shen Changshan and the others. Initially, Shen Changshan and his son, along with their cousin from the Lin family, felt they were doing well, but they were soon humbled by Shen Li's prowess. Fortunately, with Shen Yuanzhou's return, they regained a sliver of confidence. The eldest brother and their cousin had been training for some time, and it was evident that their third brother was struggling to keep up. However, they believed he would adapt in due time. Though Shen Yuanzhou had previously complained, standing before Shen Li, he was acutely aware of his role as the elder brother and remained silent. His cousins regarded him with curiosity, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Shen Li chose to overlook the unspoken tension between them, granting her third brother a shred of dignity. However, it must be stated that young men adapt swiftly. Shen Yuanzhou caught up to their pace in just 7 days. The cousins, who had once relished his struggles, suddenly felt a surge of urgency. If they were surpassed by the third brother, it would be a blow to their pride. Chapter 31. Sending a letter. Peiyu sat in his room, attempting to summon the faint traces of internal energy within him, but alas, it was insufficient. Hearing the commotion outside as the Shen family returned, he opened his eyes, unsure of their morning activities. Yet, it was of no concern to him. His injuries were nearly healed, and Shen Li had been subtly inquiring about his departure. With this thought in mind, Peiyu took a seat at the table and began to paint a landscape in ink. Planning to have Shen Li deliver it to town the next day, it was time for him to leave. Peiyu opened his door and approached Shen Li. "Miss Shen, could I trouble you to deliver a letter for me?" Shen Li looked up at him, realizing he was finally preparing to leave. Peiyu discerned the emotions reflected in her eyes. In the past, he had been quite popular among young ladies in the capital. Why was he so unappreciated by Shen Li? Shen Li accepted the envelope. "I won't be going to town tomorrow, but I can deliver it the day after." "That works. Please help me find a reliable escort agency to send it to this address. The payment will be settled all at once." Peiyu handed her another slip of paper, which Shen Li opened to find it was the name of a bookshop called Mo Xiangjai in Jiangyang County. "Is it urgent? Also, will this letter reveal my family's address?" Peiyu shook his head, a serious expression etched upon his face, and with a calm demeanor reassured Miss Shen, "Do not worry. I have yet to fully recover and shall refrain from undertaking ventures I cannot confidently execute." "Very well," he continued. "The journey to Jiangyang County will require at least 3 days. In that case, let us dispatch the letter tomorrow." "Young Master Wei," Miss Shen suddenly recalled, "I happen to have business in town tomorrow. I shall gladly deliver your letter along with my errands." Peiyu nodded, his gaze a tapestry of complex emotions, remaining silent. It appeared his intuition was correct. Miss Shen indeed harbored a certain disdain for him. Could it be that she found the remuneration he offered insufficient? Unbeknownst to her, Miss Shen was solely preoccupied with the notion of hastily sending this imposing figure away. Each day he lingered at her home represented another day of peril. The sooner he departed, the better it would be for her peace of mind. On the following morning, after completing her early training, Shen Li drove the mule cart toward town. The fields flanking Sanli village were parched, having endured a prolonged drought, and the seedlings had begun to wilt. As she traversed the path, she spotted a villager standing forlornly at the edge of the field. Though there was a river in the mountains, its waters were shallow and could not endure the drought for long. Today, her trip to town would be an opportune moment to procure a few water barrels. Upon arriving in town, she sought out the largest escort agency, which had a scheduled journey passing through Jiangyang County in the afternoon. Shen Li handed over the letter, along with a small sum of silver as a fee for the errand. It was rather steep, she mused. As she drove past the grain shop, she noticed that prices had risen yet again. All 3 grain shops in town had synchronized their pricing. Brown rice had surged to 12 won per pound, having initially been sold at 8 won. Now, a stone of aged rice cost 80 wen, a significant increase from the previous 50. Despite the price hike, many patrons were still purchasing grain at the shop. Shen Li bought 2 stones of brown rice and 2 stones of coarse flour, opting not to buy more as her larder was still stocked. She had been accumulating supplies intermittently, and her storage contained ample buns and steamed bread. Continuing her journey, she encountered a stall selling buns and steamed bread, where she purchased all 200 buns and 300 steamed buns available. At the pancake stall, she similarly acquired all 200 pancakes. She refrained from purchasing sweets and preserved fruits, but secured 3 large water barrels to take back. Not that she wished to limit her purchases, rather, the cart simply lacked the capacity. It seemed there were also craftsmen in the village who made water barrels, so she could procure more later. Upon her return home, her 3 brothers came to help unload the cargo, their curiosity piqued by the sight of the 3 large water barrels. "We have a well and 2 barrels already, why buy 3 more?" they pondered. Nonetheless, their curiosity remained unvoiced. Whatever her motives, they trusted their sister had her reasons. Seeing her sister-in-law Su Taohua, Shen Li suddenly recalled a mention in the book about her sister-in-law being taken to shield someone. Was it true that she was pregnant? She glanced towards Su Taohua's belly, uncertain if the news was indeed accurate. Shen Li approached Peiyu's room, standing outside the door as she announced, "Young Master Wei. The letter will reach Anyang County this afternoon." A cool, Detached voice emanated from within. Thank you, Miss Shen. After conveying the message, she sought out Shen Changshan, father. The price of brown rice at the grain shop has escalated to 12 won per pound, and aged rice has risen to 70 won. Shen Changshan was taken aback. Why such a rapid increase? Shen Li shook her head. Father, you should inform the clan elders about this. Very well, I shall do so now, he replied. The Shen family comprised the majority in Sanli village, with the village chief also bearing the Shen surname. The men of Shen Jingyuan's generation were typically named by the clan's elders. Currently, the clan boasted 2 scholars and an old graduate, and they maintained a clan school where Shen Qian had once studied. However, their grandparents had intervened, preventing him from continuing there and later. Shen Changshan had sent him to a town school, only to encounter further interference. Shen Li, having concluded her business, led the mule out to graze and noticed a scholarly-looking young man standing not far from her home. As he approached, she recognized him as Jiang Huichuan. What brought him here? Dressed in azure, with ink-black hair secured by a wooden hairpin, the youth appeared somewhat frail, exuding an aura of scholarly refinement. Ali. Jiang Huichuan called out, his expression adorned with a gentle smile, his previously aloof demeanor softened. Young Master Jiang, while you may be my future uncle by marriage, such familiarity is quite improper. The smile faded from Jiang Huichuan's face, and he regarded Shen Li in silence. He had heard rumors of her injury, suggesting she had suffered from a condition akin to soul separation, and though he had been skeptical, he now found himself believing it to some extent. In the past, Ali had always been gentle and cautious, never speaking in such a tone. Ali, I have vowed to my aunt that I shall break off our engagement. Shen Li's mind swirled with confusion, desperately sifting through the memories of the original owner, fearing there might indeed be some entanglement between them. Yet, after several thorough examinations, she found no evidence of anything extraordinary. What did Jiang Huichuan's demeanor signify? Young Master Jiang, I advise you to tread carefully with your words. Do you not understand the significance of a young lady's reputation? Dreaming of breaking off an engagement, how foolish. The tragedies that befell the original owner's family bore some of Jiang Huichuan's shadow. He reveled in the fruits of their misfortune without shouldering any responsibility. Such a scenario was utterly implausible. You are destined to be bound to Shen Jiaojiao for life. I am eager to see how you will manage to navigate the perils of famine without the original owner's advantages. Noticing the sharpness in her gaze, Jiang Huichuan's expression darkened. What has Shen Jiaojiao told you? Shen Li chose to ignore him, dismissing his nonsensical remarks. Nothing, we have already separated. Shen Jiaojiao is not here. Turn right and proceed that way, and you will find her. With that, Shen Li led the mule away in search of grass, leaving Jiang Huichuan standing there, watching her retreating figure. After a long pause, he finally turned and walked back toward the village. Chapter 32, Making Jerky. Leaning against a tree, Shen Li breathed in the gentle breeze, closing her eyes as she feigned slumber. The mule grazed nearby, content to lie down when it grew weary. After a short while, she sensed someone approaching, their footsteps soft and measured. It was evidently a woman. As she focused her mental energy, she discovered it was Shen Jiaojiao. Were the main characters so utterly devoid of purpose? Keeping her eyes closed, Shen Li chose to remain oblivious to Shen Jiaojiao's presence, curious to see what she intended. Shen Jiaojiao gazed at Shen Li's gradually revealing countenance, her nails digging into her palm, eyes brimming with resentment. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to a nearby stone. If Shen Li were to suffer another accident and injure herself, would fortune still favor her? With malicious thoughts swirling in her mind, Shen Jiaojiao returned to her senses, only to find Shen Li watching her with a bemused smile. What brings my dear sister-in-law here? Shen Jiaojiao masked her expression, reverting to her previous charming and delicate demeanor, and spoke in a soft, sweet voice. Ali, have you seen your future uncle? Shen Li nodded. Indeed, I have encountered him. Shen Li grasped a blade of foxtail grass beside her and swayed it playfully in her hand. And what did he say to you? She inquired. He said. Shen Li's face radiated delight, her tone elongated with a teasing lilt. Once I achieve great success, I shall surely wed my future aunt. Is that truly so? Shen Jiaojiao's eyes glinted with skepticism. Would Huichuan really utter such words in Shen Li's presence? Indeed, more genuine than pearls. Yet, if such a proclamation had been made, why had he just cast her a disdainful glance? Could it be that he had encountered some trouble at the academy? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, Huichuan would never have treated her so coldly. He had once been exceedingly gentle towards her. Shen Jiao poured herself a hearty bowl of self-pitying thoughts, her mood visibly brightening. Shen Li, who had been observing her, mused that it was a pity Shen Jiao had not pursued the art of facial expressions. Ali, should your future uncle ever share anything with you, do remember to relay it to me, she insisted, emphasizing the phrase future uncle as if fearing Shen Li might forget he was her betrothed. Shen Li rolled her eyes dramatically, finding the antics of the protagonists rather tiresome. Noting her exasperation, Shen Jiao donned a gentle smile. Ali, you are already 14. Remember, such unbecoming gestures must be avoided. Otherwise, finding a suitable match in the future will prove difficult. Leaning against a tree, Shen Li cast a languid glance her way. Shen Jiao, just because I address you as aunt, you think you can presume upon me? Have I granted you any favor? Shen Jiao's face flushed crimson upon hearing Shen Li's words, yet recalling her inability to best Shen Li in a confrontation, she begrudgingly twisted her handkerchief and withdrew. Shen Li lingered beneath the tree for a moment longer before leading the mule back home. Behind her family's courtyard hung numerous dried wild chickens, hares, and roe deer meat, all prepared as sustenance for their journey through hardship. As for grains, they planned to create portable, storable flatbreads and fried noodles for when they traveled in groups. In the days to come, they would aim to hunt a wild boar, transforming it into jerky for each to carry, ensuring a reliable source of energy. Without hesitation, after completing her morning training, Shen Li set off into the mountains. Despite having visited Wuling Mountain numerous times, she had yet to venture deep into the wilderness, not from a lack of desire, but rather a sense of practicality. With money in hand and plenty of game outside, there seemed little need to disturb the creatures dwelling within. Shen Li altered her course, and after searching the mountains for a brief while, she spotted a wild boar scratching itself against a tree. Motionless, she observed until the boar noticed her and charged, prompting her to react. Oh my! This wild boar is rather amusing. Can you believe it was standing on its hind legs to scratch itself? The rhythmic sound of its back rubbing against the tree echoed through the air. Initially, she considered sparing its life, but as it sought confrontation, she was compelled to deliver a decisive blow. The boar's head collided with Shen Li's delicate fist, and in the vastness of its wide-eyed surprise, it was sent flying backwards. With a thud, dust erupted around them. As it settled, the boar lay still, its flesh quivering as if reproaching Shen Li for her earlier brutality. Approaching, Shen Li noted that even in death, the boar's eyes remained wide open, though they now seemed considerably larger. Alas, the boar would never comprehend its fate. She stowed the boar within her spatial storage and meandered nearby until suddenly spotting a beehive nestled in the treetops. Shen Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. A beehive signified honey. Drawing closer, she enveloped herself in a protective membrane using her mental prowess to ward off any stings. Then, summoning her wood-based abilities, she swiftly ascended the tree. With tendrils, she secured the hive and, with a vigorous tug, sent it plummeting. Shen Li caught it deftly, placing it into her spatial storage. The hive was re-established on a tree, and the bees emerged to investigate, seemingly unaware of any disturbance. With a mischievous chuckle, Shen Li turned to leave. Approaching home, she retrieved the wild boar and hoisted it onto her shoulders, making her way back to her courtyard. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed nearby, a wild boar. Run! And a flurry of footsteps ensued. Shen Li shifted the boar aside, glancing at the men sprinting away, before continuing her journey home. They had merely glimpsed a wild boar ambling toward them, entirely oblivious to Shen Li concealed beneath it. The men returned to the village, rallying several villagers. Yet they found not a single footprint of the wild boar. They were ridiculed afterward. How could you be so blind in broad daylight? Perhaps you were inebriated? The men bore their silent grievances. They had indeed seen the wild boar, unmistakably real. Yet they were baffled as to why not a single trace remained. Later, Shen Li overheard her aunt discussing the matter, but chose to remain silent. Carrying the wild boar home, she shut the courtyard gate firmly. Father, eldest brother, third brother, fourth brother, it's time to work. Her voice echoed, rousing the entire family, including Peiyu, who emerged to see. Upon spotting the hefty wild boar, weighing over 300 pounds, disbelief flickered in their eyes. Had Shen Li truly hunted such a beast? Unaware of their astonishment, Shen Li was busy directing her family. Father, prepare the boar. Separate the lean meat, cutting it into finger-width strips. Soak it for a quarter of an hour to drain the blood, then drain it thoroughly. Wait until I return with the ingredients. Understood. Shen Li changed into fresh attire and hurriedly departed with the mule cart. Meanwhile, her family busied themselves boiling water, fetching it, while Shen Changshan sharpened knives. Arriving in town, Shen Li purchased ample cumin, chili, Sichuan pepper, salt, sugar, soy sauce, and ginger. In ancient times, cumin and Sichuan pepper were considered medicinal, thus slightly pricey. If only I had seeds, I could plant them in my space and use them as needed. With a few more trips into the mountains, I'm bound to find some. Worried that the salt might be insufficient, she visited several shops before acquiring a decent quantity. Realizing she had been out for quite a while, she hastened to return home. Once back, she toasted the cumin and chili before grinding them into powder. Adding them to the bowl of pork strips along with sugar, soy sauce, salt, Sichuan pepper, and ginger slices. After thoroughly mixing the seasonings, she covered the mixture with a wooden bucket to marinate. Chapter 33. The first signs emerge. Thankfully, the weather was not too warm, and with the seasonings added, the meat would not spoil at room temperature. Shen Li worried about spoilage and, after 2 hours, strung the wild boar meat onto skewers, hanging them beneath the eaves to dry. The family observed the meat dangling above, questioning, "Is this sufficient, Ollie?" "Yes, this is perfect. We will take them down in 2 days, boil them, and then dry them further in the sun. Roasting them is also an option." "Oh, I see." Shen Changshan gazed at the strips of meat with bright eyes. This way, whenever they craved meat, they could simply retrieve some without drawing too much attention. He cast a proud glance at Shen Li, realizing once more how clever his daughter truly was. Pei merely ventured out to observe during their busy moments and had already offered assistance, only to be firmly declined by Shen Li. His initial offer had been a mere formality, and upon witnessing Shen Li's resoluteness, he chose not to press further and returned to his quarters. 4 days later, the Shen family gazed at the basket containing the tough jerky. "Is this what it has come to?" Shen Li was the first to pick up a piece. Taking a bite, it was acceptable, not excessively hard, and quite tolerable. A hint of spiciness accompanied the perfectly balanced saltiness, making it just the right size. "Father, mother, why don't you give it a try?" Shen Li fetched scissors from the kitchen and snipped a piece of pork jerky shorter, estimating that her family, lacking her presence, had misjudged the length, resulting in excessively long pieces. The Shen family members took a piece each to taste, their eyes lighting up in delight. Shen Changshan exclaimed, "Ali, this wild boar meat is surprisingly delicious prepared this way." Shen Yuano added, "Little sister, this is quite good. We should make more when we have the chance." Shen Qianan remarked, a bit spicy, but truly delectable." Seeing their joy, Shen Li smiled. This was her first attempt, and next time, they would prepare a non-spicy version. Shen Qianan and Su Taowan nodded. While they were not averse to spice, they typically favored milder flavors. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. During this time, aside from an initial rainfall shortly after their arrival, no further rain had graced the land. The crops depended entirely on the families fetching water from the river, or else they would have perished long ago. However, the river's water level had now diminished significantly, leaving the villagers deeply concerned. Most of the grain produced was to be surrendered, with only a small portion remaining for their own sustenance. Yet, gazing at the crops in the fields, they sensed that this year's harvest might be bleak. If they were unable to deliver the grain, they would have to pay instead, but the problem was that everyone was struggling financially. One day, Shen Changshan accompanied Shen Qianan to a meeting at the village chief's home. All the pillars of their respective families were present, seated in the chief's yard with an air of silence. The crowd was numerous, making the yard feel cramped. Yet it was eerily quiet. After a prolonged silence, the village chief finally spoke, breaking the stillness. "Let us discuss the situation. What can we do about the crops?" No one responded. What could be done? Their farming relied on the benevolence of the heavens. Now that the heavens had withheld rain, what more could they do? "Chief, isn't there a reservoir upstream on the Shen River? Can't we open the gates to let water flow?" Upon hearing this, the villagers' eyes brightened, turning towards the chief. With a long sigh, he replied, "Do you think I don't wish for that? But have you considered whose village that reservoir belongs to? There are still 5 or 6 villages along the Shen Li River. Would the people of Baijia village consent to it? What then?" Village chief Xin Jinyuan sighed deeply. "I have received news. Its veracity is uncertain. That turmoil has erupted in the south. Those who can afford it should stockpile some grain." Xin Jinyuan was now convinced of the unrest in the south. He had visited the town numerous times recently, observing a gradual rise in the prices of grain and medicine. with salt and sugar also seeing significant increases. All signs indicated that indeed, chaos had gripped the south. And now, with nearly 2 months passing without rain, if the river were to run dry and the rain continued to elude them, the crops would be doomed. Is what you say true, Chief? I have stated that I do not know if it is true. You must discern for yourselves. With grain prices soaring, if it were to rain or if the information proved false, he could not bear the blame for it. The crowd fell into silence, particularly the Shen family. For the chief was not one to speak frivolously. His words had undoubtedly been pondered with great care. Well then, since no one has a solution, let us disperse. With the conversation having reached this point, if the rain did not come, the villagers would likely abandon their crops, conserving the water for their survival. Changshan, stay behind. Once the crowd had departed, Shen Jinyuan beckoned Shen Changshan into the house. Changshan, what do you propose we do given the current predicament? Fourth uncle, I have no solutions. We can only hope for rain. Shen Jinyuan observed his nephew's silence, knowing he must possess some information, but was reluctant to share due to uncertainty of its truth. Noticing his uncle's weary expression, Shen Changshan felt a pang of sympathy. Fourth uncle, all I can say is to buy as much grain as possible while it is still available and store extra water at home. Shen Changshan rose and performed a respectful bow, saying, if you trust your nephew, then act on it. If not, consider this conversation as never having occurred. Shen Jinyuan nodded. I understand. Changshan, Qianan is waiting for you outside. You should return. Shen Changshan and Shen Qianan made their way home in silence. Upon arriving, Shen Li noticed her father appeared troubled, likely due to the unresolved matters of the day. Yet, the situation was bound to be without resolution. With so many villages along the Sanli River, it was Baijia village that would need to open the gates for water, and once distributed among the villages, it would last only a brief time. Moreover, when self-interest is at stake, others may not be inclined to release the water. Ali, what do you think has brought us to this state? In truth, had the officials acted promptly in disaster relief, the situation might not have escalated to this extent. Even if the government reduced taxes and distributed relief grain, how much would actually reach the common folk? How much could they truly enjoy? Yet this dynasty had endured for many years, with deep-rooted corruption and countless greedy officials. When the ruler is unkind, the subjects are unfaithful. The common people are in peril. Father, do not dwell too much on these matters. We are merely common folk, powerless to effect change. All we can do is strive to preserve our family's lives. Shen Changshan sighed deeply. It is indeed I who have been narrow-minded, failing to see as clearly as you, Ali, father. There is no need to worry excessively about our kin. They have lived here for many years and have some savings. Shen Changshan felt a twinge of shame. He should be the one providing comfort as a father, yet here he was, needing his daughter's reassurance, which felt somewhat embarrassing. Shen Qianan listened quietly, sensing that both his father and sister anticipated a future that might be even bleaker. Father, Ali is right. Given the situation, we must prepare for the worst. Shen Changshan, feeling earlier embarrassment dissipate, now felt a swell of pride. His children had grown and proven themselves to be exceptional. Yes, I understand now. I will not dwell on trivialities. Indeed, Shen Changshan had come to realize he was but an ordinary man, powerless to change his circumstances in the face of adversity. While he would protect his family, he would offer guidance only if they were receptive. Should they dismiss his counsel, he would refrain from speaking. If calamity were to befall them in the future, he would bear no guilt. Chapter 34. At last, the pestilence has been sent away. Their family had nearly finished preparing everything necessary. They had gathered ample mugwort and mint, all of which had been dried and organized. The grain was stored in the cellar, and they had made an abundance of jerky from 2 wild boars. Fortunately, residing at the foot of the mountain made their tasks convenient. Had they still been in the old home, every endeavor would have felt cumbersome. That night, the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, and Sanli village was occasionally punctuated by the sound of distant barking. Shen Li had just emerged from her space when she noticed a figure clad in black standing atop the roof of the east wing of her house. Sitting up, she wondered who this person could be. Shen Li approached the door with bare feet, moving silently. Just then, a faint candlelight flickered to life within the western chamber. A man gracefully descended from the roof in a few swift steps and entered Wei Xian's room. Shen Li stroked her chin, pondering that the man's agile form must be a result of lightness in his martial arts. When did she also desire to acquire such skills? It would allow her to experience the exhilaration of traversing walls and rooftops. As the man entered Wei Xian's chamber, Shen Li had already retracted her mental presence, opting not to follow him inside. At this moment, she attentively listened, discerning occasional whispers from the western chamber, indicating that they were acquaintances of Wei Xian. Indeed, it had been over 20 days since her last visit to deliver a message. If Wei Xian's associates did not come soon, she would become anxious. Shen Li returned to her bed to continue resting, though sleep eluded her as she remained vigilant of the outside commotion. "Forgive me, my lord, for my tardiness," Pei Yu addressed his superior, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. "Tianqing, ascertain who among us has betrayed our lord." Tianqing, with his gaze lowered, dared not glance at Pei Yu, who sat upon the bed. "My lord, on the day of your incident, all the hidden guards surrounding you were reassigned by Yunfu. By the time I returned to fulfill my duties, you had vanished." Yunfu? He was one of Pei Yu's 4 elite hidden guards, known for his adeptness in concealment and frequent assignments. Was this mere coincidence? While he had dispatched the other 3 to investigate that matter, had Yunfu seized the opportunity to strike? Could it be that the rumors surrounding that incident were a ploy to distract him, enabling Yunfu to act against him? Have you discerned the reason for Yunfu's betrayal? Pei Yu's hidden guards had been meticulously chosen, all orphans who had endured fierce competition within the ranks, where strength dictated survival. Thus, for one to reach Pei Yu's side, they had to pass through countless trials. What could have compelled Yunfu, one who had worked so hard to attain this position, to turn against him? As a hidden guard, Yunfu surely understood the dire consequences of betrayal. Yet he had still chosen treachery. "I am inept, my lord." Yunfu exhibited no signs of disloyalty, but in recent months, I observed him frequently lost in thought. "Investigate Yunfu's circumstances promptly." Pei Yu drummed his fingers on the bed's surface. He had consumed a potion on the 15th of July and instructed his men to monitor certain establishments to see who might be in contact with individuals from Baishao Valley. "Yes, my lord. Did you bring the item I requested?" Tianqing produced a fragrant pouch from his attire and respectfully offered it to Pei Yu. "You may leave." This subordinate takes his leave. Pei Yu unfastened the pouch, revealing a small peace symbol inscribed with the character "for you," along with 3 silver notes of 500 taels each. He carefully stowed the pouch away and extinguished the oil lamp before retiring to bed. Meanwhile, Shen Li attentively monitored the events nearby. Once the man in black departed and the lights in Wei Xian's room extinguished, she finally closed her eyes to sleep. For days, Shen Li had awaited Wei Xian to settle his dues so she could swiftly depart. Yet, the man seemed utterly unperturbed, failing to mention his imminent departure. Presently, he leisurely sipped tea in the courtyard, appearing as though he were at home. Shen Li raised her gaze to the sun, bemused by the absurdity of drinking hot tea under such blazing rays. It was early May, yet the temperature had already soared to 30 degrees. Persisting for over half a month, a stark contrast to previous years when the heat would only stabilize late in the month. Gazing at the clear blue sky devoid of clouds, Shen Li felt a wave of frustration. The heat was intensifying, and without air conditioning or refrigeration, she found herself in a predicament. Ice. Niter can produce ice, but the amount required is uncertain and would need to be tested. However, excessive consumption of ice made from niter is inadvisable. While it may serve to cool down, its efficacy is limited. Where could she procure such a substantial quantity of niter? Yet, this notion was not entirely futile if she could not manage it herself. Perhaps she could find someone suitable to sell it to and earn a bit of silver in return for ice. Shen Li mused whimsically for a moment before striding over to sit beside Wei Xian. Has young Master Wei fully recovered from his injuries? Pei Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile, rendering his demeanor even more aloof. Thanks to Miss Shen, I have fully healed. Shen Li, straightforward in her approach, believed in directness when conversing with these gentlemen, otherwise, the conversation would meander endlessly, particularly with someone as cunning as Wei Xian, who could lead one through a maze of words. When do you intend to depart, young Master Wei? Pei Yu's smile deepened, revealing that Miss Shen had been preoccupied with this very question. I had originally planned to leave tomorrow. Upon finishing, Pei Yu produced a pouch. Miss Shen, this is your reward, which also contains a token. Should you ever find yourself in need, you may present this token at Ingwei Tower for assistance. Shen Li promptly opened the pouch in his presence, extracting the silver notes. Young Master Wei has given too much. It is of no consequence. Were it not for Miss Shen's life-saving grace, I might have already descended into the depths of despair. Shen Li examined the notes carefully. Confirming their authenticity, they were indeed from Wanfeng Bank. She felt no embarrassment in accepting the additional 500 taels, quickly stowing them away. She inspected the token, which was a peace symbol made of fine jade, inscribed only with the character mentioned earlier. Shen Li returned the silver notes and token to the pouch, her face aglow with delight. At what hour will young Master Wei depart tomorrow? Do you require an escort to the town? If so, I am most grateful to you, Miss Shen. Initially, Shen Li had intended merely to make polite conversation. However, considering the extra 500 taels he had bestowed upon her, she decided to offer her assistance. She was eager to see the back of this pest, and if he were to leave today, she could promptly see him off. Feeling the heat of the sun, Shen Li made her way to her parents' room, handing them the 500 taels. Father, mother, here is some silver. Shen Changshan pushed the notes back towards her. Ali, we still have silver. You should keep this for yourself. Lin Suitsue nodded in agreement. That amount is too much. Ali should keep it. We will feel at ease. Shen Li accepted the notes once more. Very well, I shall keep it for now. If you need it, just let me know. Both Shen Changshan and Lin Suitsue nodded in unison, harboring the intention of reserving the silver for Shen Li's dowry. Upon returning to her room, Shen Li picked up a fan to cool herself. Perhaps due to her affinity with wood-based abilities, she felt indifferent, neither particularly fond nor averse to the warmth. Yet the stickiness of perspiration was intolerable, especially during the apocalypse when water and food were scarce, requiring careful rationing of every drop. The following morning, after completing her training, Shen Li readied the mule cart and turned to Wei Ziyan, who was garbed in a cerulean robe. Young Master Wei, let us be off. Peiyu expressed his gratitude to Shen Li's family before boarding the mule cart to depart. He had sensed Shen Li's urgency more than once, as if he were a formidable beast. Shen Li halted the cart at the town's entrance. Young Master Wei, we have arrived. Having reached this point, understanding her eagerness, Peiyu promptly disembarked. Miss Shen, farewell. With that, he turned and walked into the town, his tall figure clad in blue quickly vanishing from sight. Shen Li withdrew her gaze, dismissing Wei Ziyan's parting words with indifference. Had it not been for the fortuitous circumstances that led her to save him, given his stature, he might have glanced at her without a second thought. Shen Li possessed enough self-awareness to recognize this truth. Thus, despite Wei Ziyan's striking appearance and commendable physique, she never entertained any fanciful notions about him. At most, she admired his beauty on a few occasions. Chapter 35. The yield of rice in the fields. Once she had seen him off, Shen Li decided to drive her mule cart into town to observe the current grain prices. After such a prolonged drought, many crops had withered, particularly the rice. Some industrious farmers managed to endure for a while, but without rain, the river would also run dry, leaving their fields hopeless. The soaring grain prices would soon lead to turmoil as their reserves dwindled. As Shen Li passed by the grain shop, she glanced at the prices. Brown rice had surged to 15 won per jin, millet, which used to cost 2 won, had risen to 6 won. And aged rice was now priced at 100 won per shur. The price hikes drew crowds outside every grain shop, with worry etched on their faces. Even if rain were to fall now, this year's harvest was destined to be meager, and the ominous sky offered little promise of relief. Without a harvest and with prices so inflated, purchasing grain was imperative, lest prices escalate further in the weeks to come. Everyone wore a shared expression of despair. As Shen Li drove away, in a private room of the Rui Tower, Peiyu gazed out the window, listening to Tianqing's report. When he spotted Shen Li passing by, Tianqing, who had been by his side for several days, recognized Shen Li as a capable young woman. He had learned about the Shen family's daily activities on the mountain, as his master resided with them, and he made it a point to gather information. Master, shall we return to the capital now? Indeed. Upon returning to her village, Shen Li noticed a multitude of people on the distant mountainside. She had grown accustomed to the sight, understanding that with crops failing, the villagers were compelled to seek alternative means of survival. Consequently, the wild vegetables on the mountains were rapidly depleted. Within a mere fortnight, the nearby peaks had been stripped bare. However, no villager dared to venture into Wuling Mountain, for even at their most desperate, they recognized that entering those treacherous grounds was tantamount to courting death. Not long after Shen Li returned home, Lin Suitsue and Su Taowa entered with a basket of wild vegetables. According to Lin Suitsue, many families had gone foraging, and not joining them would draw unwanted attention to their household. Shen Li grasped her mother's intentions and allowed her and her sister-in-law to go along. After the family division, They purchased a mule cart, prompting speculation among the villagers that the Shen family had struck it rich. Hence, her mother was keen on collecting wild vegetables daily. The wild vegetables by the fields had been almost entirely harvested. If this continued, even the leaves of the trees would not be spared. Although the villagers still had some stored grain, it would eventually be consumed, and such a diet could only lead to ruin. As long as the drought persisted, peace of mind remained elusive. After Wei Xian's departure, little changed at home. For the Shen family, his presence or absence was of little consequence. With him gone, they felt liberated to act as they pleased. Shen Li gathered the herbs from her yard, selecting a few to grind in a stone mortar, storing the powder in a cloth bag. This was a recipe she had seen in her previous life, effective for repelling insects and snakes. It would prove invaluable during their impending escape. After completing her task, she ensured everything was stored away, effectively preserving it in her spatial realm, where the medicinal properties would remain intact. Shen Li emerged with a plate of spiritual fruit, resembling green pears, with a satisfyingly crisp texture that made them irresistible. She could devour dozens in one sitting. However, she limited her family members to just 2 each, concerned that overindulgence might overwhelm their bodies. The spiritual energy in her space remained faint, seemingly stable. Each night she absorbed the energy, and by the next day, it replenished itself to its original state. Mother, sister-in-law. Take a break, Shen Li offered, handing them each a fruit. As she had previously mentioned, she claimed these fruits were found deep in the mountains, preventing further inquiries from her family. Why has your father and the others not returned yet? With the crops in disarray, they have been spending longer hours in the mountains. Each family kept what they hunted, and her uncles had bought considerable supplies of grain to stockpile at home, for their 4 growing sons were voracious eaters. Just as Lin Suitsue mentioned this, Shen Li spotted her father and brothers entering with wild chickens and rabbits in hand. Observing the lively animals, Shen Li noted their progress. The villagers had learned that during their training sessions, many local youths joined Shen Changshan and his group. While he did not specifically teach them, he allowed them to train alongside, and despite some envy from other families over their catches, the boys had earned their spoils through their own efforts. Little sister, mother, sister-in-law. We're back. Today's haul was impressive. Shen Yuanzhou exclaimed, presenting 2 lively rabbits to Shen Li. Ali, how about one braised and the other stir-fried? Third brother, if you're yearning for a meal, I shall gladly prepare it for you. Remembering his sister's culinary skills, Shen Yuanzhou quietly tucked the rabbits behind him. He could not comprehend why, despite her articulate suggestions during their mother-esque cooking sessions, the dishes she produced turned out so differently. Haha, little sister. Let us not waste our efforts. Better leave it to mother and sister-in-law. Shen Li jested, intending no offense. She was well aware that when it came to cooking, her knowledge was vast, but the gap between theory and practice was profound. Just because one spoke eloquently about cooking did not guarantee success in the kitchen. In truth, her skills were only passable when it came to roasting wild chickens and rabbits. After dinner, Shen Li entered her spatial realm. The rice had been harvested twice, and the latest crop had only recently been sown. Other grains had also been collected. The rice yield had reached approximately 400 jin per mu. Although aware that yields were typically low at this time, she had never anticipated it would be so dismal. She had inquired with her father, who noted that the current maximum yield was around 180 jin per mu. In light of this, the yield in her space seemed quite substantial. Perhaps the seeds were inferior. Indeed, they paled in comparison to those of later generations. Yet, Shen Li felt powerless. She had never studied agriculture, and producing such a yield in her space was already a blessing. Ah, how wonderful it would be if we had sweet potatoes and potatoes, or perhaps even corn. Shen Li had harvested all the vegetables that were ready, yet the space was devoid of fruits. It was high time to seek some out. Gazing at the grapevine in the yard, which had been discovered in the mountains and later transplanted by Shen Li into the space, she noted the green fruits hanging above, soon to be ready for consumption. So many delightful goods were available overseas, if only she could embark on a journey abroad. Chapter 36. Kindred Spirits in Adversity. Having picked some vegetables for the 2 or 3 grunting wild boars, Shen Li observed that these piglets had now grown to over 90 pounds, capable of both eating and growing. Among them was a male boar, which Shen Li had not castrated, as she hoped it would sire a few piglets with the other 2. Suddenly, one of the little wild boars felt a chill between its hind legs and opened its small eyes to survey its surroundings. At that moment, Shen Li had already returned to her room. The scent of wild boar was still not as pleasant as that of domestic pigs. She contemplated purchasing a few domestic pigs to raise in the space. Perhaps she would visit the town soon to see if there were any piglets for sale. If not, she would have to wait for the 3 wild boars to give birth before eventually castrating them. If all were castrated, the gamey smell might diminish. Lost in these thoughts, Shen Li drifted off to sleep. The weather was growing increasingly warm, and each night she opened the windows, hanging several sachets of fragrant herbs by her bedside. Otherwise, the mosquitoes here were particularly vicious. Don't ask how she knew this. She had already conducted her own experiments. Having prepared mosquito-repelling sachets for her journey, she was now putting them to use. Fortunately, she still had some herbs to craft more. Shen Li also distributed several sachets to her parents and elder brother, ensuring fairness. After her training, she sat aside to rest, watching her brother and the others spar, feeling a twinge of excitement. Previously, when they sparred, neither could really go all out, resulting in a rather feigned display. Now, however, it seemed much more genuine. Among them, the most formidable was her eldest brother, Shen Jingwan, who possessed the greatest strength. The most cunning was her younger cousin, Lin Yu, who was as slippery as an eel, occasionally counterattacking and catching them off guard. Perhaps due to the 4th brother's penchant for reading, he fought with a certain finesse, often absorbing the brunt of the punishment. The others were more conventional in their approach. When they paused to rest, Shen Li approached her elder brother. "Brother, let us spar." Shen Jingwan replied, "Little sister, isn't this inappropriate? What if mother finds out?" "It's fine, we'll just be practicing, and if we don't tell anyone, how will mother know?" Shen Jingwan glanced over at their father, who was watching with a keen eye, and exchanged a knowing look with his sister. Shen Changshan interjected, "I'm not blind." Shen Li quickly replied, "Father, I just want to have a little practice with my brother." "Ollie, your brother is a man and may not hold back. What if he injures you?" Upon hearing this, Shen Li fell silent. Did father forget her own formidable strength? Perhaps sensing his daughter's straightforward gaze, Shen Changshan belatedly recalled something, cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, and said, "Just don't go too hard." In truth, he wished to advise his daughter not to be overly harsh, but as a father who cherished his daughter, he found it hard to voice such sentiments. After all, his daughter was a sensible person. The others ceased their actions, standing by to watch the siblings spar. Shen Jingwan, observing his little sister's petite frame, hesitated, saying, "You go first." "All right," Shen Li replied, and in an instant, she charged at Shen Jingwan, engaging him in a tussle. Ultimately, Shen Jingwan could only withstand her onslaught for the duration of a tea break, and that was only because Shen Li had intentionally gone easy on him. "Phew, little sister. I concede. Let me rest for a moment," he declared, collapsing onto the grass. "Brother, you have all that strength. You must learn to wield it wisely, or it will be wasted." He continued, "Fighting with you is exhausting. Even though my strength is similar to yours, your techniques are quite devious." "I understand." Shen Li smiled at her 3rd brother, and soon, several kindred spirits lay sprawled on the grass, gazing vacantly at the sky. They had merely come to watch their cousin's match and had not intended to participate themselves. Now, the gazes of the 7 kindred spirits shifted to the 3 adults nearby. Shen Changshan took up his bow, aiming with a practiced demeanor before releasing an arrow. Lin Hu and Lin Kuan, the brothers, began to spar, creating quite a ruckus. The kindred spirits mused, Shen Changshan, Lin Hu, Lin Kuan, what a jest. They were elders. If they were bested by their daughter and niece, how would they maintain their authority before their sons? Shen Li smiled benignly at the 7 individuals on the ground. After training for a while, they seemed to have grown a bit complacent, so she thought it best to give them a gentle nudge. The kindred spirits were indeed taken aback, and their subsequent training intensified significantly. Shen Li was quite pleased with their newfound diligence, watching with a smile as they sweated profusely. Shen Yuano turned to his sister. "Little sister, the sun is blazing. Don't get sunburned. Go sit over there." The others nodded in agreement. The looks exchanged among the younger girls sent shivers down their spines. Shen Li flashed a small smile, then moved to rest beneath a tree. Had it not been for them, she wouldn't have stood under the sun for so long. As the kindred spirits exerted themselves, Shen Changshan, Lin Hu, and Lin Kuan also pushed themselves harder. All 3 wiped the sweat from their brows, realizing that they had to put in the effort. They couldn't risk being outdone by a bunch of youngsters. Their increased training led to greater appetites and sturdier physiques. Shen Li didn't constantly keep an eye on them. After all, self-discipline was crucial. In the little courtyard at the foot of the mountain, Lin Suetsue and Su Taohua noted how diligently their husbands and sons were working, and they wouldn't let themselves lag behind. Yet, as they gazed at the blazing sun, worry crept in. It had been far too long without rain, and since the last drizzle, more than 3 months had passed, the crops in the fields were nearly dead. The river's water was dwindling as well, and no one dared to use it for irrigation. Otherwise, they would soon face dire consequences. Lin Suetsue checked the several large water tanks in the west wing and the remaining water in the well daily. She couldn't help but feel anxious if she didn't. The water in the 3 rivers was nearly depleted, and while there were mountain springs, they had diminished significantly. Those without wells had to queue up the mountain daily to fetch water, waiting at least an hour in line. They dared not waste the water they brought home, using it sparingly instead. Village head Shin Yuan felt utterly powerless in the face of these circumstances. What could be done about natural disasters? One could only hope for the villagers of Shen Li village to stockpile as much grain and water as possible. They still held on to hope, believing if the rains came soon, they could plant the crops in time for a harvest before winter descended. As June approached, one morning the sky was overcast and soon ominous thunder rolled in the distance. "Ali, do you think it will rain?" Shen Li shook her head. No. The original text stated that after March this year, there would be no rain until autumn of the following year. The family felt a profound sense of disappointment, yet their eyes still glimmered with a flicker of hope. They fervently wished for the heavens to show mercy and bless them with rain. Each member prayed in their own yard, but despite an hour of rumbling thunder, not a single drop of rain fell. Eventually, the thunder subsided, and the dark clouds gradually dispersed. The sky brightened, revealing the sun hanging high above. Before long, the village was filled with cries and curses, mingled with incessant prayers. The Shin family felt a gnawing discomfort with such a commotion. A little rain would have been a blessing. They had long ceased to hope for rain, yet this fleeting hope only brought despair. Soon, the village grew quiet as everyone took their baskets and pails to the mountains. Since the weather was uncooperative, they resolved to fend for themselves, especially since the grain at home needed to be preserved for this year's tax. They could not afford to be reckless. As Chapter 37 titled The Old Residence in Autumn Wind unfolds, Shen Li observed the villagers ascending the mountain, appreciating that at least they still held on to hope. There was both good news and bad news. The good news was that there would be no grain tax this year. The bad news was that before the grain tax was due, refugees would flood into Izhou, abandoning their homes in search of survival. As days passed, inching toward early June, a sense of numbness settled over the villagers. The crops were gone, the land parched and cracked, and even the Shen Li River was on the brink of drying up. Families with wells relied on their water, while those without trekked up the mountain to fetch water. In the town, the price of rough rice soared to 30 won per pound, aged rice reached 200 won per stone, and soybeans skyrocketed from 2 won to 15. The prices for millet and sorghum had multiplied several times over. Each person who approached the grain shop would vent their frustrations before entering to purchase grain, with aged rice being the most sought after despite its poor taste, as it was the most affordable option to stave off hunger. Many also bought soybeans, millet, and sorghum, while those with means primarily opted for rough rice. Villagers with dwindling supplies would venture into town to buy grain. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Shen Yuano inquired as he approached the courtyard door, yet he heard no response from outside. Shen Li, sitting beneath the eaves, extended her mental perception and thought, "Oh, an unexpected visitor." Standing outside were none other than grandfather Shin Dajiang, grandmother Yang Chun-ong, and uncle Shin Chongfeng with his wife. What could they want? Shen Li's mind slowly formed the 3 words, to beg for assistance. Surely, the old Shin family had previously spent a sum of silver, but they still had ample grain stored. Shin Yuano opened the door. "Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, aunt, whom are you looking for?" Yang Chun-hong forcefully pushed aside her somewhat oblivious grandson, exclaiming, "You've inherited your mother's lack of perception. Our elders are here, and you block the door. Where is your father? We need to speak with him." After pushing past him, she and Shin Dajiang strode inside, followed closely by Shin Chongfeng and his wife. Shin Yuano, caught off guard by the shove, stumbled backward a few steps before regaining his balance. He closed the door with a bemused expression, inwardly muttering, uncertain of their intentions. It certainly couldn't be anything good. Shin Dajiang and Yang Chun-ong made their way directly to the main room without a hint of politeness. Outside, Shin Chongshan and the others were left speechless. "Whose house is this anyway?" Shen Changshan pinched his brow and stood up, adjusting his clothes before striding inside. He found a spot and lounged there, silently observing the 4 uninvited guests. Shen Yuano leaned closer to Shen Li, whispering, "Sister, haven't we separated our households? What do they want? Can father handle this?" Shen Yuano was still somewhat anxious. His father had been so dutiful in the past. What if he became muddled again? Shen Li offered him a reassuring glance. "Do not worry." Though Shen Yuanzhou had not witnessed the scene during their separation, he remained uneasy after Shen Li's words. "Third brother, if you are worried, why not just go in and see for yourself?" "Oh, right." Thus, Shen Yuanzhou promptly moved to sit beside his father. Yang Chenong glanced at the father and son, her temples throbbing with indignation. Were it not for the matter at hand, she would have held her tongue. Shen Chanfeng, noticing the stalemate and the silence of their parents and elder brother, cleared his throat, preparing to speak, only to be interrupted. "Second brother, you seem to have a blockage in your throat." Shen Chanfeng smiled. "Thank you for your concern, elder brother, but I'm fine. Our parents seek you for a matter." He cast a sidelong glance at Shen Dajiang and Yang Chenong. Shen Changshan feigned ignorance, pretending he hadn't seen their furtive glances. Yang Chenong, still brimming with anger since entering, finally erupted. "Eldest brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Keep your mouth shut." Shen Changshan, seemingly relieved, responded, "Now that feels right. I thought you all might be suffering from some peculiar illness." He nodded gravely, as if affirming his statement. Shen Yuano watched in astonishment at his father's demeanor. Yang Chenong, her emotions pent up, felt her face redden with embarrassment. Of the 4, 2 had already lost face. It seemed the eldest would not show any leniency today. Just as Shen Dajiang opened his mouth to speak, recalling his elder brother's earlier remarks, he hesitated, clearing his throat halfway before swallowing his words. "Eldest brother, we are here to discuss a matter, not to quarrel." "Oh, then please proceed." Seeing that the eldest brother was still somewhat amiable, Shen Dajiang let out a sigh of relief and gestured for Yang Chenong to speak. With a snort, she began, "Eldest brother, it's like this. We have run out of grain at home. Please lend us 300 pounds of grain. I will repay you later. Also, a bit of dried meat would be appreciated. It has been ages since we've had any meat." Shen Changshan dug at his ears, feigning ignorance. "What did you say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it?" Yang Chenong, holding her breath, reiterated her request, ending with, "Did you hear me clearly?" "Oh, but I have no grain either. Father, mother, we still have plenty of grain left from last year. Why not lend me some to tide us over? I promise to repay you later." Shen Changshan looked at his parents earnestly. "If only I had silver, I wouldn't mind how much. Let us start with 20 taels." His sincere expression was far more appealing than Yang Chuanhong's. The 4 listeners shared a remarkably disapproving look. Yang Chenong spat. "Eldest brother, how dare you have such audacity? You think I run a moneylender shop?" Upon hearing this, Shen Changfeng felt a surge of dread. Sure enough, the next moment, Shen Changshan retorted, "Mother, so you are aware. Then why do you think you have the gall to demand 300 pounds of grain? Do you think I operate a grain shop?" Shen Changshan's words returned Yang Chenong's earlier remark to her unaltered. Shen Dajiang grasped the agitated elderly woman, inhaling deeply. "Elder, we can draft an IOU. In the future, the family will remember your kindness." Shen Changshan glanced at his parents seated at the head of the table and scoffed. "For all those years you toiled like a beast for the Shen family, the earnings far exceed mere 300 jin of grain. Yet I never witnessed your gratitude for that labor." Chapter 38, So-Called Relatives. Both Shen Dajiang and Shen Changfeng's faces flushed crimson, while Yang Chenong and he lady were engulfed in fury. As Yang Chuanhong's anger surged, even Shen Dajiang could not restrain her. "Elder, we are your parents. It is only just that you provide us with grain. Should you refuse, I shall report your filial ingratitude to the authorities." "The ungrateful wretch. After all the toil I endured to raise you, I ended up nurturing a heartless ingrate. Had I known this, I might as well have drowned you in your chamber pot at birth." Shen Changshan remained seated, unfazed by Yang Chuanhong's vitriol. Shen Changfeng hurriedly restrained his impulsive mother. Fearing calamity, realizing her misstep, Yang Chenong ceased her tirade and plopped down onto her chair. "Where is the daughter-in-law? Even with your mother-in-law visiting, no one offers me tea or water. A family of ungrateful wretches, devoid of any consideration." Shen Changfeng hastily tugged at his mother's sleeve. "Oh dear mother. Perhaps it's best to refrain from further remarks." Shen Changshan regarded the 4 with a calm demeanor, laced with sarcasm. "If you wish to lodge a complaint, do so swiftly. I, too, am eager to see the spectacle should news of our division spread far and wide. Shen Changfeng was taken aback. Had he known this would transpire, he would never have brought his mother along. He lady quickly masked her anger with concern. Shen Dajiang cast a knowing glance at young Chun'ong. Elder, she means no harm. You know how she can be, sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. Shen Changshan regarded Shen Dajiang, stating bluntly, if you came to borrow grain, there is none, nothing at all. Shen Dajiang's humiliation mounted as his elder brother continued to belittle him, and he finally faltered. Elder brother, do you truly disregard all semblance of kinship? Shen Changshan, feigning astonishment, replied, I was unaware that such familial bonds still existed between us. Shen Dajiang's face twitched, his fingers trembling. Elder, you. Shen Changfeng witnessed his father's authority waning, leaving no hope for himself. However, food prices were soaring, and if they could procure even a modest amount from their elder brother, it would extend their sustenance. Elder brother, we are family, blood runs thicker than water. Do you not think your words will wound our parents' hearts? Shen Changshan scoffed, indeed, I have indulged you for years. Speaking is effortless for the second brother, while our parents' affections are divided half with the second brother, the other half with the youngest sister. Since when did elder brother's tongue become so sharp? Shen Changshan rose, declaring, there is neither grain nor silver. If you still possess any dignity, you ought to depart. The four, watching their expressions of bewilderment, Shen Changshan felt a wave of satisfaction as he exited the room, fetching a cup of tea and leisurely sipping it while observing them in silence. Shen Li brought in a plate of pastries, and the three brothers began to share a meal. Shen Dajiang's expression darkened as he shot a cold glance at Shen Changshan and was the first to leave. Seeing this, Yang Chun'ong and Shen Changfeng followed suit, retreating in disheartened silence. Shen Li gave her father a thumbs up. Father, you truly are a force to be reckoned with. Yang Chun'ong and he lady cast resentful glances at the dried rabbit and chicken meat hanging from the eaves. In perfect synchrony, they glared at Lin Suitsue and Su Taohua, then simultaneously huffed and strode away. Shen Qianan observed the defeated grandparents with a smirk. The residents of the old estate truly had thick skin. Su Taohua, undeterred by the glares, brushed it off. Perhaps once she would have felt intimidated, but now she harbored no fear. The families had already parted ways, with her in-laws indifferent. She too felt liberated from any obligation. With only her widowed mother and younger brother at home, her father having passed away early, they relied solely on her mother's fortitude. Fortunately, her younger brother had recently passed the children's examination, earning them respect among the villagers. She recognized her own timid nature, thus her attitude mirrored that of her in-laws. Residing in a neighboring village, she had wisely heeded her father-in-law's advice to stock up on grain while prices were still low. Now, she felt considerably more secure regarding her mother's provisions. Upon returning to the old Shen residence, Shen Jiaojiao noticed the four returning empty-handed, surmising their mission had likely failed. With a sweet smile, she approached them. Father, mother, second brother, sister-in-law, you're back. Where's elder brother? Did he not say he would join us for dinner? Shen Dajiang. Yang Chun'ong, that ungrateful wretch has long since vanished into a corner. Shen Changfeng, inviting elder brother for dinner? I doubt anyone in the family could stomach it. He lady, what reason have we to invite them to dine? Not even a dog deserves a meal from that family of ingrates. Shen Jiaojiao discerned the outcome from their expressions and gently took Yang Chunhong's arm, smiling, Mother, let us go inside and sit for a while. Jiaojiao will give you a shoulder rub. Yang Chunhong's demeanor softened considerably. She held a great deal of patience for her daughter. Patting her hand, she remarked, Our Jiaojiao is indeed filial. With the shameless departed, the atmosphere in the courtyard eased, and everyone found tasks to occupy themselves. Shen Chaoshan was once again struck by the shamelessness of his biological parents. Internally, he felt little anger. After all, he had long known their lack of affection. Not all parents cherish their children. Even among Five Fingers, there are varying lengths. In families with many children, parents often rank their offspring. They had forsaken Shen Chaoshan first, so he no longer yearned for their meager affection. His sole desire now was to protect his small household. Regarding the shameless actions of his parents and siblings, Shen Changshan resolved that since there was little familial affection left, he would not spare them any dignity, otherwise they would take advantage of his kindness. With nothing pressing at home, Shen Li ventured into the mountains to seek spices, aware of their exorbitant cost. Though she had acquired a modest sum, she was not inclined to squander it. As she released her spiritual energy while foraging for herbs, she collected whatever she could find, knowing it would be useful someday. Fortune favors the diligent. After 2 hours of wandering, Shen Li finally discovered 2-star anise trees. After grinning foolishly at the sight, she summoned her wood-based abilities, uprooting both trees and storing them in her space. After meandering for another half-hour, she spotted several cassia trees. The bark, once dried, would yield cinnamon. Shen Li neatly gathered this bounty into her space as well. Chapter 39. The First Encounter with the Little Bundle of Joy. Having successfully located 2 types of spices, Shen Li felt in high spirits, humming a little tune as she produced an oil paper package. Her stomach growled slightly. Perhaps it was time to munch on a couple of buns. As Shen Li indulged in her meal, she suddenly found herself wandering into a wild bamboo grove, contemplating the possibility of discovering some bamboo fungus within. Without releasing her mental energy, which had been nearly depleted during her journey, she ventured deeper into the grove. Approximately 500 meters into the bamboo forest, she spotted a plump black and white figure seated with its back turned towards her. The rotund physique and classic coloration ignited an exhilarating thrill within Shen Li, akin to the effects of a stimulant. The bun in her hand lost its appeal as she hastily stowed it away in her spatial pocket, her focus shifting towards the intriguing creature. Cautiously, she plucked a handful of bamboo leaves from the ground, stealthily inching closer to the small bundle, reminiscent of a thief with a dog. As she approached within 5 meters, the little creature seemed to sense her presence, turning around. The two, one person and one panda, locked eyes for a full minute before the small panda emitted a soft eeing sound. A mischievous grin spread across Shen Li's face. "Hey there, little one." She extended the bamboo leaves towards the panda, but it remained indifferent. Its gaze fixated on Shen Li instead. Gazing at the panda's round face, Shen Li struggled to suppress the urge to rush forward and embrace it affectionately. What if she startled the little creature? After all, it was still a juvenile. Discarding the bamboo leaves, she conjured a spirit fruit, which piqued the little panda's interest as it sniffed delicately. After a moment, it sluggishly rose, advancing towards Shen Li at a snail's pace. Ultimately, it halted 2 meters away, refusing to draw closer, yet its little eyes remained glued to the fruit in Shen Li's hand. With a gentle toss, Shen Li sent the spirit fruit flying towards the panda. It sniffed the fruit before reaching out with its chubby paw to grasp it and pop it into its mouth. A sly smile adorned Shen Li's face, accompanied by a series of chuckles. The little panda regarded this peculiar bipedal creature with curiosity, extending a paw and emitting a series of eeing sounds. Taking a step forward, Shen Li produced 2 more spirit fruits, causing the panda's eyes to widen in excitement. With a glimmering gaze, it raised its rear and shuffled a step closer, its paw outstretched, continuing its soft calls. Overwhelmed by its adorableness, Shen Li promptly handed over the fruits. She then stealthily edged closer to the little panda, which was now engrossed in its feast and showed no signs of retreating. Tentatively, Shen Li reached out to stroke the panda's soft fur. The little creature made no move to reject her. Slowly, she raised her hand higher, finally brushing against the panda's fluffy head. In that moment, her adrenaline surged, and her grin broadened mischievously. Just as the little panda finished devouring the spirit fruit and seemed ready to escape her touch, Shen Li retrieved a fresh, glistening cucumber from her spatial pocket and placed it into the panda's embrace. She then used both hands to gently pinch the panda's furry ears, though a bit prickly. It was a delightful sensation. The panda's coat appeared exceptionally clean, clearly well-groomed by its mother. Lost in the joy of petting the giant panda, Shen Li had completely forgotten her original purpose for entering the bamboo grove. Perhaps the little one had accepted her offering, as it emitted soft, cooing sounds. Shen Li was thoroughly engrossed in her affectionate caress when an unexpected cacophony of honking sounds reached her ears. Instantly, the joyful expression in her eyes transformed into one of caution as she scanned her surroundings. A few seconds later, a larger panda came into view, presumably the little one's mother. Upon hearing the protective vocalizations and noticing the mother's wary demeanor, Shen Li began to retreat, simultaneously projecting an aura of goodwill. The little panda, spotting its mother, scampered over with the remaining piece of cucumber in its chubby paws, proudly presenting it to her. The mother panda enveloped her cub in a protective embrace, her gaze still fixed warily on Shen Li. It seemed that today was not meant for cuddling. Shen Li, feeling a tinge of regret, placed several spirit fruits at her feet before slowly backing away. In no time, she exited the bamboo grove, her heart heavy with longing. She resolved to return quietly when the mother panda was absent. As she glanced back at the grove, an idea struck her. Pandas enjoyed bamboo and bamboo shoots. Thus, she began to gather bamboo from the grove's edge, transferring it into her spatial pocket, hopeful that it might yield bamboo shoots for future visits to feed the little panda. Once Shen Li had vacated the grove, the mother panda confirmed that the scent of the intruder had dissipated before settling down with a sigh, releasing her cub to the ground. Unaware of her mother's concerns, the little panda eagerly proffered the cucumber to its mother before scampering off to collect 2 spirit fruits, which it presented to her. The mother panda sniffed the fruits before devouring them, gently patting her cub's head with her paw. After walking a short distance away, Shen Li felt her stomach rumble with hunger, prompting her to finish the bun she had left uneaten earlier. While munching, she chose a direction to head home, realizing the afternoon was waning and she still needed to make the journey back. Along the way, she encountered a herd of wild goats drinking from a river. Shen Li paused to weave a vine using her with lizard ability, ensnaring a dozen goats before effortlessly whisking them away into her spatial pocket, envisioning future feasts of goat soup and lamb rolls. However, the sudden disappearance of her targets caught the attention of a nearby tiger, its eyes widening in surprise. Startled by Shen Li's swift actions, the wild goats dashed into the forest, leaving the famished tiger, who had gone 7 days without food, in a fit of frustration as it clawed the ground before continuing its search for prey. It was imperative for the tiger to eat. Hunger was a relentless foe. After much haste, Shen Li finally arrived home just before the evening hour, a backpack laden with medicinal herbs slung over her shoulder. Upon entering, she found herself drenched in sweat and promptly set about boiling water for a bath. With so many people in the household, the herbs were quickly sorted and distributed. Later that night, as Shen Li drifted into slumber, she dreamt of the little panda, her laughter echoing in the stillness of the night. Lin Suitsue, awakened by the enchanting giggles, shuddered momentarily before realizing the source was her daughter's room. After a brief silence, she returned to her own quarters to sleep, pondering what delightful visions her daughter might be experiencing. The next morning, after Shen Li had dealt with a few troublesome peers, she returned home to find her mother observing her with a peculiar gaze. "Mother, is there something on my face?" Shen Li inquired. Lin Suitsue shook her head. "Oh, Ali, I am simply curious about what dream you had last night to elicit such laughter." Shen Li replied, "How would mother know I dreamt at all?" "That laugh was quite distinctive," Lin Suitsue remarked. Shen Li maintained her expressionless facade while internally erupting with amusement. "It was nothing much. Just a table laden with delectable dishes. I couldn't quite contain myself." She struggled to fabricate a plausible excuse for her mother. Perhaps sensing her daughter's discomfort, Lin Suitsue nodded, accepting the explanation, and proceeded to the kitchen to retrieve a few egg pancakes. "Ali, do eat a bit more, it is the season for growth." "Very well. But how can I tell mother that my stomach feels somewhat full now?" "Never mind, I can still manage to fit in a little more." Before long, Shen Changshan and his 3 sons returned. Shen Changshan wasted no time and began drawing water from the well with a bucket. "Ali, come over and see if the water level is lower than yesterday." Ali leaned in to take a look. Indeed, the water level was 5 centimeters lower than the day before. Shen Yuano also leaned in closer and, after a moment of contemplation, blurted out, "Father, your eyesight is truly remarkable." Shen Changshan suppressed the urge to give his son a gentle knock on the head. It wouldn't due to risk making him even duller. Is that really the crux of the matter? The two stepped back, and soon the rest of the family gathered around to peer into the well, creating quite a crowd at the water's edge. "With the water level dropping, we must conserve our usage." Agreed. This suggestion was met with unanimous approval. Thankfully, the numerous water barrels at home were all full, alleviating their anxiety somewhat. Given that their home was situated at the foot of the mountain, it was alarming to see the water level drop so swiftly. Did that mean the other families in the village with wells had begun to experience this issue days ago? The group exchanged silent glances and then dispersed to resume their respective tasks, some fetching water, others sun-drying herbs. The situation had reached this point, and no amount of fretting would change it. Such worries would only serve to complicate matters further. Ailey observed her family diligently attending to their duties and nodded in satisfaction. They had shown commendable awareness and refrained from self-pity. Ailey descended to the cellar to check on their supplies. There were approximately 200 pounds of brown rice. While this may seem substantial, the daily consumption of the family was also considerable. Due to their physical exertion, The men and Ailey consumed around 8 ounces of rice each day, while her mother and sister-in-law managed with 5 ounces. In total, they required nearly 5 pounds of rice daily, not to mention a variety of dishes for lunch and dinner. Looking at it this way, that amount of rice would not last long. Fortunately, they also had some corn, soybeans, and coarse flour, which together amounted to around 500 pounds, along with a significant stockpile of provisions in her space. In the cellar, there were over 100 pounds of jerky, with nearly 300 pounds stored in Ailey's space. They had dozens of dried wild chickens and rabbits, and had ceased further hunting as it attracted too much attention. The remainder consisted of sundry essential items such as oilcloth, water bags, salt, and sugar. At that point, a single mule cart might not suffice. They could consider acquiring another if necessary. If her parents were frail, Ailey might not have been so ostentatious, but with her capable brothers, along with her uncle and cousins, it was of little concern to stand out. She had prepared so much precisely for the journey that lay ahead. If she were to rely solely on her feet and restrict her rations like everyone else, what purpose would it serve for her to have come so early? Ailey had endured enough hardship throughout her life, and the trials faced during the apocalypse had been even more severe. There was a time when no one dared to team up with her, fearful of being tainted by her misfortune. Eventually, they discovered that this bad luck only affected Ailey. Others encountered no issues and sometimes even benefited from the supplies she carelessly dropped, leading them to seek her out for companionship. Ailey thought to herself, how absurd. After all, she was a rare dual-element ability wielder. If her luck were to improve, she would certainly be a sought-after individual. After surveying the household supplies, she concluded that they were mostly prepared. As the time approached, she would make some dried flatbreads to carry with her for the journey. Ailey then ventured to the backyard, gazing at the lotus leaves in the small pond. With a decisive motion, she ruthlessly plucked them all. In an instant, the pond was left with only bare lotus stalks and a few budding flowers surfacing. Shen Li halted in his tracks, realizing how beautiful it had once been. It seemed his little sister had a knack for ruthless gardening. Fourth brother, come quickly and chop these lotus leaves into pieces to dry them. Shen Li, carrying the leaves to the front yard, casually inquired, what purpose do they serve? Oh, they can help reduce heat. Suddenly, Shen Li felt that perhaps it wasn't so bad to strip the pond of its lotus leaves after all. Who knows? They might even be able to do it a few more times. Ailey chopped the leaves into smaller pieces and placed them in a winnowing basket to dry. The sun was shining brightly, and they would dry quickly. Now, the yard was filled with countless baskets, large and small, all containing various herbs. There was an abundance, and any excess they had would be sold at the town clinic for silver coins. However, they had collected fewer herbs than before, as they had nearly exhausted their supply. Of course, under Ailey's guidance, they refrained from depleting the herbs entirely and left the smaller ones untouched. Her uncle and his family had also gathered a considerable amount of herbs to exchange for money in town. Naturally, how to handle the herbs was always directed by Ailey or Shen Li, otherwise they would have had no idea. Ailey had been quite docile for a few days, suppressing her restless heart and refraining from venturing into the mountains to find the little dumpling. Had she not seen it before, Ailey would never have thought of it. Yet, the thought of the warm, plump little dumpling being within reach was too tempting to resist. Moreover, the most crucial point was that there were no laws prohibiting the private rearing of panda cubs. How could that be unjust? Thus, within a certain bamboo grove in Wuling Mountain, a girl clad in a fitted long-sleeve blouse and skirt was crouched down, intently observing the bamboo forest. Chapter 41. Shamelessness. Ailey released her mental energy and saw the panda cub nestled comfortably against its mother, sound asleep. The little creature's round belly rose and fell rhythmically. Why wasn't he the giant panda out searching for food today? If it wasn't he going to forage, hadn't she come here for nothing? Ailey quickly squashed the thought of snatching the cub right under the panda's nose. While she might be able to overpower a panda, she had no intention of doing so. Even though she was no longer in her previous world, her essence remained that of a Huagua citizen, a truth deeply ingrained in her psyche. Thus, the giant panda would always be Ailey's national treasure. Standing up, Ailey sighed, what a wasted trip today. Logic urged her to turn around and leave, but reality held her feet firmly in place. Suddenly, she heard a rustle in the bamboo grove and turned to see a large panda and a smaller one approaching the edge of the forest. Ailey blinked in astonishment. What was happening here? The giant panda sat down just 3 meters away from her, while the little panda, undeterred, scampered over to Ailey's feet and plopped down, whining softly. Ailey felt her heart melting. Oh my. What an adorable little baby. She crouched down to meet the little panda's gaze, attempting to extend her hand towards it. The giant panda remained still, its gaze fixed on the cub. Ailey's eyes sparkled as her hand found its way to the cub's soft belly. The giant panda remained seated unfazed. Ailey's excitement soared as her hands roamed over the little dumpling. The cub, feeling a bit disgruntled, whimpered, "Where are my snacks?" Ailey, noticing the little one's displeasure, instantly understood and produced 5 or 6 spirit fruits, offering them all to the little panda. The cub clutched a fruit in each paw, with the remaining fruits rolling onto the ground. With treats in hand, the little one overlooked the two-legged creature's playful antics. After a moment of fondling, Ailey finally felt a pang of embarrassment for her unabashed behavior. With a reluctant release of his hands, he gazed at the giant panda, as a cluster of ethereal fruits materialized in his palms. Slowly, he approached and arranged them before the majestic creature. Thereafter, the large and small pandas sat contentedly, feasting on the delectable fruits, while Shen Li stood nearby, grinning foolishly at the spectacle. The scene appeared curious in every possible way. Should others witness it, they might very well be startled. Once the giant panda had indulged in the offerings, it retreated into the bamboo grove. Encouraged by this, Shen Li's courage swelled, prompting her to attempt cradling the little cub in her arms. She glanced up at the giant panda, then buried her face into the cub's belly. She exclaimed. The little panda, startled by her outburst, released its grip on the fruit, causing it to tumble to the ground. In its eagerness, the cub reached down to retrieve it, inadvertently slapping Shen Li on the head. She looked up, relieved that her resilient nature withstood the playful assault of the adorable creature. Shen Li spent over an hour in the company of the 2 pandas, leaving behind a small pile of ethereal fruits before finally rising to return home. Although the bamboo shoots in her spatial realm had yet to mature, she anticipated their imminent growth, hoping that by her next visit, there would be bamboo shoots for the little cub to enjoy. With a heart full of joy, Shen Li returned home, delighted by the prospect of seeing the little cub again, without any admission fee, of course. As for the ethereal fruits meant for feeding the pandas, she had an abundance in her spatial realm. Humming a cheerful tune, she approached her home, only to discover a throng of people gathered at her gate. Extending her mental energy to assess the situation within her yard, she found Yang Chun-ong sprawled on the ground, surrounded by onlookers who were pointing and whispering about her family. Shen Li's expression darkened. The audacity of that old wretch was truly insatiable. So soon after her last escapade, she had re-emerged. Standing at the rear of the crowd, Shen Li called out, "Could everyone please make way?" Yet the spectators remained fixated on the scene unfolding within the yard, ignoring her plea. Unable to tolerate their disregard any longer, Shen Li pushed through the crowd. "Hey, watch it. Why the excessive force?" Upon recognizing who was parting them, the crowd recalled the commotion within the Shen household and stepped aside to grant her passage. Shen Li successfully entered her yard, where Shen Chongshan was locked in a stalemate with Shen Chongfeng. Shen Chongshan firmly declared that the family division had already occurred and refused to acquiesce to their demands. In response, Shen Chongfeng resorted to invoking filial piety as a means of coercion. Several uncles and cousins had also arrived, witnessing the shamelessness of the old Shen family, which once again challenged their understanding of propriety. The village chief and several elders were present as well, aware of the inequities surrounding Shen Dazhong's division of the family, thus maintaining a neutral stance. However, with filial piety taking precedence, should Shen Chongshan remain obstinate, the elders would undoubtedly side with the second branch and the grandparents. Shen Jiaojia was absent from this gathering. Her penchant for self-preservation would prevent her from engaging in such disputes. Shen Li approached her third brother, quietly inquiring about the situation, nodding thoughtfully as he explained. The last time they sought grain and were denied, this time they had brazenly summoned the elders and the village chief, accusing Shen Chongshan of being unfilial and unwilling to support his parents. Yang Chun-ong had caused quite a ruckus in the yard, her loud antics drawing numerous villagers to witness the spectacle. The old Shen family, known for valuing their reputation, had now thrown caution to the wind. What could their motives be? Shen Li approached Shen Chongshan and asked, "Father, why have they come to disrupt our peace?" Shen Chongshan glanced at the prostrate Yang Chun-ong, stating, The old well at the ancestral home isn't deep. Your second brother has returned from the academy. Shen Li nodded, realizing that their grandparents were now leveraging filial piety as a weapon, hoping the elders would pressure Shen Changshan to relent. Father, since they seek to take from us, let us discuss the terms of our division. Shen Changshan agreed, his voice grave as he spoke. Father, mother, with the ancestral elders and village chief present today, the terms of our division were clearly outlined in the documents. You no longer need my support as you age, yet now you demand that I relinquish my possessions. Given the unfairness of our initial division, should we not revisit the terms? Yang Chanong, lying on the ground with her eyes shut tight, stirred slightly at his words. Shen Li observed her plight. Under the harsh sun, she was already sweating profusely. The village chief, Shen Jinyuan, interjected sharply, Nonsense, Changshan. The matter of division has been settled. If we were to reopen this discussion, would it not render the division of the Shen family a mere farce? As he spoke, his piercing gaze fell upon Shen Dajiang. Sixth brother, is this your stance? Shen Dajiang's lips trembled under the intensity of Shen Jinyuan's scrutinizing gaze, yet he remained silent. Yang Chanong on the ground grunted softly, slowly opening her eyes. What has happened to me? Chapter 42, Peeling Off the Facade. Shen Jinyuan and the elders involuntarily twitched their lips. Among the bystanders in the yard, aside from Shen Dajiang and Shen Changfeng, others found it hard to maintain eye contact. Eldest, did I hear you correctly? You wish to renegotiate the division? It has already been settled. What more is there to discuss? The moment those words left his mouth, expressions of disbelief spread across the faces of the onlookers. It seemed they too understood this principle. Was this not akin to trampling their dignity into the ground? Shen Changshan appeared perplexed, earnestly asking, what, then, are father and mother attempting to accomplish? Yang Chuanhong's expression shifted dramatically, alternating between red and white. Does the division sever our familial bonds? You indulge yourself while disregarding the well-being of your parents and siblings? Shen Changshan earnestly inquired. Are father and mother truly unable to sustain themselves? Shen Dajiang remained silent. Shen Changfeng spat. Who can't sustain themselves? How absurd. He Nirong added. The eldest brother has truly become brazen. Eldest, do you truly disregard any semblance of familial affection? Shen Li could no longer contain her frustration. Did the grandparents consider our well-being when they divided our family? Yang Chuanhong's ire swiftly turned toward Shen Li. Who are you, a mere junior? To interject while the elders are speaking? Should I still revere him as my ancestor? Shen Li addressed the elders gathered in the yard. Surely you all are aware of the life my family has endured for nearly 2 decades, rising early and toiling late, venturing out before dawn and returning only after dark. We rise before the rooster crows, sleep later than the dogs, work harder than oxen, and eat less than pigs, with our bodies resembling leaky windows. Thus, I ask, how have we wronged the old Shen family? As Shen Li spoke, an unusual silence enveloped the yard. The weight of her words resonated profoundly. The villagers outside exchanged glances, realizing that her summation was indeed accurate. Lin Suetsue, the eldest daughter-in-law, reflected on her 2 decades of service since marrying into the Shen family, bearing children. Rising early to tend to the chickens and pigs, cooking, foraging for wild vegetables, washing clothes, gathering fodder, and cleaning, fulfilling every obligation without fail. Shen Li smirked with a hint of mockery. Even so, are you still dissatisfied with her as a daughter-in-law? What precisely does the old Shen family desire in a daughter-in-law? One like second aunt? A daughter-in-law who is indolent and glib-tongued, who wins the favor of the grandparents. The 4 individuals she mentioned wore expressions of utter disbelief. Shen Jinyuan, too, was captivated by her words, nearly nodding in agreement before recalling his position and clearing his throat. Ali, your injuries have yet to heal. It is unwise to speak ill of our elders. Shen Li gazed up at him with innocence, replying, 4th grandfather, I understand. I merely harbor too many uncertainties and sought answers from grandfather and grandmother. I mean no malice. He Huai retorted, no malice. Your malice is practically soaring to the heavens. Shen Jinyuan nodded, his expression benevolent. 4th grandfather knows that Ali is a good child. Upon hearing this, Shen Li fell silent, retreating to stand obediently beside her father. Shen Changshan, adopting a demeanor of compliance. Shen Changfeng, listening to 4th uncle's evident bias towards the main branch, felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. The words spoken by 4th uncle seemed to have strayed far from reason. 6th brother, 6th sister-in-law, ordinarily this matter pertains to your household. I should not interfere. Yang Chunong nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is not my place to meddle. However, you have summoned me, and as the patriarch of the Shen family, I must address this. The main and secondary branches have already separated. How the division was conducted and its fairness is something you all know in your hearts. If you choose to live with the second branch, no one will speak against you. I previously remarked that the division was unjustly minimal for the main branch, effectively rendering them destitute. You too insisted on this division. What are you doing now? Are you imposing filial piety as a means to pressure them? The separation documents clearly state that the main branch is not obligated to provide support, yet you repeatedly instigate conflict. Do you truly believe the Shen family's separation is a trivial matter? The clan elder remained silent, yet his agreement with the patriarch was evident. Shen Dajiang's pride had been stripped away, layer by layer, first by his son, then by his granddaughter, and now by the patriarch. Even he, with his shamelessness, felt a burning embarrassment. Fourth brother, Yang Chunhong felt little shame in their words, viewing her son Shen Changshan's actions as entirely deserved. With a grim countenance, she declared, "Fourth brother, this is our family matter." Shen Jinyuan's expression darkened. "Is your household ruled by a woman?" Shen Dajiang hurriedly approached Yang Chunong, signaling her to be silent, then forced a stiff smile. "No, fourth brother has misunderstood." Shen Jinyuan nodded. "This matter is concluded. You have separated, henceforth. Live your own lives well. In the future, Changshan's only duty will be to kneel before your memorial and burn incense." Shen Dajiang. Yang Chuanhong's face twisted at the patriarch's words. At this moment, Shen Changfeng and He Huai did not dare to speak. It was no longer their place, as their father had not received a favorable outcome, and it would be miraculous if they did. Shen Dajiang cast a reluctant glance at Shen Changshan, feeling deeply aggrieved. Yet the patriarch had spoken, and he remained a member of the Shen family. Closing his eyes, he conceded, "Fourth brother, I understand. I shall exercise restraint in the future." After speaking, Shen Dajiang pulled Yang Chunong away, with Shen Changfeng and his wife hastening to follow. Shen Jinyuan looked at Shen Changshan, a smile gracing his face. "Changshan, all is in the past now. Focus on living your life well." "Thank you, fourth uncle." Shen Jinyuan patted his shoulder, while the three clan elders rose to leave alongside him. At that moment, Shen Qianan approached with 4 dried wild rabbits, fourth grandfather, second uncle, third uncle, fifth uncle. "I appreciate your efforts today." Shen Qianan extended the rabbits, and at first, the 4 elders hesitated to accept them, but after much persuasion from Shen Qianan, they finally acquiesced. As the courtyard emptied, the 4 elders glanced back with a long sigh as they exited the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Dajiang truly is something. That lad Qianan had such talent in his studies, yet he has been delayed for so many years. Shen Jinyuan pondered the usual conduct of the old Shen family, remarking, "Watch, in the future, it could very well be the main branch that achieves greater success." Chapter 43. Soaring Prices. Following this farce, the old Shen family's reputation in the village was thoroughly tarnished, with even their internal standing stripped away. Lin Hu patted Shen Changshan's shoulder. "Changshan, after today, they likely will not trouble us again. The mask has been torn. There is no need for further leniency." Shen Changshan nodded. "Thank you, both of you." Lin Kuan waved his hand dismissively. "We haven't truly aided you. No need for thanks. We shall take our leave." The next day, as Shen Li and her party descended the mountain, they spotted Shen Wensong standing outside the courtyard. Clad in a sky-blue long robe adorned with bamboo leaf embroidery at the cuffs, he bore an air reminiscent of a cultured scholar from afar. Hearing the commotion, Shen Wensong turned. "Uncle, elder brother, third brother, fourth brother, Ollie." Shen Changshan held a favorable impression of this nephew and did not greet him with a cold demeanor upon seeing him. "Wensong, have you come with business?" Shen Wensong performed a deep bow. "Uncle, I am aware of yesterday's events. What my parents did was wrong, and I have come specifically to apologize." Shen Wensong wished to include Shen Dajiang and Yang Chunong in his apology, but they remained elders and deserved a modicum of respect. Shen Changshan regarded his nephew, reflecting that while his second brother and sister-in-law lacked virtue, this nephew was indeed commendable, a fact that could not be denied. He stepped forward to assist Shen Wensong up. "Wensong, their actions have nothing to do with you. There is no need for such formality." A bittersweet smile graced Shen Wensong's refined features. "Uncle, they are my parents. How could their deeds not concern me? Furthermore, their actions were all for my sake. As their son, I cannot remain uninvolved." He was somewhat aware of Shen Wenzong's parents inciting Shen Dajiang and Yang Chunong. However, they were his parents, and every time he returned home, he would mention this, albeit with little effect. Shen Changshan regarded him, patting his shoulder. "You are a good lad. Return home. We have separated, and it is unnecessary to maintain contact." Having spoken, Shen Changshan bypassed him and entered his own courtyard. The others, including Shen Jingwan, greeted Shen Wenzong before following their father inside. Their impression of Shen Wenzong was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. He was the only member of the old Shen family who had ever shown them kindness. Yet, the treatment they had endured for over a decade was intertwined with him and his parents, creating a complex emotional landscape. Shen Li was the last to enter the courtyard, casting a glance at her distant second brother before shutting the door. Was it possible that Shen Wenzong's parents were the bad bamboo-yielding good shoots? Shen Wenzong himself understood this reality. Gazing at the tightly closed door, he felt a tinge of melancholy before turning back toward the old residence. He had known beforehand that the actions of his grandparents and parents had deeply wounded Uncle's family, creating an irreparable chasm between them. Upon returning to the old residence, He stood in the courtyard and, upon seeing him, hurried forward to inquire, "Wenzong, where have you been?" Shen Wenzong's expression had returned to normal. "Mother, I went nowhere. I am going to study." "Oh." Hehuai observed her son, sensing something amiss, yet he appeared normal. Thinking of his intention to study, she hesitated to disturb him. Time swiftly passed to late June. For over a month, temperatures lingered around 38 degrees Celsius, with no rain, rendering the weather exceedingly dry and increasingly stifling. As of today, the price of grains had soared dramatically, with brown rice now costing 61 per pound, and purchases were restricted to a maximum of 5 pounds per person daily. Meanwhile, the government remained indifferent, leaving the common folk in a state of lamentation. The exorbitant prices have deterred many, forcing their gaze toward inferior grains such as millet and common beans. Perhaps due to an extended period of drought, most staple foods have become subject to purchase limits. For instance, individuals are permitted to buy merely 1 sheng of beans or millet per day. Concurrently, water sales have commenced in the town, with a bucket priced at 50 copper coins. These wooden containers are rather modest, holding a maximum of 15 liters. Consequently, those without wells and facing water scarcity have no choice but to grit their teeth and buy water to conserve their usage. Many eateries, including taverns and bun shops, have shuttered their doors, grappling with both water and food shortages, leading to skyrocketing prices that dissuade patrons from dining out. Nonetheless, a handful of well-connected taverns remain operational, still managing to attract customers. Shen Li village, nestled against the Wuling Mountains, currently does not suffer from acute water shortages. Yet the absence of rain for a day leaves the inhabitants wary of water usage. The village remains relatively tranquil, with increased foot traffic during the mornings and evenings. At other times, the sweltering sun drives most to remain indoors. Another contributing factor is the effort to conserve hot water, as many exhibit a certain odor, rendering outdoor excursions less appealing. The Shen Li River has recently dried up. Prior to its desiccation, the fish and shrimp within were swiftly collected by nearby villagers, with only a few unfortunate ones left behind to perish in the sun. Shen Li's home lies at the foot of the mountain, where the mornings and evenings are still somewhat cool, but the midday heat is indeed stifling. The water level in their well has significantly dropped, and it is anticipated that it may run dry within a month. The small pond behind their house has long since dried up. The lotus roots have been harvested by Shen Li, with some even tossed into a small stream within her space. While her space is adorned with lotus flowers, they are of a unique variety, necessitating a separate planting for edible lotus roots. With the oppressive heat, clad in layers, Shen Li feels on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, her space maintains a constant temperature, offering a refuge from the sweltering heat. The moist air within her space brings her solace, a stark contrast to the parched atmosphere outside, where prolonged drought and heat create an environment conducive to nosebleeds. The wildlife around the Wuling Mountains has diminished significantly due to the recent foraging, and the current heat has prompted animals to exercise their instinct for self-preservation, rendering them elusive. The trees bordering the mountains, once lush and verdant, have succumbed to the drought, taking on a yellowed hue, while the interior of the mountain remains a vibrant green, its endless peaks instilling a sense of dread. In recent days, Shen Li has encountered a few villagers. A minority appear unchanged, while most display oily hair and sallow complexions, clearly indicating their struggle to conserve both water and food. Father. Our family possesses but one mule cart, and I fear we may lack sufficient space for our provisions, Shen Li remarked, fanning herself with a palm leaf as she conversed with her companion, Shen Changshan. Sister, fret not. With brother heir here, I can push a handcart, he reassured her. Shen Jingyuan concurred. Indeed, brother can manage a cart as well. Upon hearing Shen Li's words, Shen Qian understood her true intention, though her two brothers misinterpreted her meaning, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Eldest brother, third brother, Ali means she wishes to purchase another livestock, he clarified. Days prior, Shen Changshan had apprised them of their circumstances, urging them to prepare for potential flight. The three brothers initially felt bewildered, having grown up in this place. Where would they go if they had to leave? Yet, considering their family's presence, they felt emboldened. Su Taohua, on the other hand, was filled with trepidation at the thought of fleeing. In an instant, she resolved within herself that she could manage. Previously uncertain, she had spent the past few months training alongside her mother-in-law, and with her in-laws nearby, she felt capable of enduring a famine. Yet, thoughts of her mother and younger brother stirred anxiety within her. Although her mother was fierce, she was still a woman. And her younger brother had devoted years to his studies. What would become of them? Despite her anxiety, Su Taohua buried her concerns deep, unwilling to burden her in-laws with the potential troubles of her family. Chapter 44, Jiang Muxue. Su Taohua's thoughts were chaotic, rendering her unable to focus on their conversation. Shen Changshan turned to Ali. Ali, would it be too conspicuous to purchase another cart? In truth, they possessed the strength to manage two carts. Yet Shen Changshan was apprehensive that if Taohua had two carts during their journey, the occupants of the old residence would undoubtedly raise objections, disrupting their family's peace. Father, we currently have the means. With two carts, our belongings will remain concealed from outsiders, Shen Changshan realized, recalling the opportunity bestowed upon Ali by a celestial being. Ali's logic was sound. They would procure another cart by morning. Previously, he had miscalculated, fixating solely on the need to guard against the old residence's occupants, neglecting the potential advantages Ali possessed. Shen Jingyuan and Shen Yuanyo found their father's swift change of heart somewhat surprising, but chose not to dwell on it. Shen Qian sensed an underlying complexity, but could not articulate it, merely feeling that, as Ali suggested, it was a ruse to mislead others. When Su Taohua regained her focus, she noticed her father-in-law had made a decisive choice, igniting a flicker of hope within her. If their family possessed two carts, perhaps they could better care for her mother and younger brother during their escape. She kept this thought suppressed, tossing and turning in bed that night, unable to sleep. Taohua, is it too warm? Shen Jingyuan asked, picking up a nearby fan to gently cool her. Su Taohua bit her lip, uncertain whether to confide in her husband about her concerns. What is it? He inquired. Husband, how probable is it that we will need to flee? Shen Jingyuan continued to fan her. Did not father say this is merely a possibility? He only asks us to be prepared. Do not fear. It's not fear. It's. After years of stagnation, Shen Jingyuan's mind finally stirred. Was Taohua truly worried about her mother and younger brother? Yes, she replied. Shen Jingyuan fell silent, contemplating the peril his mother-in-law and younger brother would face if they were indeed forced to flee. Taohua, do not fret if the need arises. We shall bring your mother and brother here, and we will care for them as best we can. Su Taohua felt tears prickling her eyes. Her throat constricted as she managed a soft okay. The couple remained silent, and Su Taohua drifted off to sleep, lulled by the gentle sound of the fan. The following morning, father and daughter concluded their training early, driving their mule cart toward the town. Just 2 li from the town, Shen Li spotted a horse-drawn cart parked by the roadside, devoid of a driver, from which the muffled cries of a girl could be heard. Mother, wake up! Don't leave me! As Shen Changshan maneuvered their mule cart alongside the horse cart, the girl leaned out, pleading for help. Sister, may I have some water? My mother has fainted from the heat. The little girl, with her fair skin, rosy lips, and white teeth, had disheveled hair, yet her clothing was of fine quality, indicating she hailed from a well-to-do family. As their cart approached, Shen Li took a water pouch and climbed onto the horse cart. Jiang Muxue, seeing them pass by, slumped back into the cart, tears streaming down her cheeks. When Shen Li lifted the cart's curtain, she beheld the sight of the enchanting young girl, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Jiang Muxue was startled as the curtain of the carriage was drawn aside, causing her to let out a small gasp. Sister. Shen Li glanced towards the woman reclining in the carriage, adorned in a honey-hued coat with a flowing white cloud-patterned skirt, delicately embroidered with yellow flowers. At that moment, the woman's complexion was ashen, her lips devoid of color, and beads of perspiration dotted her forehead and neck. What has happened to your mother? The young girl hastily wiped her tears and replied, My mother suffers from a heart condition. She was startled just now, and it has flared up. Where's the medicine? Jiang Muxue inquired. Here it is. The girl produced a brocade pouch. But there's no water. She cannot swallow it. Shen Li opened the pouch, took out a pill, and placed it in the woman's mouth, gently administering small sips of water from a flask. Fortunately, despite her unconsciousness, the woman still possessed the instinct to survive and reflexively swallowed the medicine. Shen Li lifted the carriage curtain, allowing a refreshing breeze to sweep in, dispelling the stifling heat within. Although it was morning, the temperature was notably high. Observing the woman, Shen Li suspected that she was not merely suffering from a heart ailment, but may also be showing signs of heat stroke. After feeding her several more sips of water, she turned to the girl and said, I will take you to the medical clinic in the nearby town. Jiang Muxue nodded gratefully. Thank you, sister. Shen Li descended to inform Shen Changshan of the situation, then drove the carriage onward. Soon, they arrived at the Huichun clinic. After examining the woman, the doctor stroked his chin and remarked, This lady is not in immediate danger. Her heart condition has eased. She may continue with her previous medication, but she is experiencing mild heat stroke. She should take 2 more doses of cooling medicine. Shen Li nodded and turned to Jiang Muxue asking, Can you manage alone? Jiang Muxue's face flushed slightly, as they had been robbed of their funds by the carriage driver. Sister, could you please deliver a message to the Rui Tower in town? The young girl, with her big pleading eyes and disheveled hair, appeared quite pitiful. Then write it down. Thank you, sister. I will reward you for your kindness. Jiang Muxue borrowed a pen, ink, and paper from the clinic and swiftly penned a letter, presenting it to Shen Li along with a jade pendant she had hidden close to her heart. Sister, please take this pendant to Rui Tower. The manager will come to you upon reading the letter. Rui Tower was not far off, and Shen Li quickly jogged there in 10 minutes. Inside Rui Tower, the main hall was occupied by several tables of patrons, and Shen Li spotted manager who at the counter, calculating with an abacus. Approaching him, she placed the jade pendant upon the counter. Upon seeing it, manager who immediately looked up. Miss you. He squinted, recognizing her face. Shen Li handed him the letter and succinctly recounted the situation. Manager, where are they now? At Huichun Hall. Manager who summoned a young waiter, hurriedly instructed him, and then followed Shen Li. A bit portly manager who trotted behind her, creating a comical sight that caught the attention of many onlookers. Miss. Upon seeing the woman lying on the sickbed, manager who let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Muxue, upon catching sight of him, felt her eyes welling up again. Uncle Hu, my mother. Manager who quickly reassured her, Do not fret, young miss. She is safe. Despite his comforting words, it took Jiang Muxue a few minutes to calm her emotions. Thank you, sister, and thank you, Uncle Hu. Jiang Muxue expressed her gratitude to Shen Li before turning to Manager Hu. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Manager Hu produced 200 taels in silver notes. Thank you for saving her life. Shen Li accepted the money, nodded to both of them, and intended to leave, only to be stopped by Jiang Muxue. May I ask your name, sister, and where you reside? At the foot of Sanli village, Shen Li, Jiang Muxue bowed respectfully. Once my mother recovers, we shall come to express our gratitude. No need, I have already accepted my reward. With that, Shen Li strode out of Huichun Hall, heading towards the town's entrance, where her father must be anxiously waiting. Seated in the mule cart, Shen Changshan craned his neck to peer inside. Why is Li taking so long? Could something have happened? Are that mother and daughter deceiving us? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he leapt from the cart, intent on searching for Shen Li, but was at a loss as to where to look, causing him great distress. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Shen Li appeared at the town's entrance. She approached Shen Changshan, noting the sweat glistening on his forehead and glancing at the sun above. Could it be that the temperature has risen again today? Li, why did you take so long? Shen Li briefly recounted the events, prompting Shen Changshan to wipe his brow. The father and daughter then proceeded to inspect the livestock. They traversed the market for purchasing animals, noting that due to the ongoing drought and scarcity of feed, most of the cattle and mules appeared rather emaciated, though it was not a major concern. Furthermore, grain prices were high, resulting in a reduced cost for mules and cattle, as the necessity for water and food led to a slight decrease in their prices. Shen Li and Shen Changshan's attention was captured by a particularly sleek mule, far superior to the others, indicating that its owner had taken good care of it. An elderly man was selling the mule, and Shen Changshan approached him, inquiring, "Good sir, how much do you want for this mule?" The old man glanced at them, replying, 18 taels of silver. While inspecting the mule for any defects, Shen Changshan raised an eyebrow. Most mules were priced around 15 taels, and though this one was indeed better, it shouldn't be worth more than 3 taels extra. Noticing their hesitation, the elderly man stroked the mule's coat. A middle-aged man nearby chimed in, "Don't dawdle there. This old man has been trying to sell his mule for half a month now. Come look at mine, it's also quite shiny." Shen Li observed the elderly man's eyes, which reflected both care and reluctance towards his mule. Shen Changshan glanced at the middle-aged man's mule. While it was decent, it did not compare to the elderly man's. He still preferred the elderly man's mule for its robust build and sleek coat, which promised durability. Turning back to the elderly man, he asked, "Sir, is your mule for sale? If so, we shall buy it." The elderly man, with slightly clouded eyes, regarded the father and daughter and replied, "Yes." Seeing their sincerity, he felt reassured that they would not mistreat the mule. After handing over the silver, Shen Changshan led the mule away. "Ellie, shall we now purchase a cart?" "Yes." As the livestock market was situated just outside the town, they soon spotted 2 shops selling carts upon entering. Shen Li casually selected one and began to inspect it, finding a spacious cart made of sturdy materials. "Miss, your taste is impeccable. This cart is exceptionally durable. How much is this cart, shopkeeper?" The stout shopkeeper beamed warmly. "Miss, this one is merely 6 taels of silver." Shen Changshan examined the cart, confirming the shopkeeper's claims of its solid construction, but questioned, "Is this the price from before?" The shopkeeper maintained his cheerful demeanor, showing no sign of embarrassment. "You are correct. If you truly wish to purchase, we can negotiate. Business has been tough lately, and with so much stock, selling even one would be beneficial. Everything is rising in price, and I need to sell this cart to stock up on grain." Shen Li surveyed the carriage with a sense of satisfaction. The one at home was inadequate. On the treacherous journey of fleeing, one could never predict what misfortunes might arise, and a sturdier carriage was undoubtedly preferable. Moreover, the elevated edges of the carriage's roof provided ample opportunity to drill a few holes, enabling the placement of luggage atop it. "Shopkeeper, if the price is right, we shall take 2. The rotund shopkeeper's smile widened, his small eyes nearly disappearing into his chubby face. "Very well. How does 10 taels of silver sound for both carriages?" 9 taels, Shen Li countered. The shopkeeper winced at the thought of losing 2 taels. Yet the prospect of selling 2 carriages at once was rare. With a sigh of reluctant acceptance, he acquiesced. Shen Changshan handed over the silver, and the shopkeeper instructed his assistant to load the 2 new carriages, while the old one would be dragged behind the cart for the journey home. The father and daughter decided against further purchases and set off back home. Upon their return to Shen Li village, they stirred quite a commotion, with some onlookers whispering derisively behind their backs. With silver in hand, why buy a mule instead of grain? What can a mule do without a plow to pull? Indeed, with 2 oxen, one could till the fields. A mule lacks the strength of an ox. But let them be, I've work to tend to. As they made their way home, they unloaded the carriage and led the mule to the backyard. One advantage of their modest dwelling at the foot of the mountain was its sufficiently large entrance, allowing the cart to roll directly into the yard. Thus, the contents of the carriage remained a mystery to outsiders. Shen Yuanzhou carried a bundle of fresh grass to feed the mule. The yard was also strewn with dried hay, prepared for their 2 mules. Water was not in short supply at home. The family bathed every 2 days, while Shen Li indulged in daily baths, of course. Within her spatial realm, Lin Suizue and Su Taohua busied themselves, sewing clothes and drying herbs. Shen Li could not fathom why they insisted on exhausting themselves so. After several attempts to dissuade them, she ultimately resigned to their choices. Shen Li had already acquired several sets of summer clothing, and Lin Suizue had also crafted a winter outfit for her. Others possessed some clothing as well, but not in abundance, fearing that they might be burdened by too many possessions during their escape. Just days prior, Shen Li had traversed Wuling Mountain, where the depths of the mountains had yet to feel the dire effects of the crisis. The habitat of the little panda and its mother still had water. Before they departed, she contemplated one last visit, perhaps realizing that this would be their final farewell. Although Shen Li cherished the little panda and felt reluctant to leave it behind, she had never considered taking it with her. Its current life was one of freedom and unconstraint, and accompanying her would impose many limitations. Moreover, it would be inconvenient to transport it during their flight, and she worried about leaving it alone in the spatial realm. As time slipped by, a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the weather grew increasingly sweltering, causing the ground to crack. The village well's water level dwindled, and the mountain streams diminished, leaving the villagers in a state of constant anxiety. One day, upon witnessing her sister-in-law's distressing nausea, Shen Li recalled a matter she had overlooked. Chapter 46. Pregnancy and Assault. Mother, is my sister-in-law pregnant? Lin Suitsue glanced at the eldest daughter-in-law, recalling that her appetite had increased significantly, and she had been unusually lethargic, making it indeed a possibility. Eldest, go fetch Dr. Liu. Shen Jingyuan snapped back to attention and hurried off to summon the physician. Su Taohua beamed at the prospect, yet a hint of worry crept into her thoughts. Shen Li wore a smile. Although they were on the brink of fleeing, given their current resources, assisting her sister-in-law through the hardships ahead seemed manageable. Before long, Shen Jingyuan returned, hoisting Dr. Liu along with him. Oh dear, my old back. Shen Changshan quickly steadied the disoriented doctor. Eldest, how could you treat Uncle Liu so carelessly? Considering his age? Shen Jingyuan chuckled sheepishly. Grandfather Liu, I was just a bit anxious. Please forgive my haste. Dr. Liu waved his hand dismissively, pushing Shen Changshan's grip away, and took a seat beside Su Taohua, checking her pulse. The room fell silent, and soon Dr. Liu announced, indeed, she is pregnant, just over a month along. Lin Suitsue inquired, what should we be mindful of, Uncle Liu? No need for concern. Taohua is in good health. Just be cautious with her diet. Lin Suitsue handed over the consultation fee to Dr. Liu, instructing Shen Qianan to escort him home, unwilling to let the eldest son accompany him. Shen Jingyuan lingered by Su Taohua's side, gazing at her abdomen. Shen Changshan cast a glance at his eldest son. Taohua, now that you are with child, refrain from following your mother around in the mornings. Su Taohua nodded in agreement. Do not fret about the rest. With this large family, we shall find a way. Su Taohua replied softly. Shen Jingyuan, seeing that they had concluded their conversation, assisted Su Taohua back to their room. Shen Li turned to Shen Changshan. Father, next time we go to town, we should procure several doses of prenatal medicine. Indeed, what you say is wise, Ali. Whoever goes next shall bring some back. Better to be prepared. Although Su Taohua was in good health, the uncertainties of the escape route necessitated prudence. Being prepared was always preferable. After learning of her pregnancy, Su Taohua remained restless, continuing her usual tasks, though Lin Suitsue kept a watchful eye, ensuring she took breaks when her workload became excessive. One day, upon returning from town, Shen Yuano and Shen Qianan bore serious expressions. Father, there are over a dozen beggars in town, all unfamiliar faces, with accents from the south. The villagers at work paused, raising their heads in unison to look at Shen Qianan. Calculating the days, it seemed the time for the influx of refugees was drawing near. Shen Qianan's expression turned grave. Father, I inquired, and they are indeed from the south. Those beggars are tattered and filthy, their eyes vacant. I offered one of them a coin, and he mentioned that a large group of refugees may be on the way. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone turned their gaze toward Shen Changshan and Shen Li. Suanyang, take Taohua and prepare some provisions. Eldest, you take the cart and inform your mother-in-law of the situation. If they plan to come, we shall welcome them together. Third, you should visit your maternal grandmother. While fourth, and I will go to the clan. Su Taohua gazed at him with gratitude. Father, thank you. Shen Changshan replied, Taohua, we are family. Such formalities are unnecessary. I'll leave you. Father, I have matters to attend to in the mountains, but I shall return swiftly. Very well. The family quickly divided their tasks and set to work. Are you afraid? We have prepared so much. There is nothing to fear. Though a sense of confusion and panic lingered, it was soon overshadowed by an acceptance of the inevitable. They could only move forward from this juncture. Shen Li sprinted into the mountains, feeling the impatience of those behind her, so she utilized her wood-based abilities to swing between the trees. What typically took an hour now transpired in just over half that time. As she approached the bamboo grove, a keen sense of unease washed over her. The silence was unsettling, devoid of the usual chirping of insects or the songs of birds. Unless... Shen Li immediately extended her mental faculties to investigate. Discovering a pack of wolves attacking a giant panda deep within the grove, its once pure white fur now stained crimson. Surrounding the scene were over 30 wolves, with several of them engaged in the brutal assault on the panda, while 5 or 6 lay lifeless on the ground, breathing their last. Meanwhile, the little panda lay helplessly against a tree, whimpering softly, its tearful eyes pleading for help. Shen Li advanced into the bamboo grove without the slightest hesitation, retrieving a long knife from her spatial pocket. As she drew closer, the sounds from that direction became discernible. Shen Li activated her abilities, and the vines from the trees swiftly ensnared several wolves lurking at the fringes. Meanwhile, her mental powers targeted a gray wolf that was poised to sink its teeth into a panda's neck, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The commotion caught the attention of a black wolf perched on a stone, its gaze fixed warily on Shen Li. This black wolf was larger than the other gray wolves, its skeletal frame suggesting it was the alpha of the pack. Observing the sudden emergence of this human, the black wolf perceived an aura of danger emanating from her. The 30-odd gray wolves continued to encircle the panda, emitting low growls. As a few more gray wolves lunged at the panda, Shen Li commanded the vines to strike back. The vines struck with precision, piercing the skulls of the gray wolves, sending them to their doom. The unexpected turn of events startled the surrounding gray wolves, causing them to turn their attention to the black wolf as it descended from its perch. The green vines continued to dance menacingly beside the panda, intimidating the restless pack. The panda, despite its precarious state, glared fiercely at the wolves, though it soon collapsed, gasping for breath. Its abdomen stained with blood, though its dark fur concealed the extent of its injury. Shen Li's gaze locked with that of the black wolf, and she began to comprehend the reason behind the wolf's presence. Not far behind them lay a waterhole, which she had observed previously, with no visible water source nearby. It was likely that underground water was the reason for the wolves' encroachment. However, the 5 Ridges Mountains had remained largely unaffected. Thus it was unlikely that the wolves would invade the panda's territory unless some calamity had forced them to seek a new domain. Noticing the disheveled appearance of the wolves, Shen Li speculated that they might have migrated from another region. At that moment, the alpha wolf issued a low howl, prompting the pack to charge at Shen Li. The small creature perched on a tree branch whimpered softly at the sight. In Chapter 47, Shen Li prepared to rescue the panda and her cub. Gripping the knife tightly, she kicked aside a wolf that charged towards her. Engaging in battle with the pack, she swiftly dispatched several wolves with each strike. Despite the chaos, the remaining wolves did not retreat, lacking the alpha's command. Initially, the black wolf observed from the periphery, but as Shen Li felled 7 or 8 wolves, it could no longer stand idly by. Circling around, the black wolf approached from behind just as Shen Li grappled with another wolf. In a swift motion, it lunged at her from behind, only to be ensnared by a vine. Realizing the black wolf's intent to launch a sneak attack, Shen Li acted quickly. With a resounding thud, the black wolf was bound, losing control of its limbs and crashing to the ground. The moment the alpha was incapacitated, the pack descended into chaos. Shen Li seized this opportunity to eliminate the remaining gray wolves, her strikes lethal and efficient. The alpha, witnessing the demise of its comrades, emitted a mournful howl. Ultimately, only the restrained alpha remained, and Shen Li used her mental prowess to devastate its brain. The black wolf's eyes widened with disbelief and defiance as it succumbed to its fate. Satisfied that no wolves remained, Shen Li turned her attention to the panda, her heart heavy as she examined its wounds and the bloodstains beneath it. With concern etched on her face, Shen Li pondered the severity of the panda's injuries. Just then, the small cub scurried to its mother, seeking comfort. The panda raised a paw to stroke the cub's head, but halfway through the gesture, it collapsed backward. Shen Li knelt beside them, and the cub gazed anxiously at its mother. The panda, with great effort, extended a finger to touch the cub's paw, its eyes pleading for help. Overcome with compassion, Shen Li remembered the healing lotus seeds in her spatial pocket. She immersed her consciousness into that realm, discovering the lotus flowers in full bloom, with one seed pod ready for harvest. Acting swiftly, she transported the panda and her cub into the space, not anticipating that it would actually work. She offered the seed pod to the panda, urging it to consume the healing sustenance, for without it, the cub would be left without a mother. The panda bit into the seed pod, and Shen Li retrieved some healing ointment, cotton cloth, and a sewing needle. The deep wound on the panda's abdomen required stitching to heal properly. Perhaps her soothing words had an effect, as the panda quickly consumed the pod. Despite the thinness of the needle against the panda's tough exterior, Shen Li's strength prevailed, and she soon completed the stitching. The other wounds, less severe, were treated with ointment and wrapped in cloth. Throughout the process, the cub remained quiet, only stirring when Shen Li paused her ministrations. As Shen Li lifted the cub into her arms, the little one reached out towards its mother, whimpering softly. Gently, Shen Li placed the cub on the panda's chest, where it nestled close, emitting soft whines. Despite its injuries, the panda sensed the cub's anxiety and struggled to raise a paw to caress its head. After ensuring the wolves were all contained within her space, Shen Li stepped outside the bamboo grove, relieved to find the panda still breathing. With the cub in her arms, she cleaned the blood from its fur and dried it off before preparing water for a quick wash and changing into fresh clothes. Meanwhile, the little cub lay atop its mother, ignoring the spiritual fruits and bamboo shoots nearby. Shen Li smashed a soap pod and soaked her clothes in it while taking note of the cub's somewhat sunken belly. She peeled some bamboo shoots for the cub, placing them beside her before exiting the space. Though she had left the spatial realm, Shen Li continued to monitor the cub. Upon realizing its mother was absent, the cub began to wander anxiously until it spotted the panda lying on the ground, at which point it settled down, emitting soft whimpers. Before long, it picked up the bamboo shoots and spiritual fruits to eat. Seeing this, Shen Li turned and descended the mountain, heading home. The panda's injuries were grave, and leaving them in the wild would likely result in their loss. This was not a fate Shen Li wished to witness. She decided to let the mother and cub recuperate in her space until they were well enough to return to the mountains. Shen Changshan conveyed his intentions to the village chief, who sat on a stool, his expression grave and filled with concern. Changshan, do you truly believe that a substantial influx of refugees is imminent? Refugees themselves are not inherently terrifying. However, if a considerable number were to head this way, chaos would surely ensue. In such tumultuous times, the members of the Shen family may find it exceedingly difficult to survive. Those beggars from Fourth Uncle should still be lingering in Taohua Town. You might consider dispatching someone to check, but do exercise utmost caution. Shen Jinyuan nodded, hastily summoning his eldest son to relay instructions for him to urgently drive the ox cart to the town. Changshan, this matter is of great gravity. I shall inform the village once I have confirmed the situation. You may return for now. Shen Changshan led Shen Qianan home. In the courtyard at the foot of the mountain, Lin Suitsue and Su Taohua were preparing stir-fried noodles. Crafting two varieties, one made from coarse flour and the other incorporating sorghum and corn. They added a modest amount of oil to the pan, heating it to a moderate temperature before pouring in the flour, stirring continuously over low heat until it turned a light golden hue. When it was time to eat, one merely needed to mix it with hot water, yielding a filling and convenient dish. Shen Yuano had returned from his maternal grandfather's house and was helping to grind flour. Estimating that the stir-fried flour was nearly ready, Lin Suitsue and Su Taohua began preparing coarse grain cakes. They combined sorghum flour, soybean flour, corn, and an appropriate amount of coarse flour in a wooden bowl, mindful that if the texture was too poor, Ali would likely not enjoy it. After mixing the flour, they added a small amount of water, ensuring not to exceed, as it would complicate storage. The flour should bind just enough to form a dough ball, which they then steamed. Once steamed, the coarse grain cakes were further placed in an iron pan over low heat to dry out the moisture. The cakes were intentionally kept small, about the size of a palm, for ease of transport, and could even serve as a makeshift weapon when no arms were available. A single cake could deliver a hefty blow, enough to leave a significant mark. By the time Shen Li returned home, they had already prepared several batches of coarse grain cakes. Lin Suitsue and Su Taohua took charge of steaming, while the three men assisted in various tasks. Ali, you're back? Shen Yuano was the first to notice his younger sister's arrival. Although he was unaware of her whereabouts, he sensed her mood was somewhat subdued. Chapter 48. The sudden grievous news. Third brother regarded her with concern. Shen Li affixed a faint smile to her lips, assuring him, I'm fine. Upon seeing her smile, Shen Yuanzhou refrained from further comments. Shen Li approached, noting that their parents were currently making coarse grain cakes. She picked one up from the winnowing basket, squeezed it slightly, and then silently set it down. Shen Li rolled up her sleeves and, after washing her hands, joined in to help. In the early afternoon, Shen Jingwan returned driving a mule cart, but Su Taohua's mother and brother did not accompany him, as they were unwilling to burden Su Taohua. Shen Jingyuan attempted to persuade them, but to no avail. He briefly explained the situation before returning on his own. That evening, Shen Li entered her room and closed the door. Once the family had settled into sleep, she extinguished the oil lamp and swiftly entered the space. Inside, she found a large and a small black and white bundle nestled together in slumber, an exceedingly heartwarming sight. As Shen Li appeared beside them, the giant panda opened its eyes cautiously, its paws tightening around the cub. Upon recognizing Shen Li, the bear visibly relaxed. Observing its demeanor, it seemed the lotus seed effect had taken hold. It was gradually regaining vitality. Shen Li gathered a heap of bamboo shoots, a dozen cucumbers, and a small pile of spiritual fruits, presenting them before the giant panda. You must be hungry. Have a bit to eat and expedite your recovery. Behind the panda stood a large tree, from which it gently nudged the cub aside, enduring the pain to sit up and begin consuming the bamboo shoots. Observing it eat, Shen Li felt a weight lift from her heart. If it could eat, it was a sign of recovery. Choosing not to disturb the giant panda, she turned her attention to her own crops. She harvested the cucumbers, green beans, and peppers that needed picking, amassing a small heap of vegetables at the edge of the space. Although the fruit yield was modest, it was plentiful enough. If only there were strawberries, those grown in this space would undoubtedly be large and luscious, surely delectable. After finishing her tasks, Shen Li returned to the giant panda's side. Noting that it had consumed its small pile of food, the little cub stirred awake, trustingly approaching Shen Li and tugging at the hem of her skirt. The giant panda, now accustomed to the scene, remained undisturbed, continuing to rest against the tree. Shen Li scooped up the small bundle, giving it a hearty ruffle, and chuckled softly as she heard its stomach gurgle. Not wishing to upset the cub, she kept her laughter brief. Earlier, while gathering wild goats, Shen Li had found one that was nursing a cub, prompting her to fetch a large bowl to express some goat's milk for the little one. Since its mother had sustained injuries and lost a significant amount of blood, it was unlikely she could nurse the cub back to health promptly. Thankfully, the space contained goat's milk, and from the cub's eager drinking, it was clear it was not a picky eater. The following morning, Shen Jingyuan dispatched his grandson to summon Shen Changshan. Without hesitation, Shen Changshan rose to go. At the village chief's house, over a dozen influential figures had already gathered. Fourth uncle, Changshan has arrived. Please take a seat. Shen Changshan approached the designated spot indicated by his fourth uncle and sat down. You are all undoubtedly aware of the recent water shortages and the skyrocketing grain prices. I shall not elaborate further on that matter. Recently, several beggars from the south have appeared in Donghua town. They have journeyed here, fleeing disaster since the onset of spring. A shared expression of confusion and concern washed over the faces of the assembly. The south was quite distant. While it was not unusual for a handful of beggars to travel seeking alms, the gravity of the village chief's demeanor suggested something more troubling was afoot. Observing their expressions, Shen Jingyuan spoke solemnly. The south is in chaos. Citizens from 3 prefectures have been displaced, forced to leave their homes. I learned from a few beggars that a significant number of refugees will soon be passing through Izhou. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. If they come through here, then we shall have no choice but to relocate to the county seat. Otherwise, how can this village withstand the tide of refugees? Their concerns were not unfounded. Those who had managed to endure such calamities to arrive here would not be ordinary individuals and could not be treated lightly. Village chief, what shall we do? The assembly, now at a loss, turned their gazes towards Shen Jingyuan. With a heavy sigh, he instructed, first, everyone should prepare ample food and water, bracing for the worst. Additionally, each household must designate one able-bodied man to patrol the village every night starting tomorrow. No one objected. This approach was for the safety of all. Very well. Go and inform every household. The villagers filed out in succession. Shen Changshan intended to leave as well, but was halted by Shen Jingyuan. Changshan, I have instructed someone to keep an eye on the situation in town. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall have time to respond. Fourth uncle speaks wisely. Shen Changshan returned home, and upon closer inspection, the interior of the house appeared largely unchanged, save for a number of items that had been packed away, awaiting the arrival of refugees. Days passed, and a stream of beggars arrived in Donghua town, yet their numbers never exceeded 20. It was not until 3 days later that news broke. Jiangong County had been overrun by marauding refugees, leaving the citizens within to suffer grievous losses, with the affluent and street-side shops thoroughly plundered. Moreover, these marauders showed no signs of halting, continuing their relentless advance. Upon hearing this news, the villagers of Taohua Town and the surrounding hamlets were engulfed in astonishment and dread. If a fortified city like Jiangong could be breached, how could they hope to withstand such an onslaught? Panic ensued, with long queues forming outside the grain shops as everyone braced for the worst, attempting to procure a final supply of food. However, these grain merchants had drastically inflated their prices. Rough rice soared to 200 won per jin, rough flour to 100 won per jin, aged rice to 300 won per shur, and both millet and sorghum reached 50 won per jin. As for fine rice and flour, they were no longer available for sale. Such exorbitant prices meant that the common folk could scarcely afford even a meager supply, regardless of how tightly they clenched their teeth. Recently, Shen Li had been visiting the town daily, and upon learning of the dire news, she hastily drove her mule cart home, the mule seemingly sensing its owner's urgency and galloping faster than usual. Upon reaching Shen Li village, she paused as she passed the village head's residence, contemplating whether to stop. She knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Li, come in. Are you looking for my grandfather?" The door was opened by the village head's young grandson, Shin Jiajun. "Brother Jiajun, is fourth uncle in?" Noticing the expression on Shen Li's face, Shin Jiajun remained silent and led her inside. Upon seeing Shin Jinyuan, Shen Li wasted no time and spoke directly. "Fourth uncle. Today I heard news from the town. Jiangong County has been completely ravaged by refugees, who continue their march onward, the destination unknown." Listening intently, Shin Jinyuan's expression grew grave. Shen Li's implication was clear. It was highly probable that they would be heading in their direction. If such a vast region as Jiangong County could not withstand the onslaught, what hope did they, as mere commoners, possess? Observing the deeply troubled countenance of her fourth uncle, Shen Li concluded, "Fourth uncle. It is a mere 3-day journey from Jiangong County to here. A decision must be reached swiftly." After delivering her message, Shen Li departed in her mule cart. On the way, she encountered several young men, to whom she disclosed the dire news. Instantly, Shen Li village erupted into chaos. "Mother, father, gather our belongings. The refugees are upon us, and the city has suffered immensely." Upon hearing this, the family halted their tasks, refraining from further inquiries, and immediately began to prepare. Su Taohua looked at Shen Li, hesitating for a moment, yet ultimately remained silent. Elder brother, sister-in-law, Shin Jingyuan and Su Taohua paused, turning to face Shen Li. "Elder brother. The mule cart is outside. Please fetch sister-in-law's family." "Ali, my mother and younger brother want to come." Shen Li gazed at her sister-in-law, whose eyes were slightly red, and sighed. "Sister-in-law, you and elder brother should go together. Be swift." "Thank you, Ali." Su Taohua's voice trembled with emotion. The thought of fleeing was daunting, and she could hardly fathom how her mother and brother would survive. "Sister-in-law, you are with child. Do not become overly agitated. And elder brother, take care on the road." Shin Jingyuan and his wife departed with the mule cart, having decided on their course of action. Shen Li had given this matter considerable thought. Firstly, their family possessed an ox cart, which would not hinder their escape, and secondly, while her sister-in-law's mother was no easy character, in chaotic times, widows and orphans struggled to survive. Any assistance would be invaluable. Just as Shen Li was about to close the gate to the courtyard, she spotted 2 horse-drawn carriages approaching her home. How could she be so certain? Because a family lived at the foot of the mountain. Before long, the carriages indeed halted at her doorstep, and she recognized the young servant driving the carriage. However, it was a petite and charming girl who leapt from the carriage that confirmed her suspicions. "Shin's sister." As the young servant steadied the carriage, a beautiful woman descended. Following her, the merchant who also emerged, addressing Shen Li, "Miss Shen, we have come specifically to express our gratitude for the life-saving favor you bestowed upon my daughter." Munanji, accompanied by her daughter Jiang Muxue, bowed gracefully before Shen Li. "Miss Shen, Munanji is profoundly grateful for your life-saving kindness." Shen Li stepped aside. "I have already accepted my due recompense, madam. There is no need for further courtesy." Munanji shook her head, opting not to pursue the topic further. "Miss Shen, you must have heard about the events in Jiangong County?" Shen Li nodded. "If madam does not mind, would you care to enter my humble abode for a cup of tea?" Munanji declined. "Miss Shen, our caravan is still waiting outside. I should not linger. Chaos is imminent in Izhou, and it would be prudent to leave at once." She then nodded to the merchant who approached. "Miss Shen, the young lady has brought some tokens of appreciation." The servant had already unloaded 2 sacks of fine rice. Shen Li regarded the woman before her. She bore an air of both resilience and gentleness, showing no disdain for Shen Li's humble origins. Thus, I thank you for your generosity, madam. Shen Li expressed her gratitude, signaling to her father and brothers who had emerged upon hearing the commotion to assist with the unloading. Mu Nanji had not brought an abundance of provisions, approximately 5 sacks of 50 jin fine rice, 100 jin of fine flour, 4 bolts of cotton cloth, and some salt, sugar, and confections. After Mu Nanji and Jiang Muxue boarded their carriage, Jiang Muxue wished to say more, but at her mother's stern glance, she obediently climbed aboard. Who turned to Xin Yuan, this area will soon become unsafe. You must evacuate your family without delay. With that, he hurried to board the carriage. And the 2 vehicles made their way towards the village entrance. The other villagers quickly took note of the 2 carriages heading to the Shen residence. And soon they were on their way as well. 4th brother, go inform 4th uncle of this development. Father, you should head to grandfather's house. 3rd brother, let us begin to pack our belongings. Understood. With the grain from home combined with what Madame Mu had sent, they could not rely solely on the mule. The mule they had purchased earlier was well fed and could carry around 500 kilograms, while the newer one could manage only 300 kilograms. Yet it had been well taken care of in recent days. They began with the household grain and essentials, followed by personal belongings. Shen Li gathered a large bundle containing her clothing and bedding, wrapping them in oiled cloth to secure them atop the cart. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan had learned of the 2 carriages entering Sanli village and received the news relayed by Shen Qianan. His anxiety had caused blisters to form on his lips during this period, and upon hearing this news, darkness enveloped his vision. Grandfather. Shen Jiajun hurriedly steadied his grandfather, fearing a fall could lead to injury. I'm fine, Jiajun. Go summon your father to ring the gong. We need to gather everyone. Shen Qianan placed a stool down, and Shen Jiajun helped his grandfather sit before following his instructions. As the sound of the gong echoed through the village, an ominous sense of foreboding settled in the hearts of the villagers, amplifying their unease. Yet they still congregated at the village head's doorstep, where Shen Yuan awaited. And soon the villagers gathered around him. Observing the solemn expression on the village chief's face, an instinctive silence enveloped the crowd. Shen Yuan regarded the villagers and kin before him, conveying the news of the influx of refugees. The atmosphere descended into an eerie stillness, with shock and fear etched upon their faces. After a prolonged silence, someone finally ventured to speak. Chief, what shall we do? Indeed, there are so many refugees. What course of action should we take? Shen Yuan scrutinized the flustered villagers and coughed heavily twice to draw their attention. You are the heads of your households. If you are all in such a state of panic, what will become of your wives and children at home? Upon hearing this, the crowd stifled their fears. Yet one voice piped up, but, Uncle Chief, what are we to do? Are we to abandon our homes? Shen Yuan's voice turned grave. If there were any viable options, who would willingly forsake their homeland? Chapter 50, Journey to Luozhou. Must we indeed leave our homes? Yet, if we remain here, do we truly have a chance of survival? If the refugees were to deplete our stores of grain and silver, what fate awaits our families? You all are well aware of the dire circumstances outside. Consider the state of our crops and the parched Sanli River. It is likely that in a few days, most of our wells will run dry. Therefore, our endeavor is not solely to evade the refugees, but also to seek a path to survival. If we continue to linger here, with the heavens refusing to bless us with rain and no water source in sight, how long can you endure? The assembled villagers fell silent, for they understood the truth in the chief's words. Even without the arrival of refugees, their time in their homeland was drawing to a close. I have made my decision. We shall set forth at dawn tomorrow. Those who wish to accompany us should hasten to pack their belongings and prepare themselves. Shen Daniu inquired, Uncle Chief, where shall we go? Shen Yuan's gaze darkened as he slowly replied, to the south, Xuzhou, Qingzhou, and Puzhou have all been ravaged by floods. The Jiangnan region remains unscathed, yet they may not be willing to accept refugees. Our course lies northward to Yanzhou. In his youth, Shen Yuan had traveled extensively and had heard tales of Yanzhou, a place rich in resources, making it a relatively favorable destination for them. Very well, Uncle Chief, we shall heed your guidance. Yes, let us journey together, for there is safety in numbers. The villagers, uncertain of their next steps, placed their trust in Shen Yuan, who had previously served as their chief. Shen Yuan nodded. instructing those who would join him to return home and pack lightly. They were fleeing for survival, not embarking on a leisurely excursion. Now, everyone, hasten back. We shall convene at the village entrance at the 4th watch of tomorrow. Those resolved to leave and those who chose to stay sent representatives to the town, only to find many taverns and shops shuttered, with the streets bustling with hurried travelers. Some were seen pushing carts laden with belongings, hastily departing. Those who had harbored doubts about Shen Jinyuan's words were now swift to act, returning to the village to gather their possessions. Some skeptical families, noticing the panic of their neighbors, inquired further and soon followed suit. Shen Jiajun arrived at Shen Li's home to inform them of their departure time and destination. Upon hearing that their great-uncle had decided on Yenzhou, Shen Li was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a sense of relief, recalling that in the original narrative, Shen Jiaojiao and Jiang Huaichuan had also reached Yenzhou. This place had not been afflicted by drought, floods, or locust plagues, rendering it a rare sanctuary. Furthermore, when the army of refugees passed through Yenzhou, they did not commit the same atrocities as before, for they had been conscripted and were en route from Yizhou and Xiaoxiang to besiege the capital, where the northern Qi dynasty had teetered on the brink of collapse for over 2 centuries. In September of the 282nd year of the northern Qi, under the leadership of Prince Xia Yunqi and Peiyu of the Zhen Nanwang's household, they successfully breached the northern Qi's defenses, renaming the nation to Bei'an. Yenzhou might indeed be a promising refuge, yet its proximity to the capital posed a risk, and with nearly 3 years remaining until the establishment of Bei'an, they could easily become collateral damage. Regrettably, she had not finished the book. She had only reached the part where they arrived in Yenzhou before being summoned away on a mission. Shen Li's desired destination was Suzhou, which coincidentally aligned with the route to Yenzhou, so she resolved to travel alongside the villagers of Sanli. I understand. Thank you, Brother Jiajun. You should return home quickly. There were indeed many matters awaiting his attention, prompting Shen Jiajun to hasten back. Shen Li secured the courtyard door and informed her family of the situation. They merely nodded, quickly preparing their belongings. After an hour, Shen Jingwan and his wife returned, accompanied by an ox cart filled with supplies, along with Su Tahua's mother and younger brother, Su Yu. Su Tua's mother, Li Qialan, appeared to be of a similar age to Lin Suizue, though she seemed slightly older. Having lost her husband, she had single-handedly raised 2 children, becoming a formidable matriarch due to necessity, yet fortunately, Su was a promising child. Li Qialan took her daughter's hand and addressed Shen Chongshan and Lin Suizue, in-laws. I hope we are not imposing. Lin Suizue smiled and replied, in-laws. There is no need for such formalities. Our home is in disarray as well. Li Qialan rolled up her sleeves, saying, come, let us begin packing. Su Yu, at 14, had fair skin and bore the semblance of a mature youth, following closely behind Shen Jingwan to assist. Shen Li had nearly finished her own packing when she remembered the small creature in her space, which should have awakened by now. Indeed, upon entering, she found the little one crawling about in search of food. Thanks to the miraculous properties of lotus seeds, the giant panda's injuries had nearly healed, though it still required further care. Shen Li prepared a small basin of goat's milk, some bamboo shoots, and spiritual fruits before the little one. The cub eagerly consumed the milk, then climbed into Shen Li's embrace, nibbling on the bamboo shoots. Each piece of bamboo was alternated with a spiritual fruit, ensuring an equitable sharing of resources. Meanwhile, the adult panda had its own share, and mother and cub enjoyed their respective meals without interruption. Once they had finished their leisurely feast, Shen Li sat cross-legged before them, her expression serious. Regardless of whether the panda could comprehend her words, she earnestly stated, I must leave this place. Will I return you to the mountains, or shall you remain here in the space? If you do not wish to venture out, I shall not confine you here indefinitely. I will find a suitable place for you in the future. The panda regarded Shen Li, blinking slowly before shaking its head. It understood that, were it not for her, both it and its cub would have long since perished. Shen Li reassured, I will seek a suitable habitat for you. The panda responded with a soft sound. Lin Suizue surveyed their belongings, reluctant to discard this and that, believing they could still serve a purpose. Mother, these bowls are broken. We should not keep them. They can still be used. Throwing them away would be wasteful. Shen Qian approached just in time to overhear. Entering the kitchen, he remarked, Mother, we don't need to take so many bowls. That pot with a chipped corner can be discarded as well. We still have 2 others. Shen Li nodded in agreement indeed. Third brother is right. We do not need to carry so much. for we are fleeing for our lives. Lin Suizue and Li Qiaolon, with expressions of deep concern, carefully gathered the shattered bowls and pots. Ollie was right, they were fleeing from disaster and could not carry too many belongings. Fortunately, their home was not furnished with much, most of it being old, otherwise parting with it would have been heart-wrenching. Chapter 51. This departure from home. Lin Suizue recalled the 2 newly purchased beds, and her breathing became even more labored. Those were brand new. To abandon them felt like a dagger to the heart. Shen Li also urged her elder brother and sister-in-law to only pack the essentials, leaving behind anything that would not be needed on the journey, with the intention of replenishing their supplies upon arrival. Though they felt sorrowful, they understood Shen Li spoke the truth and reluctantly sifted through their belongings, discarding the unnecessary items. The family busied themselves, collecting things from here and there, and soon the day darkened. That evening, Lin Suizue and Li Qiaolon prepared a pot of brown rice and stir-fried a couple of dishes, allowing the family to share a simple meal before resting. They were set to depart the next day, and from that moment on, they would spend a long time camping outdoors. Tonight marked their final night in their home. At the crack of dawn, before the sun had risen, the family arose, and the rooftops of the village began to emit smoke from cooking fires. Lin Suizue boiled all the remaining eggs, a mix of purchased and wild eggs from the mountains, which would be difficult to transport. So they decided to consume them all today. After boiling a pot of water to cool, they prepared a thick porridge and stir-fried the last remaining dried rabbit with chili. By this time, the entire family had risen and commenced packing. A mule cart was loaded with 2 large water barrels filled to the brim. The Su family's ox cart also carried a barrel of water, which they needed to conserve, as finding water along the way would be challenging. Another mule cart was filled as much as possible while still leaving some space for rest. The cart's roof was also laden with various items, but they were packed carefully as the mule cart could not bear excessive weight. A handcart was also filled with pots, bowls, and some grain. Each family member carried a bundle on their backs, containing 2 sets of clothing, some provisions, and a water pouch. After breakfast, the sound of a gong echoed through the village, signaling the departure of Shen Changshan and Shen Qianan, who drove the mule cart, while Shen Jingyuan pushed the handcart, and Su managed their ox cart. As the group exited the courtyard, Shen Li dashed back. The cellar still held several hundred pounds of grain that could not be transported, so Shen Li stored it all in her space, taking away the remaining useful items from the home, including the beds that Lin Suizue had mourned for so long. Once everything was packed, Shen Li used her spiritual energy to sweep the area once more, ensuring nothing was overlooked, then nodded in satisfaction, closing the courtyard gate and rejoining the group ahead. Upon reaching the village, the dawn light was still dim, and families silently emerged, pushing their handcarts while closing their courtyard doors and gathering at the village entrance. Sanli Village, home to 78 households, had nearly every family with more than 10 members. However, some families were reluctant to leave, opting instead to wait a few days before seeking refuge with relatives in other towns. By the time of the third watch, approximately 500 people had assembled at the village entrance, constituting about 60% of the village's population. Shen Jinyuan observed that most of those present were members of the Shen clan, with few elderly among them, as they did not wish to burden the younger generations. Regardless of their descendants' pleas, they chose to remain in the place they had lived their entire lives, accepting their fate. In their hearts, they clung to a glimmer of hope that if the refugees did not arrive, and if it rained, perhaps their children would return. If they left, their children would have no home to come back to. There were also some non-Shen families who did not join the exodus, but instead opted to head to nearby villages to seek companionship with relatives. Shen Li's family gathered with her maternal grandfather Lin Biao's family, while Li Qiaolon followed closely behind with her son. Despite the gathering of over 500 individuals, a profound silence enveloped the group. Even the children refrained from crying or making a fuss. As the clock struck the fourth watch, Shen Jinyuan addressed the assembled villagers in a solemn tone. "We are not embarking on a leisure trip. We are headed north to Yanzhou, a journey exceeding 2,000 kilometers, with more refugees expected to follow behind. Therefore, we must cover at least 30 miles each day. Additionally, since we have chosen to travel together, we must not act independently. Is that clear to everyone?" Silence lingered for a moment before the crowd began to murmur in agreement. Shen Jinyuan nodded, satisfied, and signaled for the group to commence their journey. The procession began to move slowly. Some families lacking ox carts relied solely on handcarts, which were heavily laden and cumbersome to push. However, the leading Shen Yuan family had an ox cart, allowing them to maintain a steady pace for now. Although they would eventually need to take turns pushing. Shen Li's family found themselves at the rear of the procession, with her grandfather's family and Su Yu's ox cart ahead. Lin Biao's family had only one ox cart, along with 2 hand carts. After waiting approximately 10 minutes, they gradually began to move forward. As they ventured beyond the village, nearing the official road, Shen Yuan halted, prompting the entire procession to stop. In unison, they knelt in the direction of Shen Li village, bidding farewell to their aged parents and their homeland, knowing this departure would be final. A somber atmosphere permeated the group, but Shen Yuan did not linger, for they were fleeing for their lives, swiftly urging everyone to follow. The procession resumed its slow pace, now traversing the official road. After half an hour on the official road, they encountered other families fleeing as they were, their faces marked by sorrow, many appearing pale and waxen. With the current scarcity of water and the soaring prices of goods, most had not tasted meat in a long while. Shen Li perched on the frame of the front mule cart while her sister-in-law Su Taohua sat in another cart. After a brief moment, Shen Li walked beside Lin Suitsue to accompany her. Given that many were traveling with families in tow, the pace of the procession was undeniably slow, causing Shen Li to doubt whether they could truly cover 30 miles in a day. Carrying her bundle, Shen Li wandered through her thoughts as they walked. Gradually, the sun rose higher in the sky. They had set out early, and the heat became oppressive as the sun ascended. Shen Li donned a straw hat, prompting the others to retrieve their own hats as well. Lin Biao's family also succumbed to the heat and donned their straw hats. Noticing that Li Qiaolan and Su Yu had none, Shen Li rummaged through the cart and produced 2 new straw hats, hastening to the front. "Auntie, please wear this to shield yourself from the sun." Li Qiaolan accepted it gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Ollie." Chapter 52. The journey begins, a remarkable departure. As the sun reached its zenith, its scorching rays made heads spin, and complaints echoed through the ranks. The official road they traveled was flanked by sparse trees, and even the few present bore scant, yellowed leaves, providing little respite from the sun. The unrelenting sunlight beat down upon them, and the clothing they wore felt stifling. Even the occasional breeze that blew was a hot one, pressing warmth against their faces. In front of Shen Li, a small boy suddenly plopped down by the roadside, exclaiming, "I won't walk anymore, it's too hot." Shen Li recognized the boy, who was somewhat related to the village chief's family. In Shen Li village, anyone with the surname Shen was connected to the chief's household in some way. Shen Jiabao, just hearing his name reveals the high hopes his family held for him. This family stood out in the village. After giving birth to 4 daughters, they were finally blessed with a son. The names of his 4 sisters were Zhao Di, Pan Di, Lai Di, and Xiang Di, culminating in the birth of this precious child. The first 2 daughters had already been married off for dowries, leaving behind the 14-year-old Lai Di and the 12-year-old Xiang Di. When Shen Dalong, Shen Jiabao's father, noticed his beloved son unwilling to continue, he immediately bent down and scooped him up. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xiaolian hurriedly removed 2 bundles from the ox cart to make space for her son. The discarded bundles were carelessly tossed onto Shen Lai Di and Shen Xiang Di. The 2 young girls, lacking any awareness, silently accepted the burden, already weighed down by their own large packs, while Wang Xiaolian appeared oblivious to her daughter's struggles. Sensing the unfriendly gaze behind them, Shen Dalong hastily pushed the cart to catch up with the group ahead. Regarding the affairs of others, the onlookers could only watch silently. Soon, the rear of the group caught up with the front, and Shen Li walked along the path. Ahead, Shen Yuan's eldest son, Shen Yanshan, glanced back at the procession. Noting that many families lacked ox carts and were struggling with their hand carts, visibly exhausted. "Father, the sun is getting stronger. Let us find a place to rest for a while," he suggested. "All right, let's hold on a bit longer. We will look for a place to rest ahead," Shen Yuan replied. The news of a break quickly spread through the crowd, invigorating everyone. After walking for another quarter of an hour, they finally spotted a grove of trees. Leading the group a little further, Shen Yuan called out, "We will continue after a quarter of an hour." Shen Li's family also entered the grove, seeking a spacious spot to let their mule rest. The family, feeling weary, simply sat down on the ground, for peasant families were not particular about such matters. Shen Li took a few sips of water, finally feeling the oppressive heat lessen somewhat. "This dreadful weather." Shen Changshan cast a worried glance at his daughter, expressing concern. "The pace of the group is rather slow. What if the refugees from behind catch up?" Those refugees had just pillaged Jiangong County and were likely to linger for a few days, encountering several counties along the way that would delay them. Shen Li nodded. Agreeing with her elder brother, you are right. Our fourth uncle should be aware of this. Today is merely the first day. The pace should quicken afterward. Shen Changshan turned to Shen Jingyuan, saying, Eldest brother, if you tire from pushing the cart, let us switch. Shen Jingyuan shook his head. I'm not tired. It's just a bit sunny. The load on the cart was not heavy for him. It would be better if it weren't so hot. After traveling a bit further, Shen Li noticed the state of the surroundings. Not a single wild vegetable was in sight, and the edible leaves had been mostly picked clean. She wondered when so many people had quietly passed through, and whether the villagers nearby had stripped the leaves from the trees along the official road. Given the likelihood of such a scenario, if there had been that many refugees, the news would not remain concealed. Dong dong, the sound of a gong signaled departure. Shen Li placed her straw hat back atop her head to shield herself from the sun. As the front of the procession began to move slowly, she shouldered her pack and followed along. The group pressed on under the sweltering sun, halting only at 1:15 noon. Upon hearing the clang of the gong, everyone rushed to find suitable spots to rest. They were fortunate to discover a small grove, where each household found their own space to light fires and prepare meals. Once the group settled, Shen Li accompanied her mother to address their physiological needs, joined by several young women from the group. On this journey of escape, decorum was cast aside. They hastily sought a secluded area to resolve their matters. Shen Li found a stone about her height and, along with a few other women, took care of their needs before heading out to wash their hands and prepare food. Shen Jingyuan, Shen Yuano, Lin Feng, and Lin Jue ventured into the woods with bows and arrows, hoping to catch something to supplement their meal. Families entered the grove, all hoping to find something to eat, thereby conserving their rations. With an hour to rest at noon, they hurried to finish their meals and perhaps catch a moment of respite. Lin Suetsue had already begun cooking rice. As they were just starting their escape, their food supplies were still ample, and they didn't need to be overly frugal. Otherwise, after a day of travel, the entire family would be exhausted. Moreover, with several mouths to feed, especially Su Taohua, who was pregnant, it was crucial for her to receive adequate nutrition to avoid the risk of miscarriage. Before long, Shen Jingyuan and the others returned with 2 rabbits, dividing them among themselves. Lin Suetsue suggested, let us keep 1 rabbit alive for later. We can eat it tonight, while we can have the dried rabbit meat for lunch. Sounds good. Lin Suetsue agreed, taking out a small iron pot to begin frying the rabbit meat. As she added water, she included some dried bamboo shoots to simmer together. From several meters away, Shen Jiaba caught a whiff of the delicious aroma and began to fuss, looking at Wang Xiaolian with a commanding tone. Mother, I want to eat meat too. Wang Xiaolian glanced at Shen Jiabao and gently coaxed, my dear, can we have it for dinner instead? No, I want it for lunch. If you don't cook it for me, I'll tell father to beat you. The boy's voice was loud and sharp, drawing the attention of several nearby families who were preparing their meals. Chapter 53. The Thick-Skinned Wang Xiaolian. After a brief look, they returned to focus on their own cooking. As the peculiarities of the Shen family had long since become a familiar sight, everyone was too exhausted to pay them any mind. Shen Dalong shot a glare at Wang Xiaolian. If Jiaba wants to eat, why aren't you cooking? What are you dawdling for? Wang Xiaolian quickly nodded. All right. I'll start right now. Xiang Di, Lai Di, didn't you hear Jiabao say he wants meat? Why aren't you hurrying to prepare it? What? Are you waiting for me to serve you too? Shen Xiang Di and Shen Lai Di were already cooking, one tending to the fire while the other boiled rice. Hearing Wang Xiaolian's words, Shen Lai Di took a knife to cut a small piece of cured meat, just enough to yield 4 slices. Of course, there was none for them, 2 pieces for Shen Jiabao and 2 for Shen Dalong, and they were fortunate enough to have enough to eat without wanting more. The rice was quickly ready, and Shen Li served herself a bowl of brown rice topped with a scoop of bamboo shoot and rabbit meat. The others did the same. Li Qiaolon and Siu joined the Shen family for their meal, while their maternal grandfather's family cooked nearby. As Shen Jiabao bit into the cured meat in his bowl, the enticing aroma wafting from the others made him sulk. Mother, I want to eat this meat. Wang Xiaolian glanced at the cured meat in his bowl, swallowing hard. Dear, let us make do for now. There's no fresh meat available. Shen Jiaba set down his bowl, raised his grimy, blackened hand, and pointed towards Shen Li's household. Mother, do go over there and ask for a little something. Wang Xiaolian glanced up at Shen Dalong and, noticing her husband's lack of reaction, inferred his tacit approval. Her eyes darted momentarily. Shen Changshan, the old workhorse of the Shen family, surely had a gentle temperament. She then pinched the arm of the nearby Shen Xiangdi. You little rascal. Go over there and ask for some meat. Shen Xiangdi shivered, gently shaking her head in refusal to Wang Xiaolian's suggestion. You, mother. Observing her son's apparent irritation, Wang Xiaolian shot a disgruntled glare at Shen Xiangdi before taking a bowl and striding towards Shen Changshan's home. Changshan, what are you having for dinner? No one paid Wang Xiaolian any mind, yet she felt no embarrassment as she leaned in to peek into the small iron pot, seeing a smidgen of rabbit meat remaining, and took it upon herself to scoop it out. Cui, it's such a waste to let this meat go uneaten in your pot. Allow me to remedy that. Lin Suitsue set her bowl down and slapped Wang Xiaolian's hand. Hey, Cui, what on earth are you doing? Wang Xiaolian exclaimed, her hand stinging from the slap. Glaring angrily at Lin Suitsue, Shen Li took up a spoon and divided the remaining vegetables among the others, declaring, in my opinion, having a large face is advantageous. Losing a bit here and there is of no consequence. Do you know why? Mother. Lin Suitsue looked at Shen Li, then turned to Wang Xiaolian. Shaking her head in confusion, Shen Li gazed at Wang Xiaolian, for her thick skin served her well. Upon hearing this, even someone as dim-witted as Wang Xiaolian grasped that Shen Li was insulting her. Enraged, she pointed at Shen Li. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? With one hand clutching her bowl and chopsticks, Shen Li swiftly grasped the finger Wang Xiaolian was pointing with. Ouch! Let go. You're going to break it. If you don't want your hand, just say so plainly. Shen Li pinched for a few more seconds before finally releasing her grip, prompting Wang Xiaolian to struggle and retreat several steps. Raising her head, she glared at Shen Li, but upon noticing the individuals standing behind her, she scoffed, picked up her bowl from the ground, and turned to leave. Shen Li looked back at her family, urging them, let us eat, don't mind them. Seeing that Wang Xiaolian failed to procure any meat, Shen Jiaba sulked, lifting his bowl to begin his meal. Mother is truly useless. Wang Xiaolian's finger throbbed with pain, and unable to vent her frustration towards her husband or son, she turned her ire towards Shen Xiangdi and Lai Di. Eat. All you know is to eat. While I'm suffering. You two can't even lend a hand and just sit there eating. Hearing her words, Shen Dalong frowned and said in a deep voice, enough. Hurry up and eat your meal. Shen Li observed that peculiar family with a sense of exasperation, pondering how they could possess such audacity. After dining, they laid out a straw mat on the ground and reclined upon it to rest. Shen Li leaned against the edge of the cart, beads of perspiration forming on her brow from the heat. 3 loud bangs of a gong echoed, signaling everyone to rise and continue their journey. Although the sun blazed overhead, they pressed onward. In the afternoon, the villagers trudged through the sweltering heat, children among them stirred in discontent, which the adults suppressed with sternness. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they sought a place to rest. Xinjin Yuan spotted a grove of trees where another group of refugees had set up camp, their number fewer than theirs. Let us proceed another mile before stopping. Very well. Thus, they journeyed further before finally halting to rest. The residents of Shen Li village gathered within a confined area, not too distanced from one another. Once the mule cart settled, Shen Li ventured into the woods nearby. Mother, I'm going to explore a bit. Lin Suitsue, busy extracting a cooking pot, glanced up and said, take your third brother with you. No need. I'll be back shortly. All right, just be careful. Shen Li entered the woods, where others had also come in hopes of finding food. Meanwhile, Xinjin Yuan approached Shen Changshan, Lin Hu, and Lin Kuan. Changshan, there are many refugees along this route, and our supplies of food and water are limited. Would you be so kind as to assist everyone in searching for a water source? Shen Changshan exchanged glances with his 2 uncles, nodding at their silent agreement before consenting. Fourth uncle, that's fine. If we find water, everyone can share it. Should we discover food, it belongs to whoever finds it. If we hunt together, we'll distribute based on contributions. What do you think? Xinjin Yuan nodded in approval. Indeed, without rules, there can be no order. Anyone who disagrees need not join us. A smile spread across Shen Changshan's face. Agreed, we will proceed as fourth uncle suggests. Xinjin Yuan was pleased, instructing, let each family send out 1 able-bodied person. You all should lead them to get accustomed to this. Shen Changshan, Lin Hu, and Lin Kuan nodded in agreement. Soon, under Shen Yanshan's organization, each family dispatched a laborer, and a contingent of around 50 people marched boldly into the mountains. Shen Li moved swiftly through the woods, only pausing when she found herself alone. The forest floor was dry, littered with brittle twigs and leaves that crunched beneath her feet. After venturing deeper into the mountains for about 10 minutes, the ground's foliage turned green, flanked by patches of verdant grass. Chapter 54. Harvest in the mountains. This area felt considerably cooler. Shen Li halted, took a long swig from her water pouch, and sighed. With such heat, it's vital to stay hydrated to avoid heatstroke. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the scarcity of visitors. Most would not venture so far. However, the absence of people did not imply safety, and Shen Li never utilized her spatial abilities outdoors unless absolutely certain of her security. Suddenly, she spotted some faintly yellow branches. Upon closer inspection, they appeared rather familiar. Shen Li approached, picking up a stick and beginning to dig. With her considerable strength and the loose soil, it wasn't long before a tuber wrapped in earth emerged before her. The girl squatted down, her face breaking into a radiant smile, her dimples subtly visible. This wild yam had likely been growing there for quite some time, about as thick as two of Shen Li's fingers and measuring around 40 to 50 centimeters in length. There seemed to be a good number of these yams, so Shen Li continued her excavation. As these yams were wild, they fetched a high price, and most people were unaware of their value, yet they were nonetheless edible. Shen Li unearthed all the yams, yielding approximately 10 pounds from 6 vines. She was exceedingly cautious while digging, mindful not to injure herself in the process. After storing a few in her space and wrapping them in the yam vines, she hefted her findings. Recalling the mother and cub in her space, Shen Li delved into her spatial realm, where she found the cub had discovered a bamboo grove, currently busy digging for bamboo shoots. The panda had healed from most injuries, save for a faint scar on its abdomen, a remnant of the most severe wound. It appeared the pair had adapted well to their environment. Shen Li re-emerged from her space, carrying her haul from the woods. Shen Changshan and his group were not headed in the same direction. He was accompanied by Shen Jingwan, Lin Feng, and Suyu. The others had opted to remain behind, tending to the mule cart and the women of the household. As the sole man of the family, Suyu naturally had to accompany them. Su Taowa initially intended to dissuade him, but upon witnessing the resolute determination in Suyu's eyes, she chose to remain silent. Her younger brother had grown up and was now capable of shouldering responsibilities. Their mother did not object, and as an already married sister, she felt it was even less her place to intervene. Shen Changshan and his companions carried bows and arrows, and after walking for a quarter of an hour, they dispersed upon seeing the lush greenery around them. They agreed to reconvene here in another quarter of an hour, encouraging everyone to pair up for safety. If any dangers arose, they were to call out loudly. Thus, about 40 to 50 individuals scattered in small groups, while Shen Changshan and his companions chose a direction to continue their journey. Along the way, Lin Hu and Lin Kuan, the brothers, surveyed the area for a considerable time before deciding to disperse, having found no signs of wildlife. They felt a sense of responsibility for the group that had followed them. Should any mishap occur, they would bear some accountability. After another quarter of an hour, they gathered once more. Shen Changshan and his companions proudly held 2 wild chickens and 2 hares. Siyu stood beside them, clutching a generous handful of tender wild vegetables. The others had also made their own discoveries, with many carrying an assortment of wild greens and fruits. One villager boasted a wild chicken and its eggs, while another presented 2 rather lean field mice. A few young men carefully cradled bird eggs they had gathered from the trees. A young lad, not yet long into adulthood, grinned widely, having unearthed a dozen yam roots. "Let us return," came the call. Upon arriving back at their campsite, Wang Xiaolian's spirits soared upon seeing the wild chickens and hares that Shen Changshan and his group brought back. "With these, we shall have meat for dinner," she exclaimed, rushing forward. However, the group evaded her gaze, ignoring her presence as they made their way homeward. Wang Xiaolian, taken aback, turned to see Shen Dalong and smiled as she accepted the wild vegetables he offered. "How shall we divide the chickens and hares, head of the family?" she inquired. The astonished looks from those around Shen Dalong made him feel embarrassed, prompting him to slap Wang Xiaolian across the face, rendering her momentarily dazed. "What nonsense is this? Each person keeps what they find. Didn't he, the 4th uncle, make that clear?" he retorted. Wang Xiaolian felt the stares of others upon her, covering her face as she turned to follow Shen Dalong. After Shen Chaoshan had processed the wild chickens and hares, he sensed the lingering gazes from those nearby and handed everything over to Lin Suetsue to cook. As for the rabbit they had caught at noon, they kept it alive for tomorrow's meal. When Shen Li returned with the yams, the wild chickens and hares were already simmering in a pot. Lin Suetsue had combined them in a stew, adding a handful of dried green beans and intending to toss in some wild greens just before serving. The alluring aroma wafted through the air, drawing envious glances from neighboring families, for the fragrance was simply irresistible. Meanwhile, Shen Jiabao began to cause a commotion. As Jiang Xiaolian stood up with a bowl in hand, she felt the scornful gazes of others upon her. "Stop." Wang Xiaolian quickly retracted her step, while Shen Jiabao looked at Shen Dalong in shock. Shen Dalong glared at Shen Jiabao, commanding silence. "Eat what is cooked. If you keep fussing, there will be no food for you tonight." Wah. I want my grandmother." Shen Jiabao had never been reprimanded so sternly by his father, and he burst into tears. Shen Dalong, feeling his pride wounded, struck him once more. With a sharp crack, Shen Jiabao fell to the ground, tears glistening in his eyes as he stared blankly at his father. Wang Xiaolian, feeling distressed, scooped her son into her arms. "Dear, he is still young. Please speak to him kindly." She then turned to her son. "Hush now, my child. Mother will cook you an egg shortly." With tears still in his eyes, Shen Jiabao glanced at Shen Dalong's fierce expression and ceased his protests, nodding obediently. Once Wang Xiaolian had calmed her beloved son, she turned to the shivering sisters beside her, asking, "Is the meal ready?" Shen Dalong observed Wang Xiaolian's outburst, but refrained from commenting. It was a feat that the two young girls had grown so well in the countryside, and to him, they were simply future assets for bride price, much like his earlier daughters. That evening, Shen Li nestled in the middle, flanked by Lin Suetsue, Su Taohua, and Li Qiaolan. While the men of the household slept on one side, the mule tethered to a tree. The night was occasionally punctuated by the sound of swatting mosquitoes, yet their side remained tranquil, for they all carried mosquito-repelling sachets. Still, one had to remain vigilant. All their possessions were on the mule cart, and should a thief strike, it would be a grave loss. Chapter 55: Refugees and Conflict. Although Shen Li slept soundly, she maintained a thread of awareness, alert to her surroundings. In this desolate wilderness, one could never know what challenges lay ahead. Fortunately, as they had only just begun their flight from disaster, everyone remained relatively composed, refraining from any petty thefts. Before dawn the next day, faint sounds began to stir the air. Shen Li opened her eyes to find that her mother and the others were already awake, prompting her to gather the straw mat from the ground. The villagers of Sanli village began to kindle fires for breakfast, as they would be on the road until noon, making it imperative to eat. With the sun yet to rise, the air was devoid of any moisture, and the morning dew was nowhere to be seen. After breakfast, still in the pre-dawn darkness, Shen Li, her maternal grandfather's family, and the Su family positioned themselves at the front of the line, following closely behind the village chief's ox cart. 3 resounding beats of a gong heralded the start of their journey, urging them to advance while the sun remained hidden, allowing them to cover more ground. Shen Li chewed on a piece of jerky, relishing her place at the front of the procession. Though their departure had been brief, they were now on the road, and after a day of travel, the collective odor of the group became quite unpleasant, exacerbated by the need to conserve water and forego washing. At the rear of the line, the scent carried by the wind was an overwhelming assault on the senses. However, walking at the front, the air felt much fresher, and Shen Li found her spirits lifted. As the sun began to rise, she donned her straw hat, mindful of the harsh rays that could darken her complexion like her father's. The thought brought a smile to her face, yet she understood the necessity of some sun exposure. Otherwise, her fair skin would draw too much attention among the refugee group. Many in the procession had noticed the straw hats worn by Shen Li's family, having crafted their own during the previous night's rest. Once donned, it provided a sense of comfort, whether psychological or tangible, that made the journey feel significantly more bearable. Lin Suetsue and Su Taohua accompanied Shen Li, who would alternate between walking and resting. As she put it, she was still early in her pregnancy and would walk as much as she could, ensuring to heed her limits to avoid injury or fatigue. Su Taohua, though innocent, recognized that the road of escape would not be without peril. Being pregnant placed her at a disadvantage, and she wished to avoid becoming a burden to her family. Su had taken the reins of the ox cart, allowing Li Qiaolan to drive while he opted to walk. Li Qiaolong considered offering words of encouragement. Yet the current circumstances stifled her thoughts. It was enough that her in-laws had graciously taken them in. It was time for Siyu to step up as the only man in the family. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan walked alongside his elder brother, the two engaged in quiet conversation, their whispers mingling with the rustling leaves around them. Grandfather and grandmother trailed alongside the ox cart, appearing rather acclimated to their surroundings. As midday approached, a procession of over 100 destitute refugees came into view ahead, their tattered garments and emaciated forms revealing their plight even from a distance. Shen Li furrowed her brows and approached Lin Hu, saying, "Uncle, it is nearly time for a rest. Let us advance a little further." Lin Hu, having noticed the group of people ahead, understood Shen Li's concerns. Their party had only just begun their journey, carrying ample supplies, and any ill intentions from the refugees could lead to conflict. "Very well," Lin Hu replied, hastening his steps toward Shen Yuan's ox cart. "Village chief, let us move ahead a bit further, beyond that group of refugees, before we take a break." Shen Yuan grasped the situation immediately and instructed Shen Yanshan to alert the others to remain vigilant, ensuring that women, children, and the elderly positioned themselves at the center of the formation, while the able-bodied men flanked the sides to guard against the encroaching refugees. "Understood," Shen Yanshan affirmed as he made his way back, while Shen Yuan quickened his pace. As they neared the group of refugees, the hostile glances directed their way did not go unnoticed. Shen Yuan urged his grandson to hasten the ox cart, and although the villagers behind him were inclined to voice their grievances, the menacing presence of the refugees forced them to grit their teeth and keep up. The women, children, and elderly moved to the center of the formation, while the robust youth took their positions on either side, a clear indication of their strength. At the rear of the procession, Xin Dalong was pushing a cart, aided by Shen Lady and Shen Xiangdi. Wang Xiaolian, accompanied by her son Shen Jiabao, walked beside them, incessantly grumbling. Observing this, a few refugees' eyes lit up with mischief. As Shen Dalong pushed the cart parallel to them, Wang Xiaolian suddenly let out a piercing scream. She was tackled to the ground, her 2 coarse grain cakes snatched away, and the assailant maliciously pinched her. Shen Jiabao was also shoved to the ground, emitting a shrill cry. Seeing this, Shen Dalong hastily set down the cart to assist. Nearby, several refugees seized the opportunity, pulling away the 2 sisters and swiftly raiding the cart for several bags of grain before fleeing. Just as Shen Dalong helped Shen Jiabao to his feet, his daughters exclaimed, "Father, someone has stolen our grain." The thieves dashed away, and the villagers of Shen Li village realized that the grain thieves had not appeared starved like them, their bodies gaunt from hunger. They knew they had to move quickly. If caught, not only would they lose their hard-earned provisions, but they could also face a beating. As the other refugees began to stir restlessly, 2 burly men from Shen Li village hurried to stand by the cart. Shen Dalong joined them. Noticing the absence of 2 bags of grain, a bag of coarse flour and a bag of millet, his heart ached as if bleeding. They needed to catch up with the group, otherwise. Shen Dalong hurriedly pushed the cart to keep pace with the front line. The following families rushed to keep up, still grumbling about Shen Dalong's family. They had all agreed that women and children should remain in the center. Why did his family refuse to heed this? Following them had been nothing short of a stroke of misfortune. Up ahead, Shen Yuan remained oblivious to the commotion. But the families ahead of Shen Dalong had heard the ruckus. They considered coming to assist, but hesitated, fearing for their own daughters and wives should they venture too close to the refugees. Wang Xiaolian scrambled to her feet, quickly pulling the still-crying Shen Jiabao along to rejoin the main group. Fortunately, the entire incident transpired swiftly, and they soon caught up with the rest of the procession, gradually distancing themselves from the troublesome refugees. After walking for another quarter of an hour, they came upon a patch of bamboo forest beside the official road, where Shen Yuan decided to halt the ox cart for a rest. Throughout the journey, Wang Xiaolian wore a scowl. Had it not been for Shen Lady and Shen Xiangdi assisting with the cart, she might have unleashed a torrent of verbal reprimands. Yet, even during their midday respite, the 2 sisters could not entirely escape her wrath. Were it not for the prying eyes of the onlookers from the village, she might have resorted to physical reprimands. Chapter 56. Shen Li had caught wind of the commotion behind her but, upon seeing that others were unharmed, dismissed it as Wang Xiaolian's family ignoring instructions. This family truly was a source of chaos. Despite the clear guidance to keep women and children in the center, Wang Xiaolian stubbornly insisted on walking alongside her son. Fearing that the refugees might overlook her, she had now faced the consequences. Their grain had been stolen. Had it not been for the quick reactions of a few strong men nearby, the entire family could have suffered a similar fate. What a calamity! Shen Li licked her parched lips, took a sip of water, and fanned herself. The heat was unbearable, her clothes drenched in sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. And the sun blazed down mercilessly, creating a cycle of dampness and dryness. It was exasperating. How she wished for a portable fan. Even if it blew hot air, at least there would be some breeze. In this heat, even the slightest gust felt like a luxury. Initially, when the wind had first picked up, she had complained about it being hot. Now, however, the absence of wind was even more unbearable. The official road remained relatively smooth. But she estimated that after 2 more days of travel, they would encounter a short stretch of mountainous terrain. At that point, they would finally be out of Qinghe County. However, to exit Izhou, they likely had another 10 days ahead of them. Xin Yuan frowned, noting the lack of sufficient trees lining this section of the road. The sun had now reached its zenith, and resting under its glare could lead to heatstroke, adversely affecting their progress in the afternoon. He turned to Lin Hu. "My dear nephew, do you have knowledge of the terrain ahead? Is there a suitable place for us to rest?" Lin Hu gazed toward the distant hillside. "Village chief. If we proceed for another quarter of an hour, we should reach that area. We can take shelter from the sun beneath the hillside." Xin Yuan squinted in the direction Lin Hu indicated, his vision slightly blurred, yet he nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us quicken our pace." The front of the line silently accelerated, and the weary villagers behind were left with no choice but to grit their teeth and keep up. Grumbles filled the air, with some questioning why they had to rest so late in the day. Xin Qianan, assisting his uncle, overheard these complaints and interjected. "Would you like me to convey your sentiments to fourth uncle?" The murmurs of discontent suddenly fell silent. They had merely been venting their frustrations. Even they understood the importance of maintaining order on the journey, and they would not dare voice their grievances in front of the village chief. "Haha, Qianan. That won't be necessary. I believe these few women simply cannot keep their lips sealed." A quick-thinking clan uncle shot a warning glance at his wife, reminding her of the boundaries of acceptable discourse. Xin Qianan did not press the matter, adding, "I merely mentioned it, seventh uncle. Surely you can see there are no trees providing shade. If we rest here, fourth uncle fears that everyone might suffer from heatstroke, which is why we continue on." Seventh uncle nodded, understanding that fourth uncle's intentions were for the good of all. Observing that the women had ceased their complaints, Xin Qianan moved on to inform the others. In truth, he could have chosen to ignore the grumbling, but too many voices of dissent within the group could threaten the unity of their party and fourth uncle's decisions. Given the multitude of refugees on the road, a lack of cohesion could easily draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. After a quarter of an hour, they finally reached the edge of the hillside. A group of people cautiously maneuvered the ox cart into the shaded area of the slope, successfully avoiding the sun's rays. Everyone remained in place, taking a moment to recuperate. Shen Li took out some dried mint and offered it to Lin Suitsue. "Mother, let's use this to brew some water. We can drink it this afternoon." "All right." Lin Suitsue clearly understood the effects of mint, so she asked no questions and directly placed it in the pot, taking a moment to inform her maternal family. Feeling the sticky discomfort on her skin, Shen Li could hardly bear it. She noticed another sister-in-law scratching at her own skin nearby. Shen Li filled a wooden basin with a little water, took a clean piece of cloth, and brought it over to Su Taohua. The sister-in-law was pregnant and more sensitive to the heat than usual. She must be feeling quite uncomfortable by now. "Sister-in-law, go inside and wipe yourself down. I'll keep an eye out for you." Su Taohua's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. "Little sister, won't this be a waste of water? Finding a water source on the road is quite difficult, which is why I've been holding back from saying anything." "It's fine, I haven't used much water, just hurry inside." "All right." Indeed, Su Taohua could hardly endure the heat. In just 2 days, she had developed quite a few rashes on her skin, which were very itchy. Many areas had been scratched raw, and upon Shen Li's suggestion, she decided not to resist any longer. Shen Li waited outside for her sister-in-law, and before long, Su Taohua emerged, looking significantly more relaxed. Shen Li also took a bit of water to wipe herself down and discreetly added more water to the basin. After wiping away the sweat, she sighed in comfort, greatly missing the modern amenities of air conditioning and refrigerators. After tidying up her cloth, she went to fetch Lin Suitsue and Li Qiaolan so they could also wash themselves. Su Taohua and Shen Li took on the cooking duties, with Su Taowa handling the frying, as they dared not entrust such tasks to Shen Li. After a morning of walking, everyone felt both hungry and tired. If they were subjected to Shen Li's cooking, they might not have the strength to continue their journey in the afternoon. For lunch, they prepared a pot of brown rice porridge and stir-fried a dried chicken with plenty of vegetables, yielding a delicious stew. The atmosphere during lunch was relatively quiet, as the group was exhausted from the recent trek and simply wished to eat and rest swiftly afterward. After the meal, they rummaged through a box of ointment. Earlier, Shen Li had noticed a few heat rashes on Su Taowa's arms while she was cooking. Approaching the mat where Su Taowa was resting, she said, "Sister-in-law, take this ointment and apply it." Su Taowa looked surprised. "How did you know I needed this, little sister?" Lin Suizue and Li Qiaolon exchanged glances. "Taowa, you're pregnant now. If you're feeling unwell, you must speak up." While Lin Suizue sometimes overlooked such matters on this journey of hardship, had it not been for Shen Li's observation, she might have remained oblivious. Li Qiaolon nodded in agreement, looking at her daughter. "Taowa, your mother-in-law is right. We are on a difficult journey. You must pay careful attention to your well-being." Su Taowa offered a faint smile. "Mother-in-law, mother, I understand." Lin Suizue chose not to press further and hurried to apply the ointment before resting. After Su Taowa retreated to the cart to apply the ointment, Shen Jinghuan stood outside, feeling a bit disheartened for having been so careless and not noticing his wife's discomfort. He quietly asked, "Wife, why didn't you mention that you weren't feeling well?" As Su Taowa applied the ointment, she heard her husband's voice and replied softly, "I was planning to tell you tonight, but little sister noticed first." Shen Jinghuan shook his head. "Wife, this isn't right. Mother and the others are correct. Next time you feel unwell, you must speak up." Su Taowa gently replied, "A yuan." "I understand." The small hillside they had chosen to rest upon was relatively comfortable, shielded from the sun, with occasional breezes wafting through. There were only a few small hills nearby, with other villagers from different settlements also resting in the area. However, everyone maintained a respectful distance, ensuring not to disturb one another. Naturally, while resting, some would keep watch to prevent theft. After a morning of walking, her feet felt a bit weary, but thankfully, the recent exertion had toughened the skin on the soles of her feet considerably. Otherwise, with such a pace, blisters would surely have formed. Reflecting on the family's walking patterns from that midday, Shen Li concluded that everything seemed normal for now. Her father and older brother alternated between driving the mule cart and pushing the handcart, while Shen Li, Lin Suizue, and Su Taowa took turns resting on the mule cart. Overall, the day had not been overly exhausting. Of course, concerned for her brother's health, Shen Li also took her turn pushing the handcart, but only for short durations. As the sound of the gong resonated, everyone gradually rose to their feet, squinting at the blazing sun overhead before attending to their belongings. Shen Li and Lin Suizue filled their water bladders with the cooled mint water from the clay pot, each taking one. The village head's ox cart was the first to embark onto the official road, followed closely by Shen Li's maternal family, with the rest of the group hastily following suit. The procession moved slowly under the sun's glare until suddenly a woman in the line collapsed. A little girl beside her cried out, "Father, mother has fainted." The man pushing the handcart immediately halted and rushed over with his water bladder. The woman's face was ashen, her lips parched and devoid of color, and she was drenched in a cold sweat, clearly suffering from heat stroke. "Yun Yang." The man lifted her up, pouring water into her mouth. The rear of the procession came to a standstill, and both Shen Li and the village had noticed the commotion. Shen Jinyuan hurriedly made his way back with Dr. Liu, and Shen Li followed closely behind. Seeing Shen wasting so much water, his mother rushed over and snatched the water bladder from him. Don't pour so much. Your wife hasn't drunk any yet, it's too wasteful." As Shen Li and the others approached, they overheard this exchange, prompting them to frown in disapproval. Shen his eyes were red with anxiety, and he looked up in disbelief as his mother confiscated the water bladder. "Mother." At that moment, Dr. Liu hurried over to examine Yun Yang. "She's fine, she's just a bit frail and hasn't been drinking enough water, leading to heat stroke. Give her some water and let her rest for a while." Seeing the village head and Dr. Liu arrive, Shen his mother, Yang Chunen, merely pouted and fell silent. Shen Li, observing the still unconscious woman, approached. "Uncle give Aunt Yun some mint water, then let her rest on the cart for a while." Shen accepted the water bladder with gratitude. "Thank you, Ali." While the water was ordinary, the mint had been cultivated in their space and had some beneficial effects. Strangely enough, The two families shared a good relationship, as both Shen Er and Shen Changshan were well known as hard workers in the village. Shen Jinyuan turned to Shen Er's mother and relatives. Is your family's water supply insufficient? Yang Chun'en quickly managed a smile. There's enough. But I told this daughter-in-law of mine not to skimp on water, yet she wouldn't listen. Look at the trouble this has caused. It's wasted everyone's time. Shen Jinyuan cast a fleeting glance at her, utterly dismissing her words as insincere. Lift your wife onto the cart and let us continue our journey. Shen Er's daughter. Shen Xiaoya took her mother into her arms while unloaded a portion of the goods from the cart, placing them on the ground before carefully lifting Yunyang onto the cart. Yang Chun'en glared at Shen Er with undisguised resentment, reluctantly instructing the eldest and the third to pick up the items scattered on the ground. Shen Er handed over the water pouch to Shen Li, who waved her hand dismissively. Uncle please keep it for now. Once Annie wakes up, she can have a sip. Just have Xiaoya return the pouch to me later. Thank you, Ollie. Thank you, Sister Ollie. Shen Li affectionately ruffled Shen Xiaoya's hair before turning to walk ahead with her fourth grandfather and the others. The little girl appeared emaciated, her hair a parched yellow, a clear indication of inadequate nourishment. However, such matters were beyond her control. It depended on how Uncle and the others chose to handle it. It must be said that young Chun'ong and young Chun'en, these two elderly women, were indeed true to their kinship, showing no mercy in exploiting their own sons. The group resumed their journey and, by evening, entered a dense forest where they encountered another village party, consisting of just over 300 individuals, far fewer than their own. The two groups maintained a distance of over 50 meters, each absorbed in their own affairs, with no intention of conversing. Not long after their halt, Shen Changshan and the others had already ventured into the forest in search of food. Shen Li also planned to explore the woods when she noticed the protagonist, Shen Jiaojiao, along with Grandma Yang Chun'ong and her second uncle and aunt approaching. Shen Li raised an eyebrow. Oh, what an unexpected visitor. They must be here to stir up trouble now that father and eldest brother are absent. Remaining in place were Shen Li, Lin Suizue, Su Taohua, Li Qiaolan, and Shen Yuano, who silently observed the approaching quartet. Upon seeing that not a single member of Shen's family greeted her, Yang Chuanhong's expression darkened instantly. She felt vindicated in her belief that this family was ungrateful, especially as Jiao Jiao had previously insisted on maintaining good relations with the eldest brother's family, oblivious to the fact that such a useless family had little to offer. Uncle, aunt, third brother, Ollie, Shen Jiaojiao greeted them with a gentle and soft smile. Shen Chongfeng and he lady remained silent, while Yang Chun'ong, witnessing her precious daughter converse with this ungrateful family, could no longer contain herself. With a sarcastic tone, she remarked, "Well, it's clear that my Jiao Jiao is the sensible one, unlike certain people who can't even muster a greeting for their elders." She then turned her softened gaze toward Shen Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, you must be exhausted after a long day. What brings you here? Shen Yuano grinned foolishly. Grandma, that's enough. We've already separated our households. Everyone in the village knows our relationship is strained. But Grandma, your ability to change expressions is quite impressive. I ought to learn from you. If we ever find ourselves unable to afford food, at least I'll possess a valuable skill. Yang Chun'ong. What did this little brat mean by that? Yang Chuanhong's face fluctuated in color. You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Shen Chongfeng stepped forward, disapprovingly regarding Shen Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou, regardless of the circumstances, your grandmother is still your elder. You ought not to treat her with such disrespect. Shen Yuano looked at them with a perplexed expression. Grandma, did I say something wrong? Is my perspective not valid? He earnestly inquired again. Or is it that you don't wish to teach me? Shen Jiaojiao shot a look at her mother and second brother, both of whom wore exceedingly grim expressions, then glanced at her third nephew, realizing she had misjudged him in the past. Yuano, that's not what she meant. Please don't misunderstand. Shen Li approached her third brother's side. Aunt, my brother isn't misunderstanding. He merely seeks to acquire a useful skill, which is not wrong. The two siblings regarded her with wide, innocent eyes, as if she had committed an egregious error. Shen Jiaojiao's smile faltered momentarily as she opted to shift the conversation. Yuano, Ollie, we came today to bring you food. Is that so? Little sister, what has happened with Grandpa and Grandma? Shen Li shook her head. I don't know. Perhaps it's a sudden pang of conscience. Yang Chun'ong exclaimed, damn conscience. Her hands trembled as she clutched the cloth bag, her restraint only holding her back due to Jiao Jiao's presence. Otherwise, she would have lunged at them. Shen Jiao Jiao's eyes twitched slightly at the corner, pondering what her elder brother's family had been up to lately to become so sharp-tongued. Shen Changfeng's expression mirrored his confusion as he regarded the siblings Yuano. As a man, you ought not to gossip like a woman. Ali, as a young lady, you must not be so aggressive. It will not bode well for future courtships. Shen Li nodded obediently. I understand, second uncle, but as a younger generation, I must offer you a piece of advice. Upon seeing Shen Li's change in demeanor, Shen Changfeng's expression softened slightly. Li, please speak. Shen Jiaojiao felt an instinctual dread that Shen Li's forthcoming words would not please her mother and second brother. Indeed, within seconds, Shen Li spoke. Grandmother, second uncle. Do not presume yourselves to be the wisest in the world. Such blind confidence is unwise. Behind her, Lin Suizue and Su Taohua quickly turned their backs, but their shoulders trembled with suppressed laughter. Shen Li's words seemed to directly accuse second uncle of being arrogant, suggesting he ought not to presume everyone else a fool. Shen Changfeng's face flushed with indignation as he stammered, he pointed at Shen Li, unable to articulate his disbelief. Yang Chunong and he lady glared at Shen Li with displeasure, clearly understanding the implications of her words. As Shen Jiaojiao watched the situation spiral out of control, she quickly grabbed her mother's hand before she could raise it, taking the food bag from her grasp. Ali, this is for you. We must be on our way. She had no expectations that Shen Li would carry the food over, so she simply placed the bag on the ground and turned with Yang Chunhong to leave. Shen Changfeng and he lady, feeling the weight of the onlookers' gazes, felt no desire to linger and hurriedly trailed behind Shen Jiaojiao. Shen Yuanzhou picked up the food bag, inspecting its contents. Inside was a mix of coarse grains, brown rice, millet, sorghum, and beans haphazardly thrown together, weighing perhaps 10 pounds. Ali, it's a bag of mixed grains. Shen Li examined it, exclaiming, oh dear. Some of it is even moldy. It truly is a feat for old lady Shen to procure such food to vex them. She wondered if her kind-hearted aunt Shen Jiaojiao was even aware of what lay within. With a clever glint in her eye, Shen Li urged, third brother, quickly pass this bag of food to Shen Jiaojiao. Understood. Shen Yuano, with long strides, soon caught up with Shen Jiaojiao, thrusting the food bag into her hands before turning back. Shen Jiaojiao looked at the open bag of grains with confusion, while Yang Chunong reached out to take it. But Shen Jiaojiao refused, opting to inspect it herself. Upon seeing the contents, her expression soured as she turned to Yang Chunong. Mother, why are you so careless? Yang Chunong hastily pulled her daughter back toward their camp, with Shen Changfeng trailing closely behind, while he lady followed, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Before dark, Shen Changshan and Lin, who returned with the village's able-bodied men, each bearing their own bounty, some with wild chickens and hares, others with bamboo rats, and still others with wild vegetables and fruits. Everyone appeared quite content. They consumed an ample amount of food daily, and with the soaring prices of provisions, each meal felt like a pang to the heart. Now, any modest harvest from the woods could yield some savings. Shen Jingyuan clutched several golden wild pears in his arms as he approached, offering 2 to Shen Li, while the remaining ones were bestowed upon Su Taohua. Though the pears were small and somewhat wrinkled from lack of moisture, their rarity rendered them precious. Thank you, big brother, Shen Li replied, choosing not to eat them but to save them for her sister-in-law, who had been suffering from morning sickness. At the back, Shen Changshan and Lin, who trudged over, carrying a half-grown wild boar. The villagers stood in awe. Such a sizable boar promised a substantial amount of meat. After setting the boar down, they agreed it was unnecessary to share with others since it was solely their family's hunt. Yet, with the heat of the season, it would not last long. So they decided it would be wiser to do a good turn for the community. After a brief discussion, they approached the village head, Shen Jinyuan. Fourth uncle, we would like to keep a portion of the wild boar for ourselves, and the rest, we leave to you to distribute among everyone, so they may all benefit a little. Shen Jinyuan stroked his beard thoughtfully. Very well, you two take a rest. I shall send someone to assist. Agreed. The two did not refuse. With help on the way, they could relinquish their burden. As Shen Li observed fourth granduncle leading a group towards them, she surmised the actions of her father and uncle. Approaching her father and uncle, she recounted the earlier encounter with old lady Shen, who had come looking for trouble. Lin Hu fumed, his face darkening as he glared at Shen Changshan. Changshan, when it comes time to divide the meat, do not allocate any to the old Shen family. What do you think? Shen Changshan responded with an air of inevitability, of course, even if my brother-in-law did not mention it. I would still bring it up with fourth uncle. He promptly sought out Shen Jinyuan, who wore a complicated expression but ultimately acquiesced. After all, the boar was the product of their family's efforts, and it was unreasonable to voice objections, especially given the old Lu couple's excessive behavior. That evening was lively. Shen Li and her maternal grandfather each reserved 15 pounds, while the remainder was divided by the village butcher, ensuring each family received over a pound, except for the old Shen family. Young Chun'ong waited impatiently for Shen Changshan to bring over the meat, but as time passed, the enticing aroma of the meat wafted through the air, tantalizing the old Shen family, yet they saw not a single figure approach. The neighboring villagers cast them sidelong glances, heightening their unease. Unable to bear it any longer, young Chun'ong stood up, intending to confront Shen Jinyuan and Shen Changshan, only to be halted by the scowling Shen Dajiang. Enough. Do you want to add to our embarrassment? Old man, the eldest family is being too unreasonable. How can they treat us this way? It's nothing but a spectacle for others. Shen Dajiang's expression darkened, aware that others were watching their plight, yet here was his wife creating more of a scene. Seeing her husband genuinely upset, young Chun'ong suppressed her grievances. Fine, let it go this time. She understood that while her husband seemed easygoing, when truly angered, the repercussions would be dire. Shen Jiao brought a bowl of porridge to her father. Father, please do not be angry. Mother is merely upset with eldest brother and the others. As Shen Dajiang accepted the bowl, his expression softened considerably. Shen Jiao continued, Father, we do not know how far we must travel on this path of hardship, and with only third brother as the pillar of our family, this situation is untenable. The old Shen family possessed a cow, which Shen Dajiang had been tending, and a cart pushed by Shen Changfeng. While he often received help from young Chun'ong, and he ladied during strenuous times, their strength was limited. Shen Changfeng had not engaged in heavy labor for quite some time, and the past few days had left him weary and thinner. Therefore, Shen Jiao did not hinder her desire to reconcile with her eldest brother's family. Recognizing their strength and the 2 mules they possessed, which clearly carried ample grain, if they could coax the eldest brother's family back, it would be a tremendous boon. Shen Dajiang acknowledged his daughter's points, realizing that his earlier anger was not solely directed at young Chun'ong, but also at Shen Changshan for being so heartless, disowning his own parents. No matter how strained their relationship, they remained his father and mother, and he ought not treat them with such disregard. Jiao, I understand. I will advise your mother to adopt a kinder approach towards the eldest family and coax your brother back. Shen Jiao smiled, relieved that her father grasped the gravity of the situation, unlike her mother, who tended to create unnecessary conflict. Since her elder brother's family had separated, an inexplicable sense of anxiety had taken root in her heart, intensifying as they embarked on their journey. Her keen intuition warned her that she must reconcile with her brother's family, otherwise, misfortune might befall them on their travels. Shen Li remained unaware of Shen Jiao's ulterior motives, but even if she were, it would not concern her much. As for Shen Changshan, he was a figure they could never placate. Was life currently so unbearable? Was the meat not delectable? Why return to them? To continue serving as their laborers? Shen Changshan declared, Do not approach me. The scent of meat lingered in the woods. That evening, everyone had cooked a bit of the wild boar they had received. Lin Suitsue prepared a dish of wild boar meat with chili, simmering it alongside fried rice. Several women contributed wild vegetables, which Lin Suitsue tossed into the pot to saute together. Shen Li filled her bowl with rice, topping it with a generous portion of meat and a helping of wild greens. It was utterly delightful. Despite the wild boar's strong flavor, Lin Suitsue's culinary skills, enhanced by ginger and chili, subdued the gamey taste, leaving only a tantalizing aroma. Li Qiaolon and Siyu felt somewhat shy, but after spending a few days together, they recognized that Shen Changshan's family were good-hearted people and resolved to assist them in any capacity they could. Siyu sat beside Shen Qian, and the two engaged in quiet conversation over their meal. In just a few days, their bond had rapidly strengthened. Siyu had already passed his preliminary examinations and possessed genuine talent, while Shen Qian took advantage of their free time to explore knowledge together. After dinner, Shen Li excused herself to find a secluded spot in the dark woods. Once she confirmed no one was around, she entered her space. Immediately upon entering, she sought out water for a bath, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. She found her soap beans and scrubbed herself thoroughly, washing multiple times until she was certain no lingering scent remained. Afterward, she donned a similarly styled outfit. Once she finished bathing, she prepared a small basin of goat's milk for Tuanzi. After finishing, the little creature began frolicking within the space, chasing the wild chickens and ducks and dashing about. Summoning her wood-based ability, Shen Li tied Tuanzi up, prompting an instant change in the little one's demeanor as it gazed up at her with wide, innocent eyes. Shen Li poked its chubby face, amused. Oh, you little butterball, you possess two faces? Tuanzi flailed its tiny arms in Shen Li's direction, making a series of sounds that conveyed confusion. Shen Li gently placed it down, and the little one quickly climbed back onto her lap, chirping away. Shen Li cradled it, glancing at the now settled wild chickens and ducks, choosing not to dwell further on Tuanzi's antics. What mischief could the little one possibly harbor? It was merely a bit bored. After basking in the coolness of the space for a while, Shen Li cradled the dumpling and returned to her mother's side before stepping outside. She knew that if she lingered too long, her parents would worry. Indeed, upon returning to their resting place, she found that her family had yet to sleep, all waiting for her return. Her father, mother, elder brother, and sister-in-law, as well as her third and fourth brothers, were preparing for rest, for tomorrow they would continue their journey. All right, let us rest, eldest, third, and fourth. Stay vigilant tonight. The individuals called nodded in acknowledgement. The moon hung high in the sky. Initially, a few murmurs of conversation floated through the air, but gradually silence enveloped them, with varying snores echoing through the woods. Shen Li lay upon a grass mat, beneath which was a layer of straw, treated with mugwort water and dried to ward off some mosquitoes. Despite the straw, she still felt the hardness beneath her back, and before long, she drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, in the dead of night, the villagers of Shen Li were roused by a piercing scream, and everyone immediately sat up, alert and attentive to the source of the commotion. There's a snake, a snake. Upon hearing this cry, some women hastily checked their bodies, relieved that none had crawled upon them. The weary men, having toiled throughout the day, merely turned over to continue their slumber, for it was indeed peculiar to encounter a snake in the woods. Moreover, the shrill cry was vigorous, unmistakably from a non-venomous snake. If it were venomous, could it make such a ruckus? Wang Xiaolian was bouncing on the ground, head of the household. Please help me catch the snake. Shen Dalong furrowed his brows tightly. After a long day, he had finally settled into sleep, only to be disturbed by this incessant woman. Chapter 60. The Discovery of Water Source. Though the others were asleep, a few murmurs of discontent were audible. Shen Dalong hastily got up to assist Wang Xiaolian in capturing the snake. Under the moonlight, he focused his gaze, revealing it to be a non-venomous rat snake, edible. A smile crept across Shen Dalong's face, appearing particularly eerie in the moonlight. Wang Xiaolian sighed with relief, but was startled again by Shen Dalong's sinister grin. She swiftly slapped the snake from his hands, and the creature, quite cunning, wriggled away into the night, disappearing from sight. Shen Dalong felt an itch in his hand, a strong urge to strike someone. Father, mother, why aren't you asleep? What are you doing? Shen Jiabao rubbed his eyes, casting a disgruntled glance at his parents. It was the dead of night, and they were making such a racket. Wang Xiaolian, her heart racing, returned to her son's side, lying down to sleep while not forgetting to pinch her daughters, Shen Lady and Shen Xiangdi. Those two useless girls were of no help in crucial moments. Shen Li quickly reached out to soothe the startled dumpling. It's all right, sleep now. As she released her mental energy, she witnessed the earlier scene and almost burst into laughter. Shen Dalong had clearly desired the rat snake, but was thwarted by Wang Xiaolian's intervention. It was evident that for those 2 seconds, he was extremely inclined to lash out. With the commotion subsiding, Shen Li finally closed her eyes to sleep. This family was truly filled with rascals, drawing their own mischief. It was a pity for those two girls. With such parents, their fates were bound to be grim. Although Shen Li felt a twinge of sympathy for them, she was acutely aware that she could not aid the sisters. While society was ostensibly stratified into the 4 occupations, at first glance, the status of farmers seemed elevated. However, in reality, they resided at the very bottom of the social hierarchy, with most farmers perpetually struggling on the brink of subsistence. As an uncherished daughter of a peasant family with parents lacking discernment, what favorable outcome could she possibly expect? Shen Li was merely an ordinary individual, believing she possessed no ability to alter such circumstances. Moreover, Her sole desire was to guide the Shen family safely through their harrowing journey. Beyond that, she felt utterly powerless. Since the day they hunted the wild boar, several days had passed without encountering any game in the mountains. Even wild vegetables were nowhere to be found. Shen Yuan's brows knit tightly. It appeared that someone had recently passed their way, as the roadside was stripped bare of wild vegetables and fruits. They would need to delve deeper into the mountains to find anything edible. This would place them at a disadvantage. Prolonged delays might incite panic. Thus, the villagers of Shen Li noted that today, the village chief seemed unusually hasty, having walked further than usual before pausing to rest as the sun set. In previous days, they managed a maximum of 35 li, but today they had nearly covered 45 li, their shoes on the verge of wearing out. Upon reaching their resting place, a family without livestock, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After a few minutes of rest, regaining his composure, a dozen individuals gathered to seek out the village chief. "Fourth uncle, why the rush today?" Shen Yuan inquired, observing the sweat-drenched faces of the dozen men, each bearing an expression of fatigue. "In the past few days, you ventured into the mountains as well. Did you not notice anything amiss?" Upon hearing Shen Yuan's words, the stout men pondered for a moment. After a while, they recalled the oddities and looked anxiously at Shen Yuan. "Fourth uncle, what should we do? We still have food and water, but we must keep pace and not stray too far from the front. Otherwise, if we linger at the back, our yields will be minimal." Shen Yuan's words were crystal clear. Understanding the urgency, they turned to return to their rest. Shen Yuan then looked to Shen Changshan and Lin, who, "We shall maintain today's pace. Should the opportunity arise, we will hasten further." "Understood." After a brief rest, Shen Changshan and Lin, who set off with the village's able-bodied men into the mountains, with Shen Li accompanying them. Their resting place was a thicket of trees, with leaves that were old and sparse, the tender shoots long since plucked. They anticipated a longer journey today to reap any rewards, for the easily found food had been thoroughly foraged. By Shen Li's side were Shen Yuano and Lin Feng, along with the wandering dumpling, while the others remained at the resting site. Some of the burly men expressed discontent at a young girl accompanying them, but upon recalling Shen Changshan and Lin Hu's prowess, they swiftly silenced their objections. The trees in the forest retained their verdant hue, while the ground lay barren, with wild grass parched and lifeless. The group walked through the trees for half an hour, the surrounding trees growing increasingly lush, and gradually, a few green blades of wild grass peeked through the earth. Shen Li extended her mental energy to survey ahead, not far in the distance. After crossing a small thicket of thorns, she suddenly spotted a water pool at the base of a cliff. The pool was shallow, but to her delight, water was still bubbling forth. Finding a water source at this moment was an exhilarating discovery, for as they ventured further, water became increasingly scarce. Shen Li nudged her third brother, cousin, "Let's go check that out." The three of them trailed at the back. Shen Yuanzhou glanced at the front ranks and nodded. "We must not stray too far from father." "All right." The trio quietly stepped away from the group, approaching the thicket of thorns that Shen Li had noticed. As she contemplated how to coax her brother and cousin to investigate, a wild rabbit suddenly dashed past them, becoming ensnared in the thorns. Shen Li's eyes sparkled with delight, revealing her dimples as she exclaimed, "Third brother, a rabbit." The rabbit, entangled in the thorns, thrashed about, its struggles only deepening the prickles, a faint scent of blood wafting through the air. "Oh, today's luck is truly splendid." Lin Feng grasped the scythe firmly, rolling up his sleeves, determined to advance and rescue the rabbit. Shen Yuanzhou joined in to assist, cautioning Ali, "There are thorns over there, do not venture close. Just stay here." I will go over there to keep an eye on you, lest the wild hare escapes," she replied. Shen Yuanzhou lifted his gaze, ensuring there was no imminent danger, and seeing that Shen Li was not far from him, he nodded, advising, "Be careful." After several minutes, Shen Li successfully navigated around the thicket and arrived at the edge of a small pond. The water was crystal clear, devoid of impurities, making it suitable for drinking. Footprints marked the pond's periphery, indicating that others had previously discovered the spot. However, the prints were faint, suggesting those individuals had likely moved on long ago. Shen Li crouched on the opposite side of the thorns, observing her two brothers as they worked to free the rabbit. Fortunately, the rabbit was not ensnared too deeply and was quickly liberated. "Third brother, cousin, come over here and take a look. There's a delightful surprise." Shen Yuano and Lin Feng, upon hearing her exclamation, swiftly made their way to her side. Ali, what is it? In the next moment, Shen Yuanzhou's eyes widened in astonishment. Cousin, water. Where's the water? Chapter 61, Water Retrieval. Lin Feng, equally excited, exclaimed, after being out for several days, this is the first time we have found a water source. A smile graced his face as he declared, Yuanzhou, you and Ali stay here. I will go fetch father and uncle to come see. Shen Yuanzhou nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, cousin, hurry back, Ali and I will keep watch here. As Lin Hu spotted a mouse digging a hole, he thought that since they had not caught anything today, he might as well catch it to take back. However, the next moment, the loud voice of his eldest son rang through the woods. Father, uncle, where are you? The mouse, startled by the noise, vanished in an instant. It was evident that Lin Hu's boisterous son was up to no good. TSK, Lin Feng, you'd better have a good reason. Shen Changshan, hearing the commotion, hurriedly emerged. Lin Feng, what is it? Lin Feng, seeing his father and uncle together, chose to overlook his father's somewhat displeased expression. Father, uncle, we found a small pond over there. The burly men who had gathered around immediately broke into smiles upon hearing this. Lin Hu strode over, slapping his large hand on his son's head. Can't you keep your voice down? What if someone hears us? Lin Feng scratched his head sheepishly. I was just excited since this is not the first time we've found water. I'll be more careful next time. All right, big brother. Let us go see where the water source is. Yes, indeed, the other men chimed in, emphasizing the importance of the water source above all else. A group of over 30 individuals, with great enthusiasm, made their way to the small pond. Upon witnessing the clear water and the fresh stream bubbling forth, the crowd erupted in excitement. We can replenish the water we've used during this time. Shen Changshan turned towards his daughter, having already heard from Lin Feng that Ali was the one who discovered the pond. Ali, Yuanzhou, and a Feng, we will guard this spot. You three return to inform fourth uncle. The water is limited, so be cautious when speaking, understood? The trio nodded, their earlier excitement now replaced with a sense of responsibility. Go on, Lin Feng, don't cause a ruckus. Lin Feng gave a sheepish smile. Father, I understand. They knew that their presence would attract attention. But the children were less conspicuous. The three hurried off towards the location where their group was camped, running when no one was in sight, but slowing their pace once they spotted others. Shen Li reassured her mother and sister-in-law before joining her brothers in seeking out fourth uncle. She settled beside him, plopping down while Shen Yuano and Lin Feng stood guard on either side. Shen Jinyuan was curious about what the three children were up to when Shen Li spoke up. Fourth uncle, I have something to tell you. Please don't be alarmed. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Shen Jinyuan also adopted a grave demeanor. Ali, go ahead. Fourth uncle, we discovered a small pond over there, and my father and uncle are keeping watch. Shen Jinyuan blinked, his breath quickening, before breaking into a wide smile. Good. Ali, fourth uncle knows what to do. Shen Li nodded, recognizing that Shen Jinyuan, having served as village chief and head of the Shen family for so many years, was not without wisdom. They had encountered other groups escaping the famine along their journey, and the scant water would not suffice for so many, necessitating caution. Shen Jinyuan led the way into the forest as dusk fell, ensuring they remained inconspicuous. Shen Yuano and Lin Feng followed, guiding the way. Shen Li chose to remain behind, savoring a delicious meal that included stir-fried rabbit meat. Lin Suitsue and Su Taohua anxiously paced in place. Why haven't they returned yet? Shen Li observed her worried mother and sister-in-law, offering them 2 spirit fruits to nibble on. She had noted earlier that the pond's edge bore only human tracks, with no signs of animals, indicating it was safe. As for their prolonged absence, it was likely they were busy retrieving water, which required a considerable amount of time. Mother, sister-in-law, don't fret. Gathering water takes time. Su Taohua felt somewhat reassured by her sister's words, yet worry lingered in her heart. With her father-in-law, husband, and brother-in-law all gone, it would be disingenuous to claim she was not concerned. After an hour and a half, the group returned in the dark, each person carrying a water bucket, with some families sharing a single container. As they approached the camp, everyone moved quietly, and upon returning home, they ate their meals in silence before settling down to rest. They needed to seize the opportunity to recuperate, as the village chief had indicated they would need to fetch more water in the morning, allowing each household to receive 2 buckets. 2 buckets, if used sparingly, would last a considerable time. Shen Li and her family waited until Shen Changshan and Shen Yuanzhou returned before resting, unwilling to let their anxiety fade. The camp soon fell silent, and Shen Li drifted into slumber. The following morning, before dawn, she awoke to the sound of hushed voices around her. Gazing at the sky, she noticed the stars still twinkling. It was probably only around 4 in the morning, far too early to be awake. Shen Li sat up and softly declared, "Father, I want to go with you." Shen Changshan firmly declined. "Your eldest brother is going too. You stay here and look after your mother, sister-in-law, and aunt." "All right. Just be careful." "Yes, we're off." The group stealthily ventured into the forest until they were far from their camp, then lit torches to hasten their pace. Lin Suizue sat up, whispering, "Ali, go back to sleep. I'll take care of things." "Mother, you should rest. I've already had enough sleep." Lin Suizue was skeptical. At Shen Li's age, she was in a growth phase. Could she truly be well rested? "Mother, please lie down and sleep for a little while." "I can't seem to sleep now." Seeing her daughter's resolute attitude, Lin Suizue reluctantly lay back down to rest. Shen Li leaned against a tree trunk. Having completely lost her drowsiness, gazing up at the twinkling stars above, she had not taken the time to observe them closely in quite a while. The forest was tranquil, with the occasional rustle of leaves as the wind brushed through the trees. In the stillness of the morning, as the fragrant aroma of rice wafted through the air, Shen Li summoned her psychic abilities, molding them into various intricate shapes. This not only served to enhance her mental endurance, but also honed her precision. Ever since her last breakthrough to the 3rd level, Shen Li had diligently practiced her powers each day, dedicating time to absorb spiritual energy within her realm, albeit with minimal results. It seemed that a significant time lay ahead before her next advancement. Chapter 62, Ambush, a Grand Gesture. However, she found solace in the fact that her current abilities, combined with the innate strength of her body, sufficed for her needs. As dawn broke, Shen Changshan and his companions returned with water, pouring it into the water tank, leaving over half a barrel remaining. Though it was morning and the temperature was not as sweltering as during the day, the exertion had left the father and son soaked. Lin Suizue hurriedly urged them to change, and soon the family gathered to partake in breakfast, which consisted of brown rice porridge and coarse flatbreads, the latter golden brown from being fried in oil, perfectly complemented by mildly spicy pickled vegetables, paired delightfully with the white porridge. Shen Li carried her breakfast outside the carriage to enjoy. Though simple, her mother's culinary skills rendered even the most unadorned dishes irresistibly delectable. After their meal, the villagers of Shen Li prepared to embark on their journey when a group of over a dozen individuals clad in plain garments approached. Upon sighting them, many villagers brandished their weapons in warning. Xinjin Yuan, leaning on his cane, stood at the forefront, flanked by Lin Hu and Shen Changshan, with over 30 villagers wielding sticks and sickles behind them. The leader, appearing to be in his 30s, halted 5 meters away, his demeanor amicable as he spoke. "I apologize for the disturbance. I am Wang Yu, the village chief of Shangyang." Shen Jinyuan's expression was less than cordial. He recognized these individuals, who were encamped nearby, and surmised their arrival was likely due to water scarcity. "What brings you here?" Wang Yu, sensing the villagers' unwelcoming demeanor, did not take offense. Had they discovered the water source the previous night, a conflict between the two villages might have ensued. "I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. Our villagers noticed you fetching water this morning. Could you kindly disclose the source's location?" Xinjin Yuan tightened his grip on his cane, realizing the Shangyang villagers were indeed here for the water. As they were about to set off, he deemed it harmless to share the information. "Very well. We are about to depart, but we will not accompany you." Wang Yu's face brightened with a smile as he waved his hand dismissively. "No need for trouble. Simply indicating the direction will suffice. We shall find it ourselves." Nodding, Xinjin Yuan directed Shen Changshan and Lin Hu to explain the water source's location in detail. In these times, water was a precious commodity. Informing others was a significant act of kindness, and demanding more would be unreasonable. Wang Yu and his group of villagers bowed deeply in gratitude before returning to their encampment. The Shen Li villagers, fully prepared, pushed their belongings onto the official road and continued onward, passing by Shangyang village without further attention. Shen Li glanced at the Shangyang villagers, noting their smaller number. As their group passed, the men of the village stood to block their path. Shen Li averted her gaze, urging the mule cart forward. Their pace had quickened significantly today, and fortunately, after having found water the previous day, the villagers voiced no complaints, persevering with determination. Meanwhile, Shen Li village and Taohua town were besieged by a gang of looters. These marauders were robust and appeared far healthier than typical refugees, indicating their dangerous nature. They had infiltrated Taohua town, scattering to pillage the surrounding villages. Those who dared to resist were met with lethal force, and cries of anguish echoed throughout Taohua town. These ruthless assailants showed no mercy to the weak. They had long transcended the label of mere refugees, resembling nothing less than bandits. Under their onslaught, men and the elderly were nearly annihilated, while children and women were left behind, destined to be sold in other cities. At the foot of the mountain, the Shen household also suffered a raid. A small troop of militia stormed in, cursing upon discovering the desolate rooms. The village elders and those clinging to hope, unwilling to seek refuge with relatives, were caught unprepared. Some had quickly packed their belongings upon sensing the impending threat and fled to the mountains for safety. Tragically, others who merely stepped outside met their demise at the hands of the savage militia. These marauders had endured too much, their psyches twisted by hardship. They no longer resembled ordinary people. They believed that their misfortunes, being uprooted from their homes and losing loved ones, were due to the government's inaction. Thus, when they encountered those leading peaceful, prosperous lives, their minds warped further, raising their weapons against the innocent. Shen Li and her companions were oblivious to the calamities befalling Shen Li village at that moment. Even if they were aware, it would be of little consequence. They had long been warned of the impending influx of refugees. Their dismissal of such warnings could only be attributed to fate. Pei Yu encountered numerous assassination attempts on his journey back to the capital, facing ambushes every 3 days and larger assaults every 5. However, this time proved to be the most perilous. After such a long time, compounded by his prior injuries and lack of recovery, he still found himself far from the capital. At last, he was a mere 100 miles from the capital, yet he was now encircled by around 100 assassins in black. Perched upon a black steed, Pei Yu coldly regarded the assailants, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. They truly overestimate themselves. This time, they had summoned the elite crimson assassins of the 7-kill pavilion, 100 of them. Each assassin from the 7-kill pavilion commanded a fee of 100 taels of gold for their services, and now they had sent 100 for him. What lavish expenditure for a mere life. Did they truly believe his life was worth such a sum? Who did they think they were looking down upon? Behind him, Tianqing swallowed hard upon witnessing the crimson assassins before them. Despite their prowess, even if they managed to eliminate these foes, there was no guarantee that others would not follow. Thankfully, his master was astute, aware that the most formidable challenges awaited them at this juncture before entering the capital. Without such foresight, his own life would surely be forfeit here. The atmosphere grew tense, and conflict was imminent. Pei Yu signaled, and hidden guards emerged from the forest, intercepting the crimson assassins of the 7-kill pavilion. A quarter of an hour later, thanks to their numerical superiority, Pei Yu's side successfully vanquished all the crimson assassins. Looking down at the fallen foes, Pei Yu's mood lifted as he quirked a smile. Tianqing, go prepare a grand gesture for them. Yes. Having accompanied Pei Yu for quite some time, Tianqing understood precisely what this grand gesture entailed. That night, in a modest yet opulent chamber, a beautiful woman stirred from her slumber. Upon glancing upwards, she was met with a grisly sight. Numerous severed heads hung above her, fixing their lifeless eyes upon her, with blood dripping onto her face. Her complexion turned ashen. Chapter 63, On the Journey. The beautiful woman screamed as she stumbled out of bed, her legs giving way from sheer terror, causing her to collapse to the floor. As she lifted her head, she found herself gazing directly into a pair of wide, astonished eyes, mere inches away. The room erupted with a piercing, high-pitched scream. The servants on night watch in the courtyard, alerted by the commotion, rushed over to investigate. Upon swinging open the door, they were met with the gruesome sight of numerous severed heads scattered before the bed, the overwhelming stench of blood wafting through the air, even reaching the threshold. The beautiful woman lay pale and bloodless on the floor, unconscious and unresponsive. Help! Something terrible has happened. Please, come quickly, the mistress is in trouble. The two matrons, trembling with fear, hesitated but eventually stepped into the room upon seeing the fallen woman. They managed to support her towards the door, where a crowd of maids had gathered. The first few maids to witness the horrifying scene inside turned ashen-faced and fainted. The remaining maids, too frightened to look inside, carried the mistress away to a side room, while someone was dispatched to summon the family doctor. In the dead of night, the courtyard was ablaze with light and chaos. The group continued their journey for 3 more days, traversing 45 li daily, sometimes even exceeding that distance. Those pushing their carts lamented their plight. As the carts contained their entire family's possessions, too precious to abandon yet burdensome to push. Families with oxen and mules fared somewhat better, taking turns resting on their vehicles. But the long hours of travel took a toll, and the animals needed ample water, adding yet another layer of burden. As they pushed their carts, they longed for the sun to dip below the horizon, signaling the end of their daily toil. For 3 days, they walked along the roadside. With no shade to escape the sun at midday, families resorted to draping tattered cloths and oiled canvases to shield themselves from the relentless heat. Nightfall brought some relief. But the barren landscape offered little in the way of sustenance. This afternoon, they ventured into a vast forest, realizing it might take several days to find their way out. While they felt a mix of joy and anxiety, joy at the prospect of finding food and water within the woods, and anxiety over the lurking dangers of wild beasts, Shen Li exhaled a long sigh of relief during a brief rest. The sweltering heat of the past 3 days had been unbearable. Although she had bathed in her spatial realm daily, enduring the oppressive sun had been a trial. Possessing wood-based abilities, she relished the sunlight, yet the scorching rays had become intolerable. Several individuals had succumbed to heat exhaustion, prompting Shen Jinyuan to instruct Dr. Lu to prepare large pots of cooling soup during morning and midday breaks to distribute among the families. Of course, each household had to provide their own water as none could afford to waste it. Upon sipping from a well, Shen Li relished the refreshing coolness that alleviated her internal heat. Lin Suizue appeared to be faring well, but Su Taohua looked somewhat haggard, and at that moment, Shen Jinghuan was preparing a tonic for her. Shen Changshan took a moment to rest on the ground before rising to lead his brother-in-law and the others deeper into the woods to see what they could gather. Shen Li joined them, while Lin Suizue and Lin Qiaolan searched nearby for edible wild greens. Jiang Huichuan trailed behind, noticing Shen Li lagging behind the group. And as the others moved ahead, he suddenly turned to address her. Ali, try not to escalate matters with the Shen family. It would not serve you well. Shen Li halted, gazing at the inexplicably earnest male protagonist. Are you defending Shen Jiaojiao? Jiang Huichuan shook his head. Regardless of the circumstances, they are your elders. And such actions could tarnish your family's reputation. Shen Li crossed her arms and scoffed. If you're so idle, go find Shen Jiaojiao. Don't bother me here. After speaking, she sidestepped him and rejoined the group ahead. Jiang Huichuan attempted to follow but stumbled as Shen Li cleverly tripped him with a vine, effectively silencing his protest. Rising, he wiped the dirt from his mouth with a handkerchief, frowning at the spot where he had fallen before hastening to catch up with Shen Li. How peculiar. Meanwhile, Lin Suizue and her companions had been searching the woods for quite some time before discovering a small cluster of amaranth near a dried-up creek. They quickly gathered all that was edible. Continuing along the creek, they stumbled upon other wild vegetables. As they crouched down to harvest purslane, a condescending voice interrupted them. Oh. What is the eldest sister gathering? He Lai Di was accompanied by Shen Jiaojiao, both carrying baskets. Upon seeing Lin Suizue and Li Qiaolan on the ground, He Lai Di eagerly squeezed in beside them. My, look at all these wild greens. Jiao, come quickly. Li Qiaolan, noticing He Lai Di's intrusive behavior, swiftly nudged her away with her hip, sending her tumbling onto a stone behind her. Ouch, my poor backside. Taking advantage of He Lai Di's moment of pain, Lin Suizue and Li Qiaolan deftly completed their harvest of purslane. Li Qiaolan stood, apologizing to He Lai Di. I truly didn't mean to. I had no idea you would push in so suddenly. Supported by Shen Jiaojiao, He Lai Di grimaced as she stood, feeling as though her backside had been shattered. You all did that on purpose. Lin Suizue regarded her disapprovingly. We have no eyes in the back of our heads. How can you say that, second sister-in-law? Jiao. Don't you agree? Shen Jiaojiao pursed her lips, having witnessed Li Qiaolan's deliberate act, yet she didn't endorse He Lai Di's behavior. Moreover, she needed to maintain amicable relations with her elder brother and sister-in-law, so she refrained from offending her sister-in-law at this juncture. Second sister-in-law, they didn't do it on purpose. Let us hurry and look for wild vegetables elsewhere. He Lai Di, hearing this, felt her backside throb even more. What side was Shen Jiaojiao truly on? Chapter 64, Cat Mountain. He Lai Di longed to unleash a torrent of curses, but recognized that her sister-in-law was not someone she could provoke. Even their mother-in-law kept her distance from them. If she were to be beaten, given their family's temperament, no one would come to her aid. Having come to this realization, she suppressed her simmering anger and moved ahead of Lin Suitsue and her friends, choosing to ignore Shen Jiaojiao's comments as if they had never been uttered. When trouble arises, she merely stands idly by, never offering assistance. A treacherous creature. Lin Suitsue glanced at Li Qiaolan. Sister Qiaolan, you're quite remarkable. One cannot afford to give face to those devoid of shame. Li Qiaolan pulled Lin Suitsue along as they continued their search for wild vegetables, quietly sharing her knowledge and tips. Lin Suitsue listened intently, committing everything to memory. Walking beside Shen Changshan, Shen Li pondered Jiang Huichuan's peculiarly cryptic remarks. The original owner of her body had indeed been unfamiliar with him. What could possibly be the reason behind it? Did he harbor some ulterior motive towards her? Or was there something within her family that he sought? After wandering for over half an hour, they dispersed. And Shen Li and Shen Changshan soon discovered a plethora of fallen burrs scattered across the ground ahead. Elated, Shen Li dashed over to investigate, and indeed, they were chestnuts, though due to the lack of water, these chestnuts were scarcely larger than a fingernail. Although small in size, their abundance is undeniable. Shen Li gazed at the nearby chestnut trees, her face radiating joy. Shen Changshan approached. Ollie, do you have so many chestnuts? Father. Gather everyone and send a few more back to the camp to notify them. It's a rare find. We must not let it slip away. Indeed. What Ollie says is wise. Shen Changshan called for everyone, simultaneously assigning 3 individuals to return and summon more people, while the others squatted down to clean up the fallen chestnuts. The chestnuts that had dropped to the ground had already split open, easily yielding to a gentle twist of the fingers. With collective effort, the ground was soon cleared of chestnuts. Afterward, several robust men climbed the trees to shake down more chestnuts, prompting those below to stand back a little. There was no rush in gathering the chestnuts. A falling one could cause injury, and that would be quite the ordeal. Before long, the messengers returned, accompanied by several women who brought carts and burlap sacks. As dusk approached, everyone hastily filled their sacks with chestnuts, shells, and all. A few individuals held up torches to illuminate their labor, and after considerable effort, the chestnuts from these trees were finally gathered. The group then traversed the forest, pushing their bounty along. By the time they returned to their resting place, the moon hung high in the sky, and everyone was famished. After placing the chestnuts under the village chief's watchful eye, they dispersed to partake in their evening meals. Jin Yuan organized those remaining at the camp to sort through the chestnuts overnight. With many hands at work, the task was swiftly accomplished, and ultimately, each family received a share of 20 pounds of chestnuts. After her meal, Shen Li felt utterly fatigued, her small frame easily tiring. She collapsed onto the straw mat and quickly fell asleep. The mountain roads were somewhat rugged, slowing their pace. Yet there was a silver lining. The coolness of the forest provided relief from the heat. Since entering the woodland, their group had lost sight of other fleeing bands. Ollie, here you go. Shen Yuanzhou offered her 2 ripe yellow prickly pears, sweet and no longer sour. Thank you, third brother. Positioned at the front of the group, Shen Yuanzhou and Lin Feng occasionally ventured ahead, delving into the thickets to forage for supplies, and the prickly pears were among their recent finds. Shen Li accepted them. Removing the small spines before taking a bite, the flavor was pleasant, a delightful blend of sweet and tangy. Third brother, are there more of these? My sister-in-law would surely enjoy them. Shen Yuanzhou retrieved a few more from a small cloth pouch he carried, placing them into Shen Li's arms. Here are a few for you, the rest are for my sister-in-law and mother. After delivering his message, Shen Yuanzhou proceeded to the back, handing the pouch to his elder brother, Shen Jingyuan. Brother, these prickly pears are what I picked. Please take them to my sister-in-law for her to try. Shen Jingyuan's eyes lit up as he opened the bag, grabbing several prickly pears to offer to Su Taohua. Taohua, come, these are delicious. Just as Su Taohua had been experiencing a poor appetite lately, the addition of Shen Li's fruits seemed to provide some relief, though she still struggled to eat much. Hearing the exchange between Shen Yuanzhou and his third brother, she reached out to accept the prickly pears, which had been prepared by her husband. Under Shen Jingyuan's watchful gaze, she popped one into her mouth, smiling as she nodded in approval. Delicious. Shen Jingyuan chuckled, continuing to prepare the remaining fruits to hand over to Su Taohua. As long as you like it, if you want more, I'll fetch some for you. All right. Shen Yuanzhou, witnessing his elder brother's antics, felt a pang of discomfort and quickly returned to Shen Li's side. As they walked, a dead tree loomed ahead, obstructing their path, clearly placed there with intent. The group gradually halted, and Shen Li and Shen Changshan stepped forward to assess the situation, while Shen Jinyuan had already sent Shen Yanshan to alert everyone to remain vigilant. "Someone seeks to ambush us," he warned. The Longhu stronghold had occupied Cat Ear Mountain for several years, thriving on the plundering of passing merchants and travelers. For reasons unknown, the government had yet to send troops to eradicate the bandits. In these chaotic times, one could hardly expect anyone to manage them. Sure enough, as the group came to a stop, over 20 burly men wielding large knives emerged before the dead tree. The leader, with his inverted triangular eyes, surveyed the group with disdain. "You don't look like wealthy folk. I suppose today I'll perform an act of kindness. Leave your mules, cattle, and grain behind, and toss in a few pretty maidens, and you may pass." With a smug grin, his gaze fixated on Shen Li, he laughed heartily. "This little lady is quite the catch. We must keep her." The laughter of his companions echoed around them. Shen Li smirked, finding his taste rather peculiar. Shen Changshan and Shen Jingyuan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they instinctively shielded Shen Li from view. Shen Jinyuan's countenance was grave, but as the village chief, he could not falter. "Brave gentlemen, might we negotiate? If we relinquish all our grain and livestock, we will have no means to survive." A burly man stepped forward, sneering. "Puh. Your survival is of no concern to us. We're doing you a favor by sparing your lives. Otherwise, you won't leave Cat Ear Mountain alive. Do your homework. Know whose territory you are trespassing. Be sensible and leave your belongings. Otherwise, none of you will escape." Chapter 65, Intimidation. The men of Shen Li village had gathered outside the group, armed with sticks and sickles, prepared to thwart any sudden attacks from the bandits. The bandits spoke loudly and without restraint, instilling fear in the hearts of the villagers, especially among the women and children, some of whom were already sobbing softly. It was no wonder that after 2 days in these woods, they hadn't seen anyone. It was clear now that a bandit den lurked within. The 20-odd muscular men, however, showed no fear at the sight of so many villagers. After all, Cat Ear Mountain was their domain. Shen Changshan tightened his grip on his long knife. "Fourth uncle, we can't give them everything, we must fight." The bandits observed them with keen interest, seemingly eager to see what decision they would make. Shen Li pushed past her protective brothers to stand beside Shen Changshan. "Father, it seems today may not end well." Both Shen Jinyuan and Shen Yanshan heard her words, acknowledging the truth in her statement. Yet, they had no idea how many bandits they faced. If they acted rashly, would they truly be able to escape Cat Ear Mountain? Yet if they surrendered their grain and livestock, they would face certain death. Shen Li's fair skin contrasted sharply against her pale green dress, making her appear like a delicate blossom, still youthful yet promising a future of striking beauty. The burly leader's eyes sparkled like a dog's at the sight of a bone. Pointing at Shen Li, "Bring that little lady over, we can discuss matters further." Upon hearing this, Shen Jinyuan glanced at Shen Li and stepped in front of her, making his intentions painfully clear. Meanwhile, the villagers of Shen Li murmured among themselves. Their reactions varied. Most opposed the idea of sacrificing a woman for temporary safety, while others thought it a worthwhile trade for a chance at survival. Shen Li listened quietly to the villagers' discussions, mentally noting those who supported the bandits' proposal. The reaction from the young men who had trained alongside Shen Jingyuan was particularly fervent, each one hastening to the forefront of the ranks with the weapons they were most accustomed to wielding. Who among them did not have sisters or younger siblings? They would never consent to surrender them. If a fight was inevitable, they were resolute. They refused to believe that they could be overpowered. A band of scoundrels at worst. They would emerge as heroes after 18 years. Shen Li blocked the impetuous youths and whispered a few words to the person beside her, then, wielding a hefty blade, she unsteadily approached the mountain bandits across from her. The lewd-looking brute at the forefront was instantly elated, while his comrades mocked the young lady for her lack of prudence. "Look at that trembling hand barely able to grip the knife. What purpose did it serve? My dear, that knife is far too perilous. Cast it aside lest you harm yourself." They jeered. "Indeed. We would be quite distraught if you were to injure yourself." Shen Yuando tightened his grip on the bow, yearning to shoot the insolent speakers, but Ali had instructed him to await her signal. As Shen Li laboriously dragged the large blade before them, she lifted her gaze and bestowed a sweet smile upon the leading brute, whose smug expression was forever frozen in that moment. Silence, an oppressive silence. Before the 20 or so bandits could react, the brute's head had already rolled away. The burly man beside him wiped the blood from his face. But before he could utter a word, he was rendered mute. Witnessing this, Shen Changshan bellowed, "Charge! If they return alive, we shall surely meet a grim fate." With that, he led his 3 sons and the Lin family as uncles and cousins into the fray. The dozen or so youths who had trained alongside Shen Jingwan also surged forward with sticks in hand. Shen Yanshan wielded a sickle, echoing Changshan's sentiment. They had the numbers on their side, and they could not permit the bandits to relay their tale. Onward! If we surrender the grain and livestock, what chance do we have of survival? We are many, we shall make them pay dearly. The remaining 50 robust men charged forward, while the 20 or so who sought to flee found themselves encircled by the Shen and Lin families as well as the youths. After Shen Li had slain 2 men, she stood back to observe. Just as the last 2 were about to meet their demise, she interjected, "Spare 2, they may yet serve a purpose." Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear, prompting them to lower their clubs and fists, leaving the last 2 standing. The 2 men, now bruised and trembling on the ground, looked fearfully at the crowd of villagers. From the mountains, they had perceived these individuals as mere commoners, only to realize they had misjudged. They were far more ruthless than anticipated. The most formidable among them was undoubtedly the young lady, who had displayed a chilling lack of hesitation when taking a life, a stark contrast to her delicate and beautiful exterior. Alas, they had been the ones who, while hunting, had been hunted themselves, and on their own territory, no less such disgrace. No, this shame was now laid bare before their ancestors. The fate of these villagers was uncertain, but one thing was clear, his own fate would be dire. Those accustomed to wrongdoing would find themselves gripped by fear when their lives were threatened. The villagers bound the 2 men tightly with ropes, while others, under Shen Changshan's guidance, dug a deep pit in the woods and unceremoniously tossed them inside. Before casting them down, they thoroughly searched them, but regrettably found nothing of value. The group then hastily departed, taking with them the 2 bandits who resembled beaten dogs, leaving behind a scene tainted with blood, lest they attract other predators. Moreover, they were perilously close to the bandits of Cat Mountain. They needed to distance themselves. Seated atop the mule cart, Shen Li noticed many subtle glances directed her way. The Shen family also perceived these looks, casting worried glances at Shen Li. She smiled gently at them. As long as they remained on the path of fleeing disaster, this day would come to pass for them all. It had merely arrived a tad sooner than anticipated. Unfazed by others' opinions, Shen Li recognized that many had begun to harbor thoughts about their family, and now was the moment to intimidate those who had previously conspired against them. Among the trailing group, young Chun Ong and He Lady appeared pale. They had recently incurred the wrath of the eldest's family. Surely that wretched girl would not come wielding a knife against them? The thought sent chills down their spines, and their steps became increasingly unsteady. Shen Jiaojiao wore an expression of bewilderment. Was that truly Ollie just now? A shadow of contemplation crossed her face. Having grown up alongside Shen Li, she pondered when her sister had transformed into such a callous figure. When had this change begun? Perhaps it was after that unfortunate incident when she had accidentally pushed Ollie, causing her to sustain a head injury and develop a condition of dissociation. Since that time, Ollie had changed, and the family had too. Therefore, if reconciliation with the eldest brother's family was to be sought, Shen Li was the key figure. Yet, despite the distance, she had witnessed Shen Li's chilling display of wielding the knife, leaving her profoundly shaken. Was Shen Li still the same Shen Li? Shen Jiaojiao dug her nails into her palm, feeling an unsettling uncertainty. Jiang Huichuan had not witnessed the earlier scene, but he had heard numerous versions of it from others. Though each tale was hard to believe, the villagers spoke with conviction, and a few youths idolized Shen Li, praising her to the heavens. Had it been just one person recounting this, Jiang Huichuan might have dismissed it, but with so many discussing Ollie's recent act of killing, he could not help but accept it as a fact. Meanwhile, He Xiaolian remained as quiet as a mouse, fearing to approach Shen Changshan's family after what she had just witnessed. Renowned for her keen eyes, she had not missed the earlier scene and dreaded that if she sought trouble again, Shen Li might very well cleave her in 2 with that knife. After hastily traveling about 10 miles, the time approached noon, and the group sought a place to rest. Shen Li instructed her eldest and second brothers to take the 2 bandits into the thicket. They needed to ascertain how many bandits were on Cat Mountain beforehand, ensuring they weren't caught unawares later. Shen Jingyuan and Shen Yuano unceremoniously tossed the two men onto the ground, prompting immediate cries of agony. Shen Li approached, and upon seeing her, Shen Yuanzhou regarded the two men with cold disdain, asking, "How many bandits are on the mountain?" The men ceased their cries, shutting their eyes and refusing to speak. "Oh, these bandits possess quite the sense of loyalty," Shen Yuano mused. "Let us see how long you can endure." A twisted smile played on his lips as he retrieved an oil paper package from his pocket, slowly unveiling its contents, red chili powder mingled with coarse white salt. He. "I've heard of this method before, and I'm rather curious to try it out on you." One of the bandits, upon hearing this, opened his eyes and glared defiantly at his captor. "You can forget it, we want to speak. Our end will be grim, but yours will be no better. Is that so?" Shen Yuanzhou delicately pinched a small handful of chili powder, evenly scattering it across the man's visage. In an instant, the man's expression morphed. His teeth clenched as he glared at Shen Yuanzhou. Despicable. Shen Yuanzhou continued to sprinkle the chili powder, retorting, "If we are to speak of despicability, it pales in comparison to your own actions." The man, tightly bound, writhed helplessly on the ground, the fiery sting of the powder prompting him to roll in agony. "Kill me, grant me a swift end." You are overestimating your worth. I have several methods yet to test, so you must endure." Observing this, Ernyo, trembling, spoke up, I beg of you, just grant me a quick death. To die is but a brief descent into oblivion, which would hardly bring forth much pain, yet to endure such torment is enough to drive one to madness. Behind them, Shen Li and Shen Jingyuan witnessed the scene, astonished at how their third brother had suddenly turned, well, rather twisted. Shen Li had initially expected to take matters into her own hands, only to discover her skills were rendered unnecessary. Shen Yuanzhou immediately concealed his smile, urging him to speak. The Tiger and Dragon Gang boasts a total of 327 bandits, with the formidable leader, Wang Yan, capable of taking on 10 foes single-handedly. The second in command, Mo Shi, serves as the gang's military strategist, while the third brother, Wang Hao, is the leader's sibling, recently dispatched by that female hero. Continue. Subsequently, Ernyo divulged every piece of information he possessed, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Fearing disbelief, he even swore a deadly oath, "Should I deceive you, may I perish from 100 wounds." A nearby brute, enduring the searing pain on his face, spat disdainfully, "Ernyo, I never imagined you to be such a coward, betraying our esteemed leader, who has treated us so well." Ernyo shot him a glance. His already battered face, now smeared with chili powder, resembled a grotesque visage, almost too unbearable to behold. Shen Jingyuan and Shen Yuano seethed with indignation. These bandits were a veritable scourge. They robbed passing merchants and even descended upon nearby villages, abducting numerous women and children. Women were taken up the mountain, while children were sold to traffickers for silver. Shen Li keenly observed Ernyo's demeanor, convinced he spoke the truth. Given this, the two men had no further use among them. Their numerous misdeeds had brought about their own retribution. Rather than allowing her elder brother and third brother to act, Shen Li directly employed her psychic abilities, striking at their minds. The two bandits screamed in unison, blood streaming from their faces and ears before they collapsed, lifeless. Shen Yuano pointed at them, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. "Have they met their just deserts?" Shen Jingyuan turned to Shen Li, "Little sister, they are deceivers." Realization dawned on Shen Yuano. Yes, he claimed that should he lie, he would suffer a bloody demise. Thus, does this not confirm that his previous words were false? Elder brother, third brother, they have committed heinous acts and now face the consequences. But was what he said earlier true? Shen Li resolutely nodded, affirming the truth of his words. Had she remained silent, her third brother would surely have ruminated on it for a while. Indeed, once she finished speaking, a satisfied expression blossomed on Shen Yuanzhou's face. Without needing further prompting from Shen Li, he and Shen Jingyuan each seized one of the bound men, dragging them toward the forest. The death of the leader of the Tiger and Dragon Gang's brother would undoubtedly incite vengeance. A confrontation was inevitable. Though the village possessed around 200 strong men, should they all depart, only the elderly, women, and children would remain, rendering them defenseless against any threats. If the Tiger and Dragon Gang failed to send reinforcements by the afternoon, they could take advantage of the cover of night to eliminate the remaining threats. Unbeknownst to Shen Li, the leader of the Tiger and Dragon Gang was not currently on the mountain, and Wang Hao often ventured out, Thus he would not return for some time, leaving no one to raise suspicion. They were indeed fortunate. Shen Jingyuan dragged a robust man forward effortlessly, when suddenly he glanced at Shen Yuanzhou. Third brother, where did you learn that technique? Oh, brother, you mean that one? Shen Yuanzhou scratched his head, recalling, I overheard someone discussing it at the tavern while working in town. I only caught a few snippets, and look, I've put it to use now. Chapter 67, On the Road, A Meal to Share. Shen Jingyuan gave Shen Yuanzhou a thumbs up, praising him for his remarkable memory, and asked him to share any other peculiar tales. Shen Li returned to their resting place, met with a chorus of astonished, fearful, disdainful, and admiring gazes from her companions. Shen Xiaoya's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Shen Li's retreating figure, thinking to herself how incredible her sister was. She wished to become like her, so she could protect their father and mother. Shen noticed his daughter standing there in a daze and approached her, asking, Xiaoya, what troubles you? Shen Xiaoya turned to her father, speaking earnestly, Father, I want to be as formidable as Sister Li. Shen fell silent, pondering, Xiaoya. The path to such strength is fraught with hardship. In this world, one is expected to embody gentleness and obedience, to follow their father at home, their husband after marriage, and their son upon the husband's death. Shen Xiaoya shook her head, her childish voice unwavering. Father, I wish to grow strong, so no one can bully us. Shen Erha's tall frame stiffened, and after a moment, he gently stroked Shen Xiaoya's withered hair. Xiaoya, it is I who am inadequate. Shen Xiaoya lifted her pale little face, gazing at Shen with eyes full of admiration. Father, neither Xiaoya nor mother blame you. Shen glanced at Yun Yang, who was busy cooking, while his own mother and younger sister rested nearby, yet he found himself burdening Yun Yang with all the chores. Clenching his fists instinctively, he felt the weight of his inadequacy as a husband. He took Shen Xiaoya to assist Yun Yang, his voice now hoarse. Xiaoya, I will change. Shen Xiaoya beamed back at him, her faith unwavering. I believe in you, father. At noon, Lin Cui prepared a pot of brown rice. Yet there was still a long wait until dinner. They needed to set off soon, ensuring the family was well fed. She made a soup using their homemade pork jerky, adding wild vegetables to it. Such was the nature of their journey, where meals were nearly identical each day. Yet they were fortunate to have the best of what they could manage. After finishing her meal, Shen Li climbed up a tree to rest. Shen Jingyuan and Shen Yuanzhou had already whispered the details of the tiger and dragon gang to Shen Chongshan, who had now sought out Shen Jinyuan. Upon hearing the account of the bandits' demise, Shen Jinyuan felt no regret. As long as they traveled this perilous path, they would encounter many more tiger and dragon gangs. This was merely the beginning. Chongshan, we must depart now, aiming to distance ourselves from the tiger and dragon gang. If they were to pursue us, it would be a matter of fate. He had no intention of considering the gang's demands to surrender their grain and livestock, let alone hand over the village's girls. Should he do so, he would have no face to meet his ancestors in the afterlife. Just as the group had settled down, intending to rest, the sound of a gong echoed through the air. They all sat up, recognizing the sound. Though it was quieter than usual, they were accustomed to it. Soon, their journey resumed, albeit at a hastened pace. The rugged mountain paths and the need to manage the cart left everyone lamenting. Even those driving the ox and mule carts found it challenging, as the increased speed tested their reflexes. Should the cart tip, it was manageable, but if the water spilled, it would be a dire predicament. Though everyone was grumbling, their pace did not wane in the slightest. Initially taken aback, they now understood, albeit slowly, that the farther they distanced themselves from Longhuzhai, the greater their chances of survival became. Not being weary of life, they naturally complied with the village head. Fortunately, the towering trees in the mountains provided some shade, shielding them from the sun's relentless glare and preventing heat stroke. The group hastened their steps, covering nearly 30 miles before dusk, finally halting beneath a rocky outcrop to rest. As soon as the procession came to a standstill, both humans and beasts collapsed onto the ground. Shen Li observed the mules panting heavily and fetched a basin of water for them. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, she discreetly fed them a spiritual fruit. They had certainly endured much. The mules languidly called out to Shen Li. It was indeed a struggle. They were too exhausted even to rise for water. Shen Li glanced at her family. Aside from her elder sister-in-law, everyone else seemed fine. Su Taohua had spent the entire afternoon on the mule cart, jostled harshly, and had even vomited once. However, after Shen Li had given her a spiritual fruit, she felt much better. The men from her maternal grandfather's family were numerous, while her grandmother and 2 aunts had not fatigued significantly. As for her uncles and cousins, they were no worse for wear. Siyu and Li Qiaolon were also holding up well, as evidenced by the healthy flush on everyone's faces. Shen Li, though slightly irked by the heat, had suffered no major ill effects. After a quarter of an hour's respite, the group finally regained their composure. Xinjin Yuan had evidently noticed the moisture at the base of the rocky wall and promptly instructed Shen Chongshan and Shen Yanshan to lead a few individuals in search of a water source. After the tumult of the afternoon, the scent of sweat emanating from the group was quite pungent. The silver lining was that they all bore the same scent, and no one felt repulsed by another. Shen Li wandered along the rocky wall, using her spiritual energy to probe ahead. Discovering a cave on the opposite side of the wall, she promptly made her way to the cave, meeting up with Shen Chongshan and the others at its entrance. Father, this cave is rife with moisture. There should be a water source within, she said. Shen Chongshan nodded and led the group to gather a pile of underbrush nearby, placing it within the cave and covering it with mugwort before lighting it. Several individuals wielding branches fanned the smoke into the cave. Others stood guard at the entrance with weapons drawn, vigilant against any potential threats that might emerge. With her spiritual energy, Shen Li explored the cave's depths, discovering it extended about 300 meters, with a pool of water at its lowest point, abundant and pristine. Numerous bats were roosting outside, along with several non-venomous snakes. Father, we should gather more dried grass. This cave is quite spacious, she suggested. Thus, they collected more dried grass and continued to stoke the fire, waiting as bats began to flit out of the cave, followed closely by slithering snakes. Upon seeing the serpents, the group instinctively took a step back. But upon realizing they were harmless rat snakes, they armed themselves and advanced. The absence of venom indicated no danger, and the prospect of a meal was enticing. Not to mention, there were dozens of rat snakes within the cave. While several fled, the remainder were swiftly dispatched by the group. With gleeful expressions, they collected the snakes and stuffed them into bags. What were they to be picky about? After such a time of tasteless fare, snake meat would be a hearty addition. Chapter 68, Leaving No Future Trouble. Shen Yuano proudly brandished 2 rat snakes before Shen Li. Sister, let us see if we can find some wild chickens. We can have phoenix and dragon soup tonight. Shen Li nodded. Even if we don't, we still have some dried wild chicken at home. Indeed, you always think ahead. Little sister. Shen Yuano stuffed the 2 plump snakes, each weighing about 2 pounds, into a cloth bag. Once the smoke within the cave had dissipated, they lit torches and ventured inside. The cave's aroma was far from pleasant, the fishy scent of snakes mingling with smoke. However, that was the least of their concerns. The deeper they went, the cooler it became, suggesting the presence of water within. Drip, drip Chang'an. Do you hear the sound of dripping water? Shen Chongshan's face lit up with joy as he urged them onward. They quickened their pace, soon reaching the cave's innermost recesses, where a crystal-clear pool awaited them. So much water. The women at home have been complaining for ages. This will finally allow us to wash. The men present perked up, all too aware that every household had women who had voiced their grievances frequently. Shen Chongshan shared their excitement, but decided to return to inform the village head before anything else. Yes. We've gotten carried away with joy. The group hurried back to their camp, only to encounter another batch of villagers who had not found a water source. Fourth uncle. There's a cave up ahead with a water source. Now free from the earlier constraints of caution, they pressed on. How far? Not far, at most 2 miles. Xinjin Yuan looked in that direction. Let us exert ourselves a bit more to pack and head that way. It will be more convenient for gathering water. All right. While the announcement of another journey initially stirred thoughts of complaint among the villagers, the news of a water source quickly silenced their grievances. At last, there was a piece of good news. The group took about 15 minutes to reach the vicinity of the cave, and thankfully, they were so exhausted from the day's journey that they had yet to start a fire to cook. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Xinjin Yuan entered the cave to assess the water before emerging to relay to everyone, the water in the cave is ample. Please ensure that the source remains untainted while fetching it. Additionally, those wishing to wash can do so from the 4th to the last quarter of the hour. But remember to keep the water clean. The women in the group erupted in excitement. Little did they know how unbearable their itchiness had become. As for the cleanliness of the water source, they were all too aware of their own conditions. They might still need to fetch water tomorrow. And who knew if anyone harbored ill intentions? Tomorrow, would we be drinking someone else's bathwater? How disgusting! Shen Yuan clearly understood the concern and, aware that he could not rely solely on everyone's integrity, assigned 2 individuals to guard the water source within the cave. The prospect of washing sent the men bustling about, gathering firewood and bringing cloth and timber into the cave. Meanwhile, the women were left to prepare the meal. Had the village had not intervened, they would have already rushed to wash. Shen Changshan led Shen Jingyuan and Shen Qianan into the cave to construct a makeshift shelter. They simply found a spot within the cave, draping cloth on either side to create a barrier, effectively concealing their activities from outside view. About 50 meters inside the cave, there was a bend that obscured sight from the entrance. After enjoying a sumptuous meal of phoenix and dragon soup that evening, the Shen family felt thoroughly satisfied. Shen Li, along with the women of the family, carried hot water into the cave. Guards were stationed outside, while torches illuminated the surroundings within. Shen Li instructed Su Taohua to wash first, while her grandmother and 2 aunts were nearby, the cave filled with the sounds of women bathing and chatting. Shen Li was the second to wash, utilizing 2 buckets of water. She had only a faint scent of sweat from her daily baths, but after cleansing herself, she felt utterly refreshed. Once Shen Li emerged, Lin Suizue and Li Qiaolan stepped in to wash. Tonight, everyone lingered in slumber until quite late. By the time Shen Li decided to venture to Longhu Zhai to uncover its secrets, it was already past 10 o'clock. Her mother and elder sister-in-law were sound asleep, and the little dumpling was in deep slumber as well. Shen Li rose quietly and approached Shen Changshan, who, along with Shen Jingyuan, awoke upon her arrival. Recognizing her silhouette in the moonlight, both men sat upright. Ali, what brings you here? Shen Changshan and Shen Jingyuan surveyed their surroundings, concerned that something might have transpired. Given the encounter with bandits earlier that day, they had arrangements for the night watch, with Shen Changshan scheduled to keep guard for the latter half of the night. Father. It's nothing. I just need to step out for a bit. Shen Changshan furrowed his brow and asked in a hushed tone, Ali, you aren't planning to go to Longhu Zhai, are you? Shen Li intended to deny it, but upon seeing her father's discerning gaze, she resolutely nodded. Younger sister. I will accompany you, Shen Jingyuan declared. Shen Changshan agreed, permitting her elder brother to join her. Shen Li, however, firmly rejected, no, I can manage on my own. Anticipating further protest from the 2, she added, if you go, you'll only hinder me. Shen Changshan. Shen Jingyuan. That stings. I will return promptly, Shen Li stated, turning to leave, her figure swiftly vanishing into the night, leaving behind 2 disheartened men who exchanged bewildered glances in the darkness. After departing the encampment nestled in the mountains, Shen Li raced towards Longhu Zhai with remarkable speed. Possessing mental fortitude, she harnessed a fragment of her psychic energy, allowing her vision to pierce through the night as if it were daylight. The threat posed by Longhu Zhai lingered, it was imperative to address it. In a mere 15 minutes, she arrived at the mountain peak where Longhu Zhai was situated. At that moment, the chief of Longhu Zhai, Wang Yan, was in a fury. His brother, Wang Hao, had not returned from his outing, and the absence of news coupled with an unsettling premonition heightened his agitation. Wang Yan smashed the items in his grasp, exclaiming, a grown man, and you tell me you have no idea where he went? Did he venture out alone? With such a large group, how could you all claim to have seen nothing? The bandit minions trembled beneath his wrath, knowing well that they dared not intervene in the chief's affairs. Yet, if they could not provide a satisfactory explanation, they feared dire consequences. One particularly scruffy bandit spoke up. Chief, it seems that third brother noticed a group of villagers passing by below and took some men to investigate. The moment those words left his mouth, Wang Yan's fury intensified. He has been gone too long without a word, and you lot didn't bother to check on him? What are you all doing? As he surveyed the silent minions, Wang Yan sat down, contemplating the whereabouts of his brother. If harm had befallen him, he would not spare them. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the heavy doors swung open violently, coming to a halt just before Wang Yan. Boom. Chapter 69, Longhu Zhai, Annihilation. Wang Yan gazed at the fallen doors, swallowing hard. They were perilously close to striking his nose. The bandits at the foot of the door stared at the slender figure stepping inside, astonishment washing over them. Was this girl here to cause trouble for Longhu Zhai? Hey! How refreshing. They chuckled, assessing her slight frame. They wagered that their chief's fist would send her begging for mercy. Who are you? Seeking death, are you? Do you dare to kick down the door of Longhu Zhai? Can you afford the costs? Indeed, don't scream later, kid. As Shen Li stepped inside, The bandits were astonished to discover that the intruder was a young woman, and soon their laughter erupted. "Chief, this girl is truly beautiful. If she were sold to the brothel, she'd fetch hundreds of taels." Wang Yan listened to his subordinates' banter, watching the girl approach, glancing behind her. Could this delicate girl truly have kicked down the 200-pound door? Moreover, a girl who had yet to come of age dared to intrude upon a den of bandits at this late hour? How could she have reached this point without alerting the guards outside? The silence outside felt uncanny. Suddenly, Wang Yan's eyes widened, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he detected a faint scent of blood. What motive could have driven this girl to visit at such an hour? The chattering minions fell silent upon witnessing their chief's grave expression, realizing they possessed some discernment after all. Shen Li stood resolutely in the center of the hall, stating, "I am here for no particular reason, merely captivated by the beauty of donghua Zhai and wished to take a closer look." Wang Yan's lips twitched as he considered her feeble excuse for being atop the mountain at such an hour. It was evident that she harbored ill intentions. "What have we done to offend you, young lady?" he queried directly. Shen Li regarded Wang Yan, noting his adaptability and keen perception, yet lamented the years he had spent committing atrocities, causing untold suffering to the innocent. While she could not claim to be a virtuous person, they had provoked her ire. Furthermore, the resources within donghua Zhai, with its modest population of a few hundred, were undeniably tempting to Shen Li. Yes, today would be perfect." Wang Yan's unease escalated as he pondered the implications of his brother's prolonged absence. Could it possibly mean? This girl, unflustered in a den of bandits, either possessed great skill or was accompanied by a formidable force. He could not ascertain which. "Did you happen to traverse the path from Cat Mountain today?" "Indeed. I encountered some bandits who were up to no good, and in my benevolence, I sent them to the underworld to repent." Wang Yan's heart sank at her words. Had his brother truly met his demise? The bandits surrounding them were utterly silent, processing the gravity of her claims. This young lady had slain their third brother and brazenly dared to confront them? Wang Yan's eyes flared with rage as he sprang to his feet, gripping the armrest of his chair. "You killed them all?" "Indeed." In light of her assertion regarding the bandits' warehouse, Shen Li felt quite generous in satisfying his curiosity. Wang Yan seized a large blade nearby. "Then allow me to see what skills you possess that embolden you to intrude here at such an hour." Shen Li extended her hand, summoning a soft sword from the array of weapons to her right. This display left everyone present utterly astounded. Wang Yan's anxiety deepened. Yet he understood that this matter could not end amicably. Resolute, he charged forward, swinging his blade with full force, intending to cleave the ordinary girl in two. But Shen Li was no ordinary woman. With a graceful motion, she lifted her soft sword to parry his strike, appearing weightless yet effectively blocking his blow, preventing any advance. Shen Li absorbed the impact of his strike, recognizing that he possessed considerable skill, which explained donghua Zhai's dominion for so many years. However, they had foolishly provoked her, and retribution was imminent. The bandits watched in trepidation, yet they harbored an unwavering trust in their chief, refraining from brandishing their weapons to assist him. Due to past encounters, whenever the leader engaged in combat, any attempts by others to assist would be met with scorn. Wang Yan exclaimed, "You bunch of fools." Just as he was about to speak further, Shen Li raised her hand and effortlessly disarmed him before launching her attack. Wang Yan's arm was already numb, and he signaled to his subordinates to rush to his aid, yet they remained oblivious. Subordinate A, did the leader just glance at us? Subordinate B, perhaps he wants us to admire his valor. Subordinate C, but I can't shake the feeling that the leader is struggling. Subordinate D, it certainly seems off. One subordinate, observing the leader's grave expression, drew his weapon and charged forward, shouting, "You fools, the leader is signaling for our assistance." The others realized their misunderstanding, and in the next moment, the crowd surged forward, brandishing their blades to help. Wang Yan was sent flying by a kick from Shen Li, landing squarely back onto his chair. The force was so tremendous that the chair splintered, and Wang Yan fell to the ground. With a cough, he spat blood, his heart sinking as he watched his band of ruffians attempt to assist him. To Shen Li, their techniques were but a meager display. She showed no mercy. These brigands were unworthy of pity. Boom, boom, boom. Minutes later, over 20 bandits lay sprawled across the floor, the air thick with the stench of blood. Wang Yan, struggling to catch his breath, propped himself up. That single kick must have fractured at least 5 of his ribs. As he surveyed the fallen men in the hall, He realized that such a commotion had failed to attract any outside attention. He understood then that from this night onward, the donghua gang would cease to exist. As Shen Li approached him step by step, he did not plead for mercy. From the moment he became a bandit, he had foreseen this day. Yet he had never imagined it would come at the hands of such a delicate young woman. Shen Li gazed at him, questioning why he continued to commit heinous acts knowing this day would come. A sardonic smile crept upon Wang Yan's lips. The reason was simple: survival. Who would willingly choose the life of a bandit? With the last of his strength, he raised his sword, declaring, "I, Wang Yan, have done much wrong. And my death is of little consequence. To fall by your hand, young lady, is my just fate." With that, he drew the blade across his throat. Shen Li halted, realizing that their actions were inconsequential to her. Had they not provoked her, she would have ignored their plight. The existence of all things is inherently justified. She was not the guardian of the Notre Dame, after all. Whether deemed cold-hearted or unfeeling, this was simply Shen Li. Chapter 70, A Windfall. After assessing the scene and confirming that no survivors remained, Shen Li stowed her soft sword and even seized the 2 rows of weapons nearby. On the chair where Wang Yan had been seated, a tiger skin hung, vibrant in color and exquisite in pattern, clearly a premium piece. Shen Li claimed it for herself, intending to sell it later. After scavenging all that was useful, she proceeded to exit. Having approached the mountain in darkness and resolved all threats, she reached the hall's entrance just in time to hear Wang Yan inquiring about their whereabouts. Had she not acted tonight, the villagers of Shen Li would face a brutal battle come morning. While she did not particularly care for the villagers' fates, her father, brother, and uncle would certainly intervene. And she wished to spare them from harm. The mountaintop was serene, occasionally interrupted by the call of an owl, as Shen Li arrived at the entrance to the bandits' treasury. This time, rather than kicking the door open, she merely squeezed it, causing the large iron lock to clatter to the ground. In the dim light of the moon, the glimmer of gold within was unmistakable. Stepping inside, she counted approximately 10 chests of gold and 20 chests of silver. Picking up a silver ingot, she raised an eyebrow, realizing it was official silver. The audacity of these bandits to rob from the government was remarkable. She had no doubt that they had received assistance from the authorities. Additionally, the room was filled with an array of jewels, antiques, calligraphy, and fine fabrics, all of excellent quality. Shen Li stored every last coin, leaving them with nothing. She then ventured to the back mountain, locating their food storage. Upon opening the door, she was met with an astonishing sight: 2 rooms brimming with provisions. One room contained fine rice and flour, while the other held coarse grains, along with salt and sugar. Shen Li scanned the back mountain area, leaving only a few bags of coarse rice and taking everything else. Indeed, the ancients spoke true: the swiftest route to wealth was through plunder. In just one night, her fortune had soared. After completing her task, Shen Li stood atop a high platform of the donghua gang, summoning her wood-based abilities to drag all the remaining bandits from their lair and toss them into a cave. She had no time to bury them now. Once finished, Shen Li held a dozen bags of silver, each containing approximately 50 taels, all obtained from the bandits. She made her way to the last room, pushing the door open and silently observing the scene within. The weather was warm, and the air was far from pleasant. 17 or 18 women huddled in the corner, some clothed, others entirely bare. All shared the same plight, their skin marred by wounds, with 2 notably pregnant women among them. Upon arriving at the donghua gang, Shen Li noticed the absence of elders and children, and the only women present were a scant few confined in the back mountain's room. When sounds reached the door, the women trembled, knowing that footsteps signaled impending torment. Yet, when the door finally opened, there was an eerie silence. One woman, unable to restrain herself, glanced up, and in the moonlight, she beheld a slender figure, seemingly a girl. "The donghua gang has been eradicated. You are free to leave," came the girl's cold voice, prompting the women to turn their gazes toward her. A pregnant woman murmured, "Leave? Where can we possibly go? Is there still a place for us in this world?" Shen Li placed her belongings on the ground, 18 bundles, filled with silver, alongside a few bags of provisions. "In the morning, take these and descend the mountain," she instructed. She paused momentarily before continuing, "The donghua gang has fallen. If you remain, you risk the wrath of their enemies, and you will not fare well." A young girl stepped forward, asking, "May I inquire your name, benefactor?" "I, Ain, vow to repay you." "No need," Shen Li replied. I have enmity with the Linghu gang. Saving you is merely a matter of convenience." With that, she hastily departed their sight. The girl watched the retreating figure, her heart swelling with gratitude. Truly, this girl must be formidable. Shen Li arrived at the bandit's stable, where a dozen fine horses and 20 mules awaited. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to keep only one chestnut stallion, storing the rest in her space, while leaving 18 mules behind and claiming the remainder as well. In this world, the plight of women is inherently challenging, particularly for those unfortunate girls who find themselves ensnared in the lair of bandits. Shen Li, moved by compassion for their circumstances, left behind silver coins, provisions, and a mule, hoping they might endure a little longer. As she mounted her steed, she nearly lost her balance due to the horse's sudden jolt. Her unfamiliarity with horses led her to select this one solely based on its pleasing appearance. Little did she anticipate that this horse possessed a rebellious spirit. Nay, Shen Li grasped the reins with one hand while clenching her other fist, allowing it to dangle near the horse. She expertly modulated her strength, inflicting pain without causing injury, understanding well that a wild horse must possess the spirit to be wild. After receiving a punch from Shen Li, the horse reared up, determined to dislodge its rider. It was only after a series of swift blows, over a dozen, that the creature finally calmed. Observing the newfound tranquility of the horse, Shen Li let out a cold snort and caressed its neck, warning it to behave, lest it face dire consequences. Nay, this time, the horse's whinny was notably more obedient. Presenting a spiritual fruit, she extended it toward the horse's mouth, knowing well the adage of rewarding with sweetness. The horse, enticed by the fragrant treat, happily consumed the spiritual fruit and, at Shen Li's prompting, galloped down the mountain. Pleased with the horse's compliance, Shen Li pondered a suitable name for it. However, after much deliberation, she gave up and rode back home, realizing that her father and elder brother would be increasingly worried if she delayed further. Upon descending the mountain, Shen Li rode toward the campsite at Shen Li village. Indeed, the luxury of riding rather than walking was a welcome relief. As she approached a spot near Shen Li village, she dismounted and immediately felt a fiery pain in her legs. What was this? A case of joy turning to sorrow? Suppressing the discomfort, Shen Li hurried to her resting place, suddenly recalling the healing properties of the lotus seeds in her space. Just in time, many had ripened during this period. With a flicker of inspiration, she conjured a lotus pod and plucked a seed to consume. Its sweet taste was delightful. After savoring 2 seeds, she decided to store the rest. It seemed all the lotus seeds were nearly ripe, and if they proved effective, she would harvest them all tomorrow. "Ali, is that you?" Shen Changshan inquired, standing beneath a large tree, puzzled as he observed her leading the horse. "Father, it's me." Shen Changshan emerged from the shadows. "Ali, are you hurt? Where did these 2 horses come from?" In addition to the chestnut horse, Shen Li was also leading a brown horse laden with 2 bags of fine rice. "Father, I'm unscathed. I acquired them from Longhu village." Shen Changshan, still incredulous at his daughter's nonchalant words, asked, "Ali, from Longhu village?" Shen Li lowered her voice. "Father, there's no issue with Longhu village now. I happened upon their enemies seeking revenge just as I arrived. These 2 horses were a fortunate find." Uncertain of whether to believe Shen Li, Shen Changshan nonetheless felt a wave of relief wash over him. "That's good. I'll mention it to 4th uncle tomorrow so he can stop worrying for a day." As Shen Changshan passed by the 2 horses Shen Li led, he said, "All right. Ali, it's getting late. Hurry back and rest." Indeed, after a night of labor, Shen Li felt fatigued. Yet, lying down, sleep eluded her, as she harbored another reason for wanting to eliminate Longhu village. She had not finished reading about the events that befall her family. But the initial tragedy had involved her 4th brother, Shen Qianan. When Shen Jiaojiao clashed with the bandits, she sought refuge behind Shen Qianan, who was brutally beaten to death by the outlaws. This occurred shortly after they had begun their journey in search of safety. Given the timeline, it was highly plausible that the bandits from Longhu village were responsible. Now that Longhu village was no more, it seemed that 4th brother's calamity should be thoroughly resolved. With this thought, a smile graced Shen Li's lips as she drifted into a slumber. The following morning, Shen Li awoke, rubbing her eyes. Ever vigilant during her slumber, she noted the growing commotion within the woods, rendering sleep impossible. Upon rising, she spotted 2 horses and 2 mules tethered not far from her home. Her brother and cousins were already bustling about the horses, their exuberance evident in their animated demeanor. Having splashed some water on her face, Shen Li felt significantly more awake. Shen Yuano turned and, upon seeing her, rushed over. Ollie, that horse is truly magnificent. Can I ride it later? Of course. With her third brother's reminder, Shen Li recalled that the soreness from the chafing on her leg had lessened considerably. It appeared the lotus seeds had indeed been effective. She resolved to harvest them all later, allowing them to continue their growth. With glee, the villagers cast envious glances at the two fine horses belonging to the Shen family, whispering amongst themselves, mindful of Shen Li's formidable abilities. Soon enough, the two horses were surrounded by a throng of eager young boys, and, even from a distance, Shen Li could hear her third brother's booming voice. Breakfast consisted of white flour pancakes and meat porridge, the aroma of the freshly fried pancakes wafting through the air. Dressed in a pale yellow cotton dress, Shen Li sat down to eat when she noticed Jiang Huichuan conversing with her mother. Moments later, he approached her direction. Without lifting her gaze, Shen Li anticipated his intentions, knowing they would not align with her interests. Ali. Hold on, Scholar Jiang, we are not acquainted. Please refrain from addressing me so familiarly. Jiang Huichuan pressed his lips together. Miss Shen, Once more, Shen Li interrupted him. Enough. I have no desire to listen. I am still enjoying my breakfast. If you happen to say something unappetizing, I might lose my appetite. Raising her chin, she gestured for him to speak with his fiancée instead. There, go converse with your betrothed. I'm certain she would be delighted to hear you. Turning around, Jiang Huichuan spotted Shen Jiaojiao observing him and Shen Li, her expression far from amiable. He replied to Shen Li, if you wish not to listen, I shall return another time. With that, he pivoted, not pausing as he walked past Shen Jiaojiao. Shen Jiaojiao forced a strained smile at Shen Li before following Jiang Huichuan, her demeanor decidedly sour. Finishing her breakfast hastily, Shen Li grumbled about the ill fortune of the morning. After the meal, the group gradually prepared for departure. Shen Yuano led the brown horse, murmuring to it, shall I give you a name? If you remain silent, I shall take it as an approval. What shall it be? Shen Li interjected, third brother, let's call it Xiaohong and the other one Dahong. Shen Yuano remained oblivious to Shen Li's suggestion, continuing his soliloquy. Then it shall be called Chasing Wind. This name symbolizes my high hopes for you, doesn't it, Dahong? After bestowing the name, he affectionately patted the brown horse's head, while Dahong responded by snorting at Shen Yuanzhou, ignoring him completely. Unperturbed, Shen Yuanzhou chuckled at Shen Li, Ali. It seems Dahong is not fond of that name. Would you like to suggest another? Shen Li gazed at the exquisitely beautiful horse beside her and nodded. Very well. I shall think of another name. The members of the Shen family nearby were eager to hear what name she would conjure, though their hopes for her naming prowess were rather low. Crimson Flame, shall I call you Crimson Flame from now on? Upon hearing this, the horse, Crimson Flame, let out a joyful neigh. Seeing its delight with the name brought Shen Li immense joy, for she had pondered long and hard before arriving at this moniker. Observing the astonished expression of her third brother, a subtle smile played on her lips. Surely he did not think she could only come up with names like Big Red or Little Red? Surprised, are you, little brother? The group advanced slowly through the mountains. Although their pace was swift, the deteriorating road conditions forced them to proceed with caution. At this moment, Shen Jinyuan's expression had shifted from worry to relief. The bandits of Longhu Zhai no longer possessed the means or time to trouble them, signifying a considerable increase in their safety. They found a random spot by the roadside to rest. Having journeyed so far into Mauer Mountain, they had yet to encounter any other fleeing groups. Perhaps they would only meet others after exiting the mountain. During their midday respite, the vast forest yielded bountiful rewards for each family, and the atmosphere within the group lightened considerably. In the afternoon, as they continued their trek, a sudden, thunderous roar of a tiger echoed through the air. Instantly, without needing instruction, the entire group came to a halt. The men quickly ushered the women and children to the center, cautiously scanning their surroundings with sticks in hand. Chapter 72, the young tiger Huntlin who approached Shen Jinyuan, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Village chief, he said, judging by the roar, it seems the tiger is still 2 miles away. Shen Jinyuan turned to survey the group, noting the presence of many women, children, and elderly individuals. A confrontation with a tiger could result in severe casualties. However, with the tiger only 2 miles away, retreat was not an option. They would have to face it head-on. What is this? A case of joy turning to sorrow? Yet when his gaze lingered on Shen Changshan's family, particularly on Shen Li for a fleeting moment, his heart steadied. He swiftly commanded that the women, children, and livestock be moved to the center, while the able-bodied men formed a protective perimeter. The villagers, though terrified, chose to heed the village chief's orders, quickly and quietly rearranging themselves. Shen Li extended her mental energy to assess the situation and discerned that a magnificent tiger was approaching them, strong and robust, and would arrive shortly. Was it merely passing by or on the hunt? Regardless, it would not be deterred by their presence. Tigers are solitary creatures, and Shen Li had initially believed there to be only one. To her surprise, a half-grown tiger and a tigress soon followed. What have we stumbled upon? Have we disturbed a tiger's den? Beside her, Shen Qian noticed Shen Li's serious expression and hurriedly inquired, "Ali, what's the matter?" Shen Li dismounted, drawing the large blade from Crimson Flame. "Fourth brother, eldest brother, go to mother's side and protect yourselves. Do not sustain any injuries. There is more than one tiger." Her voice, though not loud, was clear in the now quiet atmosphere, and every member of the group heard her words. Gasps of shock filled the air. More than one tiger? At that moment, as if to validate Shen Li's claim, several more roars echoed through the forest. A woo-woo one roar was deep and powerful, while the other sounded youthful, confirming Shen Li's assertion. There was indeed more than one tiger. Chaos erupted among the crowd, prompting Shen Jinyuan to shout, "Everyone remain calm. We have many able-bodied men who can protect you all. If you scatter now, you will only increase your chances of being harmed by the tigers." Just then, 3 tigers emerged excitedly from the thicket, clearly drawn by the scent of humans. The first was a half-grown tiger, while the other 2 padded leisurely forward, seemingly indifferent to the humans before them. The mature striped tiger surveyed the surroundings before lying down. The villagers of the mountain village dared not move, uncertain of the tiger's intentions. The young tiger, observing this, mimicked its parent and lay down as well. Shen Li stood among the crowd, equally curious about the intentions of the tiger family. Thus, she released her mental energy and prodded the little tiger's rear. "Huh?" The young tiger flicked its tail, lifting its head in confusion, its large eyes reflecting a naive innocence. Shen Jinyuan turned to Shen Changshan, Lin Hu, and Lin Biao, finally fixing his gaze on Lin Biao. "Brother, you are well-traveled. Can you hazard a guess as to what these tigers intend?" The tigers blocked their path yet did not attack. What could this mean? Shen Li's maternal grandfather, Lin Biao, wore a perplexed expression. Despite years of hunting, he had never encountered such seemingly sentient tigers. Indeed, these tigers exhibit an unusual intelligence. Normally, wild beasts would instinctively attack or defend against humans, but these 3 seem entirely at ease. Shen Jinyuan frowned as he observed the tigers. What are they up to? If they intend to attack, they should do so swiftly. This limbo is excruciating. With another prod to the young tiger, it finally stood, flicking its tail and emitting a low, throaty sound as it paced before the crowd, closing its eyes to observe them, as if contemplating something. Shen Li noted that the 2 larger tigers were particularly attentive to the little one's movements. Could it be that today marked the young tiger's first hunting expedition with its parents? If so, these tiger parents were remarkably confident, unperturbed by the presence of so many potential threats. Several youths within the group fidgeted, prompting the tiger father to shift its gaze to them momentarily before casually looking away. "Well, it seems I have deduced correctly. They're allowing the cub to seek its own prey," Shen Li whispered her conjecture to Xin Yuanzhou, who immediately wore a look of incredulity. Though she spoke softly, others nearby caught her words, and their faces betrayed their unease. It was not every day that one was deemed potential prey. Suddenly, the young tiger targeted a particularly slender youth, its gaze fixed with intent as it prepared to pounce. Shen Li's suspicions had spread among the group, and they braced themselves for the tiger's aggression. As the young tiger lunged, the 2 lounging adults immediately rose, their attention fixed on the crowd, as if ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation. The young tiger's assault seemed to act as a signal, prompting the 50 or so able-bodied men to charge toward the adult tigers. They may not have been particularly skilled, but their numbers and strength could not allow them to stand idly by while these beasts posed a threat. The small tiger was left to be dealt with by the group of over a dozen young lads, among whom were Shen Yuanzhou and his 2 cousins from the Lin family. Meanwhile, Shen Changshan and the others charged forward, armed with weapons. They knew that if they did not strike first, they would surely be thrown into disarray once the tiger initiated its attack, leaving them vulnerable to its ferocity. Shen Li stood at the back, observing the scene where 20 individuals surrounded a single tiger, believing that defeating the beast should pose little difficulty. However, barely a minute had passed when 7 or 8 individuals lay injured on the ground, while the tiger had only sustained a few blows. This tiger was remarkably agile. Shen Li summoned her mental abilities and, while the others attacked, she discreetly tripped the 2 tigers. Thanks to Shen Li's intervention, the 2 tigers failed to evade in time, suffering numerous wounds from the sides. A howl of pain erupted from the small tiger, instantly inciting the fury of the 2 adult tigers, which charged forward and knocked down several individuals. Chapter 73. Victory. The male tiger quickly broke free from the encirclement, heading straight for the backs of the young lads. Meanwhile, Shen Jingyuan had already drawn his bow and aimed, successfully hitting the tiger's forelimb with an arrow. Previously, the tiger had been cautious of harming the villagers while surrounded. Now, having escaped, it could be shot at without hesitation. The small tiger cried out in agony, having been wounded by the lads. As the tiger's claws swiped at the boys, Shen Li swiftly grabbed its hind leg, causing the tiger to pause momentarily before she forcefully hurled it away. It crashed into 2 trees before finally coming to a halt. Seeing that the male tiger had been momentarily restrained by Shen Li, the others quickly turned their attention to dispatching the small and female tigers. Witnessing the dire state of its cub and mate lying on the ground, the male tiger was consumed by a blind rage. However, this time it shifted its target, charging toward the women and children who had been left unprotected. Although there were men outside to guard them, the fear etched on their faces betrayed their inability to withstand the tiger's onslaught. Shen Jingyuan and Shen Qian loosed several arrows, each finding its mark on the tiger. Yet none struck a vital area. Nevertheless, this bought precious time for Shen Li, who wielded a large blade and struck the tiger's neck with a decisive blow. The adult tiger let out a series of pained roars before collapsing, barely clinging to life. The villagers of Shen Li village collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Had the tiger breached their defenses, the aftermath would have been catastrophic. The villagers hastily moved forward to ensure the tiger was finished off, fearful it might rise again to wreak havoc. Ultimately, they gathered the tigers together, gazing at the 3 slain beasts with glimmering eyes. In this encounter, 12 members of their group had sustained minor injuries, but fortunately, none were severe and recovery would be swift. However, with the lingering scent of blood in the air, they needed to depart quickly to avoid attracting more ferocious beasts. All eyes turned to Shen Jingyuan, who directed 2 carts to be freed up for transporting the tigers away from the area. Shen Li placed one of the tigers upon Qian's back, but as Qian raised its forelegs to throw the tiger off, Shen Li swiftly smacked its hindquarters to calm it down. "Behave, don't move around," she commanded. Qian complied, dutifully carrying the tiger onward. The group quickened their pace, and many observed Shen Li's formidable strength as she hefted the several hundred-pound tiger and slammed it to the ground. In the eyes of the young boys, Shen Li's stature grew even larger, while some of the village women regarded her assertive demeanor and prowess with disdain. Yet, they understood that within the group, provoking Shen Changshan and his kin would be ill-advised, as they were increasingly wary of anyone related to him, except, of course, for the old Shen family. In the midst of the fleeing group, who was unaware of the notorious reputation of Shen Changshan's family and the old Shen family as hostility, at that moment, young Chunong wore a smile, recognizing the formidable strength of the eldest's family. She thought to herself that she must devise a way to coax them back. Indeed, Jiao Jiao had been correct. If the eldest's family returned, their authority within the group would ease their journey immensely. Furthermore, Yang Chuanhong's covetous gaze fell upon the mules and horses. With so many livestock belonging to the eldest's family, they could carry all their burdens. This would spare her daughter Jiao Jiao from walking, as she had already grown noticeably thinner after just a few days. Previously, Mrs. Yun, a neighbor residing next to the old Shen family, walked ahead of Yang Chuanhong's group, glancing back at her with a significant eye roll. Some people, once they grow thick-skinned, become truly invincible. Yang Chuanhong's idyllic fantasies were shattered by this remark, realizing that the elder was subtly mocking her for her audacity. However, since no names were mentioned, she felt no obligation to confess her intentions. With a cold huff, she resolved to deal with the old woman once she had successfully brought back the eldest's family. Mrs. Yun, seeing her still clinging to unrealistic dreams, scoffed and turned away. In broad daylight, engaging in fanciful daydreams without assessing their feasibility was futile. Yushin Jiao Jiao hastily grasped Yang Chuanhong's hand. "Mother." No. Yang Chunong turned to her daughter. Jiao Jiao. Aishin Jiao Jiao patted her mother's hand. Mother. Now is not the time for quarrels. Let us focus on the most pressing matters first. With this reminder, Yang Chunong nodded in agreement, realizing that her daughter was right. She shot a fierce glare at the elder ahead, contemplating ways to reconcile with the eldest's family. Had she known this day would come, she would have never agreed to the division of the family. Shin Wensong was assisting Shin Chongfeng with pushing a cart, only catching snippets of the commotion ahead. Wensong, let your mother take over. You rest, she urged. No need, mother. I'm not tired yet, he replied. He haughty looked at her son, now considerably tanned from the sun, with concern. Wensong, your hands are meant for writing. You shouldn't be doing such laborious tasks. In truth, the old Shin family had not asked Shin Wensong to push the cart, but he insisted, as the family needed the manpower and they did not stop him. However, they always kept an eye on the time, ensuring he was not overworked. Nearby, Shin Changyu smirked. Father and mother certainly favor the elder brother. Here I am, burdened with a large bundle, and no one offers to help me. The elder brother had only been pushing the cart for a short while, perhaps just a quarter of an hour, yet their mother was fretting over him. Shin Changyu harbored a dislike for his elder brother. The more scholarly the elder grew, the more incompetent he felt as the mischievous younger sibling. Furthermore, the elder brother always returned with a stern demeanor, lecturing him, while their parents had never chastised him in such a manner. It was infuriating that their parents never intervened when the elder brother reprimanded him. The group soon distanced themselves from the site of the tiger encounter, quickly finding a suitable place to camp, just an hour's journey from dusk. Worried that the tiger meat might spoil if they delayed, Lin Jin Yuan took the village butcher and some young men to procure the meat. Shin Jin Yuan stood beside Shin Chongshan, ready to discuss the division of the tiger meat, when Shin Chongshan spoke up. Fourth uncle, there is far too much tiger meat. We will distribute some among the villagers. And for the rest, I must trouble Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu's face radiated with excitement. Excellent, excellent. The tiger bones are the finest for medicinal use. And there are other parts that can also be utilized. Chapter 74, Distribution. As Dr. Liu spoke, he began to stride towards the designated area but was halted by Shin Chongshan's call. Wait a moment, Uncle Liu. Fourth uncle. The tiger meat can be distributed to the townsfolk, but for the medicinal tiger bones, let Dr. Liu handle them first. They should be allocated to those who participated in the hunt, with Dr. Liu receiving his share as well. Shin Jin Yuan nodded initially, then shook his head. Chongshan, your family and the Lin family played a pivotal role in bringing down this tiger. If we split it evenly, it would hardly be fair to you. How about this? When we sell the goods and earn silver, half will go to you and the Lin family, while the remainder will be shared among the others. Shin Chongshan furrowed his brow. Fourth uncle, that's a bit excessive. Although he felt that his family sharing half was reasonable, he refrained from saying so, as it might offend others. Shin Jin Yuan shook his head. It's settled then. We owe much to your family for the care provided along the way. Unable to refuse, Shin Chongshan reluctantly agreed. Let us proceed as you suggest, fourth uncle. As the two conversed, several others involved in the tiger hunt were nearby. Initially, they were displeased with the village chief's proposed distribution, but upon hearing the rationale, they came to a sudden realization. Silver is valuable, but it is meaningless without life to spend it. The journey had been fraught with peril, without the support of the Lin and Shin families. Their injuries could have been far worse. This thought sparked a sense of shame within them. One must not forget their roots. Indeed, if it weren't for the village chief's reminder, they might have entirely overlooked the Shin family's considerable contributions to the village throughout the journey. Once the distribution was agreed upon, Dr. Liu moved to oversee the butchering of the tiger meat, ensuring he extracted what he needed. As a physician, his eagerness for these rare medicinal materials far exceeded any desire for silver. They had processed the meat 2 miles away from the camp, avoiding the immediate vicinity. Shen Li did not approach. The heat was stifling and the odor was hardly pleasant. Wandering away, she needed to enter her space to harvest the lotus seeds for regrowth. Once in the secluded area, Shen Li stepped into her space, releasing a contented sigh as she entered. It felt like stepping from the blistering summer sun into a 26-degree air-conditioned room, pure bliss. After relishing the refreshing atmosphere for a while, she set to work. Shen Li focused on using her mental energy to gather the lotus seeds and only then noticed where the dumplings were. Within her space was a small bamboo grove. After being moved inside, the bamboo had begun to grow wildly, now forming a small thicket with numerous shoots sprouting, perhaps due to the spiritual energy in the space. The dumplings particularly relished the bamboo shoots. Whenever they spotted a new shoot emerging, they would quickly excavate the grove clean. The first time Shen Li witnessed this, she distinctly felt as though every shoot on the mountain had been claimed by the dumplings. After spending some time in her space, Shen Li emerged with a wild chicken, preparing to stew it with chestnuts. Although they would feast on tiger meat that evening, it wasn't particularly palatable, and with her sister-in-law pregnant, she might not be able to eat any. Upon exiting, she found that everyone had cooperatively processed the bones and meat, distributing everything as planned. Under Lin Hu's guidance, the remains were buried, and the blood on the ground was thoroughly cleaned. After all, they would be resting here that night, and attracting wild beasts would be undesirable. The two adult tigers weighed approximately 680 pounds in total, while the sub-adult weighed around 100 pounds. After removing the skin, entrails, and bones, they managed to acquire roughly 560 pounds of tiger meat. The village chief allocated 50 pounds each to the Shen and Lin families, with the remainder evenly distributed among the households, about 11 pounds per family. Those who had been injured during the hunt received an additional 2 pounds of meat, a decision that drew no objections. As for the entrails, since no water source was found that day, they were all buried in the ground. After receiving her share of the tiger meat, Lin Suetsue set aside a small portion for immediate consumption, preserving the rest for drying into jerky overnight. Given the sweltering weather, it was impractical to consume all the tiger meat at once, as it would spoil quickly. Although they had previously made plenty of jerky, their large household consumed it rapidly, so they planned to prepare more with the surplus meat. Eldest brother, third brother, go fetch a few thin slabs of stone. We'll dry the tiger meat on them. The two aunts and Li Qiaolon approached Lin Suetsue for advice on processing the tiger meat. Having become adept at this task thanks to Li's instruction, Lin Suetsue was eager to share her knowledge. At this moment, Shen Li had already skewered the wild chicken over the fire and was plucking its feathers. Without water, she adapted her method accordingly. After chopping it into sizable pieces, she placed them into a clay pot to boil. For the chestnuts, Shen Li found a bamboo tube, placed the chestnuts inside, and shook it vigorously. When she poured them out, the chestnuts emerged perfectly peeled. Shen Jingwan watched in fascination and decided to try it himself, only to crush the bamboo tube in the process. Frustrated, he glanced at his younger sister, who grinned back. "Big brother, you'll need to keep practicing." Su Taohua, standing nearby, covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. It was evident that this task was not as simple as it appeared, yet a Yuan insisted on trying. Under her older brother's reproachful gaze, Shen Li prepared another bamboo tube of chestnuts, and as she placed them in the pot, Shen Jingwan continued to examine the crushed tube. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Li noted that this task was indeed not trivial. It appeared effortless, yet it had already consumed a significant portion of her mental energy. It was quite an exhausting endeavor. Nearby, several families friendly with the Shens observed Lin Suetsue's method and approached her with a handful of wild vegetables, inquiring for her technique. Lin Suetsue generously shared her recipe, acknowledging the hardships everyone faced while fleeing calamity. She was willing to lend a hand to those who harbored goodwill towards her family. The tiger meat that the old Shen family received sparked a flurry of thoughts in Yang Chanong's mind. Consequently, she meticulously cut off half a pound of tiger meat and packed a pound of chestnuts, bringing them over. At that moment, Shen Chongshan was seated nearby, tending the fire, when he noticed Yang Chanong awkwardly approaching him. "Eldest brother, I was wrong before. Please accept this." Shen Chongshan looked at the contents of the basket, accepting it without hesitation. "It's good that you acknowledge your mistake. You may return now." The items in the basket were meant as an apology, though they seemed a bit meager. Yang Chanong's kind expression almost faltered as she glanced at her mischievous grandchildren watching nearby, swallowing her words that almost escaped her lips. "Eldest brother, I have sincerely repented. Can you forgive me?" Upon finishing her plea, Yang Chanong's murky eyes gazed hopefully at Shen Chongshan. As their matriarch, she had humbled herself to such an extent, surely eldest brother should be satisfied. Chapter 75, Leaving Cat Mountain. A peculiar smile danced across Shen Chongshan's face. "Mother, what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting that our family should return?" Yang Chanong's smile blossomed further. "Eldest brother, we are all family. There should be no lingering grudges between kin. Wouldn't you agree?" Indeed, Shen Changshan said with utmost seriousness, it is not impossible for our family to return. Yang Chuanhong's face lit up with excitement, while Xin Yuanzhou cast a wary glance at his father, fearing an impulsive decision. Li Qiaolan observed her father-in-law, concerned that if he agreed, her daughter would have to endure further trials. You see, eldest, as long as you all are willing to come back, mother will acquiesce to anything. Shen Changshan raised an eyebrow. Given that mother had spoken, he felt compelled to articulate his thoughts candidly. Upon our return, the eldest branch shall govern. What belongs to the eldest will remain with the eldest, while all possessions of the second branch and our parents will be placed into communal custody. From now on, our family's affairs shall be beyond your interference. We shall abstain from domestic chores, and from this moment forth, we demand 3 hearty meals a day. Oh, and naturally, we shall not contribute to the grain supply. Mother, what do you think? Should I continue? Yang Chuanhong's composure began to crumble, her lips and eyes twitching uncontrollably, revealing the depth of her anger. To suggest that these terms were insufficient to warrant the return of the eldest branch? She envisioned their return not as subservience, but as a restoration of their rightful place. With a forced, rigid smile, she replied, Eldest, what are you suggesting? Which family would entertain such demands? Shen Changshan pointed to himself. I can. Has mother consented to the stipulations I mentioned? If so, I shall proceed. Yang Chun'ong could no longer contain her fury, her face contorted with indignation. Eldest, do you truly believe these demands are reasonable? Which son would present such outrageous conditions? Shen Changshan chuckled. Mother, it seems you recognize the absurdity of these requests. Yet, are you aware that your own demands surpass these in their irrationality? What were you hoping to achieve with such expectations? Yang Chun'ong felt the heat rise to her cheeks, fully aware of her unreasonable demands. Yet, as a son, was it not expected of Shen Changshan to acquiesce to her whims? Enough, mother, return home. Should you choose to cast aside your dignity, I too can do the same. However, the journey ahead for you and second brother will be beyond anyone's concern. Yang Chun'ong glared at him, sensing a veiled threat. She fell silent and turned away, feeling no desire for their misguided care. The family collectively admired Shen Changshan. Indeed, upon awakening from his previous naivety, he could single-handedly manage the complexities of the Shen family. Now, when confronted by the elder Shen family's provocations, they would find Shen Changshan's retaliatory tactics even more distasteful. As evening descended, a delectable aroma of roasted meat wafted through the camp. With an abundance of tiger meat at their disposal, appetites surged, prompting the preparation of more food. Families devised clever methods to preserve the remaining meat for an extended period. Shen Li savored a bowl of chicken soup enriched with chestnuts, which imparted a delightful sweetness. Lin Suitsue prepared a pot of braised tiger meat, which garnered much acclaim among the group. A feast of wild chicken and chestnut soup, braised tiger meat, and stir-fried wild greens left everyone thoroughly satisfied. The wild greens had been brought by a woman who inquired about Lin Suitsue's jerky recipe, to which Lin Suitsue graciously accepted without hesitation. After dinner, the fire in the woods remained ablaze. Shen Li sat nearby, flipping the slices of meat in the pot. Aware that the jerky was too thick and time was of the essence, Lin Suitsue opted to slice the meat thinly, placing it in the pot and on stones to dry. Currently, the family had 3 bonfires lit, with vigilant eyes watching over them, particularly given the dry conditions that could easily spark a fire. Should a blaze ignite, it would be no trifling matter as the surrounding area was parched, and the flames could spread beyond control. Shen Li lingered by the fire only briefly before her third brother took over her task. Ali, don't linger here. Go cool off over there. All right. The heat was indeed stifling, with her clothing clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Shen Li made her way to a cooler spot. Having brought back 2 horses, the family's grain supply was dwindling, now consisting of a mix of half hay and half beans for the horses' feed. Of course, Shen Li discreetly supplemented their diet, as the sweltering weather was too taxing for them. After trekking through Cat Mountain for 3 to 4 days, they finally emerged from the towering peaks. Gazing back at the sprawling mountains, a wave of nostalgia washed over them. Despite the inherent dangers, they had indeed reaped many rewards during their time in the mountains. Before them lay a flat official road under the blazing sun, which inexplicably evoked a longing for the towering trees of the mountains. Xin Jinyuan exhaled deeply, relieved to have finally emerged. Although Changshan had assured him that bandits would not come, his heart remained uneasy until they had fully left Cat Mountain. Observing the withered trees and wild grasses flanking the path, a sense of calm washed over him. As the group continued onward, they soon encountered a fork in the road after just an hour of travel. From a distance, they could see a gathering of refugees and a few smaller groups of those fleeing from calamity. Shen Yuan furrowed his brow as he sat atop the mule cart, whispering a few words to Shen Yanshan beside him. Shen Yanshan relayed his father's instructions to the group, and the villagers nodded in agreement, assuring they would remain vigilant. Upon meeting the fleeing groups, they exchanged wary glances but refrained from unnecessary conversation. In such times, trust was scarce, even among acquaintances. Shen Li observed the refugees by the roadside, noting the increasing number of them as they approached Yizhou. Where there were people, there were conflicts. A larger crowd often meant more troubles. She urged her family to remain cautious, noticing that Su Taohua appeared flushed, likely from the heat. Pulling a small package of mint candies and another of jerky from her satchel, she offered them to her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, have some mint candy, it's quite hot. Su Taohua quickly accepted and concealed it, not bothering to be polite. I know, thank you, little sister. You're welcome. Shen Li popped a piece of mint candy into her mouth, the cool sensation refreshing her spirit. She distributed some to her family, as well as a few pieces to the Su and Lin families. Should they ever separate from the group, it would be wise to travel alongside several families for safety. As evening approached, the number of refugees along the roadside remained substantial, with many seeking spots to camp for the night. Chapter 76, Wuyuan County. The landscape stretched before them, devoid of trees with a long dry riverbed ahead. Numerous women and children were scavenging along the barren banks, where the earth had cracked, making it unlikely for them to find anything of value. Nearby, a patch of withered reeds offered a makeshift restroom for the women. Shen Li frowned at the sight of so many refugees. It seemed they might not be able to pass through Wuyuan County after all. The likelihood of having to circumvent the county loomed large. Traversing through Wuyuan would allow them to exit Yizhou in half a day, but taking the detour would require 3 days. Father, there are simply too many refugees. Wuyuan County may not open its gates. As Shen Changshan observed the multitude of refugees, an unsettling premonition stirred within him. It was only at this moment, upon hearing his daughter's words, that he discerned the underlying disquiet. If the city gates remain closed, we shall have no recourse but to take a detour. Indeed, Father, I shall take a moment to speak with Uncle Si about making advanced preparations. Very well. Shen Changshan, a man of action, could no longer remain idle upon learning this news. He promptly seized his brother-in-law and, with great urgency, set off to find Shen Yuan. After hearing about the situation, Shen Yuan pondered deeply. He had initially intended to enter Wuyuan County to procure some grain and assess the recent circumstances, but it now appeared that such plans might be thwarted. Moreover, the drought afflicting Wuyuan City seemed to be worsening, perhaps even more severe than in their current location. Changshan, let us wait a while longer. We are still 3 days' journey from Wuyuan County. If the city gates truly do not open, our caravan can circumvent the city via the official road outside. Shen Changshan was not well acquainted with the conditions in Wuyuan County, having never ventured far in his life. Noticing that his uncle had made a decisive resolution, he refrained from further comment, recognizing that Uncle Si was a man of calculated foresight. Shen Yuan then broached another matter. Changshan, Lin Hu, we have observed the surging number of refugees here. You two should select some able-bodied men from the group to take turns keeping watch during the night. Agreed. Neither Shen Changshan nor Lin Hu declined, as their own families were among the caravan, making this arrangement beneficial for them as well. They promptly selected 20 young men, dividing them into 2 groups, one to guard during the first half of the night, and the other for the latter half. With Shen Changshan and Lin Hu already representing the Shen and Lin families, no other men would be chosen. Thus, these 20 able-bodied youths were selected from other households. Sister, could you spare me a morsel of food? The family of Shen Dalong lagged at the rear, camping at the outermost edge. Shen Lady was busy cooking when she noticed a grimy little girl standing not far away. The child was emaciated, her head disproportionately large for her frail body, teetering precariously atop her slender neck. Her delicate neck seemed barely capable of supporting her large, doe-like eyes, which appeared even more pronounced due to her gauntness. Shen Lady merely cast a fleeting glance before quickly lowering her gaze. It was not that she lacked compassion, but rather that she could not afford it. Should she give this little girl even a morsel, she would surely face a brutal beating. Such punishment would be the least of her worries. as she feared that her parents would subsequently ration her already meager provisions of food and water. The little girl, seeing this, wandered to another nearby household. But despite her repeated inquiries, no one offered her a response. Everyone merely lowered their heads in silence. Behind her stood a dozen other children of varying sizes. Should she break the ice, it would likely lead to chaos. Moreover, a girl of her age could not have journeyed here alone. Surely she must have family nearby. For otherwise, she would have long been abducted. Disheartened, the little girl returned to her older brother's side. The young boy gently ruffled her unkempt hair. Wan. Don't ask anymore. We will soon reach Wuyuan City, and I will find a way. All right. As night fell, the boy retrieved a small portion of coarse grain cake from his filthy bundle, dividing it in half and giving the larger piece to his sister. Under the cover of darkness, the siblings shared the meager meal. Outside Wuyuan City, over 1,000 refugees had gathered, with the gates remaining resolutely shut. Some had erected tents outside, stubbornly waiting for the gates to open. The county magistrate, upon witnessing the throngs of refugees, hesitated to open the gates, instead ordering the guards to disperse the crowd daily without causing harm. As the guardian of Wuyuan County, he bore the responsibility for the residents within. Undoubtedly, more refugees were on the way. Allowing them entry would surely incite panic. Thus, he had no choice but to issue orders to keep the gates barred. After 3 days of arduous travel, Shen Li and her companions finally arrived at the outskirts of Wuyuan City, where they beheld the tightly shut gates and the multitude of refugees outside. Shen Yuan immediately led the group to take an alternate route, aware that death was lurking behind them and they could not afford to linger. Over the past 3 days, the members of the caravan had acted with commendable diligence, without needing Shen Yuan's directive. The elderly, women, and children walked in the center, while the able-bodied youth flanked the perimeter. Given the size of their group, the refugees along the way dared not pose a threat. Beyond Wuyuan County lay a great mountain, which would require 3 days to traverse, after which they would exit Izhou. Naturally, many in the refugee caravan shared the same choice and had also entered the mountains surrounding Wuyuan County. Remaining idle at the city's edge demanded provisions, and since their supplies were scant, venturing into the mountains might yield some sustenance. When the party from Shen Li village reached the outskirts of Wuyuan City, it was already afternoon. After 2 hours of walking in the mountains, dusk began to fall, prompting them to find a suitable spot to set up camp. Shen Yuan cautioned the villagers who were searching for provisions. There are numerous refugees resting nearby. When you go out to forage, please avoid any unnecessary conflicts. The women and strong men preparing to venture out nodded in agreement, as they would travel in groups, fearing that if they found anything, it might be snatched away. Shen Li was accompanied by Lin Suitsue, Aunt Li, and 2 other aunts. Initially, Su Taohua wished to join, but was met with stern refusals from Lin Suitsue and Li Qialan, leaving her to stay behind with Shen Jinghuan and Shen Qianan to guard their belongings. This small grove, once they ventured beyond, revealed the parched riverbed they had previously seen. Many were already digging in the dry riverbed, while others walked along its banks. Mother, Aunt, which direction shall we take? Aunt Hiu surveyed both sides of the river and pointed toward the less crowded area, saying, let us head that way. Most of those venturing out in search of provisions were not overly optimistic. Finding food was uncertain, but remaining idle guaranteed nothing.